right, here we go. Once more onto the breach, dear friends. Okay, so can you hear me? Or I guess can you not hear me? Well, if you can't hear me, you won't hear me asking, but I guess you'll let me know. But yeah, hello everybody, and I'm still at my mom's house. So yes, this is her, I think, really cool living room. I think it's really interesting. We'll talk about that later. We can go over all the decor. Let me know. So there's a couple of people that I need to make mods. I know I'm going to do that 1 second here. So as always, thanks to Vanessa, she is doing a lot of modding. AJ has done a lot of modding before, and I'm sure he'll be on at some point. And then we're going to have some new people. And so, anyways, I don't want to talk procedural stuff, but thank you to those who are helping with that. And if anybody else wants to, we'll definitely, I think, have some lulls where we can use the help or whatever. So anyway, there is actually someone outside doing the weed eating outside the lawn. It's been like a month or something, so it really needed it. My mom said, I didn't really know this, but anyway. So on top of everything else, you're gonna it'll sound like I'm in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre house, which is kind of cool since I'm in Texas. I think that my mom's house is nicer than the house that those people lived in, but they had some interesting decor going on, with all of the dead things all over the walls. I don't know if we have any. No, I don't think there's anything dead in this room. I had to look because sometimes, people are hunters or whatever. My dad was a hunter, and so they've got the stuff on the heads on the walls, the antlers or whatever, right? But I don't think we have any of that. So, anyways, okay. So I wanted to say that, yeah, no, it's a basic. I like the basic, to the point questions. Like basically, like what the fuck? You really are going to hear like a really loud music. No, I seriously, like, this is the third time I've done this, and I sleep a lot before it. And so, like, I seriously, like, the last 2 days, I've been, like, intentionally making myself sleep a lot. So I've gotten a lot of sleep. I don't generally need a lot of sleep, which I think becomes more common as you get older. I used to have, like, I would have teachers tell me, oh, I only get 5 hours of sleep a night. And I think, oh, that's so unhealthy. I need to sleep 10 hours. But somewhere along the way, that did happen for me. And so, unfortunately, no, it won't be with the benefit of Adderall or Vyvanse. That would make everything very simple. But no, I'm just going to tell you the truth. Like, the live streams, they are not, I don't find them to be that difficult. Like, I don't want to tell you that because I want people to think, oh, she's really, like, slaving away and stuff. Be more impressed by it. But I don't find them that difficult because you do kind of feel adrenaline, some degree of adrenaline the whole time. And so I don't really feel that tired. Now I'll tell you, I won't feel that tired until really probably the very end. I say that, and I mean, honestly, like 4 hours into this, if I'm feeling sleepy, I have no problem canceling. So it's nothing, and nobody needs to worry or anything like that. If I don't feel like doing it, I'm not going to do it. But what I found is that I'm not tired until the end, and then I just sleep a lot when I get off. But for the most part, you do have a little bit of adrenaline that carries you through. So there's a little anxiety with that too, I guess, as well. Okay, let me try to bring the mod in here. Okay, so Rebel Bird, you're going to help, I've been told, as much as you, or as little as you want. Thank you. Let me see how I make you a mod. I might have to do that through YouTube, actually. Okay. So I'm going to go away for 1 minute, and this will happen some on the streams. I'll go away for a bit. Let me fix this mod thing, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back.
That's better. Can you hear me now? You might have had trouble hearing me earlier. I don't think I had this correctly situated. Okay, so we have 2 new moderators, and it asked me this question when I went to make you 2, and thank you, Laura B, and thank you, Rebel Bird. When I went to make you 2 moderators, it asked me this question: do I want you to be a standard moderator or like a managing moderator? And I'm like, oh my God, am I about to give away like the keys to my entire channel, like to these saboteurs? And they're gonna, if I make them managing moderators, they're just gonna end up like screwing me over in the end in some horrible way. So I did think that for like a second, but then I was like, nah. So I think I made you managing, but I don't know. So now you can like ruin me or something, perhaps. I did not, when I first started doing this, I did not have, for the first live stream, the first time I did a long one, I don't think I did 24 hours. I think I did 20 hours that first time. I did not have any mods, and because I just didn't think that I needed any, and I managed to get through that okay. Like there were some big super chats. There were some big super chats that I missed, unfortunately. And if that happens, if that ever happens, and nobody sees it, just you can just keep repeating. You can keep posting until I see you, because I will see you eventually if I miss your chat. It'll take me now sometimes, a couple of minutes to get to it, but if I'm not getting to it, to your super chat, let me know. But yeah, so I didn't have a mod that first time, and so and kind of miraculously, I guess, most people were really nice. We didn't have any trolls on that particular one, which I guess was unusual. But anyway, but I am glad to have them, very glad to have them now. And we might go through, since this is 24 hours, we might go through some periods probably where we don't have any, and I'm fine to pick it up too. Okay, so anyway, I thought we have a long list of things that I want to cover, and I'm gonna have some guests as we go along. And the first one up, some of you have been asking, where's Celtic Iron? Haven't seen him in a while. And so he is going to be coming on in a couple of hours. And so it's going to be me for a couple of hours. And I want to talk about some of the big things on the list, like updates with Rammstein and Marilyn Manson, even with some of the Johnny Depp stuff. I've not been following the Dan Wooten thing, and except for just what I've seen in like Tug's videos or whatever. But man, seems like that guy, he's got some shit he's dealing with right now. But I don't know anything about it. But if it's true, then that's shitty for him. And if it's false, it's like I don't have like a lot of sympathy after what he contributed to, what he did to Johnny Depp. So anyway, but we'll talk about that a little more. Some of you can educate me on that. And then I have a long list. If you go down and you look at the description underneath this, I just added a few things to it. I have a long list of topics. And so my goal is to, through the next 24 hours, is to go through all of those, spending more time on some than others, obviously, but go through all of those because these are just things that interest me and that people have asked me about or what have you. So anyway, one that I didn't get to add to the list, but you can remind me later, is the David Sabatini case, the MIT biologist, famous guy who was working on a cure for, cancer and aging and, diabetes and just like dumb, unimportant things like that. Right. And he got Me Too'd out of MIT and out of a big research position that he had. And he's been trying to claw his way back. So anyway, I want to talk about that in a little while. Remind me. But yeah, everything on the list, I have some interest in. And some people are going to be like, what is Tori Spelling doing on this list? There are some random ones, but let me tell you, I honestly am fascinated by whatever the hell is going on in Tori Spelling's life. For some reason, I have followed this story since the beginning. And since she, left her husband and then got with the guy she's with, and they got married and they had like 5,000 children. What is up with all the children? First of all, I don't, in a relationship that has clearly in front of the cameras been having significant problems for years. And that's one of the things that's fascinating to me. And I don't have any kids, right? I'm fascinated by people, particularly some of these celebrities that we see, who have a horrible marriage and they're always on the rocks. And in Tori Spelling's case, it's even documented in those reality shows that she did. And yet they keep having kids. It's really interesting. And it's not like a religious issue, right? It's not, it's nothing like that. It's like, what is up with that? But anyways, I've followed her story for a long time. For some reason, I just find it interesting. And she, when her husband cheated on her, she made it into a reality TV show, and it got really terrible ratings. And it was kind of a joke. It was called True Tori, and this was like mid 20, like 2015 or something. It was right after her husband was exposed. Dean was exposed to having that affair, and so I watched this reality show, and it was such a train wreck. I couldn't believe that she was putting this stuff out there for public consumption. It made her look so bad, and him, and a whole thing. Anyway, but yeah, so I see that she's like living out of a motel, and which no shade on that, but people are freaking out saying, her mom is worth like $400 million, which she is. And Tori Spelling is, with her kids in some cramped, quote unquote shitty motel, and apparently is getting a divorce, or at least her husband posted several weeks ago that they were getting a divorce, but then he deleted it. So there's so that whole thing's a train wreck. So my point being, if you're just now joining the stream, and you're like, I thought she was going to talk about serious stuff. What is this about? No, there's a whole list of things below that I want to talk about today, and we'll get to them eventually. But the Tori Spelling thing, that is legit. And also, something that I added to the list, why I am jealous of Amal and George Clooney. That has also been added to the list, because I was reminded of that yet again today when I was perusing the Daily Mail this morning. I was reminded again, oh yes, I am really jealous of those people. So I will tell you why, and you can be jealous with me. I know some people don't like George Clooney's politics and how it seems like he inserts himself in causes and whatever. So I'm not getting into that. I'm just saying I am like jealous. I think that of all the people that I have ever known or I have ever read about, I think that they have the most enjoyable lives. I do. I think like when you come up with like perfect life, and nobody has perfect life, I'm not saying that. And I'm sure they have their struggles, but I think when you look up perfect life in the dictionary, you're going to see George and Amal Clooney like beaming back at you. That's what I think. So, all right. Okay. Yes. Thank you to my mods. And again, someone later on, if there's someone responsible who wants to help pick up the slack, that's great too. I don't want to shut anybody out. I can't have people hijacking my channel in that moderator manager position, though. That seems like serious business. Okay. So we're going to get to some serious stuff. I want to talk about, because we do have people in Germany and Europe who are joining us toward the later end of their day, I thought we would start with the Rammstein stuff and talk about some updates there, and talk about where I see things now. And then we're going to talk about the Manson stuff. And, don't worry, Manson fans, I'm not going to give another lecture like I did last time. And I think people understood what I was getting at there. And I appreciate that, I appreciate that I think people got what the point was of all of that. But I'm gonna move forward now, and really what I want to talk about today is Evan Rachel Wood in relation to the Manson thing. I don't have a lot to say about Manson, except we can talk just a bit about the spitting thing getting resolved, and also about this mystery letter or two letters that were apparently sent to the judge in Manson's case anonymously. And so anyway, it's very, very hush hush or whatever, but we can talk about that a bit. But mostly I want to say some things about Evan Rachel Wood. She posted something, and I'll get to this in a little while, but she posted something really absurd this last week in one of her stories. She likes to post these stories about being a beleaguered mom, like beleaguered as in like, oh, it's so hard to be me, and I'm so tired, and I have a horrible ex who doesn't do what he's supposed to do, and he's not supportive, and it's so hard to be a mom stuff. And which, look, I know it is hard to be a mom. That's why I have avoided it my whole life. So mad respect, because I could not do it. People think that, live streaming is hard, or doing a YouTube thing is hard, and it takes some courage or whatever. And yeah, sometimes it's stressful, but like the stuff that I see, it's true. The stuff that I see average moms, just your average mother doing, I'm just like, wow. And I'm amazed my mom did it. I'm sure some of you have the same feeling, but I'm like, how did she do all of that? Anyway, I guess that's what Mother's Day is for. And of course, fathers do a lot too, and they have their own contributions. I don't mean it like that, but anyway, we know what I mean. So anyway, talk about the Manson stuff, talk about Evan. Oh yeah, so Evan, she posts this stuff like, oh, it's so hard to be a mom and whatever, and she'll retweet or restory things along those lines. And so I responded to her, and I know it's a rude, awful thing to say, but I responded, or I restoried her, and I wrote, "Oh, is her once a month custody arrangement too strenuous for her now?" Because of course, as probably a lot of you know, she did lose custody. She claims she voluntarily gave it up to like protect her child from Marilyn Manson on a rampage or something, but like she lost custody of her child. And actually, I have a little more insight for you than that. No inside info, but I talked to Andrea Burkhart, and she had an interesting theory. I tried to get her to come on here, and she said no. So she's on my shit list right now. No, I'm joking. She's doing something really interesting and exciting, unlike this. She has family, and she's like, there's like a boxing fight or whatever. You know, she has boxing and stuff. So, anyways, but no, but we had a conversation about Evan Rachel Wood and about this custody stuff. And Andrea had an insight that I thought I had not heard or considered. And I was like, wow, that's interesting. So I wanted to talk about that. It actually makes Evan Rachel Wood's situation worse, because what we know right now is that we know for a fact that she had to give up court custody, full custody, and she can see the child once a month and also some during the summers, right? But for a mother, this is almost unheard of, for a woman to lose, to not even have equal custody, right? To get this kind of restricted custody. But Andrea had an interesting idea that actually makes it even worse. And so I'll talk about that. I'm going to leave you on a cliffhanger there, but I'll talk about that in a little while. So talk about the Manson stuff. Like I said, talk about some of the Depp stuff and what's going on with Wooten. And then beyond that, there's just a lot of stuff on the things on the list I want to get to. I continue to be really fascinated by these alien hearings. And I totally understand the perspective that some people have, or that some people are sort of inclined to, that it could be a distraction of sorts. And like, what does the government really get out of exposing finally, suddenly, that there are aliens? We do have alien crafts. Like, there's got to be something going on here. It can't just be that there are these Congress people who really think that we should have access to this information, and these whistleblowers who really think that we should have access to this information, and they're just putting it out there as a kind of a bold, you know, almost altruistic act. There's got to be something else going on, you know. And what are they covering up here? And people have even pointed to the fact that in the past there were at least a couple of CIA operations to try to make the public focus on a UFO story instead of a reality. So at one point, it looks like the CIA, the government, didn't want the public to know about some really advanced piece of weaponry. This was like a while back, but some really advanced piece of weaponry that they had built, and so they would prefer that the public actually think that it's alien in origin. And so people were saying that, you know, this could be some kind of a deflection of some sort, and it could. It could. And now my mom's vacuuming. It's like everyone at the same time. It could, but what has been interesting is to see how actually over the past several years, there has been a kind of a conscious rolling back by the government and even by the Pentagon of secrecy in relation to this topic. And so even several years ago, you had, for instance, the Pentagon releasing footage of spaceships, craft doing things that modern technology just can't do, that's hyper advanced. And so and there have been also whistleblowers coming out for a bit now. It's not just this year that suddenly you have everyone talking about this. It's just that for whatever reason, the Congress, and it is a bipartisan effort, which is interesting, but it seems like both houses of Congress, I'll tell you what I think is going on. I think that they're pissed off that they're elected officials and they feel like they are underneath the president, that they have ultimate authority. Because you got to remember, like, these Congress people a lot of them are like narcissists and stuff. A lot, like maybe all, except your congressman or woman, right? People always, for some reason, and this holds up in polling that's been done, people feel much more positively when asked about their own congressperson or senator than when asked about someone else's. But anyway, but in general, you know, Congress has horrible approval ratings. But I do think, you know, that a lot of these people, a lot of these Congress people, they don't, from both parties, they don't like the idea that there is a kind of a shadow government within the government that there is a kind of a shadow organization or a group of organizations, including some private contractors who actually know more about this really important topic than even these high-ranking elected officials do. And so I think that I don't think it's crazy to think that these Congress people, they find out about it and they're like, "Hey, what the come on." And then also there's a separate branch of government now that has initiated an investigation. So I don't know. And personally, when I watch, for instance, that David Grush guy, he's the main one. He's the main whistleblower. You can check him out on News Nation. I can't post or I get copyright zings. That's why I had to take down my live stream the other day. But David Grush is one of the main ones, and just personally to me, he seems very credible, and he may not seem that way to you. And it's possible, yeah, that this is a whole hoax and a snow job here. And I'm not going to lie, and I'll talk about this more later. I do really like the idea of aliens existing, and I like the idea of aliens visiting our planet, and I like the idea of that being normalized and not seen necessarily as some crackpot fixation. Like, no, I don't believe that there are like secretly aliens, like lizard people, like running our government or whatever. Like that old sci-fi series. Do you remember? Let me find something here for a second. I want to show you this because I know probably a number of you will remember this. Um, it was called V. Okay, it was an '80s sci-fi series, mini series. I think they turned it into a series that really actually sucked then, but the old original, miniseries, it was really interesting, and it was about this idea. Hold on, I'm gonna show you a picture. Oh, I'm just V, yeah, 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 people see it. Okay, hold on one second, I'm gonna share my screen. I will always be awkward sharing the screen, unfortunately. Yeah, so you see it, so these are a bunch of alien things, but you see it over here, and so they wore these, basically what it was, it was a kind of, it was a kind of an allegory for authoritarianism, and so they were supposed to be like Nazis, right? Except they weren't. They were these Nazi types or whatever from outer space, and so they'd come to our world because they needed resources. They wanted to steal our resources, and more importantly, they actually wanted to eat us. Like they're running out of food, and they eat mammals, and so they eat people, and so their ultimate aim was to use Earth as a food supplying mechanism, as a food source, right? And they would eat people, and so they had like these big storage facilities on their ships where they had just row after row of sedated human beings in this like kind of like cryo thing or whatever. So I mean, it was ahead of its time for what it was. It was the time it came out. It was interesting, and there's this famous scene where the woman that you see there, she was one of their leaders. Her name is Diana, where she eats a rodent. God, I don't think it was a rat. I think it was bigger than that. It was like or a hamster. Yeah, I think it was a hamster. And so there's this dramatic scene where you just see her. She's just having a normal conversation, and then she takes this hamster. You can look it up yourself on YouTube. But she takes this hamster out of its cage, and then she's just like talking to this guy. They're just chilling and talking about like politics or whatever. Like how are we going to deal with these humans? And then she just eats this hamster, and of course, it's bad. It's not great CGI or whatever, but it's shocking. It's still shocking. And then you see it go down her throat, like throat's like expanding with the hamster. Well, the point is, that was an interesting show. That is not what I think is going on now. And I don't believe in some like Illuminati conspiracy thing. No offense to those of you who do. No, but I just think that it makes sense that aliens probably do exist and they probably have visited our planet. So, or have been in craft that have visited our planet. Anyway, we'll talk about that later. What else? What else? What else? So yeah, so you can see below that I've got a list of different things that I want to talk about, and of course we can add. Oops, okay, there we go. And of course, I am going to have call-in times. So the first guest coming on is going to be Celtic in about an hour and a half. I need to send him the link in a minute. But if you're watching Celtic, hello. The first guest is going to be Celtic. We're going to talk for a bit about some of the different things on this list. And then I'm going to have probably one more guest and then a lot of time for open call-in hours. And so there'll be some and probably toward the end of Celtics, we could do an open call-in hour if anybody wants to. And so basically what it is, and then after that, we can do it like for most of the night, I can have open hours. and then maybe some in the morning. But basically, all it is an opportunity if any of you want to talk. And what I'll do is I'll post the link at these times when I'm ready to do this. And then if you've ever done StreamYard before, you know how this works. It'll let you into the waiting room, and you don't have to show your face. And so you can just talk, just do the audible. That's fine. But it'll let you into the waiting room. I will let you in, and then yeah, we will talk for a bit. I do reserve the right always to kick people off at any point, and not even out of a sense of rejection. Like there were sometimes, occasionally, when I've done this before, where I've had to kick someone off just because the audio was not good or I couldn't understand their accent, which no offense to any of you if that's the case, right? Like it's my fault for not not knowing other languages better, right? Or not being better traveled. But I do have problems sometimes with really thick accents. And so there was one occasion where I just figured that like most of the audience probably could not understand what this person was saying. And so out of politeness, I let them talk for a bit, but then I had to shut it down. So it could just be, you know, that there's some technical issues or whatever. So don't take it personally. But in general, you know, come on, we'll talk for like 10, 20 minutes. If you have more to say, then maybe more than that, but we'll see. But I want to go ahead and get into talking about Rammstein. Oh, and one more thing. All of my links are below. Super chats are great, much appreciated. You know how to do those, I think. And if you don't mind doing PayPal, also I read comments from the PayPal. So if you the links are below. If you want to leave a PayPal tip and then you want to write a message, and I've gotten better about not saying last names now. I outed a couple of people when I did this a while back, but I'll only say your first name, or not at all if you don't want me to. But if you want to write a message in there, I will read it on the air. So that's an alternative to super chatting, but that's available below. All right, so we'll talk about Rammstein, and then I'm going to take just a short little 5-minute break and come back, talk about some more stuff, and then Celtic will be on. So thank you to everybody for joining me. Thank you again to my mods. No one is under any compulsion or requirement to stick around in terms of the mod stuff. And like I said, I did this once with a ton of people on the stream, and it wasn't a problem doing it myself. So I appreciate your help, but I'm sure we'll have some periods where we don't have mods, and that's totally okay. But you can let me know in the mods if you want on the stream or the private chat or whatever. If you're getting off, there's nobody else modding, that's fine, because I can get somebody else or I will do it. Okay, so an FYI on that. But thank you so much, ladies and guy. Is there a guy in there? Anyway, thank you so much. So Rammstein, I have to tell you, I really admire Till Lindemann for some of the ways that he seems to be giving the finger to the establishment, to the media, to the critics, the accusers. Now, as I understand it, there is still an investigation going on, and I really hope that it's not going to be a situation like Marilyn Manson has been dealing with, where if there's no case and everybody knows that the investigation is closed for all intents and purposes, but there is a politician who, out of a sense of a concern with the optics of the situation and with political blowback, there's a politician who will not close the case. And so we've seen that with the Manson stuff, and I'll talk about that more in a little while, about where I think we are right now with that situation, an update on that. And again, not retreading what I said last time. Like I said, that's the only time I'm ever going to say that. And honestly, again, like I said, who the fuck am I to tell anyone what they should do? Because God knows this is all this stuff is unprecedented, and all of it is scary. I was going to get into this a little more with the Manson thing later, but let me just say that someone asked me if they could talk. Lisa Carly asked me if she could talk about Danny Masterson a little bit later, or if I'm upset with that or worried about that. No, that's fine. And I don't even know what your position is on that, Lisa, but I don't know. I don't have a position on the Danny Masterson thing. I do feel more inclined to say that he was guilty, because it seems, and I didn't follow the trial carefully or anything like that, but it seems like there was some Scientology paperwork going back many years indicating that he had a history of at least being accused of this stuff. So, but again, I don't know. My gut inclination is I think he is guilty, but this could very well be another case. Like, I don't know, and I don't want to make proclamations. Same thing with the Andrew Tate thing. Like, there are aspects of what I see with him that I have some concerns about, but I've not dug in, I've not looked into it, and so I don't know there either. But let me just say that Danny Masterson being found guilty, and he's going to, when does he get sentenced, guys? But he's not been sentenced yet, right? But he's looking at like 30 years in prison, correct? So here's my point, is that Danny Masterson is getting, and maybe rightly so, and again, I'm more inclined toward guilt in his case, not having looked into it much, but that is, 30 years in prison, that is serious, that is huge, and it is largely, it seems, based off of the word of several women, and that's, and I say that not to discount it, not to discount what they have said, but to remind people that it is true that Marilyn Manson, for instance, has had a number of women accuse him. Now, of course, those of us who've looked into the case extensively, we know that those accusations are bullshit. And we know that it's a hoax, and we know that it's orchestrated. It was orchestrated by Evan Rachel Wood, and she recruited some people. And we know that some of the people like have abandoned the hoax. And you had even Ashley Morgan Smithline, who flipped and said it was a scam and all that, right? We know all of that, but I'm just saying that I'm sure that it is scary to be in a situation where you have still there is a possibility of investigation, because they have not closed, the DA has not officially closed the case. That I'm sure is scary to see the possibility of having charges brought up and of facing down a number of women who might go to court and claim things, and they total lies, crazy, whatever. But you don't know what that jury is going to think. You don't absolutely know. And so I guess what I wanted to say, I bring that up to say that there is something really sobering about verdicts like we saw in the Danny Masterson case. I'm not saying that it wasn't deserved or anything like that. I don't know, right? But it's sobering just to, I think, remember and to remind myself, even when I get frustrated at times, like I have been, about what I perceive as the lack of action on Manson's part, right? To remind myself that this is serious business, and it's beyond even a PR game, right? Although I think that the PR is obviously, I think that the PR is really important, and I've talked about that, but anyway, so I did want to talk a bit about the Manson stuff and talk about some Evan Rachel Wood and kind of where I am, where I see things at the moment, and some of these updates, and get into that. But Rammstein. So Till Lindemann, I know that he still there's this open investigation still in Germany, in Berlin. And the investigation, it was triggered by a complaint by a third party. So, and this is something that the investigators stated when they opened the investigation publicly, is that it was triggered by a third party complaint, meaning it was not someone directly saying to the police or to the authorities, Till Lindemann did this to me, right? It was, oh, I heard that, or it could have even just been triggered by some of the media coverage. It was likely someone complaining based on what they'd seen on social media, accusations, like for instance by Shelby. So I'm concerned. I'm making a formal complaint, that an investigation be opened into Till Lindemann, Rammstein, because there are people who have said that they were possibly drugged at these events. So what I'm trying to say is, it is very likely that this investigation into Lindemann in Germany, it's very likely that it's not even a serious investigation, in the sense that, I mean, yes, they're seriously going through procedure, but I doubt that there's anything that they've got on him. Just like they didn't have anything, the authorities had nothing on Marilyn Manson, and the police sent his file over to the DA. They had closed the case. They declared the investigation's closed, and then the DA sits on it. And so that's unfortunately, I think people forget that our forefathers, at least here in America, our forefathers thought that justice needed to be reasonably swift. That one aspect of cruel and unusual punishment actually was having to go through a very, very slow, drawn out procedure to prove one's innocence or to prove someone's guilt or what have you. A very slow, long, drawn out procedure that in and of itself was a kind of a torture. Not to mention in modern society, how many resources one has to waste in court and with lawyers and all of this. And that's not an attack on lawyers or anything, but I'm just saying, like, it sure costs a damn lot of money for these guys to fight this shit, and some of these ladies too. I mean, I know like Colleen Ballinger has lawyers defending her right now, PR wise. It takes a lot of money, and one of the things that I really like about Till Lindemann's lawyers, so he is being represented by the law firm, German law firm of Schertz Bergman, and I hope that I'm saying that right. But hold on, I'll put them up here so they can get some credit. Schertz Bergman, really, really famous, not only apparently in Germany, but also famous like worldwide for representing like they've represented some other big name clients, and they are known. Okay, here we go. 1 second. And they are known for doing Me Too stuff. Like, I'm sure they do other stuff as well, but they are known now for being these kinds of Me Too specialists in the sense that they have seen these sorts of Me Too hits before, like what Lindemann's going through, like what Manson has gone through. Here we go. So Bergman here, I believe, and here is Christian Schertz. All right. So these are Lindemann's lawyers. So anyway, here's the interesting thing. They are known as being these Me Too specialists. They have been through the shit before with different clients. And if you look them up, you see they've represented like well-known athletes and so forth also. And they have been extremely aggressive. Oh, sorry, it's my cat. My cat's here too. They have been extremely aggressive in fighting a PR war, not only a legal war. And they've also been extremely aggressive on the legal end of things. So let me tell you what they have been up to. And look, I understand that Germany, obviously different than the United States, obviously different laws, some attitudes different. Apparently in our country, it's more difficult to call journalists to task and call news outlets to task for false reporting and for defamation. Although I think it is possible, but it's more difficult. And so, I'm not saying that all of this could be transplanted to the US and could be done here, but I do think it's just for what they've got to work with. I think that Schertz Bergman, I think they're doing an amazing job. So this is what they've been up to. First of all, they have been, as a number of you know, they have been going after a number of news outlets. They went after Der Spiegel, and they went after the Mirror, and also they've gone after Shelby and Kayla Shikes. And understand when I say they've gone after, I'm talking about fighting legally. Okay, I'm not talking about any real threats or intimidation or anything like that. Okay, like if you're gonna be, I've gotten cease and desist letters before. Okay, now the way that I dealt with my cease and desist letters, probably not the most mature. So I did get a cease and desist letter. I've gotten a couple, and one of them, it was from a lawyer that I like to, in the Manson case, that I like to refer to jokingly as my boyfriend. And so I was just really upset that my boyfriend sent me a cease and desist letter like that. And so I felt like I needed to talk to him, publicly in front of everyone, just get a few things off my chest. So I did make fun of the cease and desist letter, and I kind of wrote like childish scribbles on it. So that was probably not the most mature way to deal with the cease and desist letter. But my point is, if you're gonna be a YouTuber like Kayla Shikes, or you're gonna come out and you're gonna make allegations and you're not gonna shut up like Shelby, notice how she didn't just make the allegation and then let it stand or fall, but it was like it became this relentless sort of self-promotional PR campaign for her. But if you're gonna do that, then yeah, you can expect some cease and desist letters. If in my case, it was because one of the Manson accusers, why I got the cease and desist letter. The good thing about the live stream is that I have time to talk about stuff like this. So one of the Manson accusers, for those who don't know, Esme Bianco, she was on Game of Thrones. She played the oh god, I don't remember any of their names, but anyway, she owned a brothel or worked for a brothel. Okay, great actress. I thought she did great. I mean, I thought she did a great job in that. Okay, I'll say that. But she had a brief relationship with Brian Warner, Marilyn Manson, and then she claimed all of these really loony things and told a bunch of lies. And like, for instance, he flew her over when they started dating or kind of or seeing each other or talking or whatever, however you want to put it. He ended up flying her over on a plane to be with him. Like, you're doing long distance relationship and you can't see each other and you want to see each other, and maybe one person has more money than the other person, and so they're like, hey, I will fly you over, you can see me. And you're like, oh, okay, that sounds nice, I will do that. And then you fly over and you see that person, and either it works out or doesn't work out. Well, she says that's sex trafficking. So she made all of these loony allegations, disingenuous allegations about Marilyn Manson, Brian Warner, saying that he sex trafficked her because he brought her over as a potential girlfriend to hang out or whatever. But you have to understand with the Manson stuff, like, the accusers don't miss any opportunity to twist things around in a ridiculous light. And now you Rammstein people, I mean, you're seeing it too. You're seeing some of it. Okay, hold on one second. I've got to take care of the super chats. Dan Campbell, the only thing I'd like discussed is our extra legal culture of wanting to totally destroy people who have been found guilty or suspected of it. Oh, I think you're saying who have not been found guilty. Spacey, who was proven falsely accused recently. Yeah, sorry, I just totally butchered what you said, but I'm going to repeat it. 1 second. I'm going to show your other one here. You said Amber, who is paying for her actions for her, both monetarily and in perpetuality, demands that she be imprisoned or deprived of a living she has suffered, and she is suffering. Do we want her? Okay, I think I know where you're going with this, Dan. So I tell you what, give me 5 minutes, and then I will come back and I will talk about this, because it is interesting. Because I think what Dan is getting at here, you can tell me if I'm misunderstanding Dan, but I think what Dan is getting at here is this question of, even if someone, in Spacey's case, he's been found not guilty, and I want to talk about that a little bit later. But even in cases, let's say, where you have someone who, like Amber, who most people agree did shitty things. And so does she need to be without a livelihood or canceled for the rest of her life? So I think these are two interesting questions. The first question is, in Kevin Spacey's case, what should happen to him, right? Especially now he's been acquitted. But then also in the case of someone whom society feels is guilty of something, or who maybe even has been found guilty of something, or someone who's disliked, like Amber, by a lot of people, is it right for her to be canceled? And I think that I don't think it is generally. I'm actually pretty okay with artists being horrible people, as long as they can deal with that in their personal life. If they break laws, the law can deal with them. People around them can deal with them. I don't think they should be prohibited. But I want to say more about this. Oh, okay. Dan Campbell Moore says, to die homeless under a bridge, and Ezra, who was shown guilty of a couple of things, and I think falsely accused of grooming the woman whom he choked but didn't hurt, isn't pressing charges. Yeah, I really appreciate your super chats, Dan. And I think I understand you. I think you're asking again, like, what is the proper or humane, ethical way to deal with people who maybe have been guilty of some things, and should they be canceled or not? So thank you. All right, one more. Dan Campbell says, like Amber, Ezra seems to have some genuine disturbances, Ezra Miller, but everyone thinks they can play judge and jury and replace the discovery process with their own opinions and verdicts. Okay, I got you here. Yeah. Yeah. Give me 5 minutes. We'll come back to it. I think it's a really good point. Lawyers, but I think we probably agree on this. Thank you, Dan. So they have been, Till Lindeman's lawyers have been suing some of these different outlets, Der Spiegel, The Mirror, and the thing about that is, and they have been getting favorable verdicts in the German courts. Now, in the case of Der Spiegel, for instance, Der Spiegel put out a statement recently trying to minimize this verdict against them, and basically making it seem like, well, the majority of our show our show, the majority of our article was correct, but there were just these like few little things that they were able to nitpick us on, basically. And so that's what it was. It's no big deal, nothing to see here. Well, that's just not the case. Yes, there were certain parts of the article that were left intact that the judgment did not cover. But the main thing, for example, the main and most serious thing that the judges struck down was the drugging accusation. The whole question of whether Till Lindemann should have been having sex with groupies, whether that's okay, morally, ethically, or whether is it okay that he might be introduced to potential sex partners at these parties, or even, God forbid, by one of his associates who might inquire if someone wants to attend this party. Or go into a room alone with Lindemann or whatever. Like I've said before on my show, I don't have a problem with any of those things. Now, some people can say that I'm too liberal or I'm too permissive in that sense, or that I am, or that women are in those situations would be in an insecure state, and we need to look out for them, and we need to be more protective of women, et cetera, et cetera. I just don't agree with that. I understand where people are coming from, but I don't agree with that. I don't have a problem with any of these things happening that I've just mentioned. What I do have a problem with, I have a problem with, obviously, if he's drugging people, or if anyone in that band or crew are drugging people or drugging women for whatever reason, right? But specifically to make them more sexually compliant. That was what started this whole thing off. And so if you'll remember that first week, those first couple of days, right? Shelby got all of that attention from saying that I was the girl who was drugged at Rammstein, and accusing these guys of, initially very strongly accusing Rammstein of drugging her. And then it got softer and softer, and she kind of stepped back from it and kind of retracted more and more. And so then finally it was like, well, I felt drugged at one point. I don't normally feel like drunk like that. And then I noticed when I got home that there was this bruise that I couldn't explain. And so my point is that what started this whole thing was the allegation of drugging. And you have had a few allegations since then. I know a couple of them in German media, and then one in Austrian media a few days ago that did not get nearly the attention that I thought it would, which I think is really interesting, and a positive sign that people are getting sick of this, and maybe that the media are kind of afraid now, in light of Lindemann's lawyers going after some of them, that maybe the media are afraid now to just print any old BS, right? But it was the drugging thing that started this, and that was one of the main things that the judges in Hamburg, that they struck from the Spiegel article. And that was the thing that got everybody whipped up, and that's the thing that most people care about, is if someone is unconscious or incapacitated and they're being drugged for sex. I don't think most people care, not if women are being invited to a party where Till Lindemann might hit on them. And so, like I said, you had a few of these stories in German media and this one in Austrian media that didn't get nearly the attention that I thought it would, thank God. And again, it's anonymous. They're all anonymous. And they're all strange in some way. One of them isn't even, as I've said before, isn't even an allegation of assault. She claims that she had consensual sex with Lindemann, but then only later realized that there was a power imbalance, a power differential. And so he'd taken advantage of her. And then you have the other two, one with this really hazy story about maybe remembering that she woke up and Lindemann was on her and she wasn't sure how she got there. And it was all this hazy, anonymous thing. And then most recently, the one in Austria, where the woman makes very disturbing claims, but frankly, it reads like really absurd fan fiction. And that's what a number of people were saying online is, she claims dramatic things. I mean, she claims that he beat her up, and stuff like that. But when you read her claims, when you read the story, it just sounds really bizarre. And it seems like someone who has decided they're going to try to get on this train and come up with, you know what it reminded me of? I'll say this. the latest story about Lindemann, the one that came out in Austrian press, another anonymous one, it reminded me of the UVA gang rape story. Now, some of you who are not American, you may not know what I'm talking about, but Rolling Stone magazine got in a lot of trouble and ended up having to pay out lots of money in lawsuits because when you ruin people's lives, sometimes they do go after you in court, even if you're a big publication like Rolling Stone. And let that be a lesson to the rest of us that it is possible to go after these organizations and these papers, these magazines. But they got sued over this. But they had a story alleging that at the University of Virginia, UVA, and this was cover story of Rolling Stone. It was entitled "A Rape on Campus." Some of you remember this. I even see someone occasionally in my live stream whose name is Haven Monahan. It's a joke from this story, basically. So I see you, Haven. No, but here was the story. Front page of Rolling Stone. It was entitled "The Rape on Campus." Let me find it. But this was the story. It was an interview with a woman named Jackie, who went by the pseudonym of Jackie. And she was a student at the University of Virginia, UVA, and she claims that and it's a whole long, extensive story, but she claims that she was raped at a fraternity house, and that the way that, oh, here we go. Just a second. You can see, really famous article. It'll go down and I guess kind of go down in journalistic history, I guess you could say. All right. So this was the article in UVA, really big deal, a rape on campus. And she claims that she went to a fraternity house where she was assaulted, gang by a number of fraternity guys. And the way that she describes it, the way that it is described in this article, as I guess she tells it, it's being held down and almost like a scene in Deliverance, like they're saying get her legs, and like tying her up and like hog tying, and there was glass that broke everywhere, and like I don't even remember, but like you read the story and it reads like something that someone would make up. It doesn't seem right. It seems false. And that's really the feeling that I had when I was reading at this reading these Lindemann accusations this last week. It really felt like I was reading this old UVA article. And it's no accident that this latest allegation comes out just as finally Rammstein is coming through the area. They're touring through the area and coming through Austria. Like, it's very, very calculated. What happens is, and I know for a fact that this happens, that some of these media outlets, they will receive a story, or they'll do a story, or they'll get interest from someone, who says, oh, I have something that I want to say about Lindemann. They'll do the story, and then they will wait for the optimal moment to publish it, where it'll have the biggest bang for their buck, so to speak. And so that's what happened in this situation, is the same time as Lindemann and Rammstein were going to be touring the area, then you have this new allegation come out. Also, the Rammstein thing had really died down. I mean, it's still dying down, honestly. This has given it a bit of new life. And I do understand from some of my viewers in Germany that there is more of a debate in Germany right now. And this is not a dead story. But overall, it is not getting the coverage that it was getting. And with this latest dramatic allegation that this Austrian person made, it was kind of, people greeted it with kind of a shrug, or yeah, whatever. It's just not gotten traction. Now, this is where Lindemann's lawyers come in, and I think this is one thing they've done so well. I really think that you're probably seeing a greater reluctance now on the part of some media to publicize these unsubstantiated, flimsy, non-credible stories, because they've seen now that Lindemann and his lawyers are aggressive, and they're going to fight back, and they're going to sue. And, for Spiegel, for example, their reputation is extremely important to them. I'm sure they like to be known, as they have for a long time, as the best known or most popular German news outlet outside of Germany. Like, it's the only one that I knew of. I couldn't tell you the name of any other German news magazine or paper or online news source, but I could have told you Spiegel, right? Or Spiegel. So their reputation, even if they have gone to shit, like a lot of people tell me, a lot of people tell me it's like no, it's like our American media, right? Like all the mainstream media now, pretty much all of it sucks, with a few exceptions. But people have told me, their reputation, it's gone downhill a lot, but they still care about their reputation. And so for to receive a very public verdict against them, declaring that parts of their story, and this was a big story, it was the cover story, the Lindemann thing, the fall of Rammstein, Der Fall Rammstein, was their biggest story probably in months, maybe all year. And it was a cover story, and it was one that basically opened up this Rammstein stuff to the rest of the world. And so for them to get major parts of that wrong, specifically some of their main allegations, and it wasn't just the drugging, there were other significant parts of the story that they messed up. And look, I hear that basically almost all of the article was wrong. And so, there are things that you can prove in court when you go to get a court injunction, and that's a really high bar of proof. But then there are other things that may also be untrue, but that they just couldn't satisfactorily prove to the court, especially under the time crunch that they were under. So, I hear that there are all kinds of problems with the story. And I've told you before, I've been very open about the fact that the Marilyn Manson part of the story, the Der Spiegel story, there's 2 paragraphs where it talks about Marilyn Manson, and that I'm very, very acquainted with the Manson stuff, having researched it for 2.5 years and having gotten to know a lot of the main players involved, and former exes of Manson's and things like that, right? Anyway, assistants and so forth. Like I know the Manson story really well, and these things that were written in this article just were absolute BS. There was no way that stuff was true. Not even about whether he abused anyone or anything like that, but just but other stuff that they were saying in the article that's just obviously untrue, and stuff that you could disprove with a simple Google search. Like this article claimed that Manson had recently won a major court case, a trial, that he had recently triumphed in a big trial, and that unfortunately it's not happened. So they were just making up stuff. I don't even know, where they got that. So they're just making up stuff, and they got called out on the carpet for it. And excuse me, they got called out for it. They got a public decision against them by a major German court, and then Till Lindemann's lawyers took that and they publicized it, and it's been bad PR for them. And so Till Lindemann's lawyers have been very aggressive with that. Now, there's some other stuff I want to say about them, but I want to make sure we get to the super chat stuff. I want to address what Dan Campbell said. Don Campbell. Dan Campbell. I got one more super chat too. Nina, I see you. Dan Campbell. Yeah, sorry. Nina, where is your super chat? There we go. There we go. Okay. Nina online says their feelings are facts. People have to deal with distorted perceptions in relationships. So of course they would also happen in public. Right. No, I think it's a good point. So let me address, I tell you what, I need to send Celtic Iron the link. He's coming on, my friend Celtic Iron is coming on in an hour. I'm going to make sure that he has the link, and I'm going to take a quick little break and come back. Quick potty break or whatever term you want me to use. Someone, when I said pee the other day, someone was like, "Oh, she said pee." I was like, "Oh, is that not verboten?" People have different, it's interesting, like people have different opinions on what the proper words are, the socially acceptable words. So like some people don't like pee. Piss, I guess, piss is like, that's really crude, right? Urinate sounds too clinical. I don't know. So I'm just going to disappear for a couple of minutes and come back. All right. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'm going to talk about Dan's question and then more Rammstein. And then if we have some time, get into Manson before Celtic comes on. Okay. Back in a minute. Okay, I am back. I kind of want to put on more makeup. I feel like I look a little washed out. Of course, you all are always going to say nice things, generally speaking. It's either like people being really nice and saying nice things, or people being absolute trolls and being like, oh, yeah, well, let's see. I was trying to think of what the most recent insult that I've gotten on my looks. Oh, the nose thing. So somebody made a joke on Twitter. I posted some video from when I went to Washington and went on Pop Culture Crisis, which was really fun. They're still a new channel, and so they've only been out a year and don't have a huge audience yet, but they're basically a subsidiary of Timcast, of the Tim Pool, and they work for him or with him. And so anyway, it's a new show, really only been out a year, and I was really thrilled that they would have me up there to go on their show. But I posted something about it. Pop Culture Crisis, by the way, check them out. I think that Mary from that show is actually going to come on tomorrow and talk about something controversial, maybe. But I don't know. We'll see. The guest thing, I've invited a lot of different people. And last time I got lucky and Tug came on. It was Tug came on like at 5 a.m. It was funny. Like I loved it. I thought it was great. But I guess he had a late night. And so he came on. It was 5 a.m. my time. Anyway, he came on for a couple of hours, and then Rakita came on at the very end with like 20 minutes left. And part of me wanted to stay on longer because I had never done an interview with him before. I had a conversation, and it was like, I thought it was a really kind of a big deal, but I was so tired. It was the 24th hour. And I was so tired, and I was like, and so he came on with like 20 minutes left because he had been busy and stuff all day, and I think was traveling. But he came on at the very end with like almost no time left, and he said, I can stay on longer if you'd like. And I was like, oh, I'm so tired. Because it does hit you. There's my kitty. It does hit you at the end, that's for sure. Anyway, where was I going with all that? I was talking about how when I posted one of the videos from my appearance on Pop Culture Crisis, someone made a comment about how something like, oh yeah, please watch and contribute to the rhinoplasty fund, which I thought was funny. I think I retweeted it actually. Um, yeah, no, nobody cares what people on Twitter say. I see you. I see the comment. Yeah. No, I mean, obviously I don't, or I wouldn't be doing this. The thing is, of all the stuff, actually the nose is something I'm least insecure about, even though I have a large one. So I have this thing, I weird quirk. I like big noses on people. People can make jokes about, big noses in men, but like, no, seriously, I think that oftentimes when celebrities get nose jobs, I think that they usually had more character to their face and looked, maybe I'm just a weirdo, but I usually prefer the pre-nose job look. I'll give you a few examples of some people. Well, I'll do that a little bit later. But I'll tell you some of them. Gwyneth Paltrow is one. She looked better pre-nose job. Anyway, we'll talk about more later. So Dan Campbell, your question, before I get back to the Rammstein stuff, your question is a good one. And I don't know what the viewers think. I know so his question was, even if someone is assumed to be guilty, like even in the case of someone that most people hate, like Amber Heard, for example, or in the case where someone has done some shady things and been guilty of some infractions, like Ezra Miller, perhaps. I don't know a lot about his story, but Ezra Miller, perhaps. In those cases, is it okay then for society then to play judge, jury, and executioner, so to speak, and cancel that person and for that person not to have a career? In other words, let's say that I believe, as I do, that Amber Heard not only lied about Johnny Depp a lot, but let's say that I believe, as I do, that Amber Heard not only lied about Johnny Depp a lot and constructed this hoax against him and basically tried to ruin him and did like some of the most horrible things that you could imagine. Does that mean that I think that she should be blacklisted from Hollywood and should not be able to make another movie? Like, now, obviously, in a legal sense, of course, she should be able to do whatever, unless the government, and I'll say the government were to find her guilty of I don't know. She never issued a false report? Did she make a false statement to authorities? See, I know it's tricky. It would be tricky to get her on a legal charge, right? Because our law, unfortunately, our law doesn't really recognize defamation as against someone as a crime, even though I think maybe it should be. But let's just say that you have a situation like with Amber Heard where someone is assumed to have done a lot of bad shit, or even a situation like Ezra Miller where there was some court adjudication of something. Should they be canceled professionally? And I think that is such a tricky question. Like I said, legally, like let the courts, deal with that, and either she's going to go to prison or not, or she pays a fine or she doesn't or whatever. But I don't, I think that someone's profession, their art should be separate from that. But do I think that society should continue to promote this woman in any way? I mean, because when someone is a movie star and when they get a big role in something, even if it's a TV show, I know she was on The Stand, right? But when a celebrity gets a bigger role, like the kinds of roles that Amber Heard was getting, I know it's not huge Academy Award winning stuff, but recognized actress up to a certain point, right? And was probably making for her movies, I would imagine was probably making $1 million, maybe, I think. My point is, for someone like that, should they not be in those movies anymore? Should they not have a kind of a platform? Because it gives you a big platform in a way. You're not just promoting the movie, you're kind of promoting yourself and so forth. Like should society give that to her, give that back to her? And I think that that's where it gets thorny, because I don't like the idea of movie studios cutting someone just because the society's trying to cancel them. Like, I didn't like what happened to Johnny Depp. I thought that no matter what was going on there, even with the legal stuff with Amber or whatever, I thought that Warner Brothers should have kept him. So I don't like the idea of canceling people in any way, but I also understand that it is a lot to ask people to go to an Amber Heard movie. Like, I also don't think that we should be shaming people in society into supporting Amber Heard's career. So I guess that's where I would come down on this, Dan. Oh, and I see your other comment. 2 final questions on PayPal nose job example, Anna Kasparian. She looks better before the nose job. Is that what you're saying? Okay, I'll check PayPal right after. Let me finish your question. I appreciate you. Thank you. I just lost where I was. What was I talking about? No, I think it's a lot to ask people to go to let me just put it this way. I think it's a lot to ask people to go to an Amber Heard movie when they can't fucking stand that lady and what she did to Johnny Depp. And so I don't like the idea of movie studios cutting someone. It is true that some of the best artists, not always, but some of the best artists have been absolutely horrible people. Like, there are some great artists, maybe even people that you love, whether we're talking about singers or we're talking about painters or writers or directors. There are movies that you love that today the men who made those movies would be canceled based on today's standards. And there are things that I could tell you about some of the people that you love or you think you love or whose art you love, and you would say, wow, that might even be worse than Amber Heard. That person, what a shitty person, what an awful person. And yet, aren't you glad you have that art? And there is an interesting debate in The Idol. Some of you notice that I have talked a lot about The Idol over the past several months, the HBO TV show that Lily Rose Depp was in, that got so what should I say? Basically pounded into oblivion by the critics. Just every week, the critics were just, oh my God, it's such a horrible show. Oh, you won't believe what they did this time. Oh. But there's actually, when you can get past all of that, and when you can get past some of the obvious attempts at provocation in that show, there are some really deep discussions going on about art and about what generates great art or what generates successful art, and also the moral or ethical weight that great art has when it is weighed against perhaps the horrible biography or even abusive biography of the person who made it, right? And so or some horrible things that had to happen for that person to generate their art. And so they had this conversation about Led Zeppelin and about Robert Plant and about one of the most famous songs that he wrote, All of My Love. And someone talks in the show about how that song was written as a result of Robert Plant's son dying. He lost his son. I can't remember how. I mean, it wasn't some horrible, I don't think it was some horrible thing, but I don't think it was super painful or drawn out or whatever, but it was tragic, obviously. He lost his son. And there's a discussion in the show about would it have been better? Was it better in the end? It's a very kind of perverse question, but it's interesting. Would it have been better in the end for Robert Plant to have lost his son, because that loss generated this song that would reach so many more people and have so much more of an impact, even cumulatively? Was there a kind of equivalency there? Was there a way in which, viewed from a sense of distance, that maybe it made sense? Maybe it wasn't so bad. Maybe it was even a kind of a just bargain or equivalency for him to lose his son, but then create this great work of art that would touch so many more people. Now, I'm sure, a lot of you would disagree with that, and it's complicated, and I don't know how to get into that or wrap my mind around it or whatever. I've had a similar conversation in my mind with myself about Harvey Weinstein, because I believe that Harvey Weinstein did do some shit that he should be punished for. Now, I've said before in my show, I also think that there was some other stuff that people pinned on him, that women pinned on him, that I think it wasn't really assault. I think it was this kind of murkier quid pro quo kind of, is this fully consensual or is it not, or whatever situation. Like, there's a lot of that too. But I do think that the guy harassed a number of women. I don't think he was a good boss in that sense. And also, I do think that he did assault some women. And so I'm comfortable with Harvey Weinstein being punished and having to serve some time in prison. I don't know about the sentence length or whatever. I haven't thought about it, but I'm comfortable with that. But I have asked myself this question before, and this is going to sound in some ways really, I guess, crazy or perverse, but there are a lot of movies that are considered great works of art. You may not like all of them on the list, but great works of art, and some that I think are even like socially, societally, culturally deeply impactful, and some that maybe in some ways have resonated with many, many people in a deep way, right? And will continue to, even after we're dead and maybe our children are dead and our children's children are dead, whatever. There are things in those movies that I think to some degree or other will pass on, will continue to inspire in some way. Now, there are a lot of movies that on this list that I don't think would have been made if Harvey Weinstein had not been involved. And that's a whole other argument, and I don't have time to get into it or whatever, of what ifs, of would this have been made, would Pulp Fiction have been made, or would have come out then, or whatever, right? But I'm just saying, it's an interesting question to ask. When you're looking at the totality of someone, it is very, very hard to weigh in your mind the horrible things that they might have done against this really impactful art that they created or they produced. And I'm not saying that one cancels out the other. I'm not saying that. But I am saying that I do think that there should be a pretty big separation between art and between the rest of life, between legal issues that someone is having, or even there are people who are abusive created art, like Alfred Hitchcock. He apparently harassed at least one, probably more, but at least significantly harassed one of his leading ladies, Tippi Hedren. And there's a whole HBO movie about it, the mother of Melanie Griffith. Like, he would be canceled. Hitchcock would be canceled. And you think about like what he did for cinema, for art, for society in a way, and like how he revolutionized cinema. And I'm not saying, well, that's okay then. They should have just let him continue to go on a harassment spree, right? But I'm just saying that things get thorny. So I guess my answer to you personally is that, Dan, is that I don't think I think the studios ideally should be very hesitant to cancel anyone. But I also think that the studios have a right as well, if they see that there's a person who is deeply unpopular with the public and who's going to kill their film, Like if first of all, Amber Heard, she can't act, right? So she would she would kill a lot of films anyway, being the leading lady. But let's say that you have a role and Amber Heard is up for it, and she would perhaps under different circumstances she'd be really good for it. But the studio executive looks at this and he says there is no way that I can get a bunch of people into the theater to pay their money to see this woman that they detest. So no, we can't. And so that's what I think is that I prefer not to see people's professional lives ruined, even in extreme situations. But I also recognize that Amber Heard, that's exactly what she tried to do to Johnny Depp. So there is quite a bit of karma in this. And also, I recognize that people should not be forced, movie studios and executives and filmmakers should not be forced, and we should not be shamed into going to see a movie we don't want to see. So I don't think that I would never shame someone who says, I don't want to go see a movie with Amber Heard in it. You have every right not to. It's completely rational to not want to see a movie with that woman in it and to not want to support her and give her your money, whatever. It is, right? So anyways, let me see, Dan. Dan, just keep dropping these 10s here. I lost your last chat though. Where did it go? I'm getting to it, y'all. Just a second here. I'm trying to find his. Okay, here we go. Dan says, agreed about Weinstein and possibly Cosby. Guilty, definitely. Weinstein admitted some of it, but not necessarily guilty of everything they were accused of. I think that's probably the case in a lot of these public situations, is that in cases where the men are guilty, like I think Weinstein and Cosby probably are, right? You have some allegations that are true, and then you have some other people that are kind of jumping on, or maybe seeing things in a different light now or whatever. Okay, thank you. And then Nina Online says the butterfly effect. Someone else would have made something great, maybe even one of the victims. Yeah, it could have been. It could have been. That question becomes then more interesting, Nina, if we get away just from Weinstein and we say, okay, let's make a list of like the 500 best directors, best filmmakers in history, and then let's go through and let's cross off everyone who has been guilty of rape is a higher bar, yes, although a number of people's favorites wouldn't be able to make that bar. But let's raise it to, say, sexual harassment or statutory rape, people having sex with teenagers or whatever, right? And when you look at that list of all of these great people, and then you see that you have to cross off like probably 80% of the people on that list, then could we still say, well, yeah, but there's probably other people that could have made art right behind them, other people that could have made art that was just as great or interesting or distinctive. So that's when it starts to get in isolation, like the Weinstein thing. It's like, okay, so these are the movies that he got made, but so what, whatever, right? He did horrible things. But then you look at all of the people in history, even in modern history, that have contributed so much to society in different ways and were dastardly in their private lives and perhaps were even harassing women. Again, I'm not saying this should be allowed to continue. I think one of the positive things that has come from MeToo is that there was some shit that Hollywood needed to clean up. And I'm not saying that it's finished. I'm sure there's a lot of other shit that still needs to be cleaned up. But unfortunately, now we're in a situation where, yeah, there's shit that needs to be still cleaned up. But also now there's a lot of false allegations. There's a lot of Me Too collateral damage. And so it's like now fighting on two fronts, unfortunately, right? It's like, there's still some shitty stuff, I'm sure, going on in Hollywood. And there's still people, assaulting and harassing and whatever. But then now there's all these false allegations. It's like a double bind. Unfortunately, it sucks. But yeah, your point is taken. People get into this. They get into this debate too. This what if when it comes to abortion. I was having a conversation with my mom the other day about this because I've told you before she's very pro-life and she volunteers at like a pro-life business or clinic or something where they counsel women on their options, but the preferred option being not to have an abortion, right? And it's not something like I'm very pro-choice, pro-abortion or whatever, but when you get into these conversations, there's this what if of like, well, what if that fetus that she's aborting would have grown up to be the next Mozart? And the other person is like, yeah, but what if they would have grown up to be like the next, Ted Bundy or Jeffrey Dahmer or whatever? Yeah, you can play a lot of what ifs, right? I always think that's kind of an interesting little debate. Dan Campbell says, so your point is, worded differently, if we want to extra legally deprive someone of a living for their crimes, should we also deprive ourselves of meaningful, enjoyable art? Yeah, well, I guess maybe the way to think about it would be that for me personally, is that in the aggregate, if we are going to cancel everybody that's accused of anything, or even like you're saying, everybody who may have done something that we collectively can decide is bad in their past, if we want to cancel them professionally completely forever, then there is a lot, I believe, cumulatively, probably a lot of great art that we aren't going to be enjoying. And I guess, and I'm not necessarily saying I know how to work that equation out, but I'll tell you, you're also seeing, I think, just a kind of a freezing up of people's creativity, in the sense of people not feeling free to say what they think anymore, or express themselves as they might. I mean, just look at the blowback that The Idol got. Now, I understand The Idol, they were trying to provoke in a way, but after all that blowback, I'm sure that the next time someone wants to put some edgy stuff on camera, they might think twice. They're like, "Whoa, there was that huge social media campaign against that stuff in The Idol, and so I don't want to go there." People are even complaining about the nudity in Oppenheimer. This is something that I think is just an extension of the new Puritanism. Okay, yeah, last comment. Dan says, last comment, Kristen, thanks. If you're not the best, you're one of the top 3. Our judicial system needs people like you in the world. Well, thank you so much, and I really appreciate you for all of these all of your chats and your donations and your comments. And I still have the 2 on PayPal I'm going to get to in a minute. But I want to finish my point, say a few things about Rammstein. And anyway, what was I saying? Oppenheimer. So Oppenheimer has a couple of nude scenes where Frances Pugh, that's how you say it, Florence Pugh, sorry, not Frances, where Florence Pugh is nude from the waist up. You see her boobs, right? And Oppenheimer also is nude from the waist up, but of course, like the men, it's not as noticeable when you see a man completely naked if it's not full frontal. So there's no full frontal for Florence Pugh or for Cillian Murphy in that, right? But there are a couple of scenes where from the waist up they're naked, and you see her boobs. And I have been surprised to see the number of complaints about that online, and even kind of a sense of outrage. And I know we can say, well, it's Twitter, it doesn't matter or whatever, but I think it's interesting. We just came through this stuff with The Idol, right? And with all the criticism that got, to the point where people are trying to cancel it. And now, Oppenheimer, it was a very tame movie sex-wise. And so this was not even a case like of The Idol where they're trying to be really edgy. And yet I saw these different articles and op-eds complaining about the fact that there was nudity, female nudity in the film, that you could see her boobs in the film, and also a gratuitous sex scene that was not necessary. It was too racy. And basically, my point is that you had these different critics who seemed to be claiming that Christopher Nolan was doing some kind of sexploitation film, where you've just got this rampant nudity, just disgraceful nudity. It was even rumored that it was full frontal, but it wasn't. But this rampant nudity, and oh my God, we're having to see Florence Pugh's breasts. Oh my God. And there's a sex scene in it. Well, so when I finally went to see Oppenheimer last weekend, which I will talk about later, and I thought was a really great movie, not maybe in the ways that people expect, but a really great movie. But when I saw Oppenheimer, I was like, this is it? First of all, I mean, the one sex scene, okay, I don't even remember there being a second sex scene. There's like 2 nudity scenes. Maybe I went to get popcorn at some point. I don't know. But the one sex scene that people are freaking out about, yes, you can see they're having sex and she's on top of him. No, you don't see any genitals. And yes, you see her boobs. It's not even like a racy scene. Like they aren't talking dirty to each other, and there's no like noise. They're very quiet. They're just looking at each other quietly while they're having sex. And then at one point, and I understand this was offending some Hindus, but at one point she gets a book, the Hindu sacred text, the Bhagavad Gita, right? And she gets this, and she puts it in front of her chest while they're having sex, and she asked him to read from it. Now, I understand perhaps if you're Hindu, you're conservative, you don't like that and whatever. And I guess there could be a separate conversation that we could have about like sacrilegious, blasphemous content in films. Although you're not going to get far with me on that, but that's a conversation people could have and have had. But this idea that this was just a really sexually degrading scene and that it was pointless, and why did we have to see her breasts and all that? And I'm thinking, we've been seeing women's breasts in films for decades. Are you going to tell me now that now is no longer allowed, and that we're just going to assume now that when we see women's breasts or when we see a sex scene, that it's inappropriate and it's a form of sexism and it's a kind of harassment, or what, all the stuff that they're trying to claim. So I didn't like that. I didn't like that response to Oppenheimer, and I think that there's definitely something going on here with a kind of a new Puritanism. And so anyway, my point is just that art has often had this very uneasy relationship at times with the morals of society. And certainly we can say, like in a case like Amber Heard, that she did something that I think is just objectively horrible and immoral. And I don't think people should have to go see it. But I also, her movies, but I also worry about creating a climate, when we do this many times with many different artists, these cancellations, creating a climate that's just very stifling and where where you can't really be who you are anymore. And Johnny Depp said it really well when he went to Cannes and in that press conference. He said that something to the effect of, I'm paraphrasing him, something to the effect of that there's a tremendous pressure to get in line behind the person in front of you and to conform. And that's not what he wants. He says, that's what you want. Well, fine, have at it, but I'll be elsewhere. I'll be on the other side, right? So anyway, all right. Dan, let me see your other comments very quick. Okay. And by the way, thank you, Marion. I see your donation. Okay, so 2 questions, and thank you for the PayPal. So, Kristen, 2 questions here. What sentences should false accusers face? The same equivalent sentence as the alleged perpetrators or something else? And 2, does it make you happy and excited to see Johnny Depp enjoying himself surrounded by fans? Well, that's the last one's an easy question. Thank you for that. Yes, any time that I can see Johnny Depp happy and enjoying the life that he should have enjoyed prior to this derailment of his life by Amber Heard. I mean, wow, it took years out of his life, almost a decade. So in my opinion, yeah, now that he's cleared, he's spoken out, he went through the whole trial, like he's given interviews, like I think he can put the Amber Heard thing down, honestly. I mean, unless maybe he wants to continue talking about MeToo and what he's been through or what have you. But I mean, I really do think he is over this point in his life, thank God. And so, yes, anytime that I see him living the life that he should have been living for the past, 7 or 8 years or whatever, then that makes me happy. So in my perfect world, if I could, let's say that I could be world dictator, and as world dictator, I could determine the punishment for people who did what Amber Heard did, for instance. Do I believe in a kind of an eye for eye dynamic? I think for me, the degree of premeditation would be important. And that's why when you look at what Amber Heard did and what Evan Rachel Wood did and what some of these other people have done and what Shelby, even with the Rammstein things, continues to do. When someone shows that by premeditation and with consideration that they are continuing over the course of days or weeks, or even in Amber Heard's case, in Evan's case, years, that they are continuing in this destructive behavior, then I think that it really does call for a punishment in kind. And I would like to see, in my sort of perfect world that I would create, I would like to see them suffering similar, I guess, suffering a similar punishment. And so here's where I guess the cancellation thing would get interesting. Is like let's say in my perfect world that Amber Heard would be tried for this hoax that she committed against Johnny Depp, and then her sentence might be something imposed by the court, like you cannot do a movie for a year or two. Like how long did Johnny Depp go without being able to do a movie? What, like 3 years or more? Was it more than that? Court can impose some kind of sentence like that. Or in the absence of that kind of retribution, the court could sentence someone to a year. Like, I don't know. I would look at the number of years that Amber Heard took away from Johnny Depp with all of this. Let's say what it was 7 or 8. And then say, okay, what is a portion of that at least? So that a decent sized portion, so that she will have to experience what she put him through. And so, yeah, maybe like a year in a minimum security prison. I don't know. Maximum security prisons are hellholes. I don't think anybody should be there, right? But maybe like a year in a minimum security prison. Maybe kind of like I see her as akin to Elizabeth Holmes with Theranos. So Elizabeth Holmes, as I understand it, she got an 11-year sentence, or they might have knocked a year off, but like a 10, 11-year sentence. And then as I understand it, she'll end up serving, because of some new legislation that passed in the last few years, she'll end up serving half of that probably. So 6 years in minimum security prison. Yeah, I think something like that. I mean, maybe less time, but something like that. Yeah, for Amber and for these types of offenses. So anyway, interesting question. I don't have like a hard and fast idea about it, but it's definitely an interesting question. It can lead you down some rabbit holes with that too. But thanks again so much, Dan, for all those questions. Nina online says, or Arrested Development, how old are these people? Yeah, I have seen Arrested Development. Yeah, but no, your point, Nina, is well taken. It's that people are complaining about some of this quote unquote offensive or salacious content. And where have they been for the last 20 years? Like seriously, where have they been? Okay. So I'm going to step away for 5 minutes. I am starting to like do a lisp, which so I need to I need to get some more water. I've got a little bit here, but it's kind of nasty or something. I don't know. Maybe it sat out in the sun too long. But I need to get some water, go to the bathroom. My cat is making an appearance. Hey, do you want to say hello? Come here. Yes, there we go. Kitty's here. Kitty's very excited to be here. Yes, you are. Okay. I'm gonna put on a little more makeup just because I really do feel kind of washed out in here. So I'm gonna do that. Anyway, I will be back and I'm gonna put something on, maybe just go for like a 10-minute break here. So I like to put some things on when I take longer breaks for you to watch in the interim. So when I come back, we'll talk more about Rammstein. Celtic Iron will be on in a little while. When he leaves, he's gonna be on about 45 minutes. When he leaves, then I'll go back to talking about Rammstein and Manson. We'll get into some other things. But let's see. I'm going to show you. Well, I'll just go away for 10 minutes. Yeah, that'll be the easiest. Okay, I'll be back in 10 minutes. I will see you then. All right. I am back. Let's see. A little more color on the face. I know some of you said I don't need it, but the lighting at my mom's is not it's not ideal. What I really don't like, if we're critiquing, is how there's this part that's not really doing what I wanted it to, but that's all right. It's a live stream. Expectations are not high. That's what I was saying to my mom. She was worried about making too much noise or whatever and coming through here and disturbing. And I said, it's a live stream. The expectations are really low. I guess they are. Kitty is back. Kitty. Okay. Well, maybe when Celtic comes on, I can obsess over my looks a little more while he's talking. That'll be a nice distraction. Okay. So Rammstein, someone said they wanted an update. They said Australia, but I think they might have meant Austria. Because I don't know of anything. Someone said they wanted an Australia update. I don't even know of anything that's going on in Australia. So you can let me know if there's something I'm not thinking of. But Austria, so there have been some protests. None of them very big. And like I made fun on my channel. I made fun of, ridiculed actually some of the protests at the Rammstein concert so far. They even some of them are even making up little dances. So I showed video. Maybe I'll show that now, actually. You know what? It'll be funny. And it doesn't have a copyright block on it since I already put it on my channel. So let me pull that up. I'm going to show it to you for a few minutes. And that'll be a good segue into talking about the Rammstein thing, is to show you this video I made about some of the some of the protests. Okay, just a second. Okay, so the video I'm going to show you, it's taken from a longer news segment about protests in Bern like a month ago when Rammstein came through there. And so what you're seeing is someone else's news program, but I've come in and I've put in my own comments and captions in color so you can see them. I don't know how funny they are, but I think I got a couple of laughs out of it. So it's not very long. It's like a minute or two. We'll watch it and then come back to this.
Verschwinde Mann! Still! Verschwinde Mann! Das macht sie platt! Marke gibt's in jeder Stadt! Findet man das? Marke gibt's in jeder
On est la semaine, 2 jours, 3 jours après la grève féministe et pourtant, on est encore aujourd'hui, il y a encore 40 000 personnes qui viennent regarder un potentiel violeur, un potentiel agresseur. Et ça, moi, je trouve ça complètement scandaleux et pas acceptable aujourd'hui en 2023.
Non, du tout. Ah non, nous, ça ne nous empêche pas de venir les voir. Hein. On est fans depuis un moment, donc on les suivra toujours.
Über den Protest, schrecklich. Es ist ja gar noch nicht bewiesen. Groupies gibt es überall, Groupies gibt es seit langem Jahr. Tut jetzt so, als ob wir das erst jetzt...
Yeah, that will no doubt show them. So did you like that? Did you like that choreography? That was some great choreography there. Oh, man. Yeah, so, okay, I got clarification on the Australia thing. Robin Redbreast, thank you for clarifying what people were talking about there. Wait, where's your comment? You just explained. It's an extension of all of that dog stuff, the Amber Heard, Johnny Depp dog saga, that I guess she's now being investigated by the Australian. Amber Heard is being investigated by the Australian government for that. So that's continuing. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Robin Redbreast says the Australian government and the FBI are investigating her for perjury related to the dog incident and revelations from the JD trial evidence. Good for them. I mean, look, these women, they so seldom, these types of people, they so seldom have to face the music or face the consequences for what they've done, that even if it seems trivial to some people, it might seem trivial that the Australian government is would be going after her for this. But I say, great, get her on whatever you can. So on the one hand, do I approve of cancel culture? No. Do I want people to be canceled from all jobs, all art? Generally, no. But also Amber Heard, she is such a in some ways, she is such a unique case in that yes, I know there's lots of false allegations and a lot of women make a lot of false claims, but to go to the lengths that she went to, only to be outdone by Evan Rachel Wood, honestly. But those two women and those who conspired with them, the lengths that they went to get these guys, I think there is still more karma to be paid out. And the Australian government, they probably don't appreciate all this bullshit either. Like, they realize now that Johnny Depp basically took the fall for something that wasn't even his fault, while Amber Heard got to sit there in that hostage video that they had to film, looking all pretty and everything. We're so sorry. I'm so sorry that I took Pistol and Boo out of this country. I'm sorry. Don't remember that. And poor Johnny. He just had to sit there, he was thinking like, "What the fuck, dude?" And then at the end, he says, "Declare everything." Johnny Depp was so in that video. I'm trying to call it up. If you just type in Johnny Depp Amber Heard hostage video, it comes up. But what I love in this video is that Johnny Depp, he is so over it. Like, you can see that he's just over all this BS, especially now that we know it was her fault. It wasn't even his fault, right? And so he just sits there through the whole thing. It's like he's clearly refused to say anything. He doesn't want to contribute to this any more than he has to. And so he just sits there, and she's doing her beautiful, "What, me? I'm so beautiful. I would never intentionally do anything wrong or break any rules. Never do that." All right, we'll watch this for a little bit. And so, yeah, so she puts on her little act. And so the government now, the Australian government, they now know that this statement was BS and that she was the one who was at fault and not Depp, and that she knowingly perjured herself. All right.
I am truly sorry that Pistol and Boo were not declared. Protecting Australia is important.
Declare everything when you enter Australia.
Johnny, how are Pistol and Boo?
Online wags say it's a
Declare everything. Declare everything. All right. So interesting. I did not know much about that, but yeah, good luck to the Australian government if they can get her on anything. She has the karma coming. She deserves it. And I'm definitely not in the camp with those who say that Amber Heard does not deserve the public, I guess the public opprobrium that she has received, the distaste with which almost everyone views her. She does deserve that. Now, this question of whether someone should be canceled professionally from all their work automatically because of stuff like this, I don't know. But like I said, premeditation is really important. And the fact that this is premeditated, that she engaged in this, it wasn't just some, spur of the moment decision. Like, oh, I'm going to accuse him of this once. And then I said it once and it just got out of control. It's like, no, she persisted on and on and on, even to the point of writing that op-ed that he ended up suing her for. So people have to remember that we're not just talking about defamation, and we're not just talking about one moment maybe where these ladies, whether we're talking about Amber Heard or Evan Rachel Wood, they just slipped up and things got away from them. They just said something they shouldn't have said. We're talking about cold-blooded, calculated, premeditated over the course of weeks and months, and yes, even years, this concerted effort to ruin these men for things they didn't do. So yeah. Okay. So talking about the Rammstein stuff, back to the Rammstein stuff. So yeah, they've been meeting different, they're being met with different protests, and the protests are never very large. For instance, the media tried really hard to say that the Berlin protest was 300 people. And I talked to people who were there, including a guy named Max, who he has a YouTube channel where he looks at the Rammstein stuff as well, but he went to the Berlin show and he saw the protests firsthand, and he said that if there were 100 people there, it would probably be too much. It would be surprising, because he felt like most of the time there were barely even 100 people there, and the media tried to turn that into, a 300-person protest, which actually that's not even that big, right? Compared to what, the like 80,000 people who came out to see see Rammstein. And so, yeah, they've been dealing with that. The band has been dealing with that. And then there was this latest accusation in Austria, which I see now. Someone just sent me an article. Till Lindemann is being accused now of ridiculing the latest accuser. Says, where is it? Lindemann mocked alleged victim in Vienna. Mocked. Now, what they're talking about is that, and look, this is something that I really respect that Lindemann is doing. He has not come out and given an interview, and that may happen in time. As you know, I really think that that's what Manson should do. They are in different situations, and Manson's in a lot deeper shit, unfortunately. But I would love to see Till Lindemann do an interview, but in the absence of that, he is doing something that I think is nice, and he is addressing some of this, at least briefly, in changes that he's making to the lyrics of some of these songs that he sings in his concerts. And it's really a bridge too far, a step too far, to say that he is ridiculing any victims. As far as I've heard, the only songs that he's changed the lyrics to 2 songs. One song, the lyrics are supposed to go something like this: "And the birds don't sing anymore." I think it's like a song about sadness or something, right? And so the lyrics are, "The birds don't sing anymore," and he changed the lyrics in his previous performances, like the last 2 or 3 performances that he's been doing. Lindemann, when he's singing the song, he changes the lyrics to something like, "And the singers don't fuck anymore," or "The rock stars don't fuck anymore." And so if that's ridicule, I mean, he's not calling out anyone in particular. He has the right to, but he's not calling out anyone in particular, any accusers. He's just making a kind of a joking reference to this ridiculous situation that he's been put into now, where he's expected not to have sex. And then the other lyric that he's changed was, there's a song where he says, the chorus is something like, "Everybody's afraid of the black man." I don't even know the context for it. I'm not sure if it's a song about racism or there's something else. I think it's something else. But anyway, the song is, "Everybody's afraid of the black man." And so the last few times he's been performing, he has changed that to, "Everybody's afraid of Lindemann." And to the point now where when he does these performances, the crowd knows the new lyrics. And so like the last performance that he did, when he gets to that part, "Everybody's afraid of," and then the crowd goes, "Lindemann." And so the crowd's even in on it now. But it's a really subtle thing to do, but at the same time, it gets a lot of attention. And I think it is his way of saying that you're not going to get me down with this stuff, that I think it is ridiculous. And so is he ridiculing individual accusers? Is he ridiculing the Vienna accuser? No. He is responding in one of the few ways that he can. He is responding to this ridiculous, this ridicule-worthy situation that he's been placed in. And earlier, I was talking about his attorneys, Schwartz Bergman and how I think they've been really aggressive and really on top of this stuff. And I wasn't able to finish what I was saying. I got on another track, but I'm impressed that not only are they going after media entities like Der Spiegel and the Mirror, but they're also giving interviews. These 2 lawyers, Christian Schertz and Simon Bergman, they are giving interviews, extensive interviews to the media. And they are saying a lot about this situation and about the position that their client is in, and talking also more generally, almost philosophically, about these MeToo hoaxes and this situation that we're in now in modern society, where people can be ruined by a collusion of false accusers and the media, who are all too willing to aid and abet these kinds of defamation. And so you can find these interviews online. Maybe I'll look at them sometime soon in one of my videos, but you can see one of the interviews with Simon Bergman, and then another with Schertz, I think was an interview that he gave to Cicero, is that the title of it? I believe. Anyway, and what they talk about in these interviews is they talk about how the strategy is very clear on the part of these journalistic entities that they do a very cold-blooded, ruthless calculation, and they say to themselves, so like Der Spiegel, for instance, when they're about to put out unsubstantiated information or unsubstantiated claims, assertions, they say to themselves, and this is what Lindemann's lawyers have said in these interviews, they say to themselves, well, we can't prove this, or it's unsubstantiated, or it's problematic, but what are the chances that this person is actually going to sue us? It costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to sue us. That's one of the things that Schertz said in this interview, is that it will cost a client just to go after one newspaper or one magazine, one news source. It can cost a client into the 6 digits just to do that. We're not talking about all of the larger legal issues that these men face when they're accused of this type of stuff. But just in terms of what it costs to actually go after one specific journalistic entity like Der Spiegel for libel or for defamation, it can easily cost into the 6 figures. And so what the attorney was saying, what Till's attorney was saying in this interview, is that these journalistic entities, they have a very, very low bar, really no bar, almost no standard for the claims that they make. And they don't have to, because they are almost never called to account for those claims. Every now and then you'll have a celebrity who, to make a point, will sue. So like, for instance, George Clooney has sued before when pictures of his children were published. You're not supposed to publish the photos of children in these tabloid photos. George Clooney has sued, and people have sued at times, like members of the royal family, as we know, have sued for stories that they say are false, or for the illegal obtaining of those stories or information or what have you, right? But generally speaking, Till's attorney said in this interview, people do not sue. And so there's this cold calculation that is made by these journalistic entities that, okay, they're probably not going to sue us because it's too expensive and it's too hard and the road is too uncertain. And so then but if they do, then that's no big deal. Okay. Because basically there's not many people, we don't have to worry about too many people suing us, right? Like if everybody were to sue, which would be great, if like suddenly everybody that was lied about in a magazine or news article were to sue, then yeah, maybe it would hurt, right? In the aggregate, like, oh my God, we got all these people suing us now, we've got to clean up our act or whatever. But because almost no one ever does, because the bar is so high and because it's so expensive, then you get a situation where the media can say and print anything, and they don't have to care if it's credible or true, or even passes a basic rationality test, right? And so what's so interesting about what Schertz Bergman, what they're doing, is they are going after some of these magazines and newspapers. And I do think that the media, they're feeling a little bit of fear perhaps with that, or a little bit of trepidation, because I don't see where we're seeing the same number of articles coming out about Lindemann as we would have seen in the past, particularly with this new allegation in Austria. I understand some people are reporting on it, but it's not really getting the play that I would have thought it would. And so I'm just wondering if this is a kind of a deterrent, if his lawyers have been somewhat successful in this attempted deterrence. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe to a degree, people are just getting tired of the story. But I thought that was interesting. And then in these interviews, Lindemann's lawyers have also talked about how Weinstein is used as a kind of a focal point to make people think that all of these cases are just like Weinstein. In other words, if the media can bring Weinstein up every time they bring up one of these allegations against one of these other people, and group them in, lump them in with Weinstein. And Weinstein, again, is someone that everyone has decided is guilty and a monster and all of that, right? And the person who's basically kind of started the modern MeToo movement in a way. If allegations can be associated with him, lumped in with him, then people will be more likely then to believe those allegations and to think badly of the accused, right? And so it's not just a story then about Till Lindemann, But if you can put in your story, this outcry over Till Lindemann's behavior is a result of the changes in public opinion since Me Too, when Harvey Weinstein, blah, 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 right? And so a lot of these articles that you see, they'll kind of harken back to Weinstein as a way of sort of instant credibility. And so that's one of the things that his attorney, Lindemann's attorney, said in this article as well, this interview. And also talked about just the amount of money that it takes to fight these kinds of allegations. And he talked about this strange notion that when a rock star has sex with a quote unquote groupie, that it's got to be assault or harassment or something because of the power imbalance. And his lawyer was saying, anytime, and I've said this before as well, anytime you have a rock star or a movie star or a celebrity or a powerful man or a wealthy man dating someone who is ordinary or who isn't a celebrity or who doesn't have a lot of her own money, then you're always going to have a power imbalance in that way, in that respect. There's always going to be this perceived power imbalance. And so have we decided now in society, have we decided that a movie star cannot date anyone other than other movie stars? And I guess it can't be it has to be someone who's on the same level of stardom too, because if you have like an A-list celebrity and that A-list celebrity wants to date like a D-list celebrity, like whatever the hell is going on with Timothy Chalamet and Chalamet and what's her name? Kylie Jenner. And yes, I still do consider Kylie Jenner D-list, even though she has a company. Yes, I know that's worth $1 billion and she gets all this media and all that. I understand, but I'm sorry. She's still D-list to me. Sorry, Kylie, but that's how I think of you. All right. So like people saying that Timothy Chalamet and Kylie Jenner are dating and there's these pictures of them driving around, LA together or whatever. And so like maybe she should not be dating him because there's a power imbalance there. Oh, awesome. Thank you. My mom actually brought me some food. You don't want to go on camera, I guess, right now. She brought me some cheese toast. Yeah. You all like cheese toast? Not the most nutritious thing I know, but you get a little protein with the cheese, right? But we're going to have something, you'll be able to see it too. We're going to have a cooked roast tonight with gravy and rice and beans and different things. So it'll be good. I can torture you all later on with that. My mom likes to cook a lot when I come and visit. What can I say? I've told her many times, do not cook when I come to visit. I'm sure some of you can relate. You don't like when you go home, if you, God bless you, if you're lucky like me and you still have a parent who's alive, in a home you can go to, you go home and they want to cook for you and, just make you feel like you're a kid all over again. But then I feel bad. I feel guilty. I'm like, don't cook for me. But she says she wants to, so she cooks for me. So I don't know. So those of you who've just tuned in, I'm at my mom's house. And so that's why there's this delightfully decorated room behind me. So this house has an interesting architectural style in that the house itself, it's not a big house or anything. I don't, I never know when to tell people, like when people say like what size is a house, because it's all relative, right? But I think it's about it's not huge. It's about 2,000 square feet, but it has and most of the rooms are small, but it has this one room that I'm in with really high ceilings. So the way the house is designed is that there's one room in the house. The rest of the rooms have low ceilings, but there's one room in the house, this living area, that has really, really high ceilings. And it's amazing how height really tricks you into thinking that an area is bigger than it is. Because if you didn't have this tall roof in here, it's not really a big room, but you have that tall roof and it just really opens everything up. So yeah, so we've got this interesting construction here. You can see with it's a really tall roof all the way up there. And then somehow somebody got a fan up there. I don't know how. Anyways, but I was going to see if Celtic was on yet. He may stand me up. You never know. In the porn worlds, they are always on call. And so let's say that there are people, in a scene and one of the hot guys doesn't show up, so they need another hot guy with a dick, right? Show up for this scene. So sometimes he does get like these emergency calls. I'm serious, he does. Sometimes he gets these emergency calls. But I might have told him, actually might have told him another 15 minutes. I can't remember if I told him 1 or 1:30 his time. So anyway, he might be late. Okay, let's see. But yeah, I was talking about Rammstein, and I think their lawyers have been really impressive getting out there, giving these interviews, and not just going after, and yes, going after Shelby in a way too. Like they've sent cease and desist letters to Shelby, to Kayla Shikes, and both of them have moaned about it. Oh, how dare he send us cease and desist letters? You know, what do you expect when you're trying to destroy this guy? But anyway, his lawyers have been taking care of business, and so I hope that it continues, and it's good to see. So let's see, I'm going to step away for a bit. I'm going to eat this, and I thought Celtic would be here, but I might have messed up the times. I'm not really sure. Give me 5 minutes. I'm going to put on some alternative entertainment here, though, while we're doing that. 1 second. I won't take so many breaks normally, but I need to eat this sandwich, and I thought Celtic would be back. So what I want to do, some of you have probably already seen this, but I want to show you just a little bit of a segment from Pop Culture Crisis, the show that I went on the other day. I went all the way up to Washington, D.C. Well, actually Maryland. They're like an hour outside of Washington, but basically it's Tim Pool's company, his media company. So it's Timcast. It's a Timcast show, and it's one of their newer shows. And I had a great time. So anyway, while I eat this sandwich, I'm going to put this on, replay a bit of it, and then when I come back, I will check out your super chat, whoever just posted that. All right. So I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Enjoy this clip, and I'll be back.
Talk about me on YouTube. So tell everyone first the majority of the things you cover.
All right. So I started my channel 2.5 years ago. And at the time, I can talk about this later. At the time, I was an English professor. And so I started the YouTube channel because I didn't know what I wanted to really do with it, but I was interested in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard situation. And so at that point, we were about a year out from the trial. And so I started covering that, definitely Team Johnny. And I would say about 3 weeks after I started that channel and started covering the Depp stuff, the Marilyn Manson scandal broke. And so you had that day in February 2021 when Evan Rachel Wood and a bunch of other women came out online same time in a kind of coordinated hit against him. And so I started covering that because I thought that was interesting. And he's Johnny Depp's best friend. I don't know if people know that or not. And so I started covering that. And then I just kind of, I guess you could say I sort of acquired a reputation as a kind of a culture warrior for falsely accused men falsely accused of MeToo scandals, infractions. But I do other stuff on my channel. I have philosophy videos, I have film analysis. And so it's not something that I intended to do, but that's what it's evolved to be. And of course, there are so many Me Too scandals now.
It seems to be an epidemic.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's working for me. I guess I'll just, as long as there are false accusations and Me Too scandals, then I'll be making the videos.
Hold off on the Tony. Actually, read that one. But after this, guys, we're going to hold off on the $20. We will read the $20 super chats after this portion. Go for it.
Tony Rivera just said,
There it is. There it is. Oh, I'm gonna like it. I forgot. I can like the super chats now. I keep forgetting you can do that now, which is just weird.
So we covered Johnny Depp when the trial was going on. It was only like an hour away from here, actually, in Fairfax County.
Yeah.
And I wanted to know, since we're sympathetic to Johnny Depp's side of the issue, it's more interesting to ask you, like, why are you Team Johnny?
So I could give you a number of reasons, but for me, and I think for the majority of Johnny Depp supporters, it comes down to those leaked audio tapes between him and Amber Heard. And they ended up being entered into trial. So if people watch the trial, they might remember this. But there were conversations that were taped between Amber and Johnny. Apparently they would record their conversations because they were having difficulty like in figuring out who said what. I mean, we all understand
that,
right?
Wasn't surreptitious
No,
recording.
she knew it was being recorded. She
That
knew.
makes it even crazier.
It
to me.
is. It's crazy because
I didn't know that.
Yes.
They were told to
Yes.
do this by what, like a couples therapist or
Yes,
something?
it was a part of their therapy.
Between that and Jonah Hill, these therapists are just ruining everybody's lives.
Right?
These
Like,
therapists don't know what they're doing.
if your relationship's on the rocks, maybe don't go to couples therapy.
not okay. Maybe it's just LA therapists, right? Like they've
They're
got such an
absolutely
abundance
unhinged.
of clients out there that they just tell them whatever they need to tell them. So you're covering Johnny Depp,
Right.
And then of all of these cases, which one do you think is obviously the Johnny Depp one? I think is the biggest right now.
Right.
What is the most shocking revelation that you've seen from one of these cases?
Well, I think that the Marilyn Manson case, I know it's complicated for people because of his public image, and there are a lot of people who are like, I'm not into that, not into him. But when you actually dig into it and look at what has happened to him and the hoax, the levels to which Evan Rachel Wood and her co-conspirators went to frame him, it's astounding. So I think probably the most astounding aspect of the Manson case is the fact that Evan Rachel Wood and her girlfriend at the time and co-conspirator faked an FBI letter. They actually typed up a fake FBI letter for her to enter into a custody dispute that she was having with the actor Jamie Bell. So there's a whole dimension to this Manson stuff that actually is not even really related to Manson. She also was basically trying to withhold Jamie Bell's son from him. And of course, she recently lost custody of her child.
And still tried to like turn the narrative on that in the media.
Tried to say it was Manson's fault.
She's on the run from Marilyn Manson's secret agents in Nashville.
That's right. That is right. And
Ugh.
so to me, and so anyway, so she and her girlfriend typed up this fake FBI letter to give it to Jamie Bell, her baby daddy, in order to explain to Jamie Bell why he couldn't see his son, because she was part of an investigation, an FBI investigation into Marilyn Manson. And so they had to hide out from Marilyn Manson. And so this was all exposed in court, in the court custody hearings, and Jamie Bell recently gained full custody of the kid. But this is just one example of craziness.
I want to ask you to do your best devil's advocate for both Amber Heard and Evan Rachel Wood.
It's like the idea that you're on the run from Marilyn Manson is ridiculous.
It is, well, it is ridiculous in a number of ways. And, you know, it was beyond that. She was claiming that she had to get bulletproof glass in her house, and she had to hire, there was one article where it talked about how she'd hired a Navy SEAL to to protect her.
All right. There we go. Yeah, the Navy SEAL. Now that's she didn't stick with, Evan did not stick with that line, I don't think, in any other interview. I think it was just that one. I think that was one of her Rolling Stone interviews though. And she herself, I mean, they were paraphrasing. She herself is not quoted as saying that there's a Navy SEAL protecting her, but the article asserts it. You know, I guess clearly based on things that she had told them, that she had that Evan had a Navy SEAL defending her. So, yeah, so Rammstein, I think that, fingers crossed, I think that they're going to make it. And what do I mean make it? I mean, I think that they're not going to be canceled. Now, I had a little this headphone has the cord has this kink in it. I'm trying to work out. Anyways, get my S&M friend is coming later. You know, the girl who started her own channel, the Kinky Connoisseur. Yeah, that's right. I call her my S&M friend. I actually never met her, but she started talking on my channel about some of the S&M allegations against Marilyn Manson, Brian Warner, and then she started her own channel. So anyway, she might be coming on later tonight as well. If you're not already watching, hello, hello, Lisa. Yeah, I think that Rammstein, I think they're going to make it. And by that, I mean, they're not going to be canceled. And I got into a little bit of a debate, maybe you could call it, not even really that, discussion with a Rammstein fan who was saying, well, even if they're not canceled and even if they're allowed to continue the tour, what has already happened has been enough to really hurt Till Lindemann. Like, he's going to have issues for years now with this in terms of, well, like getting his poetry published. You know, he was dropped by his publisher. and perhaps in terms of challenges that he's going to face with his other band, Lindemann. The band's called Lindemann. With his other band, are they going to have issues and stuff? And so, I mean, look, it's definitely not a good thing anytime something like this happens. It causes problems. It causes, I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that he's going to have to work out, or he's been dropped from some companies and what have you, and opportunities that he's not going to get. But as far as attempted cancellations go, they've really been fortunate. Rammstein and Lindemann have been fortunate that this thing is not fully ignited. And what I mean by that is they are still lacking the opposition, or the accusers, or the people who want to get Rammstein. They are still lacking a credible accuser who will put their name to their story. Yes, Shelby has put her name to it. She's not credible for reasons we've talked about before. Kayla Shikes has put her name to it, but she doesn't really allege anything. She never even met Till Lindemann. And so then you have a handful of these other stories that, I mean, some in the German media have alleged that there are numerous women who haven't come forward, who they've heard from, but we don't know what that means. And the stories that they have reported, like I said, they sound like BS. And so I guess what I'm saying is this, that I think what has kept Rammstein from getting canceled is that they do not have a credible seeming person, like, for instance, Evan Rachel Wood was perceived as being credible, and still by a number of people, unfortunately, is, people who don't know better. But unlike the Manson case, Rammstein has not had a credible woman put her name to real allegations. And so, yes, if there were allegations of drugging, that would be a problem, but they're not credible. And Shelby has backed away from even making those allegations. Nobody still has actually come out and claimed that Till Lindemann or anyone in Rammstein or the crew drugged them. They still haven't, even though these stories, and this is such a great lesson in the modern media and from a philosophical perspective in the ways that these types of stories can take off in the media without any kind of foundation of truth. So you have the hyper reality, right? Like the philosopher Baudrillard wrote about. The philosopher who inspired The Matrix, the movie The Matrix. You have the hyper reality of what is said in the media. You have the unreality, the false reality, the hyper reality of the allegations in the media, and the headlines about drugging and possible drugging and allegations that he drugged people and all that. But then what you're lacking is the reality behind the hyper reality. There is no there, because when we get down to it, Shelby has backed away from any of those allegations. Nobody else has made them. You've got a couple of anonymous women who have talked anonymously to German news. Of course, the German news claims that they signed an affidavit or whatever, although that's another thing that Lindemann's lawyers have called into question. Apparently, there were some issues with the supposed affidavits that some of these journalistic outlets claimed that these women signed. So some of these women that they anonymously interviewed, or they published anonymously, we don't know who they are, right? And these news outlets like Der Spiegel claimed, well, they signed these legal documents, which sounds really fishy to me, because the documents state that if they ever went to court with these allegations and these allegations were false, that they could be on the hook legally. So to me, that's really kind of a strange document to sign, because you're not signing a document, as I understand it, you're not signing a document that says what I'm saying is the truth, and I could go to jail if it's not. No, you're signing this thing as like basically saying it's true, and if I were to go into court and make these claims, then I could be accountable. Maybe there's some legal angle with the German law that I'm not getting here, but it sounds like basically a loophole, to where the German media can say, oh, we met this basic requirement of having these anonymous witnesses sign off on their testimony. And they could get in trouble with the court, but then there's this like fine print. Basically, it's like, well, only if they submitted this in court. They're not submitting it in court, though. That's the whole point. They're not submitting it in court. They're submitting it to Der Spiegel and these other German outlets. But anyway, My point is, though, you've not had an Evan Rachel Wood type come forward, and thank God for Rammstein that they haven't, but they haven't. And so it does remain a couple of loopy people like Shelby and, well, Kayla Shikes. I don't know if she's loopy or she's just an opportunist, but you have these couple of non-credible Kayla Shikes and Shelby and aren't even really alleging anything, right? And then you have some of these anonymous allegations that are more serious, some of them, a few of them in the media, but they're not putting their names to it. And so that is why the Rammstein stuff, even though I know it's been a big story in some of these news outlets and so forth, it's just, it's not quite caught fire. And that's great. Because what I was afraid would happen, I was afraid that we would see a scenario very much like what we saw with Marilyn Manson. And I'm sorry, I did forget someone's super chat here. So maybe a couple of them. So let me go back and then I'll continue my point. All right, do ex machina. Am I saying that right? I always forget how you say that. Is it machina or machina? I used to think, okay, when the movie Ex Machina, whatever, however the fuck you say that, when that movie came out, great movie, by the way. Do you remember that movie about the guy who builds a female appearing AI? It's like, it looks like a beautiful woman, and then he tries to fool one of his employees with it, and the employee falls in love with the robot. But then it turns out that the robot's just been using him to try to get out of its cage or whatever. Yeah, I just spoiled the whole movie there, but it's way more interesting than I just described it. Believe me, check it out if you haven't already. Ex Machina. Anyway, I was so proud of myself for saying Ex Machina, but then a professor that I know who's better educated than I am, she said Ex Machina. So I was like, oh shit, that's one of these cases where I think I'm being sophisticated by saying it a certain way, and it turns out, no, actually the more obvious way of saying it was the right way. So I don't know. Somebody tell me, is it do ex machina or do ex machina? Somebody tell me. Okay. I know it's not do ex machina, though. I can tell you that. All right. So have you seen the Fron 100 Gala with Shelby speaking? Yeah. So this is something I have not seen. Somebody, just because unfortunately there's a lag with me because I'm not a German speaker and I don't get the German news as quickly or whatever. But there are a couple of people who keep me informed. And so one of them just sent this to me. And what I'd like to do is, we can watch it on here in a little while, but I need a few minutes to get it prepped and everything, but I am aware of it and I would like to talk about it. Well, yes, Shelby is not going to give up. I think what we see here is that this girl is determined to get her 15 minutes of fame. And so she is going to milk it for everything that it's worth. And I guess she's going to go wherever anyone will let that crazy bitch talk. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how else to say it, but I guess, yeah. So as long as there are people who are willing to listen to her and are willing to sit there and nod and say, oh, you're so brave. You're so brave, Shelby. And oh, those horrible Rammstein guys and the patriarchy. And oh my God, 60-year-old Willie. Ah! I'm still not over that comment. I am, on behalf of Till Lindemann and all people who are 60 years old and over, I am outraged over that 60-year-old Willie comment because it's just so blatantly ageist. Like, it's just like, you can't make fun of somebody because of their race, nor would you want to. You can't make fun of somebody because of their gender, their sex, nor would you want to, or their sexual orientation or whatever. Like, we're not even supposed to use the word gay in the sense of something being dumb. Like when I was growing up, it was totally acceptable to say, oh, that's so gay. And it wasn't really an insult per se at homosexuals, but it was just a kind of an understanding that homosexual men are some of them are more into frilly, girly stuff than your average heterosexual straight man. And so if you wanted to say that something was kind of effeminate or something was very florid or girly or pretty or whatever, and you would say, oh, that's so gay. And yes, it was a derogatory term. Here's my point, though. Like, there are all these things that you can't say now. and because we don't want to insult people, hurt their feelings or whatever, but it's just totally acceptable to rag on people for their age and to insult them mercilessly because of their age, and to even like insult their dick. It's 60-year-old Willie, 60-year-old Willie. You know, and I'm only 42, and I'm thankful that I look younger than that. And we'll talk about my skincare routine later because there are reasons. Although I'm still not happy with this lighting. I don't like this lighting. Better light. I'm going to work on that in a minute. No, but I do not appreciate the way age is brought into all of this, and that it's just automatically, if you're an older guy, then you're just automatically gross. And why would any woman in the right mind want to you and a 60-year-old Willie and all of that? I just hate it. And I think Till Lindemann is a really good looking guy, and I am not coming on to him here. Okay, I don't want to be perceived that way. But I just want to go on the record, and I'm not in an open relationship or whatever, right? So I'm not hitting on it. But I want to go on record as saying that if I were not in a committed relationship, I would not even think twice about having sex with that guy. And I don't even just mean like as Till Lindemann. I mean, obviously, yes, there's the whole rock star thing going on there too, which makes it a lot more appealing. No, but I just mean, like, I think he's a nice looking guy. I don't know. And of course, I dated older men when I was younger. The guy that I'm with now and have been with for years, he's my age. But I've talked before about how when I was in my early 20s, I dated a man who was in his 40s. And he ended up getting sick, actually dying of cancer. So, you know, the thing that people like to joke about, like, oh yeah, you know, if you date an older guy, one day you'll be changing his diapers. Ha 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 ha. Well, that's really not like funny. I mean, okay, make your jokes, but like yeah, it's sad. That is one of the things that you take on. We take on an older guy. Now, who would have expected that to happen in his, you know, his late 40s or early 50s? I mean, he got cancer. It wasn't old. It wasn't old age, right? And I was very happy to do that. And I think he was glad that he had me there and all of that. Right. But my point is just like, I've never seen older men as being gross. And I think a lot of women like older men. And I don't like this thing of like, it's just okay now to insult people for their age, especially if they're men. Now, don't insult a woman if she's older. Don't you think about doing that, because that is sexist and horrible and ageist. But you can insult a man's age as much as you want. You can insult a 60-year-old Billy and all of that. People are not going to care. So anyway. Okay. Did I overlook someone else's comment? I think I did. So yes, I will check that out. We'll look at that in a little while. What you brought to my attention, the Shelby interview. But yeah, she's gonna get all that she can. I bet it kills her. I bet it kills Shelby to see that the focus might be shifting away from the Rammstein thing, or that interest in it might be receding or lessening. And it kills a lot of these activists too, who are also making money from it. Get to that in a second. Nina Online says, people confuse power with agency. People can't quit a job if the kid would go homeless. People can't leave social situation if they are drugged, trapped, threatened, manipulated, not because they're in awe of celebrity. So yes, if someone is drugged, I agree with you that if someone is drugged, if they're drugged, or if they're literally trapped or whatever, or if they're blackmailed or something, then these are not acceptable. But I don't like the idea, and I think you and I are on the same page. I don't like the idea that because someone is older, or because they have money, or because they have this perceived social status, that the other person doesn't have some agency or some sense of free will. You know, it's one thing, yes, if you're drugged, you're literally trapped, imprisoned, if you're being blackmailed or whatever, right? Then yes, I agree. There's coercion going on there. It's not free will. But like in the case of some of these women, no one stopped them, right? Kayla Shikes, she was brought to a party. She didn't even see Till. She said, "I want to leave." It took what was her beef was that they didn't do it immediately. But I mean, there was nobody was trying to like keep her there so she could be sexually assaulted by Till. It was just a lot of craziness. And so I think that people need to understand that there's a kind of a range when we talk about agency and power. It's not black and white. It's not like he has all the power and she doesn't have any. I mean, actually, a woman in these situations has a great deal of power, even if Till is a rock star, because a woman can do exactly what we're seeing women doing now. And I think unjustifiably so. But, you could look at some of what's happening now in the rock industry, particularly with these groupie stories and with some of these issues related to rock stars and sex. It's kind of like the revenge of the groupies, right? I mean, because these guys are getting in trouble for things that I don't think are legit. But full stop on that. And yet also you could say that there was that when you mess with or engage in sexual activity with or in sexualized situations with or parties or whatever with so many women, particularly maybe some of the women who are really attracted to certain types of music. That's not an insult to the Rammstein or Marilyn Manson fans, but I'm just saying that it's a different crowd than the Josh Groban set. It's not crazy to say at some point probably you're going to run into some problems, right? And so do I agree that could I concede that in the rock star groupie dynamic there was kind of a powder keg? It was like a bomb waiting to go off in a way. Sure, and I'm surprised actually that more guys have not gotten hit. I mean, Jimmy Page and Mick Jagger and so forth, right? But at the same time, we can look at that and we can say, well, yeah, maybe it was inevitable that at some point this would cause a problem. Or like with the Marilyn Manson thing, maybe if you spend decades cultivating an image of yourself for yourself in the public mind of being this deranged, dangerous person, then eventually someone's going to believe it. As much as I see that there's a certain cause and effect there, and I recognize that, I also think that it is still terribly unfair that these men are being accused of and canceled for things that I don't believe that they did. So and Simon Bergman, Till Lindeman's lawyer, basically said this in the recent interview. He said, basically, is there a discussion that one could have about whether it is an ideal or totally healthy situation for a rock star to be having sex with groupies? Like, is that what, if I had a daughter, would I want her to be Till Lindeman's groupie for the night? Personally, no. But at the same time, there are all kinds of behaviors in society that we allow people to take part in and engage in that may not be great for the other person or great for themselves or healthy for society or whatever. But we understand that there is a very significant line between those behaviors and things like assault, abuse, criminal behavior, some of the things that you just mentioned, even the drugging, entrapping, blackmailing, what have you, right? And so that is what I want, is I want for, I don't like the blurring of the lines, and I don't like for some things that are not serious getting mixed in with other allegations that are serious, and sort of the definitions of these things changing. And also, I don't like a situation where women seem now in today's modern society with modern media and some of these modern dialogues that women are not held to account for their own agency and the choices that they made. And I've said it before, I remember being a teenager and I remember being a young woman, and yes, I didn't have as much life experience as I now have, but I had enough life experience to be an adult and to have agency and to make my own choices, I mean, nobody ever has as much life experience as they're going to have one day. But we in society, we recognize, and it's different ages in different countries, yes, but we recognize that there is something that occurs in mid to late adolescence, depending on the country you're in, different views, maybe culturally, some people advance more than others faster, but that there is something that happens in mid to late adolescence after which we can say this person is an adult. They may not be, loaded with all the information they'll ever need to never make a mistake in their life, but they're an adult and they can have sex, and they can have sex with 60-year-old Willie, or they can turn down 60-year-old Willie or whatever, and they can stand in row zero at a concert, what have you. But I almost think, you guys and ladies, I think that the way that so many people are starting to regard adolescence, even late adolescence, even when we're well into what should be considered the adult years, 18, 19, 20, 21, early 20s, there are people who think that even when you're in your mid to late 20s, that you're still a child. And I guess that one thing that really bothers me is people are talking about consent and about age as if a woman should not have sex unless she is armed with all of the wisdom that she will acquire throughout her life. In other words, when I was 22 years old and I was in a relationship with a 45-year-old man, that was him taking advantage of me, and that was a kind of assault in some people's minds because I didn't have all of the knowledge and the wisdom that another 20 years or whatever would have given me. Well, that's true, but I just don't agree that that is the standard that we all have to abide by. Who made that decision? Where along the way was it suddenly decided that women can only have sex with men who have similar amount of wisdom or life experience or what have you? I always thought that the reason why society was against underage sex and statutory rape is because we didn't want is not because there's something magical that happens between 16 and 17 or 17 and 18, but that we recognize that when you start to 13-year-old or a 14-year-old or a 15-year-old that there we're starting to get kind of into a zone where it is more childlike, right? Or where we're not really sure where that line is. And so so we know there's a line somewhere, we don't know what it is. And so we decided as a society to say, well, we'll make the late teens okay because we know that that's good enough. We may not know between 15 or 16 or whatever, like when exactly someone is able to have sex. And we may never know if a 20-something-year-old is totally ready to have sex. But like we've determined that as long as it's above 16 or 17 or 18 or whatever it is, then we're comfortable saying okay. And so I feel like what's happened is that now society is not comfortable with that anymore because society now believes that you should not, it's almost like society that people now believe that you should not learn about sex while you're having sex, that you should not enter into sex until you know already the ins and outs of everything. And I'm not just talking about basic stuff, which I agree, with like pregnancy prevention and STI reduction and stuff, but like also like the way that someone can emotionally manipulate or emotionally suggest or put pressure, or if I do this, after I do it, I might actually feel bad because I realize that guy doesn't want a relationship and he just wanted to have sex with me. And I actually kind of want more, but I wasn't really sure, but now I am. And like all of these, what I'm talking about, all of these shades of gray in sexuality. And I feel like there are some people who think that a woman should not have sex until she has like fully mapped out all of that stuff, particularly if she's having sex with a man who's older and might have mapped out a little more of it himself. I just don't agree with that. Let me tell you, ladies, if there's anyone in the audience who's not had sex yet, who is a virgin, let me just tell you that it is true that you seldom go wrong by waiting a little longer. Although, not always. Like my mom, I think, wished that she hadn't waited till marriage to have sex. Very traditional. But you seldom will go wrong by waiting a little longer. But let me also say this, like it is totally normal that people learn about their sexuality and even about consent while they're having sexual experiences. In other words, there are certain insights that you can only get about your sexuality and your experience of your sexuality and your preferences and how you deal with people in those situations and what have you. There's a certain amount of knowledge that you only get and wisdom that you only get having gone through some of those experiences. So you learn from experiencing. And I say that not to say to young people or virgins, to say to them, so don't worry about sex ed and don't worry about being emotionally prepared because you're not going to be prepared because you're always going to be learning more and whatever. I don't mean that. But I am saying that I think that it's unfortunate that young people today have been sold this falsity that it's possible to have sex without regret, that it's possible to be sexually promiscuous without some ramifications. I'm talking like emotionally. And again, I'm not saying wait until you're married or any of that. I'm just saying like sexuality is a minefield. Sexuality is very complicated. Sexuality is the site of some of the deepest ambivalences that human beings can experience. And so, and also there's a great degree of like contradiction and internal conflict related to it and interpersonal conflict, what have you, right? So my point is if you were going to have sex, then you are going to, at times, you're going to have regrets, and you're going to have some things that you don't feel great about, and some things that you would do differently. And you're going to have also more knowledge, more information. You'll know better how to handle yourself, all of that. And that should be understood as normal and okay. And I think what's going on is that instead feminists are, and this Me Too ideology and this ideology of infantilizing grown women, we are increasingly telling young people that if you have sex and you feel this way after, then there's something wrong, and that thing that's wrong has got to be that someone assaulted you or coerced you into it. And that's the problem that I have. Like, for instance, with the Lindemann thing, where one of his accusers in one of those articles, one of those interviews, said, yeah, it was consensual, but then afterward I regretted it, or afterward I realized there was a power imbalance, or what have you. Well, that's a lesson that you learn for the future then, but that doesn't mean that Till Lindemann did anything wrong or that you were assaulted. And so I find it interesting that in some ways society is so sophisticated about sex, like with all the porn, even to the point of, like I think people should have the right to watch whatever they want to watch, legally speaking or what have you. But I do think that a lot of what we find in porn and a lot of what porn is doing in our society is destructive. And I don't think that it's particularly healthy. And I don't think that you do learn about you have to go to porn to learn about great sex, or that men, or that people have to have porn to jerk off or whatever. Like, people were doing it fine for thousands of years before porn came along. But whatever. But I'm just saying it's interesting that our society is so permissive when it comes to certain things, or like sex, or like even sex and gender. Like, oh, you're 8 years old and you want to start taking hormones or whatever, or you don't want to be a girl, whatever. Like, we're so permissive when it comes to certain aspects of sexuality, and yet, and gender, and yet in other ways, we're extremely puritanical. And so it's like, I find it interesting that these two things can coexist. Like, we have, like some 10-year-old, 8-year-old could go look up XXX Asian gangbang on their phone or whatever. And society is kind of shrugs, meh, whatever. But then it's like a 22-year-old woman goes on a date with a man in his 40s, and we're talking about whether it was actually sexual assault, or in the case of Rammstein, this 24-year-old woman is hit on by a 60-year-old rock star, and we're asking if that was some kind of assault or harassment there. And yet this other stuff we're so permissive about. So I just think it's a very sort of kind of schizophrenic relationship that we have to sexuality in a lot of ways, particularly with media and with new media. Nina Online, thank you again. Oh, this was your old comment. Well, thank you as always. All right. Any other super chats? Dan Campbell, I appreciate you all for the donations. Dan Campbell, Aubrey de Grey's research is making great strides in halting aging. Perhaps during our lifetimes, the young-old distinction will be fading away. I want to talk about that in a little while. It's on the list, anti-aging stuff, because I'm very interested in anti-aging science, and have a lot of stuff done to my face. Not getting Botox or fillers quite yet. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, and I will. But anyway, lasers and things like that I'm really into. So we'll talk about that in a bit. But yeah, definitely. Now, here's the problem, though, Dan Campbell. Yes, science in the next 10, 20, 30 years and beyond, it's going to enjoy huge advancements in anti-aging science, in the field of anti-aging. Here's the problem, though. Those advancements are not going to be felt or employed by everyone uniformly. You are going to have a very wealthy class of people, and it's already starting to happen in a way. Like, you look at people like J-Lo or Gwen Stefani or Rachel Weisz or some of the male actors, Paul Rudd or whatever. You look at a number of these people that look way younger than they should. Some of them look fake, some of them look very natural, but way younger than they should. And that's due to medical interventions of various kinds. A lot of these celebrities, we're not just talking about the cosmetic stuff. We're not just talking about all the amazing things that doctors can do for your face now and your skin to roll back the clock, but we're also talking about hormones and steroids and even like growth hormone, metformin. A lot of people for anti-aging now are taking the drug metformin. Is that an is that an immune suppressant or is it a diabetes drug? I'm not sure, but they're taking metformin. And so you're having all these advancements, but the thing is, the very wealthy are going to enjoy it first, and then like everything, it trickles down. And so I do think that we are heading to a place where you could have some pretty extreme class-based resentment if people who are poorer, or working classes, or even the middle classes, they look at the upper classes and they see, wow, these people now, they're not even aging. They're not even dying. It's like the movie In Time with Justin Timberlake, where the upper classes, would look, and I've talked about this before, but he'd say, meet my 80-year-old mother, and she looks like she's 20 or something, right? There is going to be a kind of a lag between when this stuff is available to the wealthy and when it trickles down sufficiently to the rest of Western society. And not to mention, we can get into like some of the poor non-Western countries, right? But Western society, even, there's going to be a lot of resentment. There's going to be a lag. And so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out, if that causes a lot of class resentment, or if it's something that people just kind of shrug their shoulders about. Just like now, people see Elizabeth Hurley, that the model Elizabeth Hurley, that she's 59, almost 60 years old. And yet she looks better in a bikini. And I know, filters and stuff like that, but seems to look better in a bikini than 95% to 99% of 20-year-olds, right? Or whatever. Like, people look at that and they know what's up. No, I promise you, no 60-year-old woman with half a brain is going to look at a picture of Elizabeth Hurley and say, why am I not living up to that? She's going to look at that. She's going to say, this woman has a shitload of money and her job is to be as beautiful as possible for as long as possible. And she probably spends hours and hours every week and millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands, conceivably millions of dollars to look like this. And so your ordinary woman looks at that and shrugs and gets it. Your ordinary man, I think, looks at it and shrugs and gets it. And so there will come a time, though, where it won't just be Elizabeth Hurley, or it won't just be the wife of a CEO or a CEO himself, but it'll also be like maybe like your neighbor down the street who has a lot more money than you, or whatever. Like, you're going to start to see these differences. And so it'll be interesting if people just shrug and accept it and say, well, being wealthy, it's a nice life. You get to buy youth or whatever, and just shrug it off. Or people are going to be pissed and say, look, this is ridiculous. Like, wealth inequality is a problem in and of itself. And now you're telling me that it's a lifespan inequality, which it kind of always was, right? Wealthier people getting better healthcare, better food and everything. But now it's going to be literally in your face, right? No pun intended. And so it'll be interesting to see how that goes. But what happens in these cases is that eventually everything trickles down. The prices get cheaper. It's just like Botox. It used to be a lot more expensive. Laser stuff used to be a lot more expensive. Your iPhone, used to be more expensive. Like when it first came out, almost nobody would buy it or could afford it. And, so eventually these things will have an effect on society as a whole, but it's interesting that there's going to be that delay there. All right. Thank you again, Dan Campbell. I want to remind everybody, my links are below. If you, I really appreciate these super chats. Also, PayPal is good. They take less of your money than YouTube does. So if you want to send something via PayPal, I'll read your comment as well. I'm going to check the comments right now. I have not heard from Celtic Iron, so there may be maybe he'll come on later. There might be an issue. Maybe he was called in to do some emergency pornography work. Speaking of porn. AJ, I just got your message. AJ, the power was out. Wow, over 50,000 people in Tucson without power. Got mine back on around 4 a.m. this morning, but still no internet. And then he says, internet just came back online. All right, well, AJ, welcome. AJ is another one of my mods, and I just want to repeat to my mods that anytime you want to get off, it's fine. And seriously, I have absolutely no problem. Having done it before many times, I have no problem doing the mod work on this show. So I don't want anybody to stick around. You need to go to sleep, take a nap, go see a movie, have a life, whatever. I'll take it over. But I appreciate my mods, Vanessa, Rebel Bird, right? Rebel Bird. And what was the other? Laura B and AJ. Yes. Anyway, others want to join in. Let me know. Send me a private message. Okay, I think that it's time then I was going to get into talking about some of the Manson stuff. So I'm going to come back to the Rammstein thing. Obviously, the Rammstein and the Manson stuff Those are big topics of mine, still the two main topics on my channel. And so I want to come back to that. I'm going to do that throughout this show. And so we'll come back in a bit with some video. We'll watch Shelby's interview. And yeah, so there'll be a lot more. So if you want to stick around for the Rammstein stuff, you're a Rammstein or Manson fan supporter, I'm definitely going to have more throughout the evening. And in a minute, I'll come back to this because I want to talk about the Manson stuff now for a bit. But I wanted to go ahead and open this up for call-in since Celtic Iron is not here. We have some time for some calls if you want to. So I'm going to grab the link and I'm going to put it in the chat. And this is basically the way it works. You do not have to show your face. And so what you'll do is when you click on this link that I'm going to put up, the link will take you to the backstage, so to speak, of my show. And you'll be given the option of how you want to appear. And if you want to use video or you just want to use an avatar or just a blank screen, you don't even have to have an avatar. That's fine. And also what name you want to use. And so you can do it basically like you'll have to do it through the computer. You'll have to click on that link, but you can talk to me without an image, just like you're talking on the phone. Should be able to use your computer and also your phone. It might ask you to use Google Chrome in some situations. So you can see if it's not letting you get on, it'll tell you that you might want to try a different browser. I typically use Chrome, but I've had people use other things, so that might not be an issue. I don't know. Sometimes with Zoom, they require you to use particular browsers as well. Okay, so I'm going to get the guest link. I'm going to put it up. Then once you enter the waiting room, then I will see you and I will approve you to go on, and then you'll be live and you can ask whatever or talk about whatever you want to talk about. And like I said, I reserve the right to cut everybody off. Sometimes it'll just be because you've talked for a while, right? And sometimes it'll be maybe if there's technical issues, if something's not coming through very well, I can't hear you or make out what you're saying. Or sometimes maybe I just feel like, okay, they've said some cool stuff. Now it's time to move on. So don't take it as an insult if you get cut off or whatever. It's nothing personal. All right. So I'm getting the guest link. I'm going to put it now in the chat. All right. So if you will look in the chat, you will see that link, or you can just copy it yourself. And so if you click that even on your phone or your computer, and then you should be brought into the waiting room. You won't be live. People can't see you. They can't see you until I actually approve you for admission, so to speak. So when you click on that, you're not going to automatically be up. It's going to take you to the waiting room. All right. So I'm going to leave that up. I'm going to leave that up for a bit. No pressure. In fact, last time that I did this, I think I only had 2 or 3 people who ended up getting on, which is totally fine. But typically it's not nearly as many as you would think. I thought when I did this the first time, when I did the call-in show, the call-in option, I thought that I was going to be overwhelmed with all of these people who wanted to get on and talk. But I think that there's a certain degree of shyness, even though people don't have to use their real name or they don't have to show their face or what have you. I think a certain degree of shyness, understandably. So, AJ, yay, I'm glad you're here, AJ. AJ says, that's when the power went out. I was watching Oppenheimer when the power went out, came back on to finish the film, and they lost power again. Oh, that's frustrating. I want to talk about Oppenheimer. So I'm going to take a break now, maybe while some of you work up the nerve to come on the show. We'll see if Celtic Iron shows up too. But I'm going to take a little break. So let's go away for 10 minutes. And I'll put something else on for you to look at. I'm going to go away for 10 minutes. And then when I'm back, I want to talk about Manson stuff. I want to talk about Johnny Depp a bit more, some thoughts that I've had recently about that situation. And then also I want to talk about a different case with you. The case of Roy Price. I've mentioned Roy before a little. He was an Amazon executive. He was the chief of Amazon. He was forced to resign. Stupid MeToo thing. BS. Totally BS. And anyway, he actually, a month ago, several weeks ago, he published an article, a long article about that ordeal, that saga, and his thoughts on it and his thoughts on MeToo. And I think it was a really interesting article and resonates well for those of us who have who've been looking at the MeToo scandals, you know, since the days of Johnny Depp and Marilyn Manson and Rammstein now. So anyway, back with that, and then we'll just keep moving through the list, and we'll have some guests to follow. Okay, all right. So 10 minutes. I'm going away. I'm going to put something up in the meantime, and I'll be back. Let's see. We'll go back to this.
I think that the Marilyn Manson case, I know it's complicated for people because of his public image, and there are a lot of people who are the most astounding aspect of the Manson case is the fact that Evan Rachel Wood and her girlfriend at the time and co-conspirator faked an FBI letter. They actually typed up a fake FBI letter for her to enter into a custody dispute that she was having with the actor Jamie Bell. So there's a whole dimension to this Manson stuff that actually is not even really related to Manson. She also was basically trying to withhold Jamie Bell's son from him. And of course, she recently lost custody of her child.
And still tried to like turn the narrative on that in the media.
Tried to say it was Manson's fault.
She's on the run from Marilyn Manson's secret agents in Nashville.
That's right. That is right. And so to me, and so anyway, so she and her girlfriend typed up this fake FBI letter to give it to Jamie Bell, her baby daddy, in order to explain to Jamie Bell why he couldn't see his son, because she was part of an investigation, an FBI investigation into Marilyn Manson. And so they had to hide out from Marilyn Manson. And so this was all exposed in court, in the court custody hearings, and Jamie Bell recently gained full custody of the kid. But this is just one example of craziness.
I want to ask you to do your best devil's advocate for both Amber Heard and Evan Rachel Wood.
It's like the idea that you're on the run from Marilyn Manson is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous in a number of ways. And, you know, it was beyond that. She was claiming that she had to get bulletproof glass in her house, and she had to hire. There was one article where it talked about how she'd hired a Navy SEAL to to protect her.
Wow.
So do you want the devil's advocate?
Devil's advocate.
Start with Amber Heard.
Okay, I'm looking forward to losing a bunch of my subscribers when I do this. Let's see.
Like maybe what's the worst evidence against Johnny?
Okay, so some of the texts that Johnny Depp sent to Paul Bettany, the actor Paul Bettany, a mutual friend of his, after he found out, basically after all this shit had gone down with Amber Heard and the relationship was falling apart, and he found out Amber Heard was, you know, cheating with Elon Musk, etc. He wrote some rather, you know, harsh, unsavory texts where he made a Monty Python reference to burning Amber. Let's set her on fire. Let's burn her. And it was a Monty Python reference if you look at the context of it. But he talked about, he described her as a flappy fish market. So there's some unsavory text for sure.
But that's not evidence of abuse. So like, is there any evidence in that case? And I am not nearly as well versed in it as you are. Is there any evidence in that case that Johnny was abusive, or that maybe there was some mutual abuse going on?
Mutuality. Well, so there are therapist notes from Amber Heard's therapist indicating that that Amber Heard had told her that there was mutual violence in the relationship, some mutuality. And so, but again, you know, when you go to a therapist, they only know what you're telling them.
They only know your side of
we're
the
getting
story.
it from her perspective. And, you know, she is a diagnosed borderline personality disorder sufferer. And this is not even something that she's contesting. This is something that came out in her therapy. And so one of the hallmarks of that disorder is that they have a very skewed perspective on things.
Everything's black and white.
Yeah, everything's black and white, and everything, there's a lot of projection, and there's a lot of turning around and blowing things up out of proportion. You know, on one of the audio tapes between her and Johnny when they get into a fight, at one point you hear her on the audio saying, "Johnny, stop hitting me, stop. And then a little bit later, he's like, "I'm not." And then he says, "I'm not hitting you." And she goes, "Yeah, but when you put me in this position where you talk to me this way and you make me feel this way, it's like you're throwing me up against a wall and stuff." And so you see that she actually translates emotional outrage into physical violence in her mind. Like that's, and so I think with her, we get a lot of lies, but I also think we just get a lot of really distorted projection.
I thought the worst evidence against Johnny was the letters that he would write Amber after they got in a fight. And he was like, I'm sorry for acting like a monster. He acted like he had this alter ego who was a monster, who was like at fault for their altercations, but I don't know.
Yeah, so he never admitted to any kind of violence, but there are these kinds of sort of these questionable references sometimes in their conversations about the monster. Now, he claimed in court that he would use that term to try to appease her, that he realized that the only way that he could make peace with her when they had one of these fights was to kind of concede whatever she was saying. And he has conceded that he has had a big addiction problem. And so that's probably one of the legitimate, I guess, beefs that she had with him in the relationship, is that he was drinking too much. Of course, she had her own issues as well. But no, there's just not any evidence to suggest that Johnny Depp hurt that woman. And like I said, if you ever listen to the audio, what is on the audio is her admitting that she hits him. There's an audio where he says, when it gets violent, when it seems like it's going to get violent, we have got to separate. There cannot be any violence. There cannot be any hitting. And she basically just starts berating him and making fun of him. And she says, "Oh, I was just hitting you like this. I wasn't using my fist. I was just hitting you." And so we have her on tape admitting to violence.
Like I was just hitting you. I wasn't punching.
I wasn't punching you. Exactly.
Right. Well, I mean, but we have to accept we're never going to know the actual truth of what happened.
Sure.
And that wasn't even the point of the trial, was to find out who was in the wrong in their abuse. It was about defamation.
Well, the defamation claim, the defamatory claims that she made were about abuse, or about physical abuse.
And it has to prove her knowingly lying about it. And I don't know if she does know. I think she's actually so unhinged that she might legitimately believe herself to be the victim of violence.
I think that if I just had to guess what's going on in her mind, I don't think that she necessarily thinks that he actually physically abused her. But what I think is going on, and this is common once again with people who have this psychological disorder, is that she interprets emotional outrage. So if he's angry or if he says things to her that she doesn't like, she interprets that almost as a kind of a violence. And so I think what was going on with her is she thought, well, he was emotionally abusive to me. So
do you think that there was violence. Emotional abuse?
I think that there was definitely toxicity, but it's hard in these situations to unravel. Do I think that Johnny Depp at times said some awful things to her? Yes. I mean, you can even occasionally hear it on one or two of the audios, particularly one when they're drunk. But I've been in relationships like that before. When you're with someone who has a personality disorder, is very narcissistic, someone who's deceiving him. She was cheating on him repeatedly in that relationship, having Elon Musk up to their penthouse when he was out of town. And so I think that in such situations like that, sure, there's a kind of a toxicity that develops. You're not going to speak to someone nicely all the time in that situation. But I really do think that this is one of these actual hoaxes. I think this is actually an example of a real hoax.
Do you think Elon Musk is the father of her child?
I do.
Yeah,
I do. So one of the things that's come out over the last several years, and this came out in court as well, is that Amber Heard's sister had told a mutual friend of theirs, a woman named Jennifer Howell, that Amber and Elon were involved in a fight over the fate of these embryos that they had frozen.
Sounds like something Elon would be in a fight over.
Sound like it, doesn't it? Of course, we know he likes to spread his seed, so I don't find that hard to believe.
Wait, wasn't she with James Franco too?
She was.
Yes.
She was.
She also brought him up to
the penthouse.
The penthouse,
yeah,
yes.
That hotel, that penthouse elevator has seen a.
Okay. I was trying to find that footage of Shelby, the Rammstein accuser, at the speech that she gave. If anybody has that, put it in the chat. I was looking for it. So someone had sent me a clip of it, and I was trying to find a longer clip. So I don't know. Let's see. I talked to Celtic Iron. I heard from him. He is delayed. I'm not sure if he's delayed by pornographic activity or not, but he's delayed, and he's going to make it later. I was trying to find this the full Shelby interview. Okay, so if anybody in the chat, any of you Rammstein people, if you have a link to Shelby's interview, would you put it up? Otherwise, what I'll do on my next, when I take my next break, I will, I'll find it because I have. Hey, Kitty. I have, like I said, I have a clip of it, but I wanted to show the whole thing. So, if you're just now joining, this is my mom's house on this lovely Saturday evening. I'm staying with my mom, and one thing I've been doing is just celebrating her decorative ability because I think now disregard the quilt with the fans in the back. I know that doesn't go with the rest of the room's aesthetic. She only put that over there to block the cats from getting on that piece of furniture because it's a really nice chair and the fabric is very delicate, and the cats just love to get their claws into everything. And so yes, I know that's a discordant note there with the quilt in the back, but that's not normally there. But I like what she did with this room. I like the foliage in the back. I love indoor foliage. There must be something wrong with me perhaps, but I love nature, but when it's indoors. So I love fake trees or even real trees, but indoors. I love any kind of like plants. Obviously, I love it when people, and I know this takes money to do something like this, but when you see wealthy people's homes that have water in them, like fountains or like little ponds, like sometimes wealthy people will have like, you see you're like mega wealthy, they'll have like a stream, a little stream inside their house, like, oh, there's a little brook, and or fountain, interior fountain. I like indoor pools too that are used in a decorative way. Again, like I don't have the money to do this obviously, but for people who do, I think it's interesting. One of my friends when I was growing up had a house that the house was centered around an indoor swimming pool. In other words, you had this interior swimming pool in the center of the house, and then all around the swimming pool, then you had like the bedroom wing on one side, and then you had like the kitchen and living wing on the other side, and then there was glass, and then inside in the center of the house, you had this swimming pool. Ooh, I thought that was really interesting. I liked that. But yeah, so lived here for a long time. I moved into this house when I was, I think, 12. And then my mom has lived there ever since. My parents, even split up while they were in this house. So it's got a lot of memories. But yeah, so I'm visiting my mom. She might come on later, actually. As some of you know, she's done videos with me before. She has a degree in counseling and has been a therapist and has actually taught college psychology. She's retired now, but she was a college psychology professor, lecturer for many years. She was a counselor and a therapist for families and children. She worked at a school for a while as a counselor there. And she has had, a lot of experience and a lot of insight and experience into psychology. So she did a video with me. Maybe I'll put it on during the next break. She did a video with me a long time ago during the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial, or maybe right after, where she talked about Amber Heard and what's wrong with Amber and what motivates her behavior. And she gave some insights that I thought were interesting and that I hadn't heard elsewhere. She's had a lot of experience, my mom has, with people who suffer from borderline personality disorder, for example, and narcissism. And so she had some interesting things to say about Amber. We'll talk about that later, and I'll show you that perhaps that scene later, or that interview. But she's going to come on perhaps tonight or tomorrow. My mom has had a number of health challenges. So she and my sister, well, hers is a little bit different, but it's very extreme IBS coupled with, I think, some gastroparesis, which actually my sister and I have as well. And then also I think my mom, well, she has some autoimmune issues. So there's a lot going on, and she's been having some problems with her stomach lately. But my sister and I, my mom also to some extent, but my sister and I have something called gastroparesis. I've talked about it before, and I only bring it up because Ozempic is in the news. And I'm going to get to the Manson stuff in just a minute, all right? But I'm going to do the Ozempic thing right now since it's in my head. I put on the list that we were going to talk about Ozempic, And I don't have some great declaration to make, excuse me, for or against Ozempic or anything like that. I have not done any research into it. I've read some articles or whatever, but probably no more than anyone else has, right? But I do have a little bit of insight into a couple of aspects of it. And it has to do with a condition that my sister and I both have, a medical condition called gastroparesis. My mom, like I said, has it as well, but she's got some other serious things compounding it. But gastroparesis, as the term implies, it is the freezing, like paresis, like paralyzed. It is the slowing down or freezing of stomach actions, of stomach activity and digestion. And so what happens is that in a normal digestive system, your brain will send, these messages to your stomach and back and forth in your intestines, telling it to move. Like, okay, it's time for you to churn. It's time for you to move food, through the system. And in people with gastroparesis, like me, like my sister, my mom, and people like us to varying degrees, and there's a whole spectrum of how serious it is. And thankfully ours is not serious, but it's uncomfortable and it's an inconvenience, and it can be a health issue, but I'll talk about that in a moment. But in people with gastroparesis, those signals somehow get messed up, or they don't produce the action that they're supposed to produce. And so basically my stomach, it takes longer to empty. So it takes a lot longer, like twice as long, to process food through my stomach, to move food through my stomach and into my intestines and stuff than for a normal person. And so I feel full a lot sooner and for a lot longer than a normal person would. And so you might say, well, that's awesome. And it has some positive aspects. Yes, I am thin and I don't have to watch my weight or what I eat in that respect. I mean, I still have to, well, I'll get to this in a moment. I actually have to worry more about nutrition, but I'll tell you that in a minute. But yeah, it's nice in that way. Like, I'm thin and I don't have to work hard to be thin. And it's not something I know that many people, certainly many women and increasingly many men, I know that they have to expend a lot of energy in thinking about food and thinking about their weight and thinking about their eating habits and eating patterns, because most people are trying to lose weight and have difficulty losing weight. And so in that way, I am very blessed, and I'm thankful that is not one of my problems that I have to deal with in life, unless something changes. Like, I have always been thin. I'll probably always be thin. It's not something I have to think about. It's not something that I have to use discipline or willpower to ensure. And so, yeah, that's nice. And that's one of the things that I try to remind myself when I get frustrated about the flip side of the coin, which is that what I have also causes nausea. I am pretty much always nauseated to some degree or another. Now, not severe, like, that awful incapacitating nausea. Sometimes it's like that, yes. I'd say probably once or twice a week I have that, where I'm just for several hours or maybe even a day. Sometimes it even lasts more than a day. I feel very nauseated and nothing will alleviate it, really. Zofran helps, but there are issues with taking that too much. And so the nausea, and even on a normal day, I'm pretty much always to some degree or another nauseated. And so you think about that, that's a really unpleasant feeling, right? Even when it's mild. And so, to a degree, I'm used to it, but I pretty much always have some degree. Like right now, I feel kind of nauseated. It also causes acid reflux, increased acid reflux and heartburn, because the fact that the stomach doesn't empty faster or as it should, it means that stuff kind of gets backed up. So like the food will sit in my stomach longer than it's supposed to. And so when food is sitting in your stomach, then it's generating more acid, and the acid's getting built up and it's coming into your throat. So I have off and on, I have acid reflux, heartburn, and then, bloating and discomfort. And, when I eat, even if my eyes are really big and I want to eat a lot, it could be the best meal in the world. I've disappointed so many people in my life who thought that I didn't like their cooking, or that I wasn't enthusiastic about the meal or whatever, because I couldn't eat very much. Right. So anyway, why am I mentioning that? Why am I bringing it up? Well, as you know, everybody is on Ozempic right now. And when I say everybody, I don't mean everybody, honestly. I mean like basically all celebrities. No, not all, but many. Many celebrities are on Ozempic if you haven't noticed. Everybody who had extra weight is shrinking. And for instance, some of them are very noticeable, like Jesse Plemons. Do you know Jesse Plemons, the actor who was on Breaking Bad and done some other stuff? It seems like he's in like every art house movie now it's made these days. He's a great actor. He was on Friday Night Lights a long time ago. But Jesse Plemons at his heaviest, he was a really big guy. I'll see if I can find a before and after. There's probably a whole page you can find of Ozempic befores and afters. But suddenly he is not only and so he'd been gaining weight for years and was really a big guy, right? People are even commenting on it. And so suddenly, in just a matter of several months, he has gotten to not only be skinny, but I think he looks emaciated, and which is a danger apparently, is like people don't know, people don't know when to stop, or maybe it's not easy to calibrate that with the medication or with your diet or whatever. But like you do see a lot of situations where people seem like they're losing too much or too fast. And there's even the term Ozempic face for someone who has lost weight so quickly that their skin is kind of sagging or whatever. But okay, let's see. I think I've got a picture here. Here we go, of Jesse Plemons. And I'm not putting this on here to ridicule him or anything like that. Like I said, I think so many people are doing this. Like everybody's doing it, and so I'm really just commenting on the phenomenon, and then I'm going to talk about it from my personal perspective. Okay, so here he is, and just a bigger guy, had gained weight over the years. But now you see to the right, do you see to the right this photo? This is him most recently. And so he's lost a lot of weight. Oops, I'm trying to make it go over. He's lost a lot of weight. And so you see this with a lot of people. I was having a conversation the other day with someone about Ozempic, about weight loss, and I was encouraging this person. This person was telling me that he's in the entertainment industry. He's not anybody like that you would know or anything, but he's in the entertainment industry, and he was saying that even he was facing pressure from people around him to get on Ozempic because he's considered to be a little heavy or whatever by some. And so thanks, JFK 12. Well, we're about to get into Marilyn Manson, so maybe that'll spice it up for you. It's a 20-something hour live stream, a 24-hour live stream. And so we're not always going to be on things that you personally find interesting and with your happy spirit. So anyway, here's the thing with the Ozempic is he was saying that he faces this pressure to get on it, and he doesn't like that because he feels like it's not been really tested enough or proved, and we don't, long term, like we don't know what the effects are, people being on it for so long, and I don't know either. But here's the point. I read an article recently, and it said that a number of people who were on Ozempic have found that once they get off Ozempic, they have developed permanent gastroparesis. In other words, one of the ways that Ozempic works is that it sends these signals to your body, your brain, or whatever, your stomach, to tell it to slow down. And so the stomach doesn't empty as fast. You feel fuller, can't eat as much, what have you. And so there are these people who have apparently gotten gastroparesis, long-term gastroparesis from this. And so anyway, my point is just that talking about whether we're talking about the anti-aging stuff or we're talking about Ozempic or what have you, we're going to see increasingly many, many more advancements in the future with health and appearance and aging and all of that. And there'll be a lot of people jumping on the bandwagon. And for a lot of them, it might be the right decision, but you're also going to see situations where people jump into things without fully knowing the possible side effects or the possible issues. And when you mess with your body, we're talking about whatever, right? We talk about hormones, we're talking about Ozempic or what have you. Your body is a very finely tuned, complicated organism. And so everything has side effects. And so just like with the weight stuff, right? I was saying, oh, it's not, it's nice to be thin, but I'm nauseated a lot and can't really enjoy food. And the other thing is it's harder to get the nutrients that I need because my condition, right? And so anyway, All right, so let's talk about Manson. I was just really amazed the other day to see Evan Rachel Wood posting that stuff about mommies being overburdened. And it was, and I don't think I still have it on my Instagram, but it was a picture. It was someone else's story that she was reposting, and it was a picture of a mom who's overworked and harried and, you know, about to pull her hair out, momming all the time. And look, I have a lot of sympathy for that. Like I said, I don't even have kids because I couldn't handle it. But Evan Rachel Wood is reposting it, and then it says in the caption to this photo something to the effect of, "She's never appreciated. She never has a moment to herself. She's always stressed out. She's always tired. She's always exhausted, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera." And I reposted this and I said, "Wow, is Evan Rachel Wood's once a month custody arrangement, is it really too strenuous for her?" Because it's funny to me that she posts that. And she just announced, what, 2 months ago or so, she just announced that she had to give up custody of her child to give up primary custody of her child because she was afraid of Marilyn Manson. And so she knows that people know that she doesn't even have her child. Like, she doesn't even have her kid. She gets to see him once a week and once a month, and then some during the summers, right? And so that's something that people know. It's been made public. And it's funny to me that even with that, she is still on this campaign to try to get sympathy for being a beleaguered mother, an overworked mother, even though she only sees her kid once a month. And it made me wonder, just more generally speaking, it made me wonder. I wonder how she's feeling about things right now. What's that? JFK 12? If you don't like I said. Well, no one's making anybody leave for that. If that's the worst that you say, then you're fine. It's only when people start saying stuff that could get me in trouble on YouTube, or if you just become a troll, then if you were to make that comment like 20 times. But no, it's fine. Criticism's fine. JFK 12. You know what you could tell me, though? You could tell me then, what would you like me to talk about? I'll talk about whatever you want if it's interesting. So if I have something to say about it. So think about it, JFK 12. Are you a fan of JFK, by the way? We could talk about some interesting things about JFK and his drug and sex addiction. Or about how he bravely, basically managed the country during managed the whole Cuban Missile Crisis situation and kept us from getting into nuclear war. That's kind of interesting. But no, tell me JFK 12. What do you want to talk about? The Manson stuff, like I said in my earlier stream, it does seem like things have stalled out. Now, that doesn't mean that there's not stuff going on behind the scenes. And just a week ago, we found out that someone sent multiple anonymous letters to the judge in Marilyn Manson's defamation case against Evan Rachel Wood and Ilma Gore. Of course, a lot of the defamation stuff has been knocked out by the judge. But he still has other allegations, hacking, impersonation, swatting, infliction of emotional distress and stuff. So, I mean, if he wanted to continue that lawsuit, then he still has a basis for doing that. And I mean, I would love to see that. But I understand that after the judge gutted a lot of his case, particularly the defamation allegations, then that may be more difficult. But someone sent 2 anonymous letters to the judge in that case, and we don't know anything about what was said in those letters, but the judge made reference to the fact that the letters discussed something that happened, events that occurred when the writer was a child. Now, I don't literally think that she means a child as we understand it. I think she's probably referring to an adolescent. And so if I had to guess, and again, none of this has been made public, and we don't know, and we might not know for a while, because the court ended up sealing all of this information and all connected, pertinent information, and also sealed the court hearing itself, where this was apparently discussed with Manson's lawyers and with Evan and Ilma's lawyers. We don't know what was said in the letters, but this is what I assume based on what the little bit the judge told us. I would imagine what's going on is that either one of Manson's accusers, Someone speculated it could be Evan Rachel Wood. I doubt it, although yes, it could be because they were anonymous. We don't know. But that one of Manson's accusers, either someone who has already accused him or perhaps someone who has not accused him yet and is waiting to or wanting to, that someone sent these letters to the judge. I would say probably claiming that Manson harassed or assaulted them when they were a teenager. So I would imagine that it's probably along, if I just had to guess, it's probably along the same lines as the allegations of Bianca Elaine / Bianca Kine in her lawsuit against Manson. And so the most recent lawsuit that was filed against Manson relating to this Me Too stuff, as some of you know, was by a Jane Doe, but it's Bianca Elaine, Bianca Kine, and she claims that when she was 16, that Manson assaulted her, had sexual contact with her, and that, you know, because of her age, statutory rape, it's an assault, not et cetera, et cetera. Now, as I've said before, I've done a bunch of videos on this. Her story, Bianca's story that she tells in the lawsuit, is very different from the story that she gave in a podcast interview that she did when she first made her allegations in 2021. So she made these allegations when Evan Rachel Wood and all those women came out. She did an interview with The Sun. There were a couple of articles in The Sun that this Bianca accuser participated in. And then she did an 1.5-hour podcast interview with a lawyer. And I talked about this on my show. And at that point, she claimed that nothing happened between her and Manson except he French kissed her for literally 2 seconds. And she even said literally 2 seconds. So back then in The Sun and also in her podcast that she did, she alleged that all that happened when she was a teenager on that bus was that he held her head back and French kissed her for 2 seconds. But then that morphed over time to this tale of woe and tragedy where she was actually sexually assaulted by Manson. And this is what her lawsuit claims. So completely non-credible. When you listen to the podcast interview, I have it on my channel, did a video, several videos on it. It's very obvious that she's not credible. And of course, her story is dramatically morphed. It's gone from a 2-second French kiss to sexual assault. But I would imagine that these letters that this judge is getting are just more of the same. Maybe not from Bianca Elaine, Bianca Kine, but from someone who is alleging that there was some kind of sexual contact when they were a teenager that shouldn't have occurred due to age, and, you know, power imbalance, what have you, what have you. Now, I'm not saying the allegations are true. I mean, we've already seen all of these different non-credible, ridiculous allegations against Manson. You know, it's interesting. You just there's just so much bullshit that gets exposed in these allegations. There was someone who a couple of years ago was making the allegation that Marilyn Manson assaulted her in some way using an opioid lollipop. And I don't even remember who it was or what the context was. It was something that I read about, and I don't think it was formal allegations. I think it was something that someone was kind of making behind the scenes. But and then you come to find out, if you do the research, that opioid pops weren't even being produced until the early 2000s or whenever it was. So it's like there's so many things that just don't, these people's allegations, it in many cases it just requires just a minimum of research to poke holes in them. But anyway, someone wrote to the judge, and I think probably with some kind of allegation against Marilyn Manson, something when they were teenagers. I don't know for sure if that's true. I mean, I don't know for sure if that's what the case is or not. I'm just speculating, inside information, but that's what I think. But yeah, things at least publicly, they have gone pretty quiet. And so really, other than the spitting case, which has been resolved, it's there's really not much in the news anymore with the Manson stuff. Now, there's supposed to be a trial on the books coming up for one of the Jane Does. This is the Chloe Black accuser. So the aspiring artist, musician, pop star, what have you. Her name's Chloe Black, and she already came out publicly with allegations against Manson on her Instagram, and she wrote a song about it and published a song about it, about her assault by Manson. And then she had to go back and deny that the song was about that because it looked bad, that she was trying to use her allegations as a way to capitalize off of, the Manson story. But anyway, her lawsuit is on the books. The trial is on the books to take place in a couple of months. Now, as I said in my last discussion of the Manson stuff when I did the live stream, I am just personally pessimistic. I have no inside information. Don't hear from or talk to Manson. Never did, but his wife really anymore. And like I'm pretty much, like I said the other day in my stream, I really kind of feel like we're going our separate ways now. Like I'm going to keep defending him and making the videos and doing what I think needs to be done. But I think that he's kind of on his separate path over here with whatever stuff he's dealing with in terms of legally and whatever PR strategy he's planning on for the basically kind of gone dead in terms of the PR fight. And while I personally have a problem with that, and I don't think it's a good idea, and I've already talked about that, like it's not my life and I don't know, the legal ins and outs of it. So whatever. But I do have this idea, this pessimism that Manson probably is going to settle this lawsuit with Chloe Black. I would love to be surprised. I would love for that not to happen. I think that the more of these he settles, I think that the more guilty he looks, even though I don't think he is. And I think that it would be nice to actually see a trial, even if we can't see it, even if it's not televised. I would still go, I would report on it, but it would be nice to see a trial where a jury could actually look at this and could declare, no, this didn't happen. He didn't do this to you. So he could get a good verdict on the books and in public. And, I understand that with trials, there's a great degree of uncertainty. And just like what I said earlier about Danny Masterson, different situation. I'm inclined to think that he is guilty and so forth. But it shows that someone can get a very serious prison sentence. He could be looking at up to 30 years for that, can get a very serious prison sentence if the jury does not go their way. And so I understand the urge to settle. I understand the rationale behind that when, no matter what evidence you have in your favor, you're taking a risk. Now, Manson is not up on legal charges, right? Chloe Black, the Jane Doe lawsuit, that is a civil suit. So he's not facing any jail time. And so with that, what he would be facing, the downside to that would be if he gets a guilty verdict. And so that would look bad, right? But I think what I was saying about the Danny Masterson thing is I think there's also still a concern because the DA has not closed Manson's case officially. I'm sure there's still a concern that charges could be brought. Do I think they're going to be brought? No. I don't think the DA has shit on him. I think all he's got is exculpatory evidence, and that the police know that. And I don't think anything's going to happen to Manson in terms of the criminal stuff. But I do think that the DA is going to wait forever, is going to wait as long as he can to clear Manson. So he's not going to do it while he's in office. And then once George Gascon is out of office, there's not going to be an incentive for the next DA to clear Manson. Manson is not going to be, his case is not going to be on the top of anyone's list to attend to. It's just not. And so I think that we Manson supporters going forward, we have to operate on the understanding that he is not going to be cleared by the DA. So this criminal thing will be hanging over his head. And so in the meantime, he's got to deal with these civil cases. And so the first up, this Chloe Black case, it is ridiculous. I think that he could and would beat her in court. But court trials are expensive. They are unpredictable. And here's the important thing. Attorneys pretty much do whatever they can to avoid them. And unfortunately, attorneys, in this case, I think especially attorneys, are incentivized to get settlements and to and to promote settlements for their clients, because that's how attorneys get paid. And I'm not saying that Manson's attorneys don't care about him or his career or what happens afterward, or that they're just trying to get some settlement money and move on. But I'm just saying that depending on your role, whatever your role is, whatever your profession is, whatever your job is, you're going to tend to see the situation only in terms of your job and your narrow role. And so generally attorneys think that their job is to get as many cases off the books as they can for their clients. I talked to Southern Law about this, Steve at Southern Law about this a while back, and he was saying that, attorneys want to clear the books as fast as they can to get cases settled, get them off the table, move things along, and sure, get a settlement. And so and that's the game I'm sure that Chloe Black's attorneys are paying. I'm sure Chloe Black does not really want to face down Marilyn Manson, Brian Warner in a courtroom, or actually get on the stand and say all that bullshit that she said. And I'm sure she knows that her case will fall apart. So she wants to settle. Settling has been her goal from the beginning, I'm sure. What kind of money can we get from this guy? And it's like Lindeman's lawyers said, it's a very calculated, cold-blooded analysis of, if I sue this guy, what are the odds that he's going to actually fight me all the way to court? No, he's probably going to want to settle. And so that's the name of the game. Settle, settle, settle. Any attorney who does this kind of law will tell you that. And so the momentum is, it's generally going to be for settlement. And for Manson not to settle, I think the case would have to be made to him very strongly that settling would do terrible, terrible damage to his reputation and to the possibility for a career revitalization and so forth. And I'm just not sure if anyone's making that case. And, he's already settled the Esme Bianco thing, which I tried to be optimistic about, but I thought was a mistake. And I don't think he was guilty at all. And I've seen her evidence. I know he wasn't guilty. Okay. But he settled that. And to most people, it's going to look like there's a problem. So I would like to see him not settle again. But I think that may be what's going to happen in the Chloe Black case coming up. But really, until then, other than the spitting thing, which is just kind of in a realm of its own and it's just kind of stupid and inconsequential, there's really not much going on with the Manson stuff. All right. I need to take a short break. I need to plug in my computer. The battery's almost out, and do a couple other things. So I'll be back in 5 minutes, and I won't put anything on. I'll just be back in 5 minutes. All right. So thank y'all. We'll continue this when I come back. All right. We got some people in the chat getting a little testy. JFK, you never gave me a recommendation. What do you want to talk about? The people who tune in to complain about the chat, but then or to complain about the stream, but then stay on are probably the most perplexing. I used to have a pretty good idea whenever there would be someone really trolling hard on a stream. I used to have a pretty good idea of who I thought that person was. It's someone who's had a vendetta against me for a while, a very public vendetta. But then it seemed like that person, like the last several weeks or whatever, had kind of moved on and was not as focused on or interested in me anymore. So I don't know. I thought that might be JFK, but this person's back. She's back. But anyway, so yeah. Oh, Nina, you want to talk? Okay, so we got Nina. We have someone finally on the call in who wants to speak. So Nina, thank you for the super chats, and you are on the stream. What would you like to talk about or ask?
Hi, this is my first time doing anything YouTube-y at all. Can you guys hear me?
Welcome. Yes, can hear you well.
Good. Well, I'm kind of cheating a little bit because you actually gave me the idea to start a channel, and I'm getting a little bit stuck. So I thought this would kind of help motivate me to get back on. And as you know, I'm a coach and I help people with toxic relationships, and I know a whole lot about personality disorders and kind of been interested in people who might have said disorders being some of the perpetrators of these MeToo hoaxes. And you and I have talked about that quite a bit. So I actually wanted to ask you, and maybe this is a little bit of a crowdsource, but when we think about Evan Rachel Wood, and I'm trying to think of her through my lens of what's going on, and you've said a lot about too what you think, and you've got a lot of good knowledge in that area, but the piece about potentially having kind of a borderline personality disorder that I don't know a lot about, because I don't know a lot about pop culture. I'm kind of coming from having been under a rock for a long time. So I don't know a lot about her, but are there reports of like emotional dysregulation, a lot of interpersonal, how does she treat people in interpersonal relationships? I know I've heard that she's accused people of narcissism. Did she do that to their face, or does she just kind of blast that out into the media? Anything about that?
Yeah, so I'm trying to think on record or off record. So off record, I have had a number of people who knew Evan Rachel Wood and a number of people who were around during her relationship with Manson who have told me that, yes, she would throw tantrums. She could be very verbally abusive, very demanding, very narcissistic, very low emotional, very low impulse control at times. So I've even had some people tell me who have been to events that she and Manson attended, that there were times when her behavior, when he had to try to calm her down, or the people around her were looking at them because she was flying off the wall or behaving in such an unhinged way. As far as people who've gone on the record, I have talked to a couple of people on my channel. One was Paula, Manson's former assistant, longtime assistant, was with Manson when he was with Evan Rachel Wood, and she claimed that Evan Rachel Wood was extremely jealous, first of all, and that she would throw these wild tantrums, and he had to try to calm her and appease her. And so we know that. And then also, you asked me if she had ever attacked anyone else other than Manson or criticized anyone publicly. So she has never stated his name, Jamie Bell, the father of her child. She's never attacked him specifically, but she does post often on her Instagram stories about co-parenting with a narcissistic ex, co-parenting with someone who won't pull their weight, coming from a damaged marriage, an abusive marriage, having an abusive co-parent, that sort of thing. And so to anyone who has even a basic understanding of what's going on, of what she's doing, it's very clear that she is trying to attack Jamie Bell, the father of her child. But no, she's not come out publicly and attacked him. So does that give you any insight? What does that tell you?
Yeah, well, I was thinking, that's kind of a smear campaigny thing to do, but this is just kind of a funny little rule of thumb. But somebody who's in a relationship with a narcissist will learn pretty quickly that you don't accuse a narcissist of being a narcissist, because the blowback will be so bad. That's not a mistake you make twice.
Right.
So it just interests me whether she's just loosely, accusing other people, or whether she's actually, confronted anybody, just using it as a cheap shot, or what she's doing with that.
Yeah,
But
we don't know, I guess, if she's actually confronted anyone to their face.
Yeah.
Although she has in court now. In court, she accused the father of her child, Jamie Bell, of being an alcoholic, of drinking too much when the child was around, of being neglectful at times due to that. But that's about the extent of it.
Yeah. Well, you've told me a lot about her behavior that's been reported, because you probably know, but maybe not everybody else knows, that in the International Classification of Diseases, because not only the US and Canada and Australia use the DSM, which a lot of people have heard about for mental disorders, the manual, that it's called emotionally unstable personality disorders. So people from other parts of the world will know it by that rather than borderline. And because that emotional instability is such an important part of it. Anyway, I don't have a lot to offer. Just want to check in, say hi, get my feet wet. And,
yeah, well, you and I have talked for a bit about your upcoming channel that you're putting together, and also your background in the field, mental health and so forth. So people should look for that and check you out when you get established. I did want to say one thing, run one thing by you. So there has been some research that has shown that women who have personality disorders often express that disordered way of thinking, that disordered perspective, through false accusations. In other words, contrary to, I think, the popular assumption that false accusations are rare and that women are not incentivized to make them, there's actually research indicating that one of the main ways that some personality disorders might express themselves in women might be through a perceived sense of victimization. That, in fact, this feeling of being victimized, this victim mentality, is actually a significant symptom of a number of personality disorders, such as borderline, such as toxic narcissistic personality disorder. And so I wonder if you find that compelling or interesting in terms of thinking about why it is that we see so many false allegations when it should seem like that should be rare, because why would anybody want to do that? But in fact, it makes a lot of sense if you're thinking about it from the perspective of someone who's personality disordered, right?
Absolutely, especially with borderline personality disorder, being the victim, and it goes really deep. It goes down to the metal. I'm talking about in terms of computer hardware analogy. It's not an application or an operating system. It is almost down to the metal.
When you say down to the metal, what do you mean? I mean, I know what you mean, but what do you mean by that for our audience?
In computer industry, they mean like down to the chip level. It's down to the core. It's, or you might say operating system. Anyway, that need to play victim. It's not just a surface level, like, oh, if I play victim, I'll get out of trouble. Like, it's a real core part, especially of borderline personality disorder. And that's one of my interests. And really what I want to do at the channel is try to educate people. I just don't know how much interest there is on personality disorders at a deeper level. So not just, oh, they lie, they love bomb, they're gaslighting, but like the core components that are going on in the personality. And what you are doing with your channel and your work is so interesting because you see right in the public arena how people can get hurt so viciously by an attribute of somebody's disorder. They're not
Right.
even always, unless they have a really high psychopathy element, they're not even aware of it. They're not like, I'm just
Right.
gonna, you know what I mean? It depends. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not.
Well,
Sometimes they
there's
are,
definitely
sometimes they
less,
compartmentalize it. But
significantly less awareness, I would say, and like you said, compartmentalizing. And I think that what's interesting when you say that that personality disorders, these features of personality disorders, that they go, as you say, they go down to the metal. And what you're saying there, I think, is that it's very hard for those of us who don't have personality disorders, who are not afflicted with this. It's very hard for us to see this behavior in any way other than being highly calculated and highly artificial. Like, oh, I'm going to, like, I'm Amber Heard, I'm Evan Rachel Wood, I am going to, like, they're thinking in their mind, I'm going to falsely construct this intricate hoax, and then I'm going to say this or this. Like we see it all as being very calculated, deceptive behavior. And of course it is deceptive, and of course it's calculated to some degree. But I think what you're saying is that also, though, it is such an extension down to the metal. It is such a natural outgrowth of these deep feelings and deep structures within them, that they are not functioning as in an obviously deceptive way like we might think that they are. In other words, I guess what I'm saying is that there's a good possibility that Evan Rachel Wood and Amber Heard really do believe that they were abused, right?
Yes, at times. A lot of it's compartmentalized. There's almost like a multiple personality disorder thing going on with them. And to back up a little bit, I probably would have had my channel launched, but I'm trying to figure out how to explain this stuff in a way that people will be interested and it won't be too difficult or too deep. But in terms of the public discourse, because now, and we've got Meghan Markle too, and all these people, these disordered people wreaking havoc on other people in society, we have this opportunity to learn about this stuff, but we don't
Right.
even have the right language, because it's for non-disordered people to talk about how disordered people's minds work. It's like there's this phrase, dancing about architecture. Like you can't, or talking about music is like dancing about architecture. Like you can't really even talk about it without talking about some of these underlying structural things that are going on. But yes, they don't necessarily know what they're doing. The way they see themselves and other people and relationships at a very, very basic level, that they missed a developmental step. I think it's between the ages of 3 and 5 in their personality development. They missed that step. And then we've talked about this a little bit, the object relations, the integration of object relations step.
Yeah, tell us, explain that a little more actually for the audience, when what that is, and what is that step between 3 and 5 that they're missing exactly?
I don't know if I can do it. I'll try. This is
You
what I've
try.
been struggling with. My first video is going to be
Just
about
try.
it.
We'll see.
We'll just try. Okay, so we cannot see into other people's minds, so we create mental representations of them in our minds, and indeed of our own mind. And they call those objects, which pretty unpleasant, but you could think of it maybe in terms of like, oh, so-and-so is the object of my affection, or the object of a sentence, subject object. So just the other person, their representation in your mind. So you have a self object and an other object. And then an interaction of feeling either rewarding or frustrating for any one little micro interaction, right? You've got my self object, that's how I'm thinking of me. Other object, that's how I'm thinking of you. And just in some micro interaction, was it rewarding or frustrating? That's an object relation. In infancy, babies can't, their minds can't take all that in. And so one of the things that happens is that we start off with not being able to see things holistically. And so interactions that are a little frustrating and so therefore negative, that's kind of in one compartment. So baby is uncomfortable, mom didn't attend, the whole thing's unpleasant, so that's a negative.
Right.
And they keep that separate from, you know, mom attended, baby's happy, everything's good. And so those are split object relations. It's either good or bad, the scenario, the people and the events. And as we get old, and so then as we get older, we integrate that so that we see the other person and we see ourselves as integrated with good and bad aspects, nuanced. And, you know, like little kids, they're upset with their parent. I hate you. You're the worst father ever. You always, okay. And so that doesn't happen though in those ages where we start to develop a more nuanced, integrated, holistic understanding of ourselves and others. So that's where people will have heard of splitting, which is associated with borderline personality disorder, right? Where they paint you black. They're unhappy with something. You triggered something. You are all.
You're bad. You're all bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
That
And
moment.
they tend to talk in all, you always do this. You never do that. You know, things are not nuanced. But if you think about how that would affect one's development to always have kind of these two channels that will never blend and never mix.
Yes. Yes.
So
Always
that's
split. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's one layer of it. And then there's more about, and probably more than I'm prepared to talk about, but I'll just hint at it, is there's a desire to protect the good experience from infancy. We have our attachment needs and our safety needs. And so we want to maintain in our mind the good experience, the good other person, mother or whoever, the good experience, the safe experience, the fulfilling experience. And so we eject bad experiences and also bad aspects of ourselves because we don't want to be bad. And that's where projection comes in. So all the bad stuff about myself. So this is the underlying psychology about, you know, if people have heard about projection, they put their own stuff onto somebody else. And what also comes out of that is it's related to envy also, and it's related to paranoia. So
a lot of paranoia, right, in these cases, right?
Right. And so what happens when they do the ejecting and always take in the good stuff, I'm great, and they'll even take it on qualities of other people. Oh, I'm great. I like that quality. Hey, I've got that quality too. And ejecting my flaws, my weaknesses, my not so great stuff, my shadows. Then what happens in a sense is that all the bad stuff is out there and it's out there to get me. I'm all good and wonderful. And I don't have any, I never hurt people. I'm never mean. I'm just innocent and good. And all those bad people are out there to get me because their object relations are so impaired and so skewed.
So they're basically, so I mean, that makes sense. So they have this black and white way of thinking about people, and they're never able to integrate this good bad thing. They're never able to integrate these two polarities with each other, so that they're always kind of bouncing back and forth from good bad, right?
Yeah.
And then there's this paranoia, this intense paranoia, and part of it is that they early on, they never had a healthy sense of subject object. For them, the object, the other, is it's always problematic. And so their relationships with other people, they're always going to be fraught with this same kind of black, white, paranoid mentality. Is that kind of basically what you're saying, right?
Like friend or foe.
Right.
Because you're not like a pretty good person, but man, sometimes you're a jerk, especially when it has to do with X, Y, or Z. No, it's you're with me or you're against me, your friend or your foe. Things aren't going well, so it must be this bad thing that someone's doing to me. And that what ties into there too is I don't have any flaws, especially like on the narcissism side. So I don't have any flaws. Like you can see this with Meghan Markle. I don't have any flaws. Things are going bad. So who can I blame? And then like with Marilyn Manson, and it's ominous.
Right, right. Well, I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think our viewers can look forward to when you start your channel and everything, get that going. Look forward to more of that analysis because I mean I think that that makes sense, and I really like I can wrap our minds around it, right? That we are dealing with people who very early on, like you said, between 3 and 5 or whatever, very early on developed this basic structural issue in how not just how they view the world or people, but basically, I mean, how they view themselves in relation to others, to the other, to the object in these situations, and how if that is fundamentally flawed, then just that colors for the rest of their life their interactions with other people. And when my mom came on here to talk about Amber Heard months ago, I asked her, I said, do you think, from your clinical perspective, your experience in the mental health fields, do you think that when Amber Heard says, Johnny hit me, do you think that she really knows that he didn't hit her? And so she's saying to herself, I'm just going to lie about Johnny Depp hitting me. And my mom said, no, I don't think it's that. I mean, it could be, but what she said is that these types of personalities, like we're talking about with these types of disorders, that they don't view they don't view truth versus fiction in the same way that we do. If they think that someone has done something bad to them, then even telling a lie in their minds, it might actually still get at a truth that they're trying to communicate. And in other words, maybe Johnny Depp, we know Johnny Depp didn't hit Amber, right? But let's say that he said some things to Amber that she thought were mean, or she thought he was being controlling or whatever. In her mind, my mom said, she might translate that almost into a kind of violence, so that she says to herself, well, even if he didn't hit me physically, like what he was doing, it was just as bad. It was a form of violence. And so yeah, so it was just like he might as well have hit me in a way, right?
Yes, there's a sense of despair and desperation and kind of a histrionic response to getting help, which I think goes back to echoes back to what they may have been dealing with in childhood. And I think this goes to the Rammstein hoaxers too. This last part I said about reflecting back to their childhood. But yeah, just think of if you really believe that you're in this really terrible situation and no one will understand you, you might bend the truth.
Right.
For the right reasons.
Because you think that it's communicating. My mom told me this experience that she'd had one time with a patient who had borderline BPD, and the patient was in there with their family member, I think with their father, and the father was complaining to my mom that this child would often tell people that he had hit her when he really hadn't. Like the child would lie and would say, Daddy hit me or whatever. And my mom asked the child in a separate interview when the dad wasn't in the room, she said, is that true? Does your dad really hit you, or is that a lie? And what the child said to her was, well, he didn't actually hit me, but I need people to understand like how much it hurts me when he says bad things to me, when he says mean things to me. And so it's like he's hitting me. That's what the child expressed it in some way, that basically like yes, okay, so he didn't actually hit me, but to say that he was hitting me is actually to be able to communicate a deeper truth that I'm trying to communicate, which is he made me feel so bad. It was like he hit me.
Right. And here's the thing, and I hope if I can make any dent in trying to enable people to understand things more, is I try not to demonize. I mean, I'm unhappy with the people we're talking about who are hurting other people.
Right.
And hurting society. But, the flip side is that they may struggle also expressing their experience and trying to map their experience, which mostly they don't know is off to our reality. So they may also struggle with how do people won't take me seriously. Oh, this is how it's going to work. I'll say that he's hitting, which, I'm just summarizing what you said, but
right. It'll make them take me seriously or know how serious this is.
I'm just trying to bring it down to that, they have some difficult making their way in the world because of these object relations issues. So their ways of managing their distress is also going to be skewed from that perspective. So,
yeah, that's a great point. Dan Campbell says here in the super chat, he says, Joseph Newberger brought this up on some of his Not on Record podcasts. He said, sometimes when an accuser admits their accusations were false, they don't even know or remember why they did it. And that's interesting. That's interesting too. I mean, I think that Nina, and I'm sure you feel the same way. I think that, I think one of the biggest challenges that we face in covering these types of lies, these hoaxes, like the shit that Amber Heard has pulled, that I believe Evan Rachel Wood has pulled, and some of these others, is that we are dealing. These people have done terrible things, and they've hurt people, and who don't deserve it. But also, we're dealing with very troubled people who were probably abused themselves when they were young, who are acting out of a kind of ignorance of self, or a kind of distorted, as you said, down to the metal, like their psyche down to the metal. It's fucked up, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah. And I just wish there was I'll sign off. I just want to finish. I just wish we understood things, and again, not in a demonizing way. Demonize the bad behavior, sure. But I wish we understood things like we do with bipolar. If you've got a roommate or somebody and they're going off, off the deep end, you just know, oh, they've got bipolar. This is part of their disease. They're poorly medicated, or they need to ramp up their dose. I just wish we kind of all knew what we're dealing with. And as a society, why don't we have a Surgeon General? Somebody tell me why we don't have a psychiatrist or psychologist general? I'll end with that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's an interesting question, and there's a larger conversation to be had too about the fact that psychiatry, psychology, these different fields, they are still very subjective, and in terms of it's we don't even still really understand what causes depression. Even we don't know if antidepressants work really. We don't know. I get into arguments sometimes with people about ADD, ADHD. Like, there's still no way to test if someone has that, other than just, there's a subjective checklist of, do you feel this way? Do you feel this way? Do you find you do this? But like, these are fields that it's not like the harder sciences. I just went to see Oppenheimer, and they had a theory, and they tested it out. The bomb went off. Okay, theory correct. And it's like it's more difficult in these fields. And so I think that because psychology related fields, because they are more subjective and more indeterminate, then it almost gives people this attitude of like, well, it's impossible to know anything about any of that. It's all pseudoscience, right? It's all pseudoscience. They just kind of shrug it off. But I think that it's interesting what you're saying there about how we need an awareness, not just of mental health in terms of depression. People talk about depression, they talk about suicide, they talk about these kinds of disorders, right? But you don't, in society today, unless we're talking about Amber Heard or some celebrity case, you still don't see a lot of discussion about the pervasiveness of personality disorders. And I think, I wish that when I had taken a psychology class, when I was in high school, I had to take one psychology class. And I wish that the professor would have talked more about personality disorders in the sense of saying, you will encounter in your life, each of you will encounter multiple people who have these disorders, these cluster B disorders. You will encounter them, and everyone in this room at some point, you will be adversely affected, perhaps in a tremendous way, by someone who has these disorders. If you yourself don't have them, and that's another thing, right? Is you have a lot of people who, it's hard for them to get help, or they don't get help because one of the one of the symptoms of some of these disorders is a lack of self-awareness, or an inability, I should say, instead, an inability to see one's flaws for what they are. And like you said, it's down to the metal. It's a distorted way of thinking. It's paranoid. It's an issue with how they see everyone in their lives, subject-object relations. And so I think, yeah, everybody's heard the term narcissist, and everybody's heard the term now gaslighting and all of that. But how many people in society are actually being educated about what exactly is a narcissist, is someone with BPD or some of these disorders? How do they manifest themselves? And to understand that they do real damage. And not everybody, yes, if you're in treatment, if you have NPD or BPD and you're getting treatment, good for you. I'm not talking to you, but most of the time these people go unrecognized, undiagnosed, and they're ruining lives. And so I would love it if we had the same kind of awareness of personality disorders and the fact that we're all going to face them at some point in our life, either directly or indirectly or what have you, and to have the kind of awareness that people have about drug addiction, alcoholism, about domestic violence, even depression, like these things people have more of an awareness of. Personality disorders, most people still don't. So I think that channels like yours are going to be important in the future. And I think that's why too, on YouTube, channels about personality disorders do so well, like knowing the narcissist and Sam Venkin and some of these people, because there are so many people that they have these experience. The first time that most people learn about personality disorders is when they're in a relationship with someone who has one. And usually, you can back me up on this because you've actually been in the field. My experience, though, is that the first time that most people learn about personality disorders is when they're coming out of they're in a relationship with, or they're coming out of a relationship with someone who has one, a toxic personality disorder. And these people are trying to figure out, their victims, so to speak, are trying to figure out what is going on here. And so they get online and they look it up, or they stumble across it. And when they find out, they're like, where has this been my whole life? I wish I had known. Because when you know the symptoms, when you know the way it unfolds, the signs and everything, then you're able at least to confront it and to start dealing with it better, or to walk away. But there's so many people, and I was in that situation. You probably were. I'm sure a lot of people in the audience have been, where you don't know about this stuff, and then you find yourself in a relationship with one of these people, with the mind games that they play and the covert abuse and all of that, and you're like, what is this?
Yeah, and you might have had children with them too, which then, once you do have an understanding, do have the willpower to change it, you have a major complication, which is that you have children with them.
Right. Well, and that's something, that's something that happened. And thank you, Terry. It's important to understand it's a spectrum. There are nuances in these situations, but that's something that unfortunately it's a very tragic complication with a lot of people, the children aspect. Because like my mom, for instance, I've talked before about my dad, and he's dead now, but he had a classic case of NPD, fit all the boxes, if we're going by the subjective criteria, right? But fit all the boxes and everything. And my mom had kids with him. And so she was in a position where extracting from that was made much more difficult, particularly with all the games that they play. And of course, even it gets more complicated when we're talking about someone from a traditional background too. Like my mom was raised to believe that you only need a college degree as a backup plan if on the crazy, out of this world, inconceivable chance that you might get a divorce, which my mom grew up in a very traditional Southern family, and back when she was coming up, like divorce, it was still heavily stigmatized, right? And so it was like, she was taught, okay, get a degree so you can be a teacher if on some crazy chance things don't work out with your husband. But of course that's not going to happen, right? And so she gets this relationship, she has 2 kids, and yes, of course there were warning signs and red flags, even on their honeymoon or whatever, but like people just weren't talking about this stuff back then. And as you know, when you're in a relationship with someone who's a narcissist or BPD or what have you, it's often so difficult for people to get out, because just when people think that they've finally gotten the courage, or they've finally gotten clear in their mind, okay, I need to leave, this is fucked up, I need to leave, it's not going to work out, then that person will do something, right? They'll turn over a new leaf temporarily, or they'll show some side of their character, their personality that, is a kind of a distraction, or like, oh, I've really changed or whatever. And so these people, they gaslit is one term for it, I guess, but these people get on this, in these relationships, they get on this roller coaster, and it's like, it's so hard for them to finally get off because the person's always playing games with them. Whereas I think that if more people were educated on, this is the pattern that you're going to get into with a narcissist or with someone who's borderline or has a toxic cluster B personality, is that this is how it's going to go. And then the person can see, oh, yeah, this is what this is. I'm not crazy. It's NPD. So.
Yeah, and that's why I like trying to explain it at the lowest level possible, because people have a really hard time getting that the person can't change, and they're not going to change.
Right.
It's very rare, and so it'd be like, people will spend 20 years trying to argue, cajole, go to couples counseling, whereas they wouldn't spend 20 years. I'm talking cis hetero stuff, but
right.
If they had a friend, a guy who was completely, heterosexual, and it was a female, they wouldn't spend 20 years the other way around, hoping that they can change somebody to change their sexual interest. Like have a
yes, that's a great point. Yeah, so let me.
They have a female friend, and like, oh well, maybe she'll fall in love with me. And it's like, no, the female friend is heterosexual. Like, you just know. You're not going to spend 20 years trying to get someone who's not even interested in your gender, right? Like, to make it so basic that it's not, you don't waste your time, and you don't get into the weeds, and you don't get into all the toxicity. Like, they're not going to change.
So I agree with you.
Because they can't.
I agree with you on that. And I think that's what you meant when you were saying it's down to the rail, it's down to the metal, is that a lot of people need to be better educated on the fact that if someone has NPD or they have BPD and they're not working on it, then they don't recognize they have it, they don't want to change, that it is going to be as impossible basically for you to change that person or for the relationship to get healthier. It's going to be as impossible as if you were trying to change someone's sexual orientation. And I think that's an excellent point. And that doesn't mean that we give up on the people who are trying to get help, right? Because they're trying to get help, they're trying to change, right? But there are some people, let me just put it this way, there are some people who should just never be in relationships. And, I had a friend, I'll tell you this, and then and I want to talk to Yellowbeard, and we're going to try to diagnose
I have an answer
how I have NPD. But just a minute, we'll get to Yellowbeard in a minute. But I had a friend who was in a relationship with a physically abusive man who was clearly a narcissist and what have you. And she said to me at one point, she was having trouble leaving him. She did finally leave him, but she said to me at one point, she said, he's messed up because of what his dad did to him. It's not his fault either. It can't be that these people who have this, there are hundreds of thousands or millions of people with these disorders. Are you telling me that they just shouldn't be in a relationship with anyone? Because I was telling her, this guy is abusive, you need to get out of the relationship. And she was saying, but I care about him, and he needs, even if I have to put up with it, like he needs someone in his life to be with him. Are you saying that if someone has NPD or BPD and they're not working on it, that they should never be in a relationship? And yes, that is what I'm saying, is that these people are so, people who have this, and yes, there's a spectrum, and some people have lighter cases of it or whatever, but people who have this, particularly the really toxic intransigent cases, like they probably should not ever be in relationships. They are so defective. It's kind of like saying, well, should a pedophile not have a right to have children? No, I would say that if someone is a pedophile, then I'm sorry, you've given up your right to have kids or adopt kids or what have you. And so that's what I would say about people like Amber Heard and people like Evan Wood and some of these others, is that yes, there are people who, it's not their fault, I guess, but they are so defective that you should not, no one should be in a relationship with them. It's too bad. But if they're not going to work on it, if they're not going to see it, then yes, they are too poisonous and too dangerous. Okay, so what did you have to say? So Yellowbeard, I would like to know, before Nina addresses this comment, I would love for you to tell me what signs and symptoms you perceive in me of narcissism, aside from having a YouTube show, which so I guess we can concede that anyone who goes on TV or on YouTube and promotes themselves, there's probably some degree of narcissism there, to some degree, some ego. But I would like to know what it is that I'm doing that you think is a sign of of classic NPD. All right, Nina, what did you want to say?
Well, this is actually a great object lesson because people confuse narcissism is not the self-conceit. Grandiosity can be a component of narcissism, but it's actually covering for a deep deficit in self-esteem. And there's usually defensiveness. It's an armor.
Mhm.
So we have seen so many times you being vulnerable. So any degree that Yellowbeard might find that you're, have some conceit, have some grandiosity, that's not narcissism.
Well, is it possible, to play the devil's advocate, and thank you, I appreciate that. Is it possible, though, that someone can fake self-deprecation and still have NPD? Would we see that with like Amber Heard or Evan Rachel Wood or some of these, where
Yeah.
you can be so narcissistic that you say, oh, but I'll throw them a bone here, or I'll do this, and it'll seem self-deprecating. Kind of like when people, like, for instance, Sydney Sweeney. I saw Sydney Sweeney earlier, several months ago or weeks ago, crying because some people online, she did an Instagram live where she was crying, and she was crying because she said some people online called her ugly, and she wanted people to know that made her sad and whatever. And like, I'm thinking, does Sydney Sweeney really think that she's ugly, or was this just kind of an opportunity? That girl knows she's not ugly, right? She's just she's getting on here and milking it. Anyway, my point is, like, I think that's probably the answer that some people would give to you, is that some people can be so narcissistic that they're able to even take a kind of narcissistic pride in their self-deprecation. Like, look,
Well,
I can make fun of myself.
That's not self-deprecation, though. That's playing victim also.
Explain. What do you mean?
So that's more like vulnerable covert narcissism, because she was playing victim. She wasn't just like, I kind of suck at this sometimes, right? Right. So I wasn't talking about you playing victim.
No, I know.
I was talking about vulnerability. But sure, yeah, some people will fake it to a certain degree.
And it's interesting because and that's why it's so hard, I think, to wrap our minds around some of these people. When we talk about Amber, when we talk about someone who's more advanced than that, even with like Evan Rachel Wood, is that some of these people, they're so complicated, and they're so good at playing games, and they're so good at playing games even with themselves. And that's where it really gets crazy, is like, it's possible that we hook these people up to a lie detector test, and they know maybe that they're lying about some things, right? But they really genuinely think they're in the right. Like when I watched Evan Rachel Wood's documentary, Phoenix Rising, the way that she was talking about the age difference between her and Manson when they dated, and she says, I was just a baby and all of that. Like, I believe that she really thinks that, yeah, she's telling a lot of lies about Manson. And I think probably on some level she realizes that, but I really think that she thinks that he just took advantage of me. That age difference, I was just a baby. I think she's got it in her mind that basically there was something pedophilic going on. I mean, she's even used that term before, and Ilma Gore did too when Manson sued them. She said, bring it on, you RP motherfucker, right? And so, like, I think that that's one of the craziest aspects of these personality disorders and of these women, is that they really believe, or at least Evan Rachel Wood, I think, and Amber really believe that these guys deserve what they did to them, that they really deserve these media campaigns and to be canceled and all that. It's crazy. Anyway, thank you so much, Nina, for coming on. And should I direct people to a channel yet? Do you have it up, or do you want to wait?
The channel is up. It has a little video of my daughter when she was a little girl, because I was just testing how to put a video up. But I don't know if you'd be okay with me extracting this little section.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
And I could do that as my first video. But the handle on YouTube is @egotv.online.
Okay. All right. So people, you see it there, Ego TV, and she'll be joining us again. And yeah, but and I guess, like you said, take some of this and you can make it your first video. I'm fine with that. All right. Thank you, Nina. Yep. Okay. Thanks for joining us. We'll talk to you later. All right. Okay, so let's see, it's 5:30. I think we've got a couple of people, and Celtic Iron hopefully is going to join us as well. But I think we've got a couple of people who wanted to chat in the next couple of hours. So you know who you are. You're welcome at any time to get in the queue. Oh, here we go. All right. So Kinky, I'm going to call you Kinky, like a first name. What do you think?
That sounds
Hey,
fun.
Kinky.
Hey.
It's the Kinky Connoisseur, and she has her own channel. You can just you can look it up, Kinky Connoisseur on YouTube. And so you've had your channel for what, a week or so now. We did a live stream together earlier.
Yeah.
I'm curious. So what are you interested in talking about right now? What's on your mind?
Yeah, well, we can talk about whatever you like. I had mentioned I watched your live stream on Wednesday about the aliens, and I thought that was really fun.
Oh yeah. So you had an alien. Well, you had a UFO experience,
I
right?
did, yeah. So I thought maybe that might be something interesting to talk about
Yeah.
briefly.
So while you tell that, I'm still here, but I'm going to turn my image off because I need to go into a different room. So you tell your experience. I'll still be here to talk. I'm just going to go to an avatar. But tell us
Okay.
about, how old were you? When did this happen? What happened?
Yeah, absolutely. So I was about 11 years old. We had just moved to this new city. And this was in the fall. This was maybe September or October. And yeah, I was 11 years old, and my brother, I think, was like 8 or something around that age. And we went to his little like science fair that he had in the evening. And when we left the science fair, it was probably maybe around 7:30 at night. And it was my mom, dad, my little brother, and myself. And we're heading back to our car in the parking lot. And we're looking, we're just walking back to our car. And in the sky, there's like this weird blue fire looking thing. It almost reminded me of something that would have come out of like a flare gun, but it was far too large and far too up high in the sky to be that at all. And it was blue. It was like this electric blue color. And it kind of went over the small mountain that was fairly close to us. And that was it. It just lasted maybe 5 seconds at most. So nothing crazy.
Were you very, well, I don't want to say sure because you're not sure, but did it seem to you pretty obvious that it was not man-made?
I really didn't know what it was. It didn't really look man-made to me, just as like 11-year-old. I remember my dad saying, "Whoa, like what is that?" And asking him later again, like, "What do you think that is?" Because I had mentioned that my father, he is an aerospace and mechanical engineer. He's done work for Boeing and NASA and other governmental work. And he's had, through that governmental work, he's had security clearances. I don't know if it's the same kind of clearances that these people that testified, on Wednesday had. Probably not. But I know like he's quite the expert when it comes to aerospace engineering. And so for him to say like, I don't know what that was weird, then that made me think, okay, then I think it was something strange. He is quite the skeptic of when it comes to UFOs and whatnot. So I don't think he would ever just come out and say, oh yeah, I think it was a UFO. But it always just kind of stuck out in my mind being like, that's weird. I don't know what that was. Could it have been something totally natural? Sure. Of course it could have been. I remember hearing also what stood out to me as well more recently was like that Las Vegas UFO encounter.
Yeah.
I had heard online some people saying that particular night that they saw like some kind of blue fire in the sky or some kind of blue flame. And so that made me think of my experience. So I was like, oh, interesting. I wonder if they saw something similar to what I saw.
So I think that's interesting. I've never had, I'm going around here raising the windows in this room. I've never had any kind of UFO experience myself. I have not talked to many people who have had one either, but I found that testimony really compelling the other day in Congress. And I understand, like I said earlier, I understand that our government has engaged through the years, through the decades, in a lot of misinformation, and there have been times even when apparently the government has wanted to deflect attention away from certain things, and so they've even encouraged some of these UFO narratives on several occasions. But this, to me, it just feels very different, and it's not something. Again, it's not something that's happened overnight. There have been people over the last several years. There have been people releasing things, discussing things. There has been stuff that's been trickling out, and of course, the Pentagon, even a couple of years ago, released some video of some of these craft doing things that they should not be able to do. And so, to me, but I think, well, I have a bias because I do believe in aliens. I think it's a no-brainer that aliens exist, and I do believe that if they do and they're more advanced than us, which I believe they are, then of course some would have visited Earth at some point, probably still are, in the same way that we have scientists who study lesser forms of beings. Like, we have scientists who study bugs, we have scientists who study ants. And so this idea that, like, oh well, human beings would be so primitive to these aliens, they wouldn't have any interest in visiting us or watching us, I just don't think that's the case. So to me, it's, I'm sure I will admit there's plenty of confirmation bias with me when I watch these government hearings and when I listen to these supposed whistleblowers, because I already believe that what they're saying is valid. So
Yeah.
I'm curious, how do you think that let's say that these hearings continue and that more whistleblowers come out, which I think that they will, because I don't know how many people have noticed this or aware of this or not. But one of the things that this bipartisan movement in Congress, and yes, it's both Republicans and Democrats, one of the few things that you will find true bipartisan support for.
Right.
But one of the
Yeah.
things that they have done recently is they're trying to pass laws that will not only protect whistleblowers, but that will also basically make it mandatory that if there are people out there who were in our government who know about these programs, they're now required to step forward and talk about them. So this is one of the laws that the Congress people are trying to pass. I'm not sure if it's already passed or not, but they're trying to basically create a requirement that people who know about this stuff in the government, they have to talk about it. And so it'll be interesting to see now that not only are whistleblowers getting protection, but they're also able to they're also now going to be pressured to come forward. I bet you're going to see a lot of people, but I'd be interested to see what the response is to that. I see Andy Signore is here. I'm going to bring him on. He's on vacation. I'm going to have him join us here for just a bit. Stay on,
Okay.
Lisa. You don't need to go anywhere. But he's on vacation and he's joining us from vacation. So we are so lucky. Andy, what are you doing? You're in the
Hi.
airport.
I'm stuck in an airport. Vacation ended, wrapping up, and I'm a Mexican airport. And I saw your DM, and I thought I could afford 1 minute to say hi to my favorite colonel.
Your favorite colonel. Well, I appreciate you coming on. My favorite is when people join us from abroad, like from their travels abroad. Like, I love the airport video.
Yeah, I'm across the Star Island Cafe here in Cancun.
So tell us briefly. I know you can only stay on for a minute or so, but tell us how has your vacation been?
Oh man, I just went online to start checking some stuff because we're just sitting in an airport and the kids are all zoned out back on their iPads because we've all been offline for the week.
Oh yeah.
It was very nice to be offline for a week and not see anything and just be swimming. And we went to one of those like resorts that didn't have to worry about anything.
The all-inclusive, right?
Yeah, kids, because I got 3 kids, 4, 11, and 13, and so it was just very easy to I could just drink, I could walk around, we could swim. It was very lovely. So we had a very nice time, and now heading back to reality on a delayed flight in Mexico. Woohoo!
That's one of the few bad things about going on vacation is you've got the depressing flight back, often delayed.
I think we're all ready to go home, but yeah, the delay in the airport. It's like we're ready, and then it's like, nope, just stay here in this crappy airport for a couple more hours, just because.
It's kind of like a decompression, like you have to decompress to re-enter, and once when you've been in the airspace.
Yeah, when you have kids, you need a vacation after your vacation sometimes.
Oh man! So tell me, Andy, a little bit of time left. I know you got to go, but what are you interested in the news? I know you've been disengaged the last week or two, but
I've literally been out of. I saw Kevin Spacey won. That's crazy. He's now.
He did.
And he is. People aren't. What's crazy about that one is like, he's innocent, but they're still not going to let him be innocent. And it just shows how weird our world is. Where it's like, dude, it goes on criminal trial, wins, and they're still like, he doesn't deserve to be uncanceled. Like, how dare you? Who are these people who get to make this decision when he went through criminal trial and won twice? He's already, I guess, the civil one too. He's won both. It's like, sorry, like I look, I've heard creepy things about the dude. I'm not gonna lie, but is he a criminal? Doesn't sound like it. So he did his due. He passed his. He's been gone for a while. He's paid his price. It's time to welcome back Kevin Spacey, I guess.
Yeah, I wrote. I'm starting a Substack, and I wrote an article. My first article for my Substack comes out this next week, and I talked about Kevin Spacey. And it's like what you said. He has done what we say we want people to do. We always say, okay, we want this. We want people to go through the court system. We want people to fight it in the courts. We want them to face charges and everything. Well, he's done that. He went through a civil trial. Like you said, he prevailed there. And then he just recently, this UK court trial, it was 4 different men with like multiple counts, and he was acquitted of all of this. And so it's like, okay, he's gone through 2 trials, a civil and a criminal. He's been the subject of investigation by multiple countries. He was investigated in the US, and they decided not to proceed with charges. So really, what more does this guy have to do to have his career back, regardless of if people think that he's creepy or not, or if I don't know if he's innocent or not, but we have to go by.
Whoa. He is innocent.
Right.
Gotta correct you. He's innocent by a court of law. So
right.
He's innocent. Innocent until proven guilty. That's the problem. Everyone's like, I don't know if he's innocent. And I've said it too, but it's like, he's innocent right now. I mean, like, I don't know if he's done bad things.
Right.
I don't know if people are, if he got away with doing bad things. I think that's probably a better way to say it. But the dude's innocent, whether we like it or not. And even though I've heard things about him, I just can't. I can't stand how the world is still like the media gets to decide. No, just because you won doesn't mean anything. You're still a monster. Like the whole anti-rap thing was a whole nother mess where it's like, dude, you lost.
Right.
It's like this is like. And then some of the, I don't know, it was weird. Following Christopher was there a lot, and it's like, look, I've heard the stories of Kevin Spacey. Like I have. Him and Bryan Singer are 2, like in Hollywood that people just sort of ignored, that were very into men and like very aggressively into men. But does that mean he did it criminally, or do these men want the attention? From what I've gathered, a lot of men wanted to be around both of them because they wanted to further their careers. So, yeah, it's like it's wild, and Kevin Spacey lost everything based off accusations. Like he had to pay Netflix because like, well, you breached your contract by this. And
he went into debt. He cried on the witness stand. Apparently, he cried on the UK witness stand about not only about how his career had been destroyed and his finances been destroyed, but that he actually went into debt. And we're never gonna. When I say innocent, I'm saying I'm never going to absolutely 100% know if he was groping men unwantedly or whatever he's accused of. But for the purposes of what, like, as you said, for the purposes of his career and how he's treated in society, we should regard him as innocent. There is no reason now for anyone to regard him as guilty. He has been through 2 trials, through 2 different countries. It's done.
Weird. It's weird because it's like I saw a headline, because I haven't checked everything, and I'll probably get more into this when I get back myself, but it was like LA Times or something, like just because he won this case doesn't mean he should be uncanceled. Like, I love how the mainstream media doesn't think cancel culture exists. But then when they want someone out, they bring it back up and like, well, let's not uncancel him.
No, that's true. That's a great point.
To their gain when it's someone they don't like. And then cancel culture is real. No, don't let him back. We're canceled. It's like of course it still exists. Look, LA Times is putting out an article saying, let's not let him back in. That's cancel culture. And it's like, dude, this is where I get most passionate about all of it. Like, even if the dude gets work back, let's say he wins another Oscar, let's say he becomes successful Kevin Spacey again, that does not mean that he didn't go through immense trauma and was canceled. That is a whole thing that people don't, as someone who lived through that sort of experience of how it gets, like, you can't just suddenly like, well, it doesn't exist because he got his career back. It's hard to do, and it's really rough, and it's trauma, and especially if it's false. So it's like, especially if it's false, right? And so, these people are just full of shit. So I'm so over it all, and I'm getting more and more confident just sort of not giving a shit.
Yes.
And you got to, because sometimes I'm like, oh, I don't know about this one. I don't like this person. But I'm a hypocrite if I don't take every case the same. Like, nope, innocent until proven guilty. Until I see evidence. It's like the Jonah Hill one was another one. I don't know if you followed all that. I think you did. I was watching some of your
little
about it. But it's like, that girl was such a mess. Like, what an awful woman that girl was.
Yeah.
Just completely sharing private things just because she was bitter. He moved on, had a baby with someone else.
Right.
And the more I looked into the full conversations, the full DMs, the more it became clear that she's the one who asked him for the list, that he was being criticized. How dare he make a list for her? She asked for the list. Like, there was so much that came out. So I just, through my own experiences of people who share shit out of context or whatever, and accusations I've seen, we can't be so quick to judge. That's why I always appreciate you, because you're always out there for some of the hardest people, still defending that. Maybe not be popular, but I think it's incredibly important that we have people like you out there, remembering what innocent, until proven guilty is.
Well, I appreciate you saying that, and likewise, and of course, you have been through a version of this, and you know how destructive it is, and you know that even when you fight back, that you can't completely vindicate yourself in these situations, because there's always going to be people who believe it.
Yeah, and once the accusation comes out, that's now that's enough for people to believe. And yeah, it's just scary, the world we live in. And people just don't like you, will use any ammo they get from your haters to just cancel you again. And I'll be honest, I think it's harder to cancel people in this day and age, thankfully. Like, there's a lot more people who don't just drink the Kool-Aid immediately. There's certain groups that do. But, more often than not, it's pretty clear. Like, the whole Miranda Sings one's an interesting one. It's like, should she be canceled? Like, should she be everything removed? Like, as Vito, my friend, was on there, because I don't like some of the stuff I've seen. I'm like, look, I have a very easy line. If it's underage, like, and you're doing stupid, weird stuff with underage fans, like, even if it's not as aggressively, it was, to me, she crossed lines of inappropriateness that I feel like she needed to own, that she still has yet to own. That it's very clear, it's there in the evidence. Like, she's never just said these are fake texts. Like, if it's fake, I need to see more. You know what I mean? And so my problem with her is, like, when I saw her come back with that ukulele thing, sort of all defensive and it was very off-putting to me. Where I'm like, dude, I'm like Mr. Innocent to proven guilty. Like, you're just spitting in the face of everybody. Like, what do you do? This is so bad from a marketing standpoint. I was like, you're just hanging yourself. And so I feel less empathy for someone like her, where it's like, I don't believe she should never be able to get to work again, but she still needs to face some accountability for me of, like, there are clear fans of hers that, as they grew, realized this was inappropriate for me, like spreading my legs on stage, even if it seemed all in good fun and it was PG-13, like, just acknowledge the fact that they didn't like it. Doesn't mean you have to go to jail, but at least you can acknowledge that, like, yeah, all right, I'm sorry you guys felt that way. I never want to make my fans feel that way, and I'm sorry. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's a fine line there where that's a complicated one too, where I see people still piling on. Even Adam, the main accuser, like,
yeah, I'm not a big fan of Adam, but
I was gonna say I believe him, but seeing him stretch it out so much makes me not a fan. Because I'm like, dude, now it really is all about clout. You don't care about what's right or wrong. You just want to do as many videos as you can, reacting to anybody who reacts now, because you're getting views and you're building your brand, and people are going to support him because he's the victim. And I do believe he was a victim, but I also believe he's milking it. I do. It's like at a certain point, you got to like, okay, I said my piece. Time to move on, right? And I don't see him moving on anytime soon.
Right, right. The Colleen Ballinger thing is complicated for me, and I know you got to go. So I'll probably talk about it a little bit later, but I think, and I'm not really sure how I feel about it still. But I mean, she definitely. I'll agree with you. She definitely did some inappropriate things, but I also feel the same way about it. About Adam McIntyre. It seems like he's really milking it. It seems like there's a joy and a glee that a number of her accusers are taking in this this sort of relentless effort to bring her down. I guess the other thing I would say there about the ukulele thing, obviously it was bad strategy and it came off terribly. I wonder, not really knowing her, do you think that the ukulele thing could have been out of some sense of frustration that, okay, if everybody's going to gang up on me and there are going to be a number of lies, I think she thinks some of the things that were said about her were lies and all this, that this is basically my way of saying, like, this stupid ukulele song. Okay, fine. I'll give you an answer, but I'm going to.
Yeah, there were parts of the song that I think she's right about, but not for her.
Well, it definitely didn't work. That's for sure.
It's like, it was just the worst move she could have done and I'm just talking strictly from a marketing standpoint. I don't know how anybody on her side thought that was going to be a good idea. Like, if it was shockingly how bad of an idea, because it was just a middle finger to all of her victims. And people, I guess that's the line of, do you think there are victims in this? And it's like, to me, the one that bothered me the most was that girl, Becky, who was the one who like spread her legs on stage, because that was sort of the bit. And as I watched more of the clips, like, the whole show was kind of gross for me. Like, this is where everyone has their lines, but like having like a little kid pull cheese balls from her pants, like, kids, these aren't like adults, these are kids. And that's where I'm like, yeah, I'm not cool with this. go away. That's the
right. I understand.
Like, and so when she was doing that stuff, and that was, and then you learn that like she wants to be the creepy aunt, and you know her whole show on Netflix is about a creepy. I've learned now reading, like, the whole joke of the show is that the uncle was trying to F her, and she would constantly write gags to like try to make it like she has no clue, but he's clearly trying to. And you just are like, this is weird. And you're aiming this to 13-year-old girls.
I was going to say that's directed to adolescents, right?
Yeah. Adult show. And so to me, it's like, look, it's the times have changed. You could argue, fine. I could accept her saying, listen, I understand now that this character and some of the things we did don't sit the same right now. And I'm sorry to anybody who feels uncomfortable about it. Like, to me, it would have been a more adult response and shown that she's actually hearing. And I don't think it's like people complaining about woke Snow White. Like, I think this is a fair thing some people are upset by. And I think she needed to acknowledge it better than she did. So instead of acknowledging it, she just leveled into a ukulele song about how she's a victim. Like, not what I would have done. I just would have probably said nothing.
It certainly didn't go over. It certainly didn't go over well. That's for sure.
She made it way more toxic and way more vocal. And that's, I mean, because I've helped some people with PR moments of like when they're going through it. And sometimes the best is not saying anything. Just don't engage. It depends how big it gets and like if it's affecting you and your brand. But more often than not, like, just move on and keep doing your stuff and ignore it and don't give it any weight unless it's starting to affect. And there's enough stuff there. You're like, I got to address this. It's too much of an elephant in the room. And then you got to then either own up to it or prove it's false, right? Is the two sort of choices you have in the path where you go, or why you're arguing with it. And I don't think she gave a good enough reason. She gave some broad strokes as the frustration, I think, of there is a lot of toxic drama. And I think Adam, because I want to be careful here, I don't have a problem with Adam, and he'll probably clip the video just because he needs more content. But that's my problem with Adam. It's like, dude, like, a lot of us support you, but like, how long are you going to keep doing this for? Like, when's it enough? Like, he's in certain times he's like, I'm over this, I don't want to talk about it, but boom, 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 dozens more stuff comes out of him. Sort of, it's become his identity. And I think that for his brand, that's kind of dangerous, because eventually they're going to get tired of it. And it's like, what else are you talking about, dude? You got a lot of people now watching. Like, what is your brand? Oh, your brand is to be the victim of Colleen? Like, that's not long term.
Yeah, I agree with you. I definitely agree with you on that. And again, the Ballinger thing, it's complicated for me, and it's kind of a longer discussion. I might talk about it a little later, but I definitely, I think you have valid things to say, valid perspective on this. I hear you. So, what do you think about the Dan Wooten stuff?
Oh yeah, it's weird. I mean, I haven't
been following it.
I haven't been able to look too much into the specifics. I've been trying to get some of the accusers on, and I've had, off the record conversations with one of them. Like, I'm just trying to get more data.
Mm-hmm.
To me, like, I don't believe anything yet. Like, and I'm not going to accuse the guy because he's also, even though I don't like the guy, he's innocent until proven guilty. But the irony of it is just too rich for me to not enjoy pulling out some popcorn and watching, because Dan Wooten to me is the epitome of a guy who rushes to cancel and judge people. And when the sides turn on him, he's the first one to complain about the toxic internet and don't read it. Well, it's like, you're part of it, dude. Like, there's a video breaking down all the people that he's done it to. I mean, obviously Johnny, he's the one who called him the wife beater, but I go back and there's clips of him just calling Michael Jackson a pedophile. I'm like, okay, like, you're in like a newscaster, like, he wasn't charged with that. You could say people think he's one. Okay, then you could probably get away with that. I would still disagree personally, because I've done the homework on that, and I don't believe he ever did that. And he was cleared from a criminal trial, and he's only being tried again now with his 2 liars. But and then there's the whole Caroline Flack stuff. Like, there's so many people you could go through and see who Dan Wooten has just sort of, his carnage has gone through, and so for him to now sort of try to play victim is just very rich to me. Now, these people could be full of shit, in which case that sucks, but it's just weird that he gets to now play the don't believe everything you read and it's all lies. The internet is toxic, and he was blaming dark forces. Like, come on, dude.
He's doing an Andrew Tate there, huh?
Yeah, dark forces. I think this is just some karma coming up, because the truth is usually always in the middle somewhere, and I'm sure he's done some stuff he regrets. He admitted this. We all have. And so the question is, like, how dark and deep are his skeletons? They're going to come out eventually, so I'm sure he's nervous. But I also saw him raising funds for lawyer. Like, dude, you're a rich, like, network guy. Like, your network's probably covering a lot of the bills, and he's out there begging for money for lawyer. Dude, like, that was a huge red flag where I'm like, oh, this dude's a total like, ugh, he's a scumbag. So I don't like the guy. But as I said, he's innocent until proven guilty. Like, he deserves the same rights that everybody does. So I don't know. Would you have more opinions on him?
No, I mean, I don't. I've not looked into this hardly at all. I have people, my viewers have been telling me, check this out. I saw one of Tug's videos, and so I think I'm with you on this. I need to look into it more. But it is, it's interesting how many people don't think that cancel culture is a problem until it hits them, or it hits someone that they care about, or one of their entertainers. And so, Dan Wooten, there was a lot of gloating about the Johnny Depp stuff, and he took a lot of delight and glee in spreading the notion that Johnny Depp was a wife beater. And then, and he was so happy when the UK verdict came in, and was gloating about that and everything. And so now Dan gets to see what it is like. He gets to live that hell, and he gets to see what it is like to be the subject of cancellation.
Yeah, I mean, he says it's changing him, and he's learning. I hope so. I hope for the better, but I doubt it. Judging how he's
probably not.
I doubt it. But yeah, it's a weird thing to watch, and it's interesting because I've been covering the Meghan Markle and Prince Harry stuff. I never thought I would, but I've gotten strangely invested into it, and it's been doing well for me. But Meghan, people who hate Meghan and Harry love Dan Wooten because he's so against them, and so I've had a lot of people just get really mad at me, Andy, and then I have to remind them, like, dude, like, it's not about what I don't care about these victims. Yeah, they can tell judge, but you can't deny the fact that this guy's a complete hypocrite. He's a total fraud. The way he's now playing these same things that he refused to give people who are not convicted. He makes his opinions about people and tries and cancels them, and now it happens to him, and he gets to call dark forces. Like, no, that doesn't work that way, dude. You got to sort of reap the karma here. That's good luck. But he's built such a sycophant audience that they're going to go wherever he goes. That's just sort of the problem also, which, I'm sure you have some, I have some, that will believe us no matter what. Sure. It's like, I always remember what Trump said. He's like, I could go shoot somebody in Times Square and nothing would happen. And it's just weirdly, scarily true. Like he could have at a certain point, right? And so it's like, I don't know, there's a certain point we have to be careful. And I was having this conversation with my audience. I'm like, guys, I'm not the smartest person. I might be wrong. Please don't look up at me like I'm some weird god. That's not healthy. And anybody who's telling you otherwise, that you're the only one you can believe, like which Dan did in the audience, to me is red flag city. Like if someone's spouting to you, no, don't believe anybody but our network, we're changing history, blah, 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 blah. That dude's selling you some magic beans.
Yep. Well put. Well put.
But on that note, I should go. I think I gotta check up
Yeah. No, I was going to thank you so much for joining us. Everybody check out, we'll put the links up here. Andy on Popcorn Planet. Andy
Sorry, I couldn't stay longer, but I'm glad
you're
I got
great.
to pop in. Good
Thank
to see
you.
you both. Thank you for having
Bye,
me. Guys,
Andy.
make sure to subscribe, tip, all that jar stuff. And you can tell
Thanks,
I'm tired.
Andy.
But thank you. See you later.
All right. Good luck
Bye,
with your flight.
Andy.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Andy's great. Thanks, Andy, for doing that. Let me put his links in. I think most people know, but Popcorn Planet. So he and Steph, they do great coverage on a lot of stuff. And like he said, they have been getting into the Meghan Markle stories as well. They may even have a new channel now devoted to that. I'm not sure, but I'm going to give you all the link for Andy's main channel, Popcorn Planet. Okay, here it is. And so let me catch up on a couple of super chats. 1 second. Okay, so I'm going to catch up on, there's Andy's information. I'm going to catch up on a couple of chats, and then you and I will talk for a half an hour, and then I've got another guest who will be joining us after that. So Ram, my friend, if you want to stick around, great. I'll probably bring you on about a half an hour, like around 6:35-ish Central. So just be aware of that. You can stay on in the waiting room right now. But okay, so let me do a couple of super chats, and then we will talk more kinky.
Okay.
So Dan says one great thing to come out of the Spacey verdict is that it gives us a rationale to be skeptical about convenient historic allegations without hearing C, women aren't taken seriously. So in other words, this is a case of where a man is likely being falsely accused by other men. And so it's not just a man-woman issue. It's really the issue. It goes beyond gender. I feel like the slogan that a lot of people subscribe to is not just believe all women, but it's believe all accusers. And so there was this idea with Spacey. And look, a lot of people, what's interesting about Spacey is that a lot of people who defend Johnny Depp or defend Marilyn Manson or defend some of these other people that I believe are falsely accused, a lot of people, including myself, were reluctant to support Spacey because there were so many people, even though most of them were anonymous, right? But there were so many people who were coming out with stories about him or were alleging things. And then you would also hear things, just like Andy said, well, I hear that he's sleazy, or I hear that he's gross, or I hear that he's shady, or I hear bad things about him. And I think Spacey was one of those cases that people would actually use as a way of testing whether I was legit or not. In other words, like, okay, Kristen, okay, Kurtz, you think that Johnny Depp is innocent, you think Marilyn Manson is innocent, but surely you don't think Spacey is innocent, right? And so people would say, what do you think about Spacey? The idea being that if I said, well, he's innocent, or I don't know, then they could say, oh, wow, so you think everybody is guilty then, right? Everybody's innocent, right? And I remember when I did a video with Celtic Iron about the Spacey allegations, and we broke down Anthony Rapp, his first and primary accuser, right? The one who started all of this. Anthony Rapp was the one who sued him in civil court. So when that trial was going on, I did a couple of videos where I broke down the allegations made by Anthony Rapp. And even if you take his allegations at face value, they were ridiculous. The story that Anthony Rapp himself tells is that he went to a party. He had been misrepresenting himself to be older than he was, hanging out with older people, what have you. He goes to this club, he's drinking, he's around Spacey. Spacey doesn't know that he's younger, that he's like, 14 or whatever. Then Spacey invites him to go to this party. He goes to the party at Spacey's house, and then Anthony Rapp claims, by his own admission, that he went to Kevin Spacey's bedroom apart from the rest of the party, and while the party was going on, he sat on Kevin Spacey's bed until late at night. He says, Anthony Rapp says, because he was bored, out of boredom, but he sits in this guy's bedroom while this guy is drinking and partying all night, and he's waiting for him. He's sitting on his bed when Kevin Spacey ends the night and comes back to his bedroom. Now, look, if you've been drinking a lot and you don't know how old someone is anyway, you think that they're an older, of age or whatever, or older teen, and you come into the room and you see them sitting on your bed. It's like 2 a.m. and they're sitting on your bed alone, and they've been waiting for you. To me, it's not crazy to think that Kevin Spacey, particularly in his drunken state, might think that that Anthony Rapp was making a pass at him or was making himself available. And so what Anthony Rapp claims is that Kevin Spacey came over to the bed and basically kind of picked him up and tried to sort of position him for whatever, right? And no clothes came off or anything. And he claims that Kevin Spacey, that there was like some handsiness that was going on until Anthony Rapp pushes him away and extricates himself from the situation and leaves. And he does not claim that Kevin Spacey tried to get him to stay, or that Kevin Spacey physically resisted him, or that Kevin Spacey did anything. Basically, once Anthony Rapp made it clear to him that he wanted to leave, all that Kevin Spacey did was he followed him out, and he said, sort of drunkenly, kind of grinning, you can almost imagine, and he says, "Are you sure I can't change your mind? Are you sure you don't want to stay?" That's the extent of it. So Anthony Rapp, by his own admission, he did not tell Spacey how old he was. He presented himself as being older than he was. He went to a party. He went to the host's bedroom. He sat on the host's bed for hours while the host was getting plastered. And then at the end of the night, the host comes back to the bed, correctly, I would say, interprets that this person wants something, even if it turns out that they didn't, but it's logical to me, thinks that this guy wants something, starts to initiate some kind of encounter. It doesn't get far at all. The guy extricates himself. He leaves. That's it. That is it. And that was the big accusation against Spacey that started all of this. And that was the accusation that he went to civil court for, and Kevin Spacey won. And so, honestly, from the beginning, I have thought that there was something fishy about this. Now, do I know that Kevin Spacey has not assaulted anyone, or that he wasn't getting too handsy with people? No, I don't know that. Could very well be true. But like Andy said, he has now been through 2 trials, 2 different continents, and he's been acquitted. So move on already, right? I mean, do you think, or am I wrong?
No, I totally agree with you. I think I remember watching that stream you did with Celtic Iron where you're talking about that, and he's talking about how like giant Spacey is, like surprisingly how tall he is. Like,
yeah, it kind of reminded me, not to get into a whole other can of worms, but like people were talking about when like like some of the like the Michael Brown shooting or whatever, and people say, "Oh, he was so big, I didn't know how to deal with him," or whatever. It's like, come on, you were sitting on his bed alone at 2 a.m. while he's getting plastered, and you didn't think that finally when he came back to the bedroom and you're sitting there that he's going to get some idea? And he doesn't even claim that Spacey forced him on. Basically, all he said was that Spacey tried to hit on him, and Spacey, I guess he thought they were getting it on, and he put his hand somewhere or moved his arm, or I don't even remember, but it was nothing.
Right.
It was nothing.
Didn't he say like he felt like a presence, or he felt like pressed against something, or I don't know.
Yeah,
like,
it was this
insinuating?
weird. It was this weird wording where either Anthony Rapp or his lawyer, more likely, didn't want to come out and flat out accuse Spacey of something that they really couldn't accuse him of. So it's like you could tell. It's like one of these cases. You see this a lot in these MeToo cases, and some of these ridiculous lawsuits where I saw it with the Manson thing too at times, with some of those lawsuits where the wording, they're trying so hard to imply something worse than what it is because they don't actually want to come out and tell an outright lie. And so they're like, and so with Rapp, there was this weird, I wish I'd go back and look at it. Maybe I will later tonight. But it was this weird wording that wasn't like, oh, he assaulted me, or he touched me there, or he did something bad. It was like, and then I felt myself being moved into a different position. It was very strange. It was
Yeah,
very
he
weird.
said he like picked him up almost like a bride and a groom or something.
Yeah,
over the
yeah. And I'm thinking
threshold.
yeah, he said he picked me up like a groom taking a bride over the threshold. That's assault? Because to me, that actually sounds respectful. It almost sounds like he's like carefully, gingerly, handling you. And
Right.
he thinks that there's this like seduction going on. Obviously, that was not what Anthony Rapp was thinking, or he claims he was thinking. So then he slides out and he leaves. Like, I mean, like
Yeah.
Anthony Rapp slides out from his embrace and he leaves. And that's it. So to me, after I read that account and I thought, this is the thing that got this whole thing kicked off. This is the big accusation against Spacey. And I know that other men have added other things. And I understand that one of the things he was on trial for in the UK was an actual sexual assault, but
Right.
he was acquitted.
Yeah.
So anyway, my point is just that this was one of those cases that people used to throw up in my face as a way of testing me. Like, oh, if she doesn't think that Spacey is guilty, then clearly she's one of these people that just thinks everyone's innocent. She's not credible. And I just want to point out to people that it's turned out that one of these cases that even Me Too skeptics thought was a legit one, it turns out every indication that it's not. Okay, could be. We find out later down the road, more stuff comes to light. But as of now, the guy, he's innocent. He should have his shows back. He should have. I want to see another House of Cards. It's time.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's important. We need to uphold the law. If he's been proven innocent, like, we need to respect that. It's just unfair.
And also, it shouldn't.
Yeah.
And I think we need to also, this goes back to the question that one of the questions Dan was asking earlier, but I think also we have to make peace with the fact that even if we don't get an acquittal in a court of law, as long as we don't get a guilty verdict, then someone should still have their career. Like, I'm just done. I don't know how you feel, Kinky, but I am just done. I am done with anyone being canceled on the basis or assumed guilty on the basis of allegations. I'm just done with that. Okay. If you don't have evidence, and if somebody and you can't get someone found guilty in a court of law, or preferably a criminal proceedings, but okay, civil proceedings, if you can get a guilty verdict there, if you can't do that, and if you can't bring me legit photographic evidence, then I'm just done. I don't care. You can tell me that someone can tell me tomorrow that George Clooney did the worst things imaginable to them, and I will not care, because I need photographic evidence, video evidence, undoctored, or I need a guilty verdict, and that's just all there is to it. So
Yeah, I mean, I think the whole, innocent until proven guilty needs to still be a thing, because right now, like, you're just considered guilty no matter what.
Right.
Yeah.
So your channel, Kinky Connoisseur, I know some of my audience are familiar with you, but tell me what kind of stuff that you're covering and you're planning on covering, and kind of what your philosophy is. I'm gonna go away for a minute, but I can still hear you. But tell our viewers a bit about your philosophy, what you're up to, what you're interested in with this channel.
Yeah. So my channel's the Kinky Connoisseur, and basically I want to talk about mainly sex, all things sex, BDSM, and kink related in society and the media. I want to talk about, sexuality in like film and television. I'm coming out with a video on The Idol. I've been meaning to post it for a while. I've just gotten.
It takes time.
Yeah, life's kind of gotten in the way the past couple weeks. But
I just put a link to your channel up, by the way, so everyone can see it there in the chat.
Thank you. Yeah,
everybody subscribe.
Yeah, so just talking about all things sex, kink, and BDSM, and kind of dispelling myths about BDSM and kink, and talking about consent within BDSM and kink, in also the media and just public cases. Like I'm working also on a video on the Taylor Schabusiness case. That was a big thing this week. I don't know if.
Okay, so that's something that I put in the list of things that I wanted to talk about for today. And I have, and I put in this list, I wrote, I have no idea what's going on with that. So give me a little bit of an intro to this. She's some crazy lady who killed her husband, but it's getting a lot of media attention, it seems like.
It is. So the big case was this week. She has been The jury did rule that she was guilty on all counts, including first-degree murder. And they also came to the verdict that she was of sound mind when she committed the murders. So that was a big thing because a lot of people thought she was going to be considered insane. Basically, I want to talk about it on my channel because people are saying like, oh, she wanted to have kinky sex with him and then she ends up murdering him. And I'm like, I don't think that was the case whatsoever. Basically, and I don't think she was, I don't think Chad is the guy that she murdered. I think they've been long-term friends, boyfriend, girlfriend, but I don't think they were actually married. Her husband, I think, is actually in prison. Because she was married to someone else. But basically, she goes to Chad's house and he's living with his mother. So they go downstairs to the basement and there's a bed. And basically the whole kink element argument that comes from this is that they have these two like choke chain dog collars. And allegedly she says that he wants to be choked with this collar in an erotic asphyxiation type of way, and she continues to choke him until she kills him, basically. And then once she has killed him, she ends up just completely destroying his body. She cuts off his head and his genitalia and just completely just desecrates him in every way possible.
Wow, and we're not used to that with women.
No.
You know, we're not used to women committing those kinds of crimes.
Yeah, and also part of the prosecution was talking about how she had a fascination with Jeffrey Dahmer. There's a picture of her where she has Jeffrey Dahmer on her cell phone and she's putting it next to her head and then takes a selfie with it as if she's taking a selfie with Jeffrey Dahmer. So it's just very bizarre. She had a weird fascination with him. And basically, yeah, she cuts off.
I'm sorry, do you think it's a case, you were talking about Jeffrey Dahmer and first fascination. Do you think this might be a case of the media? I mean media in terms of like TV, film and stuff. You know, people there's some people who argue that some people might actually be induced into committing crimes just out of a desire to copy what they see in some of these TV shows and stuff. Like, is this a case where you think that she was partly inspired by Dahmer and by some of this?
I think that's certainly what the prosecution was trying to hint at, because not only like she had Googled, like they looked at her search history, she looked up a bunch of stuff relating to Dahmer, and that she had some kind of infatuation with Dahmer. She found him sexy, because literally some of her searches were like Jeffrey Dahmer's butt, Jeffrey Dahmer walks sexy into court, just like weird things like that. Like, why would you Google that? That's just very bizarre. But she did, I guess after she did murder him, she did, because one of the 3 counts was also sexual assault of a corpse. So she did commit like necrophilia on him and just all kinds of.
She went for it.
Yeah, she went for it basically. And his poor mother basically found, because she just cut his whole body up, took most of his body, but she forgot his head and his genitals that were in a bucket, and his mother found the bucket like in the morning.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Wait,
yeah.
His mother found the bucket with her son's remains in it?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. That, oh my God. Yeah. It's just insane. Yeah. And the mother calls 911 and they were able to figure out that it was her within less than 24 hours. And she confesses to everything. Her interrogation tape, it's been released on YouTube, so you can watch her interrogation. Yeah.
How does she behave? Is she matter of fact or is she emotional or what?
She's very matter of fact and almost like happy about it. Like the whole trial too, like she's snickering and laughing and she's like not taking anything seriously.
Wow.
Yeah, she is a very, very crazy lady.
It kind of reminds me a bit of the Mormon couple. What was the woman's name? Where some of you in the chat will know. So the Mormon woman who, or maybe it was her boyfriend, Travis. His name was Travis. Her name was anyway. But they were into like kinky stuff and whatever. And he was breaking up with her, and she slit his throat. Someone in the chat will know who I'm talking about. But anyway, it is interesting when you run across these diabolical female figures,
Yeah.
these personalities who are every bit as ruthless and violent and disgusting as men.
Yeah, like Jodi Arias as well.
That's it. That's the one.
Yeah.
Yes. So Jodi
Okay.
Arias was the one I was thinking of. She kind of
Yeah.
reminds me of what you're telling me about this Taylor Show Business lady.
Show Business, and her Show Business isn't even her like real last name. She changed it. I think her real name was like Coronado.
She chose that weird name. I was like,
Yeah.
that's such a weird name. That's not what I would choose if I were changing my name. Show Business.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. It's crazy. But yeah, a lot of people were talking about kind of like, well, were they trying to have kinky sex and it went too far? Or, I think no. I think she was definitely plotting to kill him. And this happened to be the way that I guess she ended up doing it. Because I mean, to use like a dog collar like that on someone, like even if you're not trying to kill someone with it, like you're gonna end up in the emergency room for sure. You would never want to do breath play with like a metal dog collar. That's just insanity.
Really?
Oh yeah.
I mean, it sounds like it to me.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like a good idea.
Yeah, definitely. And I want to do a whole video on breath play and kind of dive deeper into this case. But yeah, breath play is really dangerous. Most
There's
people
a lot of that. There's a lot of
Mhm.
discussion. I haven't heard of metal collars being used. So that's to me what takes it to the next level. But like, there's been a lot of discussion. I know with like the Idol and Lily Rose Depp is the breath play, as you put it. That's an important motif in that series. And then I've been seeing more reports in the media about, and I don't know if these are alarmist or if they're accurate, but more young people experimenting with breath play, that's becoming mainstream. I don't know if that's the case or not, but I thought it was interesting.
Yeah, definitely. It's something that I have engaged in very light breath play with just like light choking. And even that, I mean, if you don't do that properly, yeah, you could definitely hurt someone. It's definitely not something to be taken lightly at all. But most people, when they do breath play or they do any kind of choking, a lot of times they're not even constricting the airways. They're like cutting off the blood flow of the person's neck. But it's definitely a hot topic. I think because a lot of people, maybe because they see it in certain pornography or whatnot, and they're like, oh, I want to try this. But not understanding you have to do it a very particular way, or you could really end up injured. Another thing was that, like, allegedly she had, when she murdered him, when Taylor murdered Chad, he was facing away from her, and she was just yanking on him until he was dead. And whenever there's any kind of breath play too, like, you never want that person to face away from you. You want to be able to see their face and see their reaction and know that they're okay. So just things like that. Like,
yeah,
and
people do die. Like I was thinking just now, it popped into my mind, the Carradine guy who was in, I think David Carradine, who was in the Kill Bill movies. He played the bad guy ex-husband. He played Bill. He died in Thailand from erotic asphyxiation and autoerotic asphyxiation. So I think he had a scar for a rope or something that he was doing it with. But it's not that I don't understand or can't conceive of the appeal. Like it seems, edgy and feels dangerous. And I know that people say that when oxygen is depleted, that people can have more intense physical sensations. And so it's not like I don't get what the appeal is, but I think it's interesting the degree to which some people don't take the risk as seriously as they should. And if you're getting yourself, I've never tried it before, but if you're getting yourself to that point where you're to the point of passing out, then it's hard to calibrate that exactly, right? And that's why
absolutely
it's dangerous.
Yeah. And people in the community, I don't know anybody personally, but I have known people in the community that have been in the BDSM community for decades, and they've known people that have accidentally died from breath play. And so those people that I know, they're very anti-breath play in any sense. They're like, it's too dangerous. Like, that's not something someone should just be doing willy-nilly without any kind of real knowledge. And even if you have knowledge, that doesn't mean that something can't go wrong.
Yeah, someone brought up Rory Mitchell brought up the example of Michael Hutchence in excess, and definitely another famous example. I know some people try to claim that that was a suicide, but it seems like that was the people who around him, people who know him, think that it was an erotic asphyxiation. And of course, his ex, the woman who was with him at the time, was in a relationship with him at the time, said that they had done that before. She ended up dying later of a heroin overdose, but said that they had done that kind of breath play, so to speak, before. So, so what are some stories, or what is in addition to some of the true crime, the Taylor Shaw business stuff? But what are some other things that you're interested in looking at on your channel? So you're going to look at you're going to be looking at the cultural stuff, movies like The Idol. I wanted to ask you actually.
Yeah.
So one of the things that you and I talked about, I've talked about a lot before, is this perceived new Puritanism that our society seems to be experiencing, where just as with the case of The Idol, there's increasingly these outcries by activists, people on Twitter, feminists, and also by a lot of mainstream media outlets about the edgy sexual content and the controversial sexual content in our entertainment now. And again, like that's a separate conversation that we can have about whether our entertainment is healthy or not, whether it's good for society, whether we should be putting every kinky thing that people can think of on TV. But that would be an interesting conversation to have. But I feel like it's really immature, the degree to which some people are acting like our television and our films have never been this smutty. Like, oh my God, the stuff that they were doing in The Idol, it's so abusive, it's so awful. And it's like, well, I've been seeing this kind of stuff on my TV in different forms for decades now. And suddenly there's this outcry. And so what I wanted to ask you about, I brought this up earlier, I'm not sure if you're aware of this or not, but there's been a lot of criticism received by Oppenheimer, the movie Oppenheimer, because of some very tame scenes. I talked about this earlier in the stream. There's one sex scene, well, maybe two sex scenes, but there's only one that is even remotely graphic, and it's not full frontal nudity, and they're not doing anything kinky unless reading a religious text, a Hindu text, that offends you. And you see Florence Pugh's breasts, you see them twice, but it's not anything that's like, she's not like shaking her titties or whatever, it's just like, okay, we've had sex, or we're having sex, here are the boobs. And I saw all kinds of articles the last week and posts on Twitter, so really the last 2 or 3 weeks, posts on Twitter, etc., of people decrying and complaining about the nudity in the film, and that it's exploitive of women, and it doesn't belong in the film. And what's wrong with Nolan? Doesn't he know that he's making a film about history and science and not about sex? And what is up with all that?
Yeah, I have not seen Oppenheimer yet. I'm going to go see it this week. And I want to do a video on that as well. I think people, are just kind of going overboard, especially the idea of, because there's some nudity, female nudity, that it's like being objective towards women, objectifying them. Like, no, or the idea that if a woman in a film is engaging in a sex scene and there's nudity, that somehow there's coercion, or that she's being infantilized. And I don't think that's the case at all. Like, I agree with you. I think that's ridiculous. I think Oppenheimer, at least from the little bit that I've seen, since I haven't seen the whole film yet, is that it's really trying to portray also the life of the people that are creating this bomb, and they're, this little town that they're working in, and all these really tight, confined space, and all this like pressure that's on them to make this bomb. And I think it seems like they're just trying to portray their life.
Well, that's yes, exactly. That's a really important point, is that, my cat wants to be let in. So you want to see my kitty outside begging to be let in. Let me see if I can show you this. So she likes to go outside. Before anyone thinks that I'm exiling her outside. My cats are indoor, outdoor. I do believe that they have the right to freedom and to be out in nature and so forth. I know, and I don't think everyone has to agree with me on that, but that's my choice to how I want to raise my kitties. But anyway, so she'll go to this window though when she's ready to come in and eat. Are you ready to come in and eat? Here we go. Here we go. Hello. You want to come in? Say hi. Oh, there we go. All right. Okay. But I'm glad you brought that point up about how the nudity is not always excessive, or sex scenes are not always excessive or exploitive. If you're trying to look, sexuality, and you know this better than I do, sexuality is a huge component of what it means to be human, and a huge percentage of our lives are engaged in some form of sexual behavior, not necessarily just having sex, but anything romantic, marriage, all of that. Even if you're in a marriage where you're not even having sex anymore, but like, originally
Right.
that was a major component of why you got married, or why someone married you, and how you had kids and all that, right? And so Oppenheimer, look, sex is not incidental to his biography, and the movie did not get into this very much, but Oppenheimer, it did hint at it at times. Oppenheimer was a sexual compulsive. He was someone that we might today say has sex addiction issues. I know that term and that diagnosis is controversial or whatever, but I'm just saying, like, he was a ladies' man, and he was someone whose his life suffered at times, and he encountered problems that he helped create through some of his sexually reckless behavior, or some of his more unwise romantic liaisons. And so it is not incidental to his biography, if you're telling the story about Oppenheimer, to show the sexualized aspect of his life or his relationships. And also, it's not like every woman in the film was showing off her tits. I mean, in fact, I would say that the film actually had a fairly feminist agenda, in that it highlighted how Oppenheimer was actually very open-minded about women working. For example, one of the things that they show in the film is that when Oppenheimer had all of those guys, all the scientists moved to Los Alamos, or he helped create this town, and they moved there, that he gave their wives jobs, whether it's typing or organizing or what have you. That he gave them jobs. And in fact, there's a scene where Matt Damon's character, he plays Leslie Groves, who was the military guy in charge of the operation. And at one point, Matt Damon's character says, "What's up with all of these housewives having jobs, basically? Why have you given them jobs?" And Oppenheimer said, "Well, they're very intelligent and capable, and they have security clearance, and everybody needs to be working here. Like, if we're on the clock, if we're truly on the clock, and we're truly trying to do this as quickly as possible, then we want everybody involved that we can." And so what you and then there's another point in the film when one of the few female scientists who was working on this project, when she expresses some frustration to Oppenheimer about the fact that she's been asked if she can type or not. And he makes a joke about it, like he laughs along with her, like, "Yeah, it's ridiculous. Clearly you're not just some typist, you're a brilliant scientist," right? And so my point is that the film has a feminist message. And in fact, it also shows the fact that Oppenheimer's wife, she suffered greatly by being forced into, not forced by him, but forced basically by society into the role of being a mother, when she wasn't cut out for it. And there's a scene actually when Oppenheimer and his wife have to give their child, temporarily give their child to a couple friend of theirs, because it gets to be too much for his wife, and she's drinking too much, and she can't handle the kid, and she's kind of going crazy, and maybe some postpartum depression or whatever, right? And that's one of the themes in the film as well, is that she unfortunately was boxed into a role by society and by biology, but boxed into this role that wasn't right for her. And so I feel like there were a lot of feminist messages in the film. And people have to understand too, that Florence Pugh's character, her sexuality was not incidental to her story. She was a very sexual person, and sexuality was one of the primary elements of her relationship with Oppenheimer. And Oppenheimer endangered one of the things that the film gets into is that Oppenheimer kind of endangered the security of what he was doing of the Manhattan Project by continuing to be associated with Florence Pugh's character, because she was very psychologically unsteady, and it wasn't the best thing. And also she, had some unsavory connections. It was not the best thing for him to be involved with her. And so they have to make clear why he was involved with her. Why couldn't he say no to her? Or why at the very end was it so hard for him to finally tell her, I can't see you anymore? Well, he was in love with her, and also they had this very sexual relationship, and he was really into sex, he's ladies man, likes sex. And so again, I'm kind of rambling, but I'm just saying, like, once again, we have people criticizing a movie for including adult sexual content when it's an adult film. I mean, there are people getting blown up with an atomic bomb.
Right.
Why is the violence never the problem with people?
Yeah, I agree. I feel like, there's so much violence on TV and in film, and it's hardly ever talked about. But if someone's titties are out, that's going to be the subject of everyone. Yeah.
Right. Especially, and again, in a case like this where it seemed like there was actually a point to putting that in there. So we have a few minutes left, and then I have a guest after you that I'm going to bring in. So you've got 5 minutes left. What do you think is interesting that's going on in the news right now, aside from the stuff we've already talked about? Is there anything that you've got your eye on, or are you interested right now in thinking about for your channel? Are there any topics that you're really looking at?
Yeah, I want to do also a whole series on consent, and get into talking about like the Marilyn Manson case more, as well as like Armie Hammer and those kinds of things that we've discussed in the past, and kind of dive deeper into those. And also within my consent series, talk about just what the term consent even means. I feel like it's been evolving and changing over time. And, are there multiple levels of consent? What is that? Certain people think, as you've mentioned on your channel before, some people want to have a consent, a blow by blow by blow with every sexual act, and other people are like, no, like if we've consented, then that's good enough. And so kind of going into that of what consent even means in our modern society.
I think that is so important. And I think especially because it feels like the more time goes by and the more that society evolves, the less of a sense that people have of what real consent is. It seems like the consent question is getting murkier and murkier, and the definition of consent is getting all muddled, and things are being referred to as assaults now that would never have been referred to before. And I just wanted to tell you, so I went on a show the other day. I showed some clips from it earlier, Pop Culture Crisis. And the co-host of that show, her name's Mary Morgan. She's 22 years old, or early 20s, so very, very young. And she, I think is more conservative. And this came out in our conversation on her show. She's more conservative about sex than I am, and in terms of her perspective on society and sexuality and relationships, right? And so she said something very provocative, and it wasn't something that I was inclined to agree with necessarily, but I think she made an interesting point. She said that the sexual revolution, that MeToo is kind of showing us that the sexual revolution for women was not successful, because what the sexual revolution of the 60s and 70s, what it said to women was, you can and should have the same sexually free experience that men do. And so you should not have to worry about the virginity double standard, and shouldn't call you a slut or whore or anything like that. Like, women should be as free as men are sexually. And that is something that I agree with, and I continue to agree with. I think you're on the same page. But the point that Mary was making is, though, if we're having all of these Me Too complaints now, and other Me Too oriented complaints, in other words, we're having a lot of women who are saying, well, we had sex and I didn't say no, but I really wanted to, but I didn't feel like I could. Or we had sex because he coerced me, and we had sex because he manipulated me, or this or that. It seems like Mary said, it seems like all of these Me Too allegations are showing us that the sexual revolution actually didn't work for women, that women are not happy with it, and that they perceive that they are being victimized, even in a lot of cases where they aren't. And she said, basically, doesn't all this Me Too stuff show that women really weren't meant to be in the same world, the same free sexualized world that men are in, that the sexual double standard actually, and the separation of spaces and sexuality, it really did exist for a reason, and does exist for a reason. Now, I told her that I did not agree with that, but where we did agree is that I think, and we've talked about this before, you and I, but I think that what's going on with a number of these sexual assault allegations, and with some of these attitudes that women and activists and feminists in the media are expressing about sexuality now, is that the sexual revolution, it took away the old standards where men were supposed to be gentlemen and women are supposed to be ladies, right? And so men, if you're a man and you're around a woman, particularly if you're around a ladylike woman, a woman that is presenting herself as being a lady, then it can't just be a sexual free-for-all, and you need to be really cognizant of her needs and her desires, but her also cognizant of the lines that she draws. And even if and also you have to basically, as a man, you should recognize that you manipulate women even without meaning to. In other words, in a sexual situation, apparently women claim that they're feeling manipulated or coerced, and the man just thinks that they're having consensual sex, right? He didn't realize that there was all of this going on with the woman, right? Oh, he's so much more powerful. Oh, he's got so much more money. Oh, he's 60 years old. Oh, this, oh, that, right? Oh, we were drunk.
Right.
And so what I said to Mary is that the sexual revolution took away those concerns, and it said, okay, it's okay for people to express their sexuality however they want, as long as no one's raping anyone, right? And in fact, I think what's happening, one of the things that's happening now, is that you have a lot of women who are looking for a way to express that they feel that men are behaving in an ungentlemanly fashion in sexuality and in relationships. In other words, women, let's say that you have a woman who has sex with Till Lindemann, for instance, right? And or a rock star, or whomever, and they have sex, and then she's discarded, so to speak, like it was a one-night stand, or maybe they had some hookups, and then that's it. And she feels, in retrospect, she feels violated because it doesn't feel right. It's like, okay, I had sex, and it was, and it's free sex, and all of that is everything is supposed to be fine and no big deal, but I don't feel fine. Like, I actually feel used. I actually feel like, even though I consented or I didn't say no, that actually things went further than I wanted, or that I actually did things that I don't think that I was ready to do, or that I wanted to do, or that I felt talked into, or whatever. And it didn't leave me feeling how I wanted to feel. I feel like I've been violated in some way. And in the past, people would have understood that, well, yeah, of course you feel violated. Like, you had sex outside of a commitment. You had sex outside of a relationship. You just had sex. He used your body. He got what he wanted to from you. And now he's on to the next one. And yeah, that's, people in the past would have understood why that felt so messed up, because they would say, well, look, clearly, because this is not healthy sexuality. But now what's happened is women don't have that vocabulary anymore. And so they just know that they have this feeling that something violating or something coercive or something sort of assaultish happened, even though it wasn't really assault. And so my point with Mary was just to say, and I want to see what you feel about this, is that we cannot expect men to behave in a gentlemanly fashion, or to uphold standards of gentlemanly behavior as we define it, without women behaving in a ladylike fashion. Like, it turns out that maybe there were some reasons for some of the restrictions, that social restrictions that were put on women, is because it was understood that men are only half the equation. And if you're wanting to keep things very safe sexually, and if you're wanting to protect people's feelings and all that, that there has to be another side of the coin. But now women can just, women have license and to do and behave however they want. And again, I'm personally fine with that, except you shouldn't hold men to those standards then. It can't be all on the man.
Right. I agree with that. I think definitely, like, if you're consenting to sex, but he's doing something during sex that you don't like, or that isn't something that you thought was going to happen, you need to speak up and say, hey, like, let's not do that. Like, I don't want to do XYZ. Let's just do this. And I think also, I feel like some women also don't feel like they have the agency to speak up. And because they didn't speak up and the man didn't read their mind, now suddenly they feel assaulted because,
right.
Yeah.
Like
Because
there
he didn't
was
read their mind. Yeah.
right. Like one of the allegations against Till Lindemann. So, or no, it was against Flake. So the
Right.
keyboardist in Rammstein, there was one allegation that was made against him, again anonymously, the past couple of weeks, and the woman claims that she concedes that there was no assault, he didn't force her, and that she didn't say anything, and that there was no expression of non-consent. But she says that she was so drunk that he had to have noticed that she was really out of it, and that therefore that it was wrong. Well, first of all, when you're both drunk, why is that just on the man? I don't understand all of these
Right.
situations where men, and this happens so often in college, for instance, in these college cases, where men are accused of stuff or kicked out of college or whatever. Most of the time it's cases of drunkenness where both parties are drunk and can't agree on what went on, or they had sex and the woman assumes, well, I couldn't have agreed to that or whatever. Like, but why is it that a man cannot have sex with a woman who's drunk, according to some people, but there's never that concern the other way around? So if this woman was drunk and she was having sex with Flake, well, he's drunk too.
Right.
Why can't we say that she was taking advantage of him? Did it
Right.
cross her mind that maybe he was really out of it, and that this wasn't the best thing for him either? And honestly, these days, with the way that men can be ruined by false allegations now, men are in danger when they have drunken sex. Like, I actually think, it used to be that that women were told, don't get fucked up, right? Or you might get taken advantage of. Well, now I
Right.
think, it's the same thing with men. Like Lindemann made a joke in that song about the rock stars aren't fucking anymore. But like, seriously, if you were a man and you have drunken sex, you're putting yourself at risk
Yeah.
when you have sex. And so like this idea that when two drunk people have sex, that it's the man's fault, or I just don't like these double standards. And I think that we're in this really bizarre place now where the sexual double standard that used to fall so heavily on the woman, it's now falling really heavily on the men. And so I don't know what the answer is, but I do think that that these kinds of conversations about consent are really, really important. And so I'm excited to see your channel. I know you've already got a few videos up, we're putting more up as well. And everybody should go to your channel if you haven't already. I'm going to put the link up one more time. But the channel is The Kinky Connoisseur, and she covers TV and movies and MeToo cases, but also sex practices, BDSM, consent, all kinds of stuff like that. So check out her channel. I'm going to let you go now. We have someone else who's coming on to chat. But yeah, nice to talk to you, and we'll talk to you again.
Yeah, great talking with you too, Colonel. Have a great day. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Bye-bye, and check out her channel. Awesome. All right. So I'm bringing on a new interlocutor now, and I don't know, you were on. I don't know what you want to go by. Should I call you Ram?
Yeah, Ram's fine.
Okay, hold on one second. Let me take this comment off. Okay. So yeah, so what would you like to, well, tell us a little bit of what you want my viewers to know about yourself. It's okay if that's not much, but
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's
introduce
absolutely
yourself.
nothing, right? 'Cause
Now
I'm super shy.
I'm getting actually a little bit of static on this
no.
connection. Well, it's not a big deal, but do you think you might, it is staticky though. Do you want to try maybe if you're on the computer, like try the phone or vice versa?
Yeah. Let me see if I can swap because the weather's been funky, so I'm not set up for my computer.
I
I'm gonna
hear
have to come
that.
back
No, I hear
later.
that it's been really bad. No worries. And if it doesn't, and hey, if it doesn't work out, you can come on again later. But I'm gonna let you go. You come back on. We'll see
Yeah.
if it's better. No rush.
All right,
Okay.
bye.
Okay. All right. So I heard from Celtic Iron, and he is back home. He's going to join us in a bit. So I'm going to talk to my friend Ram here in a moment. Hopefully he comes back on and we can hear him okay. And then Celtic will be joining us probably in about 45 minutes. So it's almost 7 o'clock Eastern. I'm sorry, 7 o'clock Central Time here. We're in Texas, where I'm at. And so, yeah, I'm going to talk to my friend Ram here for 30, 45 minutes. And then we'll bring on Celtic. And yeah, and hopefully at some point tonight, my mom is going to come on and talk as well. She is cooking dinner. So at some point, I'm going to break and have an amazing roast dinner, a classic Southern dish, roast and gravy with rice and gravy and beans and just all kinds of butter bread, sweet tea, all kinds of great stuff like that, right? Make you all jealous and angry. But anyway, so okay, so I'm gonna take a few minutes break, and we're gonna wait for my friend to come on, and hopefully in a few minutes, and he'll be ready to go. So yeah, so I'm gonna take a few minutes break. I will see you all in a bit. Okay, so let's see if it works this time. I added you to the stream, Ram. So let's see.
Okay. Is this any better?
Yeah, that's perfect. Actually, I hear you fine, loud and clear.
So this is a tough slot to be in, right? Like following consent and autoerotic asphyxiation and before whatever Celtic Iron is going to be. No, I cannot. Oh, this is going to be the driest. I apologize.
No, not at all. Well, look, I already had somebody call me boring several hours ago. Is that person still on? Did JFK 12 leave? Go ahead.
I mean, I feel like the worm turned with him. Or whomever that was, because I mean they didn't stay completely negative. There was the funniest conversation happening in the chat. I'm actually curious. There was an unironic conversation about the best on-screen Amber Heard performance.
Oh, really?
That
I
was
wasn't
going
even
on.
paying attention. I didn't see that.
Yeah, it's fine. And I'm actually. Does anybody remember what the outcome was? What was the consensus?
What movie or TV show won? Best thing that Amber Heard was in?
Yeah, what should we watch?
Well, I'll tell you mine.
Okay.
So I don't necessarily, I'm am conflicted about some of the trans politics and everything, but the Danish Girl, I thought that was the most sophisticated movie that she's ever been in, and I thought her performance, it was a nice performance. So she played the best friend of Alicia Vikander's Oscar-winning role in The Danish Girl,
And she was the wife or something in that?
No, she was the best friend of Alicia Vikander
Okay.
was the wife, but
Yeah,
Amber
that's what I
Heard
was asking.
was her best friend, this ballerina or whatever. So she didn't have a huge role in it, but I thought that she was good in that. Of course, that was her art film that she claimed Johnny Depp somehow ruined or something. I can't remember. But anyways, but what's your vote? Do you have a vote?
I don't, because I actually have like such limited experience with Amber
With her
Heard.
stuff.
Yeah, I think I remember her in that one Pirates movie where she looked really like wet and wearing heavy clothes. Like, okay, that was good enough.
I'm trying to remember. I think that I think there was another kind of big movie that she was in, but she had a really small role. It was kind of like the
Somebody
Danish
said
Girl.
Drive Angry?
Well, that was definitely not a big movie,
That's not
but
a
yeah,
big
she was in it. So, somebody asked me, Ram, if you have like a channel or anything that you're wanting to promote. You don't have anything yet, but you are in the future. In the future,
I don't.
right?
Yeah, I hope to. The problem is all the stuff I like talking about is so third rail, and I wouldn't even mind pushing past that. But just if you have more than 3 people in your audience and you just try to talk through, like you're thinking out loud, right? There's always like that somebody's going to be outraged because they resemble what you're talking about, and it's like impossible to be like, I'm not talking about you, right? Try saying something wacky about something negative about single moms around 5 people. You're not going to make it out of the room.
Well, that's what would you say about single moms, though, if you could?
Oh, it's gonna be that kind of show. You know what? I'd be intrigued by the concept. You know how like the feminists used to say how like men have had their turn for so long. Why not let women have a turn at just running everything? Like, it'd be curious, right? Like, I wonder, like, what would it look like if single dads did it?
So you're implying, I won't make you say it, but you're implying perhaps that single dads might do it better than single moms. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, trying to follow the same. Yes, that's the analogy, right? Single moms are too blank as.
It would definitely get you in some trouble. But to answer people's question, you're considering doing a YouTube channel at some point. But you and I have talked you're one of my patrons, and you and I have talked for a while. And so I'm curious, what would you like to talk about here? Or you wanted to ask me some questions too?
I did, because, well, I mean, what does it take to become a doctor of English? How long does that take?
Oh, it takes as long as you want it, basically. As long as you can stretch it out is what some of us did. Here's the thing. It's a joke. I'm making a kind of an inside joke about academia. So there's this joke that people often get stuck. And I see Steph the Alternate is here. So Steph, hey, just to let you know, so I'm going to be on with Ram for another half an hour or so, and then Celtic Iron is actually coming on. So I would love to have you along with Celtic if you don't mind that. But if you wanted to chat, you and me or whatever, you can come on later. But just to kind of let you know the schedule, so I can bring you in a half an hour if you want to, or half an hour, 40 minutes if you want to chat with Celtic. Otherwise, come on later and we'll get you in. Either way is great.
Someday I hope to be invited to that sex party.
Well, I mean, you can stay around if you want to. But, no, but I so there's a joke in grad school. There's a joke in grad school that people try to stay once they get into grad school, particularly a PhD program, that they try to stay in as long as they can, because even though you're living at the poverty level and like you're not making any money or whatever, it's a nice life. I mean, you take classes, but not too many. It's nothing too strenuous, right? You take classes, you teach a little, but the stakes are very low. People never going to get in trouble for lousy teaching, right? Unless they touch a student or whatever, So you know, you take some classes, you teach some, you read a lot, and you have a lot of time too on your hands that you can waste. And so a lot of people get stuck. So, like, for instance, I guess I'll answer it this way. When I started the program, it was at North Carolina, UNC, great school, great program. I thought that it was a combined master's and PhD program, and I had been told that you could finish it all in 5 years. So it would take 2 years to get the 1.5 to 2 years to get the master's,
Right.
and then 3 years you could do the PhD and the dissertation and all that in 3 years. Well,
Because you work on your master's at the same time. It's just sort of along the way, right? It's
well, you get the
accelerated.
master's first. It is
Yeah.
distinct, but it is with the expectation that you're going to slide right into the PhD program. So the difference being between this and a distinctive program is that where you have each of them separately, is that you don't have to then reapply for the PhD. So you get into the program and it's like you're going to get your master's and you're already into the PhD program. So you get your master's and automatically you do the PhD. So
Wait, did you go to Chapel Hill?
I did.
Were you there for the sexual assault thing?
I was. Now that took place at Duke down
I don't
the
mean
road.
at the party. Right. Down the road, but
Yeah, down the road. But no, but it's true. Like it's true that was going on at the time. So he's talking about the infamous Duke lacrosse case, and this was actually one of the canaries in the coal mine for this
Mike
MeToo
Nifong and
stuff.
all that.
Yeah, because it turns out it was a hoax. This woman, I'll do a show on it sometime. Maybe you should do a show on it sometime. But there was a black stripper, and I'm saying her race just because it becomes relevant in a moment. But there was a black stripper who was hired by some they weren't frat boys, they were lacrosse players, and they hired her to strip at a party, she and another stripper. And then at some point, the thing soured, or she wasn't in the mood or whatever, and she runs to the bathroom in this house and locks herself in, and then she ends up leaving and accusing these guys of sexual assault. And so there were several Duke lacrosse players, who were arrested and who were charged and who went through. Did they go? I can't even remember if they went through a trial or just the charges ended up being dropped. But anyway, the point is
I remember like 3 of them being on trial.
Yes, it might have been a trial, but there was a very dishonest DA, Mike Nifong, that you just mentioned, who he's kind of, in my mind, he's kind of like the LA DA Gascon, who's holding Marilyn Manson hostage. But Nifong knew that these guys were innocent. He knew that there was all this contradictory evidence debunking her claims, and she didn't even at first know anyway, her story was crazy, right? And it was full of holes, and there was all this evidence debunking her claims and exonerating these men. He continued with it, and he ended up then being charged himself with crimes related to this, basically for falsely framing these guys. And he had to do either probation, or maybe he had to do some time. The DA had to do some time in jail himself. But the point is, it turned out to be a huge hoax. It was one of the earliest Me Too type hoaxes. And so this was going on down the street from me at Duke. Now, Duke is only 20 minutes down the street from UNC Chapel Hill. And so I actually took classes at Duke as well. And so, yeah, I was there when all this was going on, and it was disgraceful. And these guys, their lives were ruined. But thankfully, they were able to sue Duke for a lot of money, and they got like a payout of like over $100 million. So good for them.
So irrespective of what the student papers were saying, what did you have a sense of, like, what folks' attitude was at the time? Guilty or innocent? Like, because kids are going to talk.
Yeah. So I was not close enough to the guys involved to hear.
No, I just mean just folks
the general
on
attitude,
campus.
Yeah. So the general attitude back then was that when women make accusations like that, they're telling the truth. I think that it was only recently with like the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp stuff that I think that the popular narrative on that is changing. But back then, most people assumed that she was telling the truth. And of course, I mentioned her race earlier. There was a big racial component to this because there were a number of extreme leftist professors and media and people in the media who were claiming that not only was there sexism involved here, but there was also racism, because you had these white guys, these wealthy white guys who were assaulting, taking advantage of this poor black woman. And so yes, it was a very popular narrative among most of the professors and many of the students initially that that these guys were guilty. And oh, look, this is another case of wealthy, entitled white bros taking advantage of this impoverished Black woman. Now, I personally, even back then, I was dubious, and there were a number of people. I think a number of people, particularly who were not hard left, who were dubious about this. And there were students at Duke who were saying, hold on now, what about the presumption of innocence? And why, without evidence, are we assuming these guys are guilty? And so there was definitely some pushback. But no, it was not really until the story started to fall apart, until her story started to fall apart, that a lot of people woke up and realized what was going on. But,
Wow.
but initially,
that was like the trial. That was pretty late.
Yeah. Yeah, those guys went through a lot. They were disowned by their own professors in a number of cases. They had people going by their home protesting. They had to move out of the lacrosse house,
The whole team.
house.
Yeah, the whole team was stigmatized.
Well, and the guy,
then athletics for the school too.
Yeah, the coach lost his job, unfortunately, as well. So anyway, a big story.
Okay, so going back to the timeline for the PhD.
Oh yeah, so why was I there so long? So anyway, it was supposed to be. No, that wasn't your question. That was my mom's question. No,
because she was paying. That's always the answer.
Well,
that's what I've heard.
Well,
you know what I mean, though, right? Like that's a separate conversation.
Well, but she was wanting. But I mean, the thing is like when you're in your 20s, everybody around you, well-meaning in your family, they want you to fit in with the cookie cutter lifestyle.
Was she pushing you to find a man? She's like, "Why you're still in school?"
Well, no, I think it was more like if you had gone to the law school, you'd be out by now and you'd be working on a career that would actually pay. And I think what was disturbing to her, and not just her, but I mean other people. My mom's actually been, she's been very supportive of me my whole life. But I think that her concern, and a number of other people in my family, their concern was, you're taking all of this time. And I ended up, to answer your question, instead of it taking me 5 years, it ended up taking me like 9 years. And that wasn't actually even unusual. It was actually, so I would say that the normal time for people in that program to graduate with the PhD and the dissertation and all of that, finish everything, the normal time frame was probably 6 or 7, 8 years, and on up to, I mean, there were people who were taking 10, 11, whatever, right? So it's like you can stretch it out a long time. And in my case, I think that there was concern in my family that, like, look, not only is she going down a road that's not going to be financially lucrative, like, you're just not going to make money these days being an English professor. You're just not. Like, look, yeah, there's like the 1% of English professors nowadays of people who get their PhD and they get a tenure track job and they stick with it, and then they get a job at a good university and they become a full English professor. But even with that, you're not going to end up making nearly as much money as if you had just you had avoided all that school and you just got on the career path. So
well,
it's like,
let me jump in though real quick and say this. There's this slew of careers, and I think not specifically English professor, right? But the subset of like poetry, literature, specialties, right? Being an art history major. Like that's some shit for like the second son or like the daughter of some like royalty, right? Like genuinely, I get it. I get the appeal, and I get like the appreciation for the beauty and everything. But there are only so many fucking slots for these kinds of people.
You're exactly right.
Well, I'll stop there.
No, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. And in fact, and this is one of the big critiques that academia has received from graduate students or from people who graduated and then have been unable to get jobs is that universities, they need a lot of grad students to teach their classes cheaply because most classes actually, particularly in some departments like English departments, most classes are actually taught by grad students. They're not taught by fully credentialed professors.
Loads of the science classes are too, right? So if you have a lecture class with labs, or you have like a class that meets beyond massive auditorium lectures, you're probably spending most of your time with a TA, right? The bigger the name professor, the more likely you are to be with a grad student.
Absolutely. And most classes, and particularly in my department, English classes, most English classes are going to be first and second year writing courses, because that is yes, yes, you can
No, I
still.
wanted to ask if freshman comp was still a requirement. Like no
I
matter what
think
year
most,
you're in, somebody you got to go through freshman comp at some point.
I think mostly it is. And at my school, first and second year comp, unless you placed out of them, first and second year composition were
Oh,
required.
second too. Okay.
So what happens is, though, the real professors don't want to teach that stuff. Most of them want to focus on their research, their writing, and then teach an occasional class. And so tenured track and tenured professors, they typically have very low teaching loads. And when you get to be a full professor, you might have whole years go by where you're not even teaching, right? And
Yeah.
so the people who actually teach most of the classes, particularly the intro classes, whether it's intro to lit, like I taught a lot of those, or it's the composition courses, those are grad students. They're not even
Right.
PhDs. And if they are PhDs, chances are they're adjunct part-time professors that they are paying shit money to.
Right. Brand new
So,
or from like out of the network.
yeah, and when I say adjuncts, the majority of professors now in academia, and when I say majority, like a lot, I'm talking like 70% or whatever or more, the majority of professors are adjuncts or grad student. And if you're an adjunct professor, even at a school like UNC or Duke or whatever, you're probably only making about 15,000 a semester at most. And so people look at professors and they look at their college teachers and they think that they must be doing okay. But most college teachers are making shit money, or are not even perhaps at the poverty line or below the poverty
Yeah.
line in some cases. And again, people make those choices. It's not like I could have done
No, but
something else.
it's like being a dependence cooked in, right?
Yes.
Oh,
Right.
hey, two things. I think somebody, Rory, maybe made a correction and said that they looked it up and that nobody actually went to trial with
Oh,
the
okay.
Duke lacrosse
Cool.
thing. So, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks for the correction of that's
It was,
correct.
they went through,
We're
and
just
they went through hell. I mean, I appreciate that clarification there. It's good to know. But they did. I mean, regardless, like those guys, they definitely, their lives were destroyed for a while. They went through hell, and they got a lot of persecution at Duke. And anyway, and so
Yeah.
it was a big thing. But anyway, so the point is that I think that I think that my family, rightly so, we're thinking, okay, so you're already in a profession where the chances are you're probably not going to make any money and you're going to struggle. And on top of that, you're taking almost a decade to get there. Like,
and your mom's coming from a place of having postgraduate education, right?
Sure,
Right. So
yeah.
she's not just guessing.
Right. No, it's true. That's true. So, is that to say that that I regret it or that it can't work out? And that's not true. I mean, as it turns out, I think that since I've now ended up doing this YouTube stuff, I actually think that was great preparation, teaching all those classes and reading and talking about ideas and having to be, quick on your feet and all that. I think it was great preparation, but I do think that that it's kind of that graduate school these days is kind of a scam, or at least in some of these fields, And I think people should know what they're getting into. Like I've had people come to me before, young people, and say, I really love literature. I really love film. Should I get my advanced degree in English? And I say to them, well, you can love literature and film on your own time as well. If it just make sure when you go to grad school that you're not doing it, particularly the PhD stuff, that you're not doing it with the expectation that you're going to get a good paying job, because likely you're likely going to have to struggle, or you're not going to become a professor. You're going to end up doing something else where you either don't use that degree, or where the degree, PhD in it is not required. So I have very complicated feelings toward it, but I do think that college is way overpriced. I think that that so many people are wasting either their own money or they're wasting, the government's money or taxpayers. And I was one of them, and I say that like not to blame anyone or like, oh, woe is me, or they lied to me or whatever. But I think that it would be good if people could have an appreciation for education, like on their own, and not, and that we didn't see college as being such even college or grad school as being a requirement to get a good job, because it shouldn't be.
Yeah. Well, the line kept moving from high school diploma to bachelor's to now master's. So like I've seen it. But listen, I want to promise your audience, if there's time, that I'm going to trick you or drive you into a hard left turn to Sound of Freedom, right? I want to ask you some thoughts on Sound of Freedom, but me, I'm going to be selfish. Does there in English exist the concept or the idea of word permanence, that a word, whether it gains like aggregate definitions, that it always holds like one primary definition that's static? Word permanence, is that like a concept that's real in English or language?
And of course, I've been out of grad school for a while, and I don't keep up with the latest trends in the field of rhetoric. So let me just say, if this would apply for when I was going through school. I imagine it hasn't changed, honestly. But I would say this, only in a negative sense, only in the sense that in grad school, and in the field, in the literature rhetoric field, it's considered kind of old-fashioned, or even perhaps kind of closed-minded, to insist that words have to retain a static definition.
So I have this whole like dissertation that's this it's a trigger for me, right? When people say language evolves, word evolves, because I feel wholeheartedly that things like all the topics that you discuss, whether it's essay or it's the hard R word, or it's whether it's and all the kinds of unlawful discrimination, those words don't mean what they mean anymore. Everybody gets to walk around with their personal definition, to the point that we have to tolerate some folks' delusions. Like when you were describing, Amber Heard saying, and I understand that crosses into, mental health issues, but like, oh, when you yell, that feels like you're hitting me. But yet you still have to give the same equivalence to Amber in that instance, saying, stop hitting me, right? You have to treat it the same. And like, no, stop. So like things have become more a metaphorical version of themselves than the actual meaning of the word. And I don't know, is there something that English professionals can do?
Well, I mean, we should be. I mean, that's something, that is one of the things that
yes, pledge.
I would love it if the people like me, and in my field, I'm talking about English professors and writing teachers, I would love it if we would be at the forefront of insisting that we as a society, we clean up our use of language. And for instance, when we talk about assault, that we should be very clear on what the term assault means, or what consent means, or these various hot button terms, right? And instead, or grooming, for example, grooming, as we've talked about, that has just gotten that term has just gotten completely out of control in terms of its misapplication. And people are using the term now. Look, this is one of my issues with the Colleen Ballinger stuff, and I don't want to go down that road right now. I've talked about it on my Patreon, and I'll talk about it later later on, maybe tonight. But one of the issues that I have with the Colleen Ballinger, or the accusations against her, is that some people, not Andy or anybody, or Tug, but some people, particularly in the mainstream media, and some of her accusers, have been saying that she was grooming kids, grooming children. Well, first of all, let's be clear. No one is actually suggesting that she was a sexual predator, or that she had sexual intentions or desires.
For what?
Yeah, well, exactly. So as it turns out, what they mean by that, it seems now, is that she was just creating an unprofessional or somewhat inappropriate relationship with them, where there were boundaries that between YouTuber and friend, or conversations that were inappropriate, telling too much about her marriage or her sex life or whatever, right? So grooming now does not even have to mean that someone is doing something with a sexual intention.
Can I devil's advocate that one? Is that all right?
Yeah.
Not because I agree or disagree, but actually what it sounds like you're describing is the power imbalance argument. The person being accused is a much higher profile, we would say, in the perceived victims, like chosen profession, path, world.
Well, and age.
Period.
age being the big one too.
Right. So like we do that a lot, and we have against men. And so now when it's being pushed this way, it looks as preposterous as it is, right? Well, you're saying, again, I know no details. I'm just saying, if all I know is that an adult who is in a position of power or authority was in a romantic relationship with some semblance of an underling, or somebody who perceived themselves as an underling, is that now inherently an abusive relationship? Well, I mean, I need more data than that.
Well, and in fact, though, that's not even what she's being accused of does not even go nearly that far. Like, no one is claiming that she was in any kind of romantic relationship. It's all chummy. Like what they're claiming is that this woman, because a big portion of her audience were teens, and maybe in some situations preteens, that
does she turn them gay?
No,
that's
the thing is there's no that's why I'm saying the grooming allegation is inappropriate and stupid, because there's no allegation of anything sexual. All that they're saying is basically it would be the equivalent of if I started talking to, say, one of my 15-year-old fans over DM, and I said to that fan, oh man, and it could be a fan that I have no interest in sexually or romantically or whatever, right? I'm just talking to them as a fan, and I say to them, oh man, I'm having problems in my relationship. I haven't had sex with my guy in 2 weeks. Like, that's what they're defining. They're saying that she was just being inappropriate.
Well, I wonder, again, not knowing anything, I wonder what untoward or unacceptable idea this creator holds, because that's the sort of argument that you reserve for Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson being like both ends of the spectrum, right? Of that unacceptable manosphere. Or at least not in the same quadrant, where it's like, no, their crime is they're influencing people. They're influencing young people, and that should be illegal. So
right, influencing, and yeah, exactly, like bringing into their lives more of an adult awareness than they should have at that age. And also grooming. The other instance, or the other meaning of it, is grooming to. There were allegations that she got some of these fans to do some social media work for her. And so also the idea, you could say, like, grooming them so that they would engage in some unpaid labor.
No,
stuff like that.
Well, we call that human trafficking. Everything that leads to like forced labor for like inappropriate. No, right. Like, that's not grooming. That's not like, I just wish that people that were overreacting would at least try to get their lingo right. No, well, I'm kidding. I'm being an elitist jerk.
No, I mean, but it would be helpful if, at least before we even get to the point of arguing about whether allegations are true or how damaging they are, if we could at least decide even on what the words mean. And so, like, I'm not an expert on the Colleen Ballinger stuff, but what I've looked at, I can see where there are points of concern that she was inappropriate and just being too chummy, or maybe talking to them in such an adult way.
Well, if people are mad, because I'd have to see it, right? Yeah. And I'm not a prude, but I'm also probably more protective, right? Because I have a teenager I'm still raising, right, at my stupid age. So, sure, I can have some sensitivities towards, like, well, what is the conversation? Because if it is not just sexual, saying, sex exists or whatever, but I'd have to see it, and I'd make a personal judgment call. But for sure, we all have hard lines, and I wish we could agree where the hard line is, where it's like, yeah, that was too far. We don't have enough of those conversations. Like earlier, you were saying how, oh, hey, everything feels schizophrenic, and I'd like to complete the sentence every time I have to interact with an issue that hits against, like, feminism or ladies' issues. There can be no rules. That's again, that's a crazy way to frame it. It amuses me, but as that unclean way to describe it, it does always feel schizophrenic. Hey, what should we do about this topic, right? Workplace, or whether it's the SA stuff. All right, let's make a rule. It's always the people that are most advocate-y, most activist-y, that don't want you to make a rule. The rule is always, well, if the person feels, and it's hard to be on the other side of that to know how to behave, which sort of doubles back to the consent question. Nobody on the side who says they're trying to solve this issue will ever just, hey, what is consent? Let's just do it. Define it, and let's see if we can agree. But Sound of Freedom. Give them something.
Well, I've seen Sound of Freedom. So what are you asking me? What do you want me to give them?
Well, I don't know. Folks just seem to be really interested talking about Sound of Freedom. I've been rambling. I apologize, team.
No, not at all. You haven't
for
been.
half an hour. But they were talking about how difficult it is to see, or how they almost went to go see it. So when you I'm sure you already talked about it. Just without recapping it, do you endorse? Do you say, hey, it's worth watching? It's worth wasting the money for overpaid popcorn?
So I'll tell you that. One second. I just want to respond to one comment. Sorry. Mr. Roman numeral person here, you said, so we need to call animal groomers something else. No, because I think everyone understands that grooming can apply to physical, sort of physical self-maintenance. You're cutting your hair, you're cutting your toenails. Like that is a long established, sort of time-honored definition of grooming. And then up until recently, grooming, the term when it was used in a sexual context, it was only used to describe predators that were preying not on adolescents, by the way, generally, but it started off with children, prepubescent children. Andrea Burkhart was just talking about this the other day with online with me, prepubescent children, and it described ways that predators get these children accustomed to inappropriate touching. So it was a very specific understanding. And so prior to just the last couple of years, the only time that I'd heard grooming used, it was used either in a sense of, yes, like grooming an animal and cutting toenails and things like that, or in this predatory sexual sense, or you could say something like she was being groomed for a top spot in the company, right? Like people understand that, but my issue is, I don't have a problem with language changing, but my issue is that if you're going to take a term like grooming that has had up until now such a specific negative pedophilic meaning to it, and you're just going to start now using it, expanding the term to describe all of these behaviors that aren't that, then that is a problem. Because the problem is not that the language is changing. The problem is that residual definition, it still has power. And so when Colleen Ballinger, when there are all of these articles coming out that say Colleen Ballinger accused of grooming kids, and you're not, most people are not going to understand and stop and reflect and say, well, the definition has been changing and this could refer to something that's much more harmless than what I'm thinking. No, people are just going to think, oh my God, pedophile, sexual predator. That's the ding, ding, ding. And so that's my issue with that.
Let me jump in with two things.
Yeah.
And I don't know who that person is. I appreciate it if somebody would do the math for me. I don't do the Roman math. Apologies.
Sorry. The Roman numerals, they were responding to something else anyway.
Yeah.
But still, it's interesting.
So I think that the point is, it wasn't a change or an aggregate definition or an add-on as much as it was a misapplication of an existing definition. And I think that's where, like, I get frustrated, and I suspect that that's what the Colonel is saying that she gets frustrated by.
Well, and that's exactly right. And also not only a misapplication, but an increasing trend toward wider misapplication. So it's not just like, oh, they misused the word, but like this is an intentional way of making behaviors seem worse than it is. And again, I'm not saying that everything she did was great. And that's another conversation. Again, I'll have later with the audience. But I am saying that I would like for us to be very clear in terms of the way that it's described as to what she's accused of. And also, I do have a problem with some of these accusers as well, and the way that they seem to be just delighting in and capitalizing fully off of this controversy. But anyway, okay, Sound of Freedom. So I saw it. I thought it was good. I don't actually see what is potentially objectionable about this. Honestly, the thing that bothered me about the only thing that bothered me about it was that it's obviously hard. It's difficult to sit through a movie that is about people doing horrible things to children. So like that was a hard watch. And you don't see anything depicted on screen, but they're sensitive about that. It's done in a very sensitive, delicate way. But like the entire movie is offensive in that sense. But do I think that I don't understand the criticism that it's gotten. I don't understand why you have like a Rolling Stone article saying that it's a QAnon movie.
Because in the culture war, anybody overtly discussing child trafficking belongs on the QAnon, MAGA like side of the fence. There's a short list of things, those which must immediately be ridiculed. And child trafficking, for whatever reason, has become one of them. I mean, it's not a mystery, right? We got to go all the way back to QAnon and the Comet ping pong stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait.
that's it. But we could move back to
No, well,
so
I was
the
going
movie
to
was
say the Pizzagate. Well, I was going to say, and I mean, I understand that as it turned out, that was ridiculous, and I never subscribed to that theory anyway. And I didn't,
Sure.
I didn't even really know what was going on, honestly. But like, it was terrible that pizza place got all of that negative attention, and someone showed up there harassing them, or
like
whatever.
I think they were armed too, right? Created quite the scary incident.
That's right. But but I don't think that because of that incident, or because you have this small group of people on the right, look, there aren't even, let me just say, I know a lot of right wingers. I come from a conservative background in East Texas.
From the land of Yosemite Sam, homegirl.
Republican, background, all of that stuff. And I can just tell you that I don't know anyone and I never have, who subscribed to the QAnon stuff. So I understand that there is some tiny group out there, but I really dislike how the mainstream media tries to make it seem like the QAnon thing is a big force in the Republican Party or in the conservative movement or whatever. Like, that's just not the case. And I know a ton of right wingers, and they've always thought that the QAnon stuff was bullshit. So anyway, but it is really bizarre that on the one hand, the far left is they're so obsessed with things like, Me Too and SA and R, and the ways in which they say women, although we can't define women now, but women are oppressed by men and so forth on the one hand. But then on the other hand, a movie, they're going to criticize a movie like The Sound of Freedom as QAnon, when it's just a simple story of a guy who fought some sex traffickers, who freed some kids. And like, to me, like, it's weird to me that this is even something that people on the left or in the mainstream media would be speaking out against. It's very strange, because I thought the movie was very non-objectionable. And look, I looked into the story behind it.
But I think that there's a mainstream like attitude that it's weird, but it's just like mum's the word when it comes to this whole child stuff. Like, there's the whole Balenciaga thing, like in between so I just, for whatever reason, I'm not saying I understand why, right? But it does just seem like it's a hands-off child trafficking or whatever. And what we hear the most often, for the reason why we should leave it alone, is because, well, that's a QAnon topic and those are bad.
Yeah. No, that's, and I think you're right. And I think that is ridiculous. And, it's interesting how Esme Bianco can claim, the Game of Thrones lady can claim, that Marilyn Manson sex trafficked her when he brought her over on a very nice flight to his nice home, and they had a romantic relationship, and he sponsored her visa and all of that stuff. That's sex trafficking, and we can complain about that, right? But we don't want to hear about actual sex trafficking that's documented, that this movie is about. Like, it's really bizarre.
Well,
like,
so like I see this whole like retcon thing become more and more popular over the last 8 years. I spent a little bit of time working in like like sexual assault prevention and advocacy, right, and like education. And I hooked up with these folks that were working on this private project. Sorry, I don't mean to be all like, ugh, but like it was some folks that were doing projects in that domain. And I remember having a conversation with this lady who was explaining that, like, until she had spent some time working with we call them survivors now, of domestic violence, that she had no idea that she herself had been, domestically violenced. And I often, and I don't think that I'm in a position to disagree with her, because I don't know people's individual stories unless they tell me. But I do see that folks have become increasingly more comfortable with a reframing, right? And we as public or an audience at whatever level, right, whether you know the person first degree or no degree, it just seems like we allow folks to say seemingly extravagant things without question, so much so that we don't even like question inconsistencies. And I'm gonna stop talking. Oh, my audio went out. I can't hear you.
I think my mic was
There
muted.
you go.
Tuesday Child says Ram is great, getting positive reviews for you there. Someone pointed out, and rightly so, that Jim Caviezel, the main actor in Sound of Freedom, he's openly Christian. He's a very activist Christian, actually, and also this movie was produced partly by Mel Gibson, and people have a lot of issues with Mel Gibson. Which, look, I think that crazy stuff that he said, some of his he does have some, it seems like, anti-Semitic views, and he said some crazy stuff over the years and whatever. You know, I have an issue with that, just like I have an issue with some of the things that Kanye said. But that is not just because Mel Gibson is putting some money into this film does not mean that it is some dangerous QAnon conspiracy film. And by the way, I don't think that people should be canceled. Artists should be canceled, even for saying things that I disagree with. You know, so like I didn't think Kanye should be canceled. I don't think Mel Gibson should be canceled. I even said Amber Heard. Like, yeah, you know, I don't like her either, but I think we should separate the art from the artist. I really do believe that. And so anyway, my point is, I agree with people who are saying that there was perhaps some anti-Christian bias going on here, also some anti-Caviezel, and maybe even some anti-Mel sentiments wrapped up in this. But it does seem like there is some kind of a resistance on the part of at least the mainstream media and the extreme left to some of these sex trafficking narratives, except when it's Me Too or it's grown women claiming that they were sex trafficked by Marilyn Manson.
Yeah, man, I almost said something. I almost dropped the name. No. Yeah, so two things. Number one, I like pizza too, but Papa John's is undercooked trash. Fight me. Number two,
Papa John's either.
Jim Caviezel, he has this really intense, I would call it like a conversion story, but for the fact that I don't know if he had a Christian background to begin with. But like I've heard him talking about between getting the phone call to get the role and all of the similarities, and honestly, it's almost like he's describing this quasi messianic journey that he's going through, which is only okay because he's about to act as Jesus in a movie, right? Like we allow that. So yeah, it's interesting. He does seem to be like very, very Christian with all of the energy that the born again Southern Baptists do, but I'm not trying to like pick on anybody.
Yeah, no, well, I grew up in a Southern Baptist house, very, like I said, conservative Christian, all that, and I'm fine with critiques that there are a lot of, I think, justifiable critiques that Southern Baptists get. I mean, for instance, what's going on right now with them ejecting some of their major churches from the Southern Baptist Convention for having female ministers. Like, so I think that there's definitely a place for some criticism. But yeah, I think this movie is triggering people nonsensically, honestly. And I looked into the background of the guy that the movie's about, the guy that Jim Caviezel plays, and because people were saying, well, he's got a questionable background, or he just recently stepped away from the foundation that he started because of some issues or whatever. But when you look into that, he's not accused of doing horrible things or bad things. There are some people who say that he was too aggressive, and maybe some of the tactics that he used in getting some sex traffickers. Like there's some allegations of like entrapment, and so the idea that okay, you not only went undercover, but also you got some of these guys to you enticed them. You said, hey, I need some kids, get me some kids for this stuff, and so you entice people into sex trafficking. But that's really the extent of it. It seems like the guy, the real man that Jim Caviezel plays, it seems like he is the same man that Jim Caviezel depicts. Yes, of course, there's creative license that's taken in the film. There are things that happen in the film that didn't happen in real life, but that happens in almost every Hollywood movie. It is very rare that you're going to get a Hollywood movie based on reality or based on a real story that doesn't have tremendous liberties taken with the truth. That's just, that's just modern Hollywood. So yeah, so I don't get what all the fuss is about either. I
Yeah.
thought the movie was good.
Okay. So I'm gonna go run away now, but do me a favor if Celtic's gonna join in on any sort of happy hour where folks might or might not be mildly intoxicated, let me know. You'll find me in the lobby.
Well, I'll message you if things later on. Celtic's coming on right now and so I don't.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch
craziness now, but you're welcome later on if you're watching later on, particularly late night.
Yeah, I won't punish your audience
for a chat. No, it'd be fun actually. Late night actually is when I.
Well, you do the ASMR.
When I start to, I was going to say it's when I start to get tired before I hit my second win with late at night. That's when I really appreciate the guests. So if you're still up later tonight, get back on again.
Yeah, thanks. I'm gonna go play violent video games with my friends.
All right. Well, at some point you're going to be starting a channel of your own, and so people can look for that. And when that time comes, then you'll have a built-in audience. But thanks so much for joining us, and we'll see you again.
Awesome. Thanks a bunch, Chris. Appreciate it.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, so Celtic, if you're watching, you are free to join now. Steph came on for a little while. She was in the waiting room, but I told her that she was probably going to have to wait a bit because I had Celtic coming on. But Steph, I'm sure Celtic would love to have you join as well. So Celtic, you can join anytime. And Steph, if you're still around, you want to get back on if you want to hang with Celtic and me. I wasn't trying to discourage you or whatever. I was just letting you know that Celtic was coming on after. But if you want to come on, Steph, and hang with Celtic and me, or if you want to wait and come on a little bit later or whatever, that's great. But love to have you. So on the PayPal, I think that there's a couple of places where if you click on the link, it'll say that the link is broken or the organization's page is broken. But my PayPal does work. It's just there are a couple of places, maybe on my Twitter and elsewhere, where the link is broken. So, at any rate, here's the correct link. It's also in the chat, and I am on PayPal. I go by Colonel Kurtz as well. So if you type in Colonel Kurtz, or if you want to try Colonel Kurtz 99, then you can look me up on PayPal and Patreon that way. Well, it may not come up that way on PayPal. Actually, I think that's Patreon. So on the Patreon, you can find me under Colonel Kurtz or Colonel Kurtz 99. But for the PayPal, here's the correct link. And I guess Vanessa, thank you for posting that link. I guess if you want to make sure that you're posting the correct one, so it doesn't. And to all of my mods, if you post this, make sure that you're posting a live link and not a broken one. Can someone tell me in the chat if you did see a broken link, where was it? Because I'd like to know so I can fix it. All right. So Celtic is here. He's going to be with us for the next 45 minutes. So how are you doing? What's up? You were later than I thought. Did you get called away to an emergency porno shoot?
This morning, I was called out to Woodland Hills. God bless America. It was really hot, really, really hot. And I got to go for steak and eggs afterwards. So that was nice. An American dream.
Steak and eggs after a really hot day of sex, huh? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, yeah, a hot morning. But I got to meditate. I got to meditate in a beautiful location that I wouldn't have necessarily have ever had access to if it wasn't for me being a flagrant fornicator. So
no, that's true. That's one of the things that I really like about your Instagram is that you really get to see the porn lifestyle, which I know it's got its downsides, but one of the biggest, I think, the biggest benefits is that you get to go to all these swanky places. Like, they don't have these shoots in someone's basement or something. Like, this is top of the line porn production here.
Well, I'm a bougie princess. That's how I like to identify. So even though like I'm a very dominating character in the films that I get to star and or at least perform in, let's say, because the women, of course, are the real stars. God bless you. And so one thing
never changed.
Right. One thing I've always had an appreciation for is the locations. Is like, yeah, I've as a sound engineer, sure, I've done private gigs in people's, like, rich people's houses, of course, setting up stages. But the porn shoots, man, in Bel Air and Beverly Hills, like, these are behind gated communities that no, I would not necessarily have ever got access to. So yeah, it's the architecture. It's all about location in life and what the view is. You know?
I like that. Dan Campbell says, he says, I don't know about a broken link, but on your about page, I don't see any links. I'll have to take a look at that. But he also said that you, Celtic Iron, that you look like Clark Kent.
Oh,
You've gotten that
thank you
before,
very
I bet.
much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, yes. No, I'm in the middle of writing a couple of things for next year in 2024. I'm going to be producing things that are either leaning towards the Clark Kent Superman role or the also the American Psycho Christian Bale role. I figured just I might as well make use of the glasses and the somewhat complementary looks to those characters. So, yeah, that's the plan. Thank you very much.
You definitely have this sort of I hate to say preppy because I feel like that has negative connotations, but you definitely have this very sort of preppy Christian Bale American Psycho thing, but in a good way. And I love how they often have you in your pornos. They will often have you playing roles that that definitely tap into that. So I've talked before about how one of my favorite things that you do is when you do the cuck porn. And of course, to some people who may not, I think most people probably know what that is, but the cuck porn where you don't even have to have sex or take your clothes off. There are pornos that you've done and you've gotten paid like $1,000 or something just to sit there and watch a guy have sex with your supposed wife, and you just kind of sit there like looking shocked or in pain or whatever. I need to find the picture. It's hilarious.
That was always the funniest thing, is because they always, when I first started doing it, they had to they were always like, here, you have to look like you're upset by this. You have to look like you're not, you're like, you care. And I'm like, dude, I'm getting paid my rate and I don't have to fucking pop or break a sweat. Are you kidding me? This is awesome. And so it was like, and of course it was always in nice locations, and always the talents were always very nice as well. So it was a good day out. Always meeting nice people, camera people, directors, producers, all that jazz, No,
if I was going to do porn, I would totally, that's the kind that I would want to do. It seems like it's the least amount of effort. I told you, I said, tell whoever does the casting for these things that if they have a role for a female who would remain clothed the whole time, just like you, but I can pretend to be shocked at somebody having sex or whatever, I will do it.
No, it is. It's an all right gig. But yeah, no, for example, I was offered one of those gigs yesterday, and I had to turn it down because they wanted me to come at the end. I was like, hang on, so you want to pay me the exact same money that I'd usually get paid, but you want me to come at the end? I'm like, yeah, no, you got to pay me more.
Oh, is it extra? Is it extra for that?
Well, I figured.
You figured.
that was my rationale. That was my rationale, because it's like, if you're going to have to pop, you're going to have to do a whole different prep and then, perform. But they didn't want to, all it was an extra, all I wanted was an extra $350, they weren't willing to come up to the $350. But the funny thing about it is that I've done so many of those is that they've started to write them because around me. So there's this producer called Jim Powers. He's a real cool dude, man. And he always has the same crew. So since I've been back in the industry, he shoots a lot every week, 5-6 days a week. The first scene I did when I was back was 2 years ago with Kira Noor and Jim Powers, and it was wicked. And so he now writes these scenes regarding my humor, because he knows that I can't pretend to be there oh, I'm sad, this is not, oh no. So he's just he writes them to curtail to me not giving a fuck and being a husband that gets a kick out of seeing my wife be taken down by somebody like Jack Slayer or Jason Love, God bless him, And if you don't know those talents, people, have a look at them. Christ almighty, they're some of the biggest humans you've ever. Oh yeah, there you go. That was Jack Slayer.
It's
And,
kind of, I'm sorry, it's kind of fuzzy, but this, yeah, this is from it. This was, and there are others if you want to, if you look him up, Celtic Iron and Jack Slayer. I guess that'll
yeah,
bring it up.
and
But beware,
Karma,
you're going to see the
Karma
nudity.
RX. Karma RX. That's what'll bring it up. Karma RX. She's the biggest
Karma
star in that.
RX. Okay.
Yes, that's her
Okay.
name. She's
But
the biggest star there.
I
She's in the
love,
top
I love
100
this
on
shot.
Pornhub.
I love this shot, and then also I couldn't find the one with the pillow. But what I love the most, what cracks me up the most, is the one where you're in so much pain watching this guy, emotional pain watching this guy rail your wife or whatever,
Yeah,
that you're like
yeah.
sitting there with like a pillow, like hiding behind.
Yes, yes. I mean, like Jack Slayer is 6'3" and he's 245 pounds. He's an ex Army Ranger. And yeah, he's like one of the largest human beings. You like, he looks like a professional football player. Like, you wouldn't want to get shoved by somebody like that, you know? So I mean, yeah, God bless him.
I was trying to find the one with the pillow, but I'll have to find it later. It's so funny though.
That's all right.
So tell us, like, what have you? Okay, I have the link for your new channel, Hammer of the
Yes.
Gods. I'll put it up again.
Thank you very much.
Tell us what you're up to on this channel.
Oh, my new channel, Hammer of the Gods. I'm just showing off my gym exercises. I've been making content now since the 25th of April on that channel, and I find the thing that gets the most views is my mobility videos and my videos of me working out in the gym, lifting weights. People don't really seem to want any of the yoga or the meditation. they just want to be like, okay, help make me mobile, keep me limber, let's go, a little bit of health, a little bit of movement, or let's see what it looks like to lift heavy weights. So that's what I'm doing. If you like muscles and sweat, Irish accents, and devilish good looks with boyish smiles, it's the channel to check it out. You know, I did a challenge last month. I put 1 inch of circumference onto my arms in 1 month. So I went from having 14-inch arms to having 15-inch arms. So that was nice.
Well, your channel, like, you really are an expert in fitness and in diet and yoga and meditation and all of that. Like, as long in the 2.5 years or whatever that I've known you, you, without fail, every day you're up in the morning, you're out, you're running around, you're doing, all your exercises and calisthenics and all of that, and you have the body to prove it. I was somebody the other day, I was with someone, and a friend of mine, and she was complaining about how there are too many guys in porn who look nasty. She's like, you have all these hot women, like, who are, a lot of them just impossibly gorgeous, especially with the kind of porn you do, like the official, like top of the line Brazzers stuff or whatever, right? And she's like, you have all of these beautiful hot women, like goddesses, and then some of them are with like the schlubbiest male performers, gross, got guts and whatever. And I'm like, well, not Celtic Iron, because you look at Celtic Iron, not an ounce of fat on him, everything exactly where it should be, looking great. So you are definitely, I think you're definitely like in the top 1% of hottest male porn stars. I would put you definitely above like James Dean and people who are more famous like that. For sure.
The
For
empire
sure.
endures.
So people
you very
just have to discover you. I think your comeback, because you've been away from porn for a while, and you
I was
you're
out for
kind of,
5 years.
yeah,
5
and
years.
so it's hard to, I know it's hard to get back in once you've done
A
that.
lot has
and
changed. A lot has changed.
I bet. So kudos to you though, you, I think, and you take it seriously. Like, you view each shoot as not only something that you're being paid, so you're going to be professional, but you view it as like an academic, as a sports, an athletic exhibition almost. So like, I know, like, you will prepare, like, you have to make sure you get enough sleep the night before, and you're eating the right foods, and like, you have it all thought out, and you really do approach your job very professionally, like an athlete. And honestly, like, it requires that, because to do it well, from what I've seen, it's very strenuous. And if I can say, some of the moves that you do, they are advanced level stuff. Like some of the, like the way you hold these women while you're like standing up, having sex with them. And like, I'm like, wow, I don't know how he's even doing that. So, so kudos to you for being such a professional.
Thank you. I am glad that my efforts are not going unrecognized. I am built for two things in this life, and that is fighting and fornicating, and I am internationally recognized as exceptional at both. And yeah, I plan to keep on doing it until I can keep on doing it. My heart beats. I don't know how many more years I'm going to be able to keep doing it, because I don't know, like, but my heart beats. I condition to be able to perform for 90 minutes every single day, twice a day. All right. And I do that a minimum of 8 hours apart, so that when it comes time to shoot, all those workouts, they're all just warm-ups. They're all just maintenance warm-ups. When it comes time to shooting, that is what we train for. That's when everything gets left on the floor. Everything's just warming up to a performance and then a cooling down from it. That's one thing that I've really been able to dial in since I've been back, is the management of the bookings, so that I could just have a break between each one. Because like the last time in December, when I did like back-to-back days and sometimes double days, it took me 6 weeks to recover from those 3.5 weeks. It was wild. So yeah, it's like anything in life, it just takes balance and management. And that's what I'm trying to show people on my new YouTube channel, Hammer of the Gods, is how to eat more healthily and how to prepare your body for not just love making, but for any event in life. I want people to have full function of their bodies and move without pain, because I myself have a number of injuries, but I still pass through them, and I overcome the pain by constantly being prepared and eating healthy. It's just balance in life. So yeah, I'm trying to do that on my new channel, Hammer of the Gods, on YouTube. And then I also have a podcast called Hollywood Hotcast. And then I'm also going to be trying in the near future to upload once again to the Chronicle of Celtic Iron channel. It's going to be in a different format. But it's going to be a higher. Yeah, it's going to be. I don't know what it's going to be exactly. I'm still working out the details, but it's going to be an actual chroniclings of my life. I don't know.
Actually, a narrative. Yeah, kind of narrative, like a narrative.
Yeah.
I thought that one of the funniest things, and I want to play it. I want to play it again in a little while. I'm going to find it and I'll play it while you're here. But I thought one of the funniest, most entertaining thing I've ever seen you do was that little mini documentary about Irish porn stars, but it was taking a look in your life. Like, this is the life of an Irish porn star, and I thought that was so hilarious. And I think that you really shine, particularly in just the day to day when you're talking about your life, or some of the stuff that you've been involved in, or funny things that happened, or and kind of playing your character too of a porn star. And so anyway, I think that's a great move. And so yeah, so you still have the channel Chronicles of Celtic Iron, but
I haven't been uploading to it
right now. You're laying low, but when you come back on, you're gonna have more narrative oriented stuff. It'll actually be chronicles of your life, which I think will be hilarious.
The audience.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I've got to get something to plug in my computer. It's almost out of juice. So keep talking. I'll be back.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, then in that case, this gives me the perfect opportunity to say thank you, everybody that's watching right now. Hello, happy Saturday. God bless you. Or whoever you believe in, whatever you're into. The divinity of life. So I'm curious, if you have an opinion, if you'd like to share your opinion with me, it would be appreciated. Should I be uploading on a weekly basis what the chroniclings of my past week is, or every week should I be delving into a story from my past? I don't know. I can't decide, but I see that as the two main paths of do you not keep it on current events at all and only select from past events and like relive them and try maybe in a therapeutical way gain a further perspective from those past events, or do I just analyze life as it's happening right now in the week by week moment? They're my two suggestions for Chronicles of Celtic Iron moving forward. Oh man, it is roasting here in Los Angeles.
Is
It's
it hot? Is it hot there?
95 degrees. 95 degrees.
Y'all aren't used to that. I get, so here in Texas, it's hot as hell, but unfortunately we are accustomed to that. But I think in California and up north, you all are not equipped for it.
Y'all.
Y'all.
So what's going on in your world, Colonel? What's the word? Are we mounting up? Are we gonna retake the Capitol? What's going on this year? What's
Retake
the
the
plans?
Capitol.
What are we doing? Are we gonna lock her up?
Yeah, no, I have tried so far to stay away from politics, and I think that I think that's probably what I will continue to do.
For sure. Keep it light.
Well, it's not light. I mean, the Me Too sexual assault stuff's not light, but it's interesting. Like, I feel like there's sort of two directions that you can go with politics and YouTube these days. Like, you can, like, yes, Me Too is political. All of the stuff that we talk about is political in the sense that it deals with political issues, but I try to stay away from like just even though I talk sometimes about the extreme left or whatever, I try to stay away from kind of an obvious focus on red versus blue or whatever, not because I think that it's wrong. I just feel like there are a lot of people who are doing that. And so, like if you want to see somebody criticize the left, then there's plenty of places that you can go for that, but there aren't plenty of places that you can go to see someone criticize Me Too or criticize the sexual, gender politics. People talk a lot about the trans stuff, but I feel like a lot of the Me Too stuff is kind of off people's radars. So I don't know. That's kind of what I'm looking at. And what I want to do more this fall is put out more of a range of topics. I know that I'm known for the deep dives, like getting into the Manson stuff and Rammstein and all that. And I'm going to keep doing that, but I think more of everyday talking about whatever's in the news that day. So maybe touching some on politics. What do you think about Hunter Biden? Do you have any views? Are you interested in that at all? Or are you just like, fuck that?
No, the girls tell me he pays well, so.
Oh, women who have had encounters with Mr. Hunter?
Yeah, no, I know a girl that, I know people at the Chateau Marmont. Jesus Christ, I can't believe I said it was a girl. Well, whatever. Yeah, no, I know people at the Chateau Marmont. And I've always known people ever since I arrived in this city. Like my first weekend, I met people that were involved in the Chateau Marmont. And I mean, that place, everybody's got some stories. But that dude, man, he like lived at the Chateau Marmont, man.
So you have heard from sources that who have encountered Hunter Biden that he was a big partier at the Chateau Marmont, huh?
Dude,
not surprising.
It's common knowledge, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
do you think that Hunter left the cocaine in the White House? Do you have a view on that?
Like, who gives a shit? I mean, really, like who gives a shit? Yeah, at worst, at best, who cares?
I would imagine being on cocaine is about the only way anyone could stand to work in the White House these days. I'm like, what? Like they're not all on cocaine? Because if I were there, I'd have to be on some kind of drug to get me through all of that.
Man, dude, there's so many people in this world, but particularly in this city, that just like are on pharmaceuticals, they're on cocaine. Like I like people take ketamine and cocaine together. It's wild. It's a world that I know nothing about. But the more I mature in my years, I kind of get not resentful or jealous. I don't know what the sensation is, but I'm like, hey, am I like what's going? Am I the conservative one? Why have I like?
It's called getting older. I think that's what you're trying to describe.
Yeah, but I'm like, when am I gonna start doing cocaine and heroin when I'm like 60, or what's going on?
Well, that sounds like a good plan. Cocaine and heroin when you're 60. Go for it.
I don't know.
Well, I think one thing that you're describing that I think is that I don't think is bad is that it's becoming more mainstream to recognize that certain drugs might actually have medicinal value in some circumstances. And so you see, like you talk about ketamine, I think which is one of the drugs I've never tried. But I've been told that it can actually be helpful for depression, and I know actually a couple of people who are in some programs where they actually go to a clinic and they see a therapist and they take ketamine. And I've seen now that even in some places now, MDMA, people are realizing that it's not just a happy club drug or rave drug or what have you, but that actually if people take it in a controlled environment, they can actually talk through and work through issues and stuff. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I saw something the other day. It was an article and it was in the Daily Mail, so take it with a grain of salt. But the article was about this former white supremacist, and I know people throw that term around a lot too, but this is someone who was apparently actively involved with this movement, this ideology that was very much anti-minority, anti-black, what have you, right? Well, anyway, so this person he was a white supremacist, and he needed some money. So he signed up for a study at a clinic or a university in which he was going to be given a dose of MDMA, and then a therapist or someone would talk with him. Now, this wasn't even aimed at the white supremacy thing. Like, it had nothing to do with that, right? This was just a guy who he happened to be a white supremacist, but he needed some money, and so he signed up for this study. Here's the point. According to this article, this guy, on one dose of MDMA, what we used to call ecstasy back in my day, but on one dose of MDMA, he completely saw the error of his ways, and he abandoned white supremacy. And when he came off of his MDMA trip, he decided he was going to leave all that behind, and he completely reversed course. And now he speaks out against racism, against white supremacy. He is an anti-racist activist, and he attributes this, and he was quoted in the article saying this, he attributes it to his MDMA experience. He said that that the experience of having his resistance lowered and of being able to empathize, because those of you who've done MDMA before, you know that if you've got good stuff, one of the things that it does is it does dramatically increase empathy. And so you can be with someone, you know, when I was in college, a bunch of us, we used to love to go to raves and do E or ecstasy, we call it. But we used to joke that you could be in a room with your worst enemy, your most hated enemy, and that if you were both dosed with MDMA and forced to spend the night together in a room, that you would work out all of your problems easily by the next day. We would even joke about how, like, Yasser Arafat, you know, the PLO leader back in the day, that he should get together with the Israeli prime minister and do MDMA because they could sort out the whole Middle East thing in like 6 hours on MDMA.
We should turn that whole place into a fucking parking lot.
Is that a non sequitur, as they say, as Amber Heard would say?
Yeah, no, just the Middle East. Just like, fuck that, dude. Like, why did they give them all that oil money, you know? Why, like, they had no problem wiping the Indians out here in America. Like, why did they
give them oil money? I don't know.
You know? Yeah.
See, that is the reason why you can only come on my channel for short pieces of bits of time, because then you say something like that and everybody's like, what? No, you know what? Who might agree with you about turning it into a parking lot? Well, I was going to say Kanye probably he probably wouldn't, because his beef was not with the whole Middle East. It's just with the Jews, right? He'd be like, turn
Just
Israel.
one half of the place. Yeah.
Hey, do you like Kanye's new wife? Do you have any thoughts on her? Because she looks exactly like Kim Kardashian, and I don't know her fashion sense. I know they're going for something like extreme and edgy,
Oh God,
but
there's nothing more attractive in this life than a woman that is fashionable and stylish. There really isn't. And like, not when they like. There's a difference when they
she's
talk
not.
about it. No, I know.
That's what's weird.
No, but I mean, this is what I mean. It's going to be hard to replace Kim Kardashian.
Oh.
You know? It's going to be very hard to replace her. Very, very hard.
He's trying, but yeah, I think she's
it's a smoke show. When a woman is savvy with her fashion and like, and like makes it effortless, it's totally different when they like talk shit about it all the time, and like when they're confident in the choices and they make it look effortless and they immediately are putting something together. It's very seductive. It's just like, yeah, man, this chick's an operator.
Well,
this girl is trash.
his new wife, Bianca Censori, she's definitely very attractive, but I don't know what this. I mean, look, I guess I'm just not into Kanye's fashion at all because almost everything that I see that his company produces, like what they're wearing right here, I'm like, I mean, it looks like he's wearing a trash bag and she's just wearing, I mean, it's just Lululemon type material. So I just I don't understand. I don't understand why Kanye is considered to be this great fashion impresario because every time I see him, that's not him there, but every time I see him, he's dressed in this really bizarre way. So I don't know. Maybe I'm the
Why
one
did
who
he
doesn't know
marry her?
anything.
He married this girl?
Well, not officially. That's the other thing. So here's what's going on. And is that Kanye's his religious beliefs that he's become more committed to, and that's fine, but more committed to over the past several years. His religious beliefs say that he cannot have sex before marriage. And in fact, he even said this in this was a lyric from one of his recent songs. The Bible says no sex for me before marriage or something like that, right? And so apparently what he did is he had a non-binding, non-legal marriage ceremony with this woman. So he's saying that Bianca is his wife,
He's
but
just fucking mental. The
there's
Kanye
no
West is just
financial,
mental.
I mean, which is fine. Look, hey, I'm not legally
Oh,
married,
God.
and I don't think people should have to. I think you can be married in your heart without being legally married, but I just find it kind of like it's just I think it's kind of a little fishy, especially since he said that he doesn't believe in sex before marriage. It's like, okay, so you did what so many of my friends back at the Baptist church when I was growing up did. I don't know, you may have had this like in Catholic Ireland or well, I know your family's Protestant, but like religious Ireland.
Hang on, what? No, my father is Catholic. My mother
Oh,
is
your father
Protestant.
is. Oh, okay.
Yes, thank you very much.
Do they ever fight about it?
Yes, constantly. Are you kidding
Oh, they
me?
do?
Oh, God. The war is never ending.
So who wins normally when they have these disputes? When they would
The
have these
ones with the
disputes?
power.
Your
And the
mom
people
or
with
your
the power
dad?
are the ones with the money. All right.
Well, your mom. I mean, when your mom and dad are fighting over religion, how would that go? Who would normally win?
Everybody. They both win. According to them both, they both win. That's just what's up. You know?
So tell me though, if you growing up in a more religious environment, tell me if you experienced this. So when I was a teenager, you know, I was in the Baptist church and was Southern Baptist, East Texas, a lot of really religious people, and I knew a number of people who, as soon as they could, they got married so that they could have sex. And so like, yeah, like for instance, there was this friend of mine who was a guy and he was like 18 or 19 and he was on the hunt for a wife and he was trying to persuade his 17-year-old girlfriend to marry him as soon as they could. And the reason was because he wanted to have sex. And I've known so many people in the Baptist church, and I'm sure it applies to many other churches as well. But I knew so many people in the conservative Baptist church, and I'm talking about adults too, like not just people who are younger and virgins, but I'm talking about even like older people who were on their second marriage or going to their second marriage or whatever, who, because they so much did not believe in sex before marriage, they had got married before they were ready to. They got married when they shouldn't have, just because they wanted to have sex. And I just think that is just a disaster. That's my opinion.
Right, yeah. No, I knew a lot of people that got pregnant before. Like, yeah, no, I knew it was a very fucking odd place to grow up, all right? Like, yeah, when we were 12, I knew a kid that got a girl pregnant. It was just wild, dude. And then, like, just wild, man, wild. And then, like, once they're 16, they get married. And, like, just, oh, God, the trauma of it all. I actually, yeah, it's just wild because, like, to me, it just highlights, like, where I come from, people are Neanderthals, dude. We barely, like when I was growing up, we barely had a civilized society. Travelers living on the edges of fields, man. But yeah, no, people would get married very young so that they could have sex. Yes, that's not uncommon.
And
Oh,
and
God.
by the way, like everybody can do their own thing, and I don't set myself up as a judge, but I just never saw it work out well. Like I saw people, you know, who
People's minds aren't developed until they're older than 25.
well, I'm
That's
talking
why I
about
don't hang
even
out with any of the
adults.
girls
I
that I
saw
work
like
with.
40 men in their 40s and 50s doing the same shit. Like there was a very in my hometown, there was a very successful lawyer who had gobs of money and lots of women after him and whatever. And he started dating a woman and got married within 3 or 4 weeks because he had the hots for her. He was a friend of the family. He had hots for her, and he wanted to get married. And so they got married, and the marriage lasted like less than a year because once the hot sex honeymoon part wears off, and then it's like, oh, here's this woman that I actually don't really like, but I married her for sex, and now the sex part's kind of worn off. So time to divorce. And so there are people in the Baptist church. I don't know if it's like that in where you live or whatever, but there are people that I know who have gone through multiple divorces, and yet they are waiting until marriage to have sex. And so they actually think, these people, that God is more pleased with them having multiple divorces than having sex before marriage. Like, to me, I shouldn't judge, but like, to me, it's just like, what? What? Anyways, so what are you interested in these days? Like, what's going on, like the culture and celeb news? Are you, do you have any thoughts on any of the Manson stuff or Amber Heard, her attempt to come back, or?
It's all old hat now. It's all old hat. Like, fucking, your man Manson, if he was going to do something impressive, he'd have done it by now. If you're one, and I don't mean to put Manson's name in the same as Amber Heard, you want Amber Heard, if she was going to do something fucking slick by now, she'd have done it. They're all old hat. It's done. That's like, I want everybody to do well. Like, I like seeing the Johnny Depp stuff. I like seeing that there's this Napoleon film come out, and because that's going to bump Johnny Depp's film as well about Jean de Barry.
Oh, yes.
So
okay.
that's cool. But also the Marilyn Manson stuff, it's like, we want to hear announcements. Like, he's been quiet for over 3 years. Like, give us a merch launch, give us some art, give us some music, give us a video, give us a YouTube
Well, he
channel,
has
give us
a YouTube channel. Well, he has no. So he's
a
teased new
YouTube
music.
cooking channel. Yeah.
He's teased
Fucking hell.
new music, and he says it's come out that he's working on an album with Tyler Bates. So he probably would not agree that he's been totally quiet. But I think where you and I are at, and I'm not gonna really say more because I said it in that live stream, and I don't want to beat it to death. But I'm curious how you feel. I was hoping that by this point, especially since the legal stuff, since the judge gutted his, in a lot of ways, really handicapped his case against Evan and Ilma, that I was hoping that we would hear more from him by this point. I don't know. Do you agree with that, or do you think he
Dude,
doesn't need to talk?
how many Halloweens and how many New Years has there been since this shit's been going on? How he hasn't had concerts every New Year's and every Halloween, I just don't understand it. Like, he's a great showman. He puts on great shows.
What if people
Everybody likes money.
What if people won't? But the problem is because he has this reputation as being a torturer and rapist of women. I don't know if people will host him. Or do you think that he should be putting stuff out no matter what? Like, even if it's in his backyard, or it's a small club or whatever, you think he should be?
No, without, I don't see. I gotta choose my words very carefully here, because I don't want them to be taken or misinterpreted. But yes, I just think there is a strong argument that there should be some sort of voice heard and output brought forth from his camp of, an on-brand nature. He doesn't have to address any of this shit. Like, design a t-shirt, take a page of the Kanye West's book, all right, his buddy, and design a sun umbrella. It's summertime. You know what I mean? That's just came off the top of my head. But no, I'm like, or write a book, or put it together, a book of photography. That would be beautiful. Just something. Or take photos of the moon. Now I'm just spitballing here. But I mean, really.
Well,
like,
he said he's
gotta
working on
do
it. He
something.
says he's come out and he said that he's working on an album, and has let it be leaked through another source that he's working on an album with Tyler Bates. So I mean, there is going to be stuff coming out, but you're saying, like, by this point already, like, you feel like he should have done more publicly.
We want hands in the air. We want beer being sold. We want tickets being sold. He needs to generate income. He needs to grease the capital wheels that got him to where he is.
Well, I think that he's going to try that. I mean, I think
open for business, baby. Open for business.
Yeah, well, I don't think that he would disagree I'm sure no one more than Marilyn Manson would like to be making money, but I think where the disagreement, where the the sticky issue comes in is that I don't think at this point, like it's very hard for him. Society has decided that he is a rapist and torturer of women, habitual, a serial. And so I think that it's probably hard for him to find venues that will host him, but maybe that's what he's working on now behind the scenes. I just think it's going to be difficult to really have a comeback if I do think he has to address this stuff.
You telling me he couldn't get on a tour with Rob Zombie? You telling me he couldn't get on a tour with Rob Zombie? I'm looking up where was Rob Zombie touring Zombie.
Well, let me put it this way. I mean, Rammstein, the allegations against Rammstein are far, far less severe and far, far less significant and far, far less credible than what's been brought against Manson. I'm not saying the Manson stuff's credible, but I'm saying that like there's like Evan Rachel Wood and some women that have gone on record and have filed suits and stuff. And even with Rammstein, their situation being much, much less serious, they're just barely touring. I mean, I think that they've almost been canceled. So I guess the thing is like, could Manson go? Could he buy a space or rent a space and perform with Rob Zombie or perform by himself? He could. I think what's the problem?
Rob Zombie is performing all the way through September and October.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. The question is not could there be someone hypothetically that he could perform with. The question is, will any of these venues will they host him? Like Rob Zombie, like
we're at World War III right now. Everyone's going bankrupt. Okay, they're desperate to sell tickets. They're desperate to sell alcohol. Okay, Bud Light has lost billions off its net value. Okay,
and so aligning with a supposed sexual assaulter and torture of women is going to be attracted to Bud Light.
Some sort of light-footed liberal, left-leaning lovers. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, no, people need to sell beer and they need to sell tickets and they need to sell T-shirts, baby. All right, Marilyn Manson does all those three things. All right, bring the blood, bring the pain. Let's get the hands in the air and let's see the fireworks going off. You know, and he should bring girls out on stage and he should torture them on stage. You know, it should be worked into the act. He should be not like.
No, you mean mock, like stimulated, making a joke of it. Yeah,
for sure. Nurses, nuns, bring everybody. You know?
Well, I think that it would be interesting. I don't know what the content of the new album is going to be, but I would really love it if he's not going to respond in an interview, if he's not going to sit down in the next a couple of years and do an interview and fight this stuff overtly, then I would love to see in his music, in his lyrics, if he does what William Control did. And so William Control is someone that our mutual friend Vanessa told me about, and actually she and I talked about him in an interview, and I'm late on it, but I'm still going to post this. But William Control, some people in the audience might know, he was a successful musician, still is a musician, a successful musician, and he had a very promising career. And he was involved in these BDSM relationships with a number of women, and they basically did a Marilyn Manson or did an Evan Rachel Wood on him and MeToo'd him, got him canceled, destroyed his reputation. And so what did he do? He came out with a series of videos refuting that, and also he wrote an entire album about his experience of being falsely accused. And so, for instance, he entitled the album, I believe, Sex Cult. So he entitled the album Sex Cult because that's what he was accused of doing, is running a sex cult. And then like one of his songs, each song is basically
an unsuccessful sex cult,
right?
Since the girls got away.
Exactly. Each song on the album is devoted to a different aspect of his Me Too scandal and of the ordeal that he went through. And so I love the fact that in the album, he is using his art as a way to respond to these allegations, but also using it as a kind of as a way to as an inspiration for his art, kind of a muse. Like, I've been through this horrible stuff, and now I wrote this amazing album about it. So I hope that if Manson doesn't speak out, doesn't do something dramatic, and even if he ends up settling these cases against him, I hope that he will at least speak through his music. And I would love to see an album, perhaps this album that he's doing with Tyler Bates. I would love to see an album that really hits out really hard against this Me Too hoax against him. So hopefully so. I think that would be amazing.
I don't know how he can produce music that hits any harder. I listened to that goddamn Essentials album every day on my morning run for about 2 years. I then moved to Daft Punk Alive for a year, and now I've moved away from that, and I'm on Appetite for Destruction by Guns N' Roses, which is a fantastic album. But yeah, his songs hit, like, I don't see how he can
Well,
beat
no,
what
not
he's
hit
already
hard in terms
produced.
of the no, but I mean hit hard in that his songs, not he hasn't produced any music that has addressed the Me Too stuff or what he's been through. So I don't mean hit hard like needs to be louder or more aggressive. I'm just saying that personally, I just hope that this next album, since apparently that's what he's putting his energy into instead of coming out and speaking out, I just hope that the album is going to make use of what he's been through. You know, people
Lying,
say put it in your art, right?
lying cunt. That'd be a great song title.
Well, I actually had
Lying
this fantasy. It might be stupid, but a fantasy where he would make an album about this stuff, and then each track on the album, each song would be devoted to a different accuser. So there would be one song about Evan Rachel Wood, one song about Esme,
He was
whatever.
doing them all
Hit
to
out
an
at each of them.
hour. Yeah, no, I would have gone with the accusations. Like something, you'd have to have a song on the album called "Cold Room" or "Cold Rooms."
That's
Like
right.
that was just the fucking most ludicrous
man.
shit. And he used to make us keep the rooms really cold. It's like, bitch, shut the fuck up. You know, you're looking like Jesus Christ. Anyway.
Oh man. Well,
Ludicrous.
I thank you for joining me. I have got to
Thank you
take
for having me.
a real break, a legitimate break now, and give my mods a break as well. But I don't think we have anyone in the queue now. So anybody who wants to come on when I come back, we're going to take an hour break. We're going to take a legit break now. But when I come back, anybody wants to come on? I know Lisa, you were thinking about it. If Steph, the alter nerd, if you're still around, come back in an hour, and we can pick up. And at some point, my mom tonight is going to come on as well. But I need
Word?
yeah, she is. I need a legit break though. I've been doing this. I've been doing this for like 7 hours and 30 minutes, y'all. So look, it's 24 hours, 24 minus 7. So my
You got
math
16
is
hours left to go,
terrible.
girl.
All right. So thanks, Celtic, for joining us. Everybody check out his channel. It's on
do
YouTube.
that.
It's called Hammer of the Gods. Remind you once again. And
Hammer of the Gods, Celtic Iron. Yeah,
Celtic
I have
Iron.
313 subscribers. Let's get that up to over 1,000. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So
You
it's
need video. Yeah.
It's a fairly new channel. The struggle for people who don't know, the struggle that people face on YouTube is that if you're not going to talk about celebrity stuff, like there was a reason why so many people got into the Johnny Depp, Amber Heard video making business, is because those things do so well. But if you don't do the celebrity stuff, then it takes longer, unless you're doing an ASMR video. But if you're not doing ASMR or you're not doing celebrity, then it takes longer to build an audience. So everybody go over there and if you don't mind, subscribe. I'm giving you the link right now. Subscribe to Hammer of the
Thank
Gods.
you.
He does fitness. He does sex education. He does. How else would you describe it?
I do health and fitness. I'm a health and wellness expert. There you go.
Oh,
I'm
I
a
like
health
that.
and wellness expert.
With some
I'm
sexy thrown in and some fun.
yeah, a globe-trotting Irish influencer. Yeah, I'm coming up with a design of t-shirts I'll talk to you about tomorrow. But yeah, we're getting into the fitness racket.
All
I'm gonna
right.
teach everybody how to have six packs and beautiful shoulders and arms.
And have
So,
sex for hours standing up. I think it's good.
basically, yeah, and you know who I have to blame for that is Stanley Kubrick and that film Eyes Wide Shut, because in that he got Tom Cruise to pick Nicole Kidman up and be having sex standing up with him. And
Mhm.
ever since I saw that when I was whatever age, I was like, right, well, that's how you're supposed to do it. That's a bit of me. So that's why my back, if you'll notice in all my videos, my back is always so big and broad, because
Mhm.
just ever since I was a 12-year-old boy and I've been banging 17-year-old girls up against the wall in churches, I've just been carrying them on my back, you know. God bless them.
You said 17, but you really meant 18. I know, right?
I fucking did. I did. I very much did. It was just I lost my
Oh,
virginity
man.
to a 17-year-old when I was 12. That's all.
Teasing you. Well, that's a whole other story, maybe for some other time.
That's life. For you,
But on
baby.
that note, I like the way too when we're ending the shows, like you always like drop that teaser, you know, for the next thing. It's like, oh wait, but I want to hear about that. Okay, I gotta go. So thank you, Celtic. Everybody, check out
Enjoy
your
your
channel,
food.
Celtic
God
Iron,
bless you.
Hammer of the Gods, whatever. Be in touch later. All right, bye bye. Okay, so everybody, as some of you know, if you have followed my long live stream marathons before, I do take breaks, and actually, normally I would have already taken a long break. So this is actually more of an endurance, better endurance than I've had in the past. But I can't do 24 hours without taking some significant breaks. Some people get annoyed by that or think that I'm cheating somehow. The idea, let me just tell you, the idea with a 24-hour marathon, it is not that I kill myself trying to stay in front of the camera every single minute, right? So the idea of the 24-hour thing is just that it's a kind of a fun gimmick to get more people involved in watching, and also that, you know, it's cool that you have a live stream, that I have a live stream that goes that long. So that's the idea. The idea is not that I torture myself trying to stay in front of the camera for 24 hours nonstop. So I will take some breaks. So we are at the 7-hour, 30-minute mark here. I think it's a good time for an actual dinner break and for me to give my mods a break too. And by the way, to my mods, I appreciate you, but if you're tired, you don't have to come back. You can call it a night. And especially now that we're starting to get into the evening, the viewership will drop and I'll be able to handle it. So don't feel like you have to stick around, but very much appreciate you and everybody. So we're going to take an hour. I'm going to reach into my my repertoire of past videos and put something up here for you to watch in case you want to keep the conversation going, because people like to chat even when I'm gone. So I'm going to put up a replay and I'm going to take an hour off. And then when I come back, we should have another couple of guests lined up, and then my mom, like I said, is going to join us soon as well. So good things. I still have this whole list of topics to get through. Gonna probably, when the guests drop off, I'm gonna really get into those tonight. More to say about Rammstein. I also wanted to watch the Shelby video. A few more things on that I haven't talked about, the Rammstein stuff, more Marilyn Manson, and then we're going to get and a bit more Johnny Depp, but then we're going to get into all the other stuff on that list, all the other crazy topics. So anyway, that's what's coming up. So stick around or go away, come back in an hour, what have you. But I'll see y'all in an hour. Enjoy the break. To say, like, you. All right, so it's very late at night for me. It's 2 a.m. But I wanted to talk to a new guest. He has done a bunch of Rammstein videos and other stuff. I looked at your site. We cover other topics, but a lot of Rammstein videos. And you know what? I saw your videos 2 months ago, whenever this scandal was first breaking. And what I've been thinking the whole time is, because I don't speak German, and so I couldn't understand the videos, but I see how many views you get. And I'm like, that guy gets more views than I do for his Rammstein stuff. So I was really happy that you would come on the show. So I'm curious because there are two stories that are really big right now related to Rammstein. So one is the Berlin concerts and the quote unquote protests that have been taking place there, and then also the newest allegations against Flake. So let's start with the protests, because you were there. You were at the concert in Berlin on Saturday night?
Yeah, the first one in Berlin.
Okay.
I think it was Saturday night. Yes.
And that was where the biggest protest took place.
Yeah, I was in shock. I was scared. So I was literally laughing because the media beforehand really pushed it up and said, yeah, there were those big protests and I mean, they talk about 300 people. You can see it on the video. I think it's barely 100. It was just like like some people.
It
was
looks small on the video.
super small, super small. It was really I don't know. It was nothing. And you must and Berlin is like the head capital of leftism, of feminists, of
Is
left
that right?
radical. Yeah. It's like the cesspool of everything left and left leaning, radical left. They have like whole streets that they control, and even they couldn't manage to get more people than that. It was unbelievable.
It looked really sad. Some of the ridiculous stuff that they're doing, like constructing the mock grave for Till Lindemann, like.
I mean, it's the same bullshit. Basically, Germany hangs on the titties of the US, so all the same talking points, and feminists. So like the feminists, like they do like copy and paste American feminist politics bullshit. They even use the same words. It's embarrassing. Then the cultural appropriation wasn't a thing like 2 years ago, and suddenly they do this big thing. You can't dress as a Native Indian anymore in kindergarten. It's all the same talking points. It's pathetic.
Yeah, it is interesting how much of this these American ideologies are drifting over to Europe. Okay, so you were there when there was like 100 people protesting, perhaps.
At max, I would say at max. And the media all talk about 300 and more, or they talk about hundreds of protesters. So they really, and always the headline is about the protest. It's insane, because it was nothing, but still they push this agenda, and they always talk about the protesters and hundreds of protesters.
Well, yeah, it really has felt like the media are really trying to push this as much as they can, even though there's not really anything here. And that kind of leads us into the flake allegations. So without me, I want to throw it to you because I obviously have opinions as well. But what do you think about these latest allegations?
Well, they're even more laughable than the allegations before. And flake is considered. I get a lot of info from Rammstein fans because I wasn't really much into Rammstein before this. So like flake is more like this shy, really introvert guy. With big anxiety issues. I heard that he wasn't flying for the first years and going with a ship to US to play. So I mean, and still it's the same thing that really boils me up, is because they take all agency from women. I mean. So the first story is like the 17-year-old girl who lies to the members and says she's 22. They go to the house of Till or Flake. They drink. She gets alcohol. Then she lies in her bed. She's a little bit drunk. Flake lies next to her in the bed. She says she turns to him around and they have sex. And now this is she doesn't say no. She doesn't resist. And now, and she says she has psychological issues about this, and 20 years later, she's still in therapy about this issue. I don't know. I don't know what's up with this youth. I mean, drunk sex, bad sex. I think this is a part of life for men and women. And I mean, if this is like the benchmark, everybody has a rape story in his life.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And I was talking about this earlier on a live stream, because this question comes up of is it assault or is it bad sex? And of course, I don't even believe necessarily what this woman is saying, right? But just taking the story at face value, what she describes. And my perspective also is that bad sex is in a different category than assault, and it is part of life. And people say, it's like this new generation now. They think, oh, that's just because back in your day it was so patriarchal, and it's like, no, it's because we had a different understanding of sex perhaps than you have, which is that it can't be sort of bureaucratically, hyper anxiously modulated. Like it just can't.
It's so stupid. I mean, it's like a new Puritan time right now where everything needs to be super discussed and like a contract written out beforehand. And if you're drunk a little bit, if you're under the influence of something, then it's suddenly rape. I mean, 80% of sex wouldn't happen if that's the benchmark.
No,
I
it's
mean,
true.
that's
It's
why
true.
people go out to clubs. That's why they go to festivals, you know. Most people need a little bit of alcohol in their system to get out of their head and just enjoy themselves and have casual sex, you know. And then I'm not like I'm 14 years in a relationship. It's not my cup of tea.
No, I know what you're
but,
saying.
yeah. But I mean, why? It's youth. Why not? If they want to do it, then do it. It's unbelievable how we like regress in a Puritan age, and the push comes from the left. That's so
Right.
funny about it.
No, it is. It is absolutely. And I've talked before on my channel about how I grew up in a very fundamentalist, Southern Baptist, East Texas Christian environment, and I felt like one of the things that I disliked about it, and there were some things that were actually good, but one of the things I disliked was that it seemed very puritanical and sexually repressive. And so I went to grad school and became a professor, you know, for a while, college lecturer. And it was so crazy to see that one of the things that I thought I was getting away from, it's basically like the story of Oedipus, right? Like he runs away from it, but he ends up running toward it. One of the things that I thought I was getting away from, I actually went into a place where from which this new Puritanism would come, right? Which is like leftist institutions, academia and stuff. And I know that people, there are a lot of Rammstein fans, or a number of Rammstein fans, that do not like it when you and I talk about the left versus right thing, and they don't like what they perceive as our political perspective. And I think that people misunderstand. I don't know much about your show, no offense, but like for me, it's not about trying to make the leftist feel bad. I'm just trying to say, like, you've got a problem here, and it is, in this instance, it is coming from a particular group of extreme, woke, radical, whatever word you want to use. Like, we have to identify where this is coming from, right? Just yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, some Rammstein fans are waking up to this, because Rammstein is a left band. That's a funny thing, because it's often considered right, but they are from a punk background, and they are more like a left-leaning band. They were on stage with the LGBTQ flag, and they kissed on stage in Russia to make a point. So two men. So, and I got a lot of shit recently, because I was there, and there's a cameraman, and he was from a more like a right-wing media outlet. But they were the only ones who wanted to support me and get the cameraman and make the interviews. And it's the first and only piece in whole Germany from a media outlet that's not super critical about Rammstein. So now the left media is like insane and say, oh, right-wing ideology influence the stuff.
Right.
And I have to give them really credit, because their audience doesn't like Rammstein very much, and even the people, because they are more conservative. They're not big into sex, drugs, and rock and roll and necrophilia imagery and what Rammstein is doing. But still, they have like the most based article about this stuff, and they were giving me the platform to let me speak, and none of left media did it. I'm even translated 3 of your videos with the cop, with the witnesses, and none to this day even reacted to this. None. And I had people from my audience who wrote to media and said, are you aware of this counter witnesses? Will you do an excerpt on that? And they got the normal bullshit answer, like, yeah, we have got you, thank you for your feedback, and blah, blah, blah. We will consider in the future. Nothing. Silence of the lambs. So you see, it's really, there must be something behind this, something evil, sinister. I can't believe it that they are not even mention it. Even critical say, yeah, we can't verify this witnesses. It's an American channel, blah, blah, blah. No, nothing.
Well, it is. It is really amazing, and I just think people don't understand. Some people who are so critical of us do not understand that there are so few outlets. There are really no mainstream media outlets that are interested in a counter narrative, in the truth or another perspective. And not to go down this road, but like I've seen that even in the Marilyn Manson situation, which you may not know much about, but if you look into it, there's a lot of problematic aspects to that. But there were people that I interviewed for my channel about the Manson situation who had a counter narrative and good things to say about him, bad things to say about the accuser. They said, we tried to talk to other news outlets and nobody was interested. And so it is true that just right now, the mainstream media, which is more left than right, much more so, it is not interested in the counter narrative on this.
Yeah. I said it. I challenged them. I said, don't give me shit for talking on Compact. I come to you any minute. I talk with everybody. I would even give an interview for Antifa. I don't care. I'm not political in that department. But if you don't want to talk with me, don't give me shit for talking on that show that invites me and wants to hear my opinion.
Right.
What's that about?
Right. I totally agree. Do you feel like, well, let me ask you. So how did you get into this? Where you said you weren't much of a Rammstein fan. You probably like me. Like I went to a show and I had a friend, my friend got me into the parties. And so that was an awesome experience, but I really didn't know a lot about the guys or the music. How did you get into this story?
So I'm a men's coach for 20 years. So I was starting out as a dating pickup coach 20 years ago and teaching men how to be more successful with women.
So I just have to ask, since you brought this up, I did see on your YouTube, I saw the Casanova thing. I have to ask, are you going to tell me that you love me and then get me to move to Germany and have me produce web porn? Is that where this conversation is going to end up?
No.
Because I want to know now.
I'm a retired Casanova, like I said, I'm a 40 years relationship. Now I only teach only guys. I have a great team of younger men who go out to clubs with guys, helping them to talk to women. Germans are much more introvert. I have been to the US many times, and I loved it because everybody is so chatty and so upbeat.
Yeah, we
and
talk
Germany,
a lot.
in Germany, it's all like, I'm down to my business. Don't talk to strangers. They're very friendly if you approach them, but mostly don't talk to strangers. Get your groceries and stuff. Yeah, you can get hello is even. Oh wow, what's
it's harder here? It's harder to hook up, or it's harder to get dates in that kind of a situation. Than I guess you're saying.
Totally. Yeah. And then there's a whole thing, and then I got into this rabbit hole because I thought, why is it? Why is German man? Why are they so shy and everything? And then it got political because I thought, there's like a push against everything masculine. Everything aggressive, even in a good way, And I thought, there's a deeper thing. Saw the political side of it. Made a lot of videos beforehand about MeToo cases. Men's rights issues. So it's like a mix of dating advice, but now it's more like a political commentary channel. And as I saw the Rammstein case, I thought I wouldn't know that I end up doing like daily videos now. And I thought, okay, this is like this one article and I have to say something about it because it sounds fishy. But then more and more came up, and it's also like a big chance for us men's rights activists, because suddenly a lot of women, because Rammstein has a lot of women audience, they're waking up to the shit. My channel is totally demonetized from YouTube.
I did not know that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, totally. So I don't earn cent. Right now I'm paying on top of that. And because I'm like a misogynist and women hater, because I criticize women behavior on my channel. And there's like some American community said, don't break the 11th Amendment. Never criticize women. That's the 11th Amendment. Yeah, that's not in the Bible, but should be.
At YouTube, it is.
Yes. So, and I say there's bad and demonic sides in both genders, in men and in women. And men have more like the direct aggression,
overt, yes.
aggression, and women have the indirect aggression.
So you went to the concert in Berlin the other day, and you saw a lot of people, talked to a lot of people outside of the protesters, besides the small group of protesters.
Yeah.
What's the general sentiment, do you feel like, among German people about what's going on with Rammstein and the media and everything?
I mean, we especially seeked out a lot of women to get some insights from them. And the funny thing is, like you said, all women know. They were saying things. If I would say the same things, I would call it a sexist and everything. And they said, look, women knew exactly what they do if they dress a certain way. I got so much shit for this when I said, look at Kayla Shayk's Instagram. This is softcore porn, you know, licking the lollipop and everything, like blowjob themes, and hand on the breast, and then in her video she wears her Adidas and it's not made up, and so she's so manipulative. So, and women know that, and they said women know exactly what they do. I have experienced the row zero girls. So it's unbelievable. So just ask women, then you will get to the truth and the facts. I am called a misogynist for the exact things the women said me at the Rammstein concert. I mean, obviously they were fans, so they were more leaning on the sides, but they all said, okay, if this is like really coming out that he raped women, yeah, used KO, because it's always gets mixed up in the media and all thing. I mean, there's this one side having groupies. You can find this morally, not good, but that's not forbidden. So, and then there's the other side using drugs to drug women and rape them. It always gets mixed together and put into one basket that it doesn't belong to. So when they say, if this is happening, then it would be a bad thing, and he should be punished for it. But they don't believe it. The women always said, I mean, look at Till Lindemann. Even if he's 60, he's a rock star. There's a lot of women who would like to lay with him, and he doesn't need it. And this is also like my point. Why should you go into the risk? I had also talked with a drug expert about this KO. You need to really know the size of somebody and the weight to really dose it exactly. Even when you mix it with alcohol, it could be quite dangerous. You could die from it. If you miscalculate it. So if you take a dose from me and I would give it to you,
it's not just something they're going to be like casually, like all these concerts, these parties, whatever, and they're just dosing people with GHB. Yeah.
No, you cannot do this. You cannot do it. Mixed with alcohol, it's super dangerous. If you misdo it, even like a slight bit, I knew some few friends also do experience with. You do it in drops with a how do you call it? What you inject in your arm normally.
Oh, syringe. Yeah.
Syringe. You do it with a syringe so you can see how many milliliter you give. So, and if you give 5 ml too much, you are going from a really great trip into a coma and could probably die from it. So it's super stupid for the band or Till Lindemann or anything to just go around and put it into the drinks of somebody. Would be highly dangerous. Yeah, it's more a thing that you do with your partner, maybe, or it's a very popular in the gay scene. They use it, but more when they get together in their swinger things and stuff, and then they can really dose it, know with who they are working with.
You brought up earlier the fact that you get a lot of criticism when you point out the way that Kayla Shaykk was dressing, on Instagram when she went to the concert. And I think people need to understand that when we talk about the way that these women are dressing, we're not saying that because someone dresses a certain way, they are asking to be sexually assaulted. Okay. We don't believe they've been sexually assaulted. What we are saying, though, is that you cannot put out these blatant sexual signals without at least expecting to attract some attention, some mere attention. And so, for instance, Kayla Shayk's, her big allegation is not that Till Lindemann touched her or harassed her. In fact, he was never in the room, or that anyone touched or harassed her. Her big allegation, as you know, is that she was put into a situation, recruited, whatever, for a party because she looked hot, and someone thought maybe Till might want to strike up a conversation, and yeah, maybe even try to solicit her for sex in a normal pickup way. And so, yeah, you cannot dress like this sexy, sex pot Instagram babe, and you go to a concert and then you're shocked if anyone is looking at you in a sexual way. Like you just can't.
No, that's close also communication. I mean, they know
Yeah.
this.
It actually hurts women who go through really traumatic, harrowing experiences. I mean, you think about someone who does get actually attacked, in an alley or whatever, sort of a classic, or on a date, really, someone actually attacks someone and rapes them. That's horrible. And then what you have with Kayla Schicks and these women is this, in the Flake story too, is this cheapening of real trauma so that it just becomes this diluted nothing, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. And I get a lot of, I don't know how is it with you? I get a lot of messages from women, private messages. They say the exact thing and they swear on her. I couldn't read these letters on my stream because they are really crass. Yeah, they really insult her and say, "You fucking because
right.
I was raped." And you make like a mockery out of this issue. And because of women like you, people don't believe us. And I know it's with me. I was super. I mean, the natural tendency of a man is to believe all women, to be protective about women. But right now, it's turned to the opposite. If I hear a story like that, the first reaction for me is, let's see about that.
I know.
And this is also turning up in society because there's so much bullshit coming up with Amber Heard. We had some German cases. It was the same thing. You can count on it. If it's a popular person, 80-90% of it's bullshit.
No, and I agree with you. And by the way, that's not the 80-90%. We're not saying that in normal cases 80-90% of women would be lying. What we're saying is, I think in these big media cases, the incentives, in these celebrity cases, the incentives for lying and misconstructing stuff, they're so high. It's so high, so high. So I wanted to ask you, what do you think is going on with the focus on Rammstein especially? I mean, I know there have been a lot of different MeToo cases in the US and probably in Germany as well. It seems like the people are really zeroing in on this. The media really are. Do you think something's going on with rock music, or what do you think exactly? How do you interpret it?
I've got so many hopes for you, my girls.
Leslie Osborne with the shot.
I hope you find something that you love doing and give it your all. I hope you find your team, the people who will always be there for you. I hope you know that whatever you do,
Hey, what's up? Is that Tug? Sorry, Tug. I didn't mean to make you wait like that.
No spin, no bias. No
Well,
spin,
here's
no
the deal.
spin.
So I'm actually about to.
You know what's sad? Here's another thing that makes me sad about this. We're being
Hear me.
told that you need to defend him too because he is anti quote unquote woke culture. You know, the very things, the false accusation culture. That's what that means in one compressed term. I mean, that's their words. This is a plot against that. And it's like, no, that the weaponization of the very thing again, he put the boot heel on before. Yeah. Anyway, continuing.
Owe it to you to address this. As you probably don't know, hopefully you don't know because you're not insane enough to pay attention to the cesspit of social media.
The cesspit, by the way, the cesspit on social media, the same thing he weaponized when it came to Depp, right? That same cesspit, right? The one that he was proudly displaying, all of his articles on. I mean, remember that same cesspit you should never pay attention to because it's such a horrible. Oh, wait a minute. There he is. Oh, remember, it wasn't such a cesspit back in the day, right? He also has a high number of discussion. When something trends on social media,
Y'all, that's so funny. I thought that I thought that Tug had joined the stream, and I just added a Tug video myself. All right, that's pretty funny. That's a pretty good self-own. Okay, dinner is almost ready, and so I'll be right back. But enjoy this Tug talking about Wooten, I think.
together. It's well.
Hi, Mark Barden at Sandy Hook Promise here. When the gunman...
Who's time with it? Leave early. It was like it didn't exist. I went to bed. I got up to see how many hits it had, and it had 3. 3. So I actually did not set it to private until the next day after I thought that was fascinating with the Dan Wooten story. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. A lot of this stuff, considering how big Dan Wooten really is too, it's not very surprising. I mean, there is a lot of interest, a lot of money behind that man. So yeah, we'll see it. Hey, Fallen Hero, thank you for that gifted membership, by the way. Appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, it was weird. People were like, I can't find it. Yeah, it was actually live. Like, that was the weird thing. Like, some of them I do set to private. And that one I didn't think about. I actually went and did something else. I came back the next day and it was, well, it was ghosted. So if this one gets ghosted, well, at least it'll be an interesting ride. So over the last couple of days, we've had some interesting stuff. I do want to go over Dan Wooten's statement on this. Then I want to show you something that's really new. And boy, oh boy, is it getting bad for Dan Wooten. Now, when I'm talking about this too, I want to make something very clear, as I have made clear every single time with this. I'm not saying that I believe anything with Dan Wooten and accusations. I do not believe in accusation culture. So I do not believe that accusations make you guilty. I am sick, however, of people like a Dan Wooten that go out, they use this listen and believe standard. They apply it to everyone else. They've applied it to many people, including, he didn't just take the stance on Depp that we've talked about. He took the stance on journalists, another journalist. He was calling for their suspension. He was doing it last week. He was very clear about it. He kept pushing for it and more. What's up, Cougar Curls, by the way? The bigger you are, the harder you fall. Indeed. That is very true. And yeah, I mean, he's burned a lot of people. He's burned a lot of them to the ground. There was His statement, in fact, listen to this. I'm just going to read it before we do this. This was on that Philip Schofield. And again, I have not even looked into the whole Philip Schofield thing, but it doesn't matter. It's over accusations and rumors. Dan Wooten said the following, quote, with the current rumors and accusations swirling around Philip Schofield, why is he still on our screens? Why have ITV not suspended him pending an internal inquiry? I would have thought in this day and age that a mainstream broadcaster such as ITV ought to be seen doing all it can to deal with issues like this, find out where the truth lies, and in the meantime, suspend those whose the rumors concern. So he called for that. He called for the direct action of suspension. Other people, journalists, you know, I like to put journalists in quotations, but still, he called for that. So, you know, this is what irritates me. It always, and I understand what people say on this too, but it always kills me when we get to the point of they have a certain principle that they espouse, whether they believe it or not. They back it until they get accused. Then they flip the switch and they're like, hey, you guys over there, you guys that I called cultists and I tried to cancel and more, you need to defend me. And I'm tired of that, because the only way that this stuff changes is when you let them fall. You let them play by their own rules. It has nothing to do with your values. You just sit back and watch the fireworks. And you laugh about it, and you review it under the, again, if accusation equals guilt, then I guess I'm looking at everything from a guilty perspective according to that person. I mean, again, that's the same as respecting anything else in this day and age, right? You know, I'm supposed to respect people for a million different things. Well, why wouldn't I respect them for that? Of course they don't want it, right? Naomi, thank you for those 5 gifted memberships, by the way. Thank you. Appreciate that. So we're going to, I do. I very much appreciate that. I appreciate all of you folks too. I mean, this has been fascinating to watch the fall here and seeing where the pieces will go. Now, this is Dan Wooten's 6 minutes on the whole controversy. And like I said, after we look at this, I want to show you some new stuff, because it sounds like, again, you know, we know for a fact that there have been items turned over. They turned over to police. We're hearing about lawyers getting involved. I mean, it sounds, somebody's getting sued. So it's going to be fascinating to look at. But anyway, let's listen to old Danny Boy and hear what he has to say.
Britain's News Channel, I'm Dan Wilson. And as a journalist, I feel uncomfortable.
No spin, no bias, and no censorship. You know what's sad? Here's another thing that makes me sad about this. We're being told that you need to defend him too, because he is anti quote unquote woke culture. You know, the very things, the false accusation culture. That's what that means in one compressed term. I mean, that's their words. This is a plot against that. And it's like, no, you know, that the weaponization of the very thing, again, he put the boot heel on before. Yeah. Anyway, continuing.
Owe it to you to address this. As you probably don't know, hopefully you don't know, because you're not insane enough to pay attention to the cesspit of social media.
The cesspit, by the way, the cesspit on social media, the same thing he weaponized when it came to Depp, right? That same cesspit, right? The one that he was proudly displaying, you know, all of his articles on. I mean, remember that same cesspit you should never pay attention to, because it's such a horrible. Oh, wait a minute. There he is. Oh, remember, it wasn't such a cesspit back in the day, right? He also has a high number of discussion. When something trends on social media, you're talking sometimes a few thousand comments on it, or really hashtag attachments or whatever. He's had close to 100,000. Probably when you combine all the hashtags together, it's well over 100,000. So, I mean, it's a big discussion point. That's the reason it's getting covered. And he's talking about it. Listen.
These past few days, I have been the target of a smear campaign. by nefarious players with an axe to grind. Notably by an ex-partner who I was, and this is something I've never spoken about and is very difficult to talk about publicly, but who I was previously abused by. And
now, again, we do not know the answer to whether or not that is true, but we've gotten to the same point where you're accused of something. No. I actually am the victim in this. I'm the victim, and this is all what happened back in our relationship. I've never talked about it before, but this is what happened. You believe me. So he's returned volley on the accusation. And it's just like I said, there's a playbook for some of this. And this is a lot of times how the playbook goes. Hey, Carol, thanks for the 5. Baby bugs, toilet training reward fund, LOL. Thank you for that. Yeah, I've been chasing it every day. You might as well figure it's going to take me 5 minutes at least to get here because I got to chase them down. You know, also Claire Schofield was stupid. Oops. Schofield was stupid, but didn't do anything against the law. Both sides agreed on that. Police never involved. See, I didn't even look into this Schofield stuff. Just a note. So I have no commentary on that whatsoever. You know, I just what I noticed was when the Schofield stuff came up, you had, if you don't know how this happened, okay, Dan Wooten actually caused all this to happen. Dan Wooten, he started calling for Schofield to again, you heard the statement read. All right, well, there's a place called the Eye. They started looking into that, into the Schofield stuff. And when they did, they started commenting on Dan Wooten. They were like, you know, it's pretty crazy. You know, people are gobsmacked by the idea that Dan Wooten would sit here and say that, considering, and they started going over allegations about payoffs behind the scenes, about multiple people, you know, being paid off because he was bullying, how he had gone in and done all types of other stuff. And he was doing it in 2018. That was one of the years. He did it for years, according to the accusations. But the year there were a bunch of NDAs was 2018, the year that he wrote that infamous article. Continuing.
Who has been on a campaign to destroy my life. In the past, he has written to me confessing to being a, quote, psychopath. And I saw this firsthand when he threatened in writing to, quote, slit my throat. Many years after we had broken up. I have been forced to report his behavior and threats to police. They are now investigating. He has created an...
They are now investigating. Okay, so you notice the wording there. It wasn't a prior. See, the wording there is very tricky, but he's like, well, this happened in the past. That happened in the past. I am forced to... They are now investigating. So, it sounds like, again, Dan Wooten can correct all of this. Maybe I'm just reading into the wording, but it very much sounds like, yeah, he reported to the police after all of that. And Dan Wooten is very litigious. It's interesting because, you know, he's gone in with the listen and believe side, but he's used the police like a hammer against many a person in the past. That is legit 100%. When all the Carolyn Flack stuff came up, oh, he was dropping that hammer on all types of people. What's up, Pix? Thanks for the 5. Just wanted to hear Tug say his favorite word, y'all, monster. You're going to be greedy and go with some more y'all. Okay, back to work, monster. Thank you. Continue.
Untrue story about me and appears to have been working with an organization who are
So a couple of big things that I want to talk about briefly here, and then I would like to get into them much more extensively in the next few days on my channel. First of all, Rammstein's lawyers have come out with some big interviews in Germany, and it is unusual to see lawyers behaving this aggressively and giving these kinds of extensive interviews. And the things that they are saying in these interviews are just, they are just dead on target, ballsy and very, very astute. And it's really nice to see that. And so I want to talk about these articles, these interviews, and I posted some of them on a bit about them on my Instagram and my Twitter. But definitely very, very, very aggressive, very much trying to get on the offense in a way. And of course, as you know, Lindemann's lawyers have been going after various entities in the press, like Der Spiegel, for reporting fake news. But his two main attorneys, Simon Bergman and Christian Schertz, if I'm pronouncing their names correctly, of Schertz Bergman, have been doing a really amazing job in the press, and I think a great job not only of addressing the particularities of the allegations against Lindemann and Rammstein, but also addressing this larger Me Too phenomenon, which I think has caught a lot of people flat-footed because it is still such a new phenomenon. And I'm not just talking about Me Too, but I'm talking about the idea of modern cancel culture and the modern witch hunts that we see taking place all around us, and people's reputations, their careers are being endangered on the basis of heavily incentivized declarations that often disturbed or opportunistic people are making to the media, or that the media themselves are creating these stories, often by making inferences and implications that are not warranted, by taking allegations at face value, even when they're coming from obviously non-credible sources, and by taking things that are actually innocuous and twisting them around into dynamics that seem sinister or can be presented as sinister. And so I thought that, for instance, today's interview, or the interview that came out today with Bergman, where he's talking about Rammstein and he's talking about Till Lindemann, and he's really breaking down what's going on in the media and how the media actually, these media entities like Der Spiegel and Rolling Stone and a lot of the others, they make very, very sort of cold-blooded calculations when they go after people about whether or not those people are actually going to have the means to call them to task, or whether they're going to get away with it. And so Bergman was saying that there's this calculation that they do. They look at people and they say, okay, we put this out here. It's not substantiated. Is this person, do they have the financial means to come after us in court? And how difficult is it going to be for them to prove what they need to prove, especially here in the United States, where the standards are so high, it's almost impossible to sue entities, journalistic entities, for libel or defamation. And so these journalistic entities, these newspapers, what have you, online sources like Der Spiegel, like Rolling Stone, they have really nothing to fear up until now. They have really nothing to fear in putting out allegations that are false or unsubstantiated. And they have nothing to fear in basically abandoning time-honored journalistic standards. And so it was really interesting to read this interview that came out today. There was one with Christian Schertz, another of Lindemann's lawyers, that I believe came out several days ago. And I'm going to be covering these more, and I actually want to go into them and read them to you, into these articles and these interviews. And so I will do that very soon. But I also wanted to say, my sister is coming into town. Things are going to be busy today. I just got back from Washington, D.C. It was a really amazing trip. I went to see Pop Culture Crisis and go on their live stream and spread the word about MeToo hoaxes and Marilyn Manson and Rammstein and Johnny Depp and all of that. And so I did, and and you can find that online, Pop Culture Crisis, the live stream. And I'll be talking more about that as well. And I'm going to talk on my Patreon about more about my trip this weekend, especially going on that show was really interesting. So anyhow, but I wanted to talk about Oppenheimer just a bit, because I watched Oppenheimer last night. I went to the theater, went to see it, and it was a great movie. But beyond talking about the fact that it was a great movie, because a lot of people are going to acknowledge that, I have to tell you that I thought about almost the whole time I was watching it, for a good part of the time I was watching Oppenheimer, I was thinking about how much it resonated with me in terms of these Me Too hoaxes, Marilyn Manson case situation, and the Rammstein Till Lindemann situation, and others. Because if you didn't know this, and I'm not going to give away spoilers, but if you didn't know this, most of the movie Oppenheimer is less concerned with the bomb and much more concerned with a kind of a witch hunt that Oppenheimer was targeted by after he built the bomb and after that World War II had passed, and he was targeted by a witch hunt, and it really ruined him and his reputation in a lot of ways. And so a lot of the film actually takes place in this one small room, this one tiny room that feels so crowded and cramped. And I think that Nolan did that on purpose because he wanted us to feel the claustrophobia of what Oppenheimer felt as he was going through this witch hunt and seeing his reputation destroyed and his family targeted and his legacy tarnished, and was even accused of things like treason at times. I think that the filmmaker Nolan wants you to feel the claustrophobia of that. And the men who were going after him, just attacking him ruthlessly, twisting everything that he said, twisting, taking some of his moments actually of bravery and conviction from the past or of friendship and making them sinister. I mean, you just have to see the movie, and I don't want to give away spoilers, but the thing is that in the face of that, Oppenheimer, as played by Cillian Murphy, very, very passive, very, very passive, sad man. His wife kept saying to him, "Why don't you fight? Why don't you fight? Why did you shake the hand of the guy that just talked shit about you?" And Oppenheimer is just this very sort of sad, passive martyr. And I just was thinking about how much all of this reminded me of these Me Too witch hunts today. And not just Me Too, but cancel culture, and of what we have been seeing for several years now with the lowering of and complete abdication of journalistic standards by so many journalistic entities, magazines like Der Spiegel and like Rolling Stone and so many others, New York Times, right? And also of the way that these kinds of witch hunts, they just take these men, these accused, and of course it's not always men, sometimes increasingly it's women as well, and they just beat them down. They just beat them down. And there's a sense you get with Oppenheimer in the film that he's being passive in the face of this, not out of fear, but out of this kind of sense of like depressive futility, that he knows that he is in this Kafka-esque situation, or he's stuck in this machine. And once the wheels have started turning, one just has to accept it in a way and let it happen. And so my point is that there were so many aspects of it that really actually did not resonate with me in terms of the obvious ways, but in terms of thinking about cancel culture and Me Too and the types of witch hunts that we have seen taking place with Marilyn Manson, with Tillman and Rammstein, with Johnny Depp, and to Johnny Depp to a lesser degree, because I know it was just one woman orchestrating a smaller hoax of her friends or what have you, but the media colluding. And that's the thing that Oppenheimer didn't have to face as much, although it was humiliating, I know, when people around him found out that he had lost his security clearance, and I know that it was humiliating for him to go through this, and when it was eventually publicized. But the media now have become the prime antagonist in these situations. It's no longer some McCarthy-esque hearing or some kind of internal bureaucratic oversight group, as we see in Oppenheimer, or a congressional inquiry. Now it's the media. All right. Well, my makeup looks so heavy, dude. I didn't intend that. So I've wanted to freshen up my makeup, but it's like, okay, that's all right. I mean, I know you don't care, but what's funny is that most of the time when I put on makeup, even if I put, and I love how certain lighting really, let me tell you the one thing that I am sensitive about. And so the people who make fun of me for being cross-eyed, they're not hitting the target. And the people who make fun of me for my nose, they're not hitting the target. All right. I'm sorry. I have allergies today too, because 2 cats running around here. But I do not like this little bit of cartilage here, and it's much less noticeable in person, thankfully, because I don't like it. But in certain lighting, it's noticeable. And so it's not the nose like some people were saying, like a rhinoplasty, like I need a smaller nose. No, it's not like the size. It's just I don't like that there. So if they wanted to really get at me, if you're one of my haters and you're on this stream, You just start tearing into me about the cartilage on my nose. All right, I'm somewhat in jest, but I'm also somewhat in jest, but somewhat serious. I'm like, where's the angle where the cartilage is not? Let me see. So someone actually broke this. It's a long story, but broke this window. Anyways, it was not me in a fit of rage. No worries. Okay, I like that better. The cartilage is not showing. Much better. Much better. Okay. So hello everybody, and is that the Tug? I thought Tug came on earlier. That's really funny. I don't know exactly what happened there, but I went to the computer to put on a new YouTube video, and I see that there's a guest, someone in the guest waiting room, and so I click on it, and it's Tug's video about Dan Wooten or Wotan, however you say it. Tug's video on Dan Wooten playing, and so I hear Tug's voice, and I thought, oh, it's Tug. He's on the stream. And so then I start apologizing. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry you've had to wait around. I didn't know you're on the stream. But then he just keeps talking. And I'm like, wait, why is he just talking through this? And then I realized, oh, okay, we're on air. And then I was like, so is he piping me into his stream that's going on right now? Or like, I was just like, for a second there, I was like, what is happening? And then I was like, oh no, because clearly I accidentally hit something and loaded his video because it was on my YouTube. So I was watching. So yeah, the file was on my YouTube. So somehow I accidentally like shared that. So anyway, so Tug, if you saw that, like, please don't get me for copyright, because I wasn't trying to steal from you. I was trying to advertise for you actually, and get the word out about Wooten, because I actually don't know about that whole situation, and you seem like you're really on top of it. So don't get me for a copyright. And anytime Tug would like to come on this show, he can interrupt anything, whatever. He has carte blanche, right? And so, yeah, I gave Tug the link, but he's busy. He's got a lot going on. And I did contact people last minute on this. So my expectations that people would be able to appear were kind of low. So I'm actually I'm grateful for anybody who appears on this that I invited. I think so far the guests have been cool. So make sure that you check out Celtic Iron and his YouTube channel, Hammer of the Gods, and the Kinky Connoisseur. And what was the other one with Nina? Hers is still in development, but it was the Ego. Oh gosh, now I'm forgetting. Okay, but I'll go back and look it up in a second. And and then my friend Ram, who I thought was great, and I've been encouraging to put together a YouTube channel. I keep trying to unwind this cord here. Okay, well, I feel much better after eating that delicious meal. It was a roast that my mom prepared, and my mom is going to an old Southern style roast. My mom's cooking is great because, unlike mine, because my mom is from Louisiana, and her family is like old school, Cajun Louisiana, and spicy, really spicy, which is great food, right? So anyway, I just had that. It was wonderful. It was delicious. And my mom is going to come on the show. She has agreed to come on the show again, which I'm excited about, because it seems like people found it entertaining. I'm still trying to figure out this cord situation. It's so annoying. Okay. Last time she was on the show, we talked about Amber Heard and Johnny Depp a lot. And she is, like I said, she's credentialed and has advanced degrees in counseling and psychology. Has been a psychology teacher, professor at the local college for a while. She's retired now. So anyway, so she's about to come on, and we will talk about stuff. So if you want to, you can put some questions in the chat. What would you like to ask my mom? That's interesting. And then I'm going to make, toward the end of my mom's interview, I'm going to make the guest link available if you want to join the chat and talk to her. And so we'll do the call. So we'll get into the call-in session then a little bit later toward the end of my mom session. And then also I have a friend who I think was going to also appear in a little while. And so Lisa, anytime you want, even late or early tomorrow, whatever, again, I'd love to have you. Lisa Carley is a great supporter of mine, and just an awesome lady. Anyways, okay. Let me see what's going on in the chat before my mom will be here in a minute, but I have a few things I want to talk about, but let's see what's going on in the chat here. Again, thank you to my mods who they'll be in and out and switching out, and I hope actually sleeping tonight and not staying up all night with me. But as always, Vanessa, thank you. AJ, thank you. And AJ, thank you also for the PayPal donation. That was awesome. I appreciate you. And as always, and Vanessa, AJ, Rebel Bird, and Laura B. So if you see them at any point tonight or tomorrow, then you can silently thank them, or thank them outright, I guess, for doing the mod stuff, because I do get a lot of trolls, and they do help to ferret that out, to filter that out. And look, you can see just by looking at the chat that that my mods are not dictatorial, and they're not unreasonable. And so there's plenty of negative comments about me that stay on the chat, and I even put them in the super chat status sometimes. Okay, so no one's like running from anything here, but it's just that some people who have persistently negative remarks, it's fine to express those, but to kind of take the chat hostage in a way and just basically just bombard with comments for the sake of trying to ruin the chat, like, I think everybody understands that that's not cool. I don't like censorship in any form. I'm super, super, super libertarian, probably to a fault in a way. But at the same time, there's some basic dynamics that have to be attended to have a functional chat and a functional show. And so I really appreciate the mods for helping with that and everything. Okay. Justine says, good stream on that Wooten dude. Yeah, so that was that umbrella guy. Check out his channel. If you don't know who he is, let me get a link. I figured that like everybody who watches me would know who he is, but that may not be the case. So that umbrella guy just did fantastic coverage of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard situation, and he's still covering the aftermath of that and doing a great job at it. Man, there's a really like yellow tint to everything. The lighting, maybe to bring in a different light. I feel like I'm on some kind. It's like like sepia, right? It's like an old-fashioned Western. Like I'm in an old-fashioned Western documentary. Okay, but it's pretty. It's just weird lighting. Anyway, let me get the link for that. So that umbrella guy, great coverage. He continues to provide great coverage of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard stuff, but he also covers, like me, he covers a lot of different topics. And so if you're not familiar with his work, check it out. And I'm putting up the link right now. But anyway, yeah, the Dan Wotan thing is really interesting, and I should start talking about it soon. I just haven't had time to look into it, but I trust Tug's insights on it, whatever they are. Okay. What else in the stream? Oh yes, I do appreciate people's patience on the replays, because like I said earlier, it's really not, I understand that for some people it's like, oh my God, can she stay on camera that long? It's like a cool stunt. But like, I'm not, I'm 42 years old. I'm not looking to kill myself. My mom already disapproves of what I'm doing. She's like, why are you doing? She's like, why are you doing a 24-hour live stream? She's like, and she gave me this lecture. I mean, it was nice, but she gave me this lecture about how I'm getting older now. Yeah, I was talking about you. She opened the door so she can hear now. She's getting ready. It's like the reverse of what happened when we were kids, right? When we were kids, we would creep up to the door or whatever unnoticed, trying to be unnoticed so we could hear what the adults were arguing about, who usually weren't concealing it very well, whatever they were arguing about. But anyways, so she was like, yeah, you're 42 years old, or she didn't say it in a mean way, but it was like basically like, you got to think about your health. You can't be doing what you were doing in your 20s. And so anyway, but I want to assure everyone that I get a lot of sleep before these things. I sleep both 2 nights before I do these. I make myself sleep excessively. And then the first thing that I do when I finish this filming, when I finish tomorrow, will be to go to sleep, get a bite and go to sleep. And as you can see, I'm eating. And so anyway, but the point is, taking breaks, it is important, and it probably would not be healthy for me to just be on camera the whole time. And so actually, I don't sleep because I don't feel in this situation, usually until the end, I don't feel super sleepy. I just feel kind of keyed up on the adrenaline of it. And so sometimes I'll just go and like stretch and take a walk. And yes, and I've had people tell me before, that would be a lot easier if you just get some Adderall, right? And I understand. Someone even offered to send me some. It was like, next time you do that. Yeah, no, I know, but it's really not. Again, I want to make it seem like it's no big deal because I want people to be impressed. Oh, she did it for 24 hours, but it's really not very hard. Like once you start talking, then the time does fly. And so, yeah, I'll be tired the last few hours, but not a big deal. Okay, enough about me. I wanted to talk for a little while until my mom sits down. I wanted to talk about what Till Lindemann did at this Kit Kat club in Berlin because Till Lindemann, although he has not done an interview, I wouldn't be surprised to see one. I don't mean like with me, but I wouldn't be surprised to see an interview with Till Lindemann sooner rather than later. But and for those just joining, I'm talking about Rammstein. I'm going to get into the other stuff on the list very shortly. And my mom is coming in. I'm going to talk to her. But I want to say a couple more things right now about Rammstein. And then later on, we'll watch Shelby's video. I'm trying to get my hands on that. Get my hands on it. Okay, so anyway, Till Lindemann, here's the deal. So I told you how he changed some of his song lyrics for his performances. That started in Berlin, whenever it was, a week or so ago. And one of the lyrics he changed to from "Everyone's afraid of the dark man" to "Everyone's afraid of Lindemann." And so that's something that now the crowds have been chanting and singing along with him when he gets to that part of that song in the concerts. Well, anyway, he's been showing, I guess what I'm saying is he has been showing a very defiant attitude. And I'll put a picture of him up. People might not know. I'm going to try to do more pictures and videos in the stream because I know that that's really helpful. And probably that's one of the things I decided I wanted to work on with my stream is, for the most part, when I stream is showing more outside material. But anyway, okay, so let me show you this picture of Till, those of you who are not familiar. Okay, there he is. There's different pictures of him. So some people have asked me, by the way, before I talk about what he did at the Kit Kat Club, some people have asked me, not in a mean way or a critical way, but they've asked me, why are you spending so much time covering the Rammstein situation? And I wasn't even a Rammstein fan. It's like the Manson thing starting out. Like they had the music that I had heard, I liked. I wasn't super familiar with it. And I got to that concert that I went to where I got into those controversial parties. I got into that because through a friend, through someone else who did know one of the guys in the band or whatever, right? And so point is, I didn't come at this as a fan. I just got interested because of the cultural impact of this, that for people who don't know, Rammstein is arguably the best known musical group in Europe. I mean, maybe you could say there's some British groups like Oasis or whatever, but in terms of their lasting power, I mean, their staying power, Rammstein has been big, particularly in Europe, but all over the world. They sell a lot. They sell a lot of music, and their stuff goes to the top of the charts, particularly in Europe, but all over the world. And I would say that they're definitely, in my mind, the most significant musicians to come out of Germany, maybe ever. I mean, I'm putting that, okay, there's Bach and Wagner, right? But Bach and Wagner and Rammstein, in my opinion. So anyway, the point is, even though maybe most Americans, a lot of you, maybe the extent of your Rammstein knowledge is that one song, that hit that they had a while back, Du hast, and Du hast mich, du frei. Anyway, that German. There was actually an English version that they recorded. I didn't know this. I listened to it the other day. It definitely doesn't have the same punch, the same power that the German version has. But they're also known as, and this again, arguably, but I would say as the greatest pyrotechnic group that has ever existed. And apparently to people who know this stuff, that's their reputation. They have an incredible display, pyrotechnic display. And so even if you don't like Rammstein, you don't like their music or whatever, I think that it's worth it just to see all the stuff that's going on in a performance with the fire and the explosions and the rockets, and you have this sense when you're watching into these rockets like going around the auditorium. I really should show a little bit of it, actually. I know most of you have seen it, but give me a minute. This might hurt copyright, but I'll be right back. Okay, I want to show an example of this.
I've got home internet from T-Mobile. It only costs $50 at T-Mobile. Just one cord to set up.
Sorry, that was obnoxious. The commercials are always so obnoxious. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so I'll probably get in some trouble with copyright. I don't think it'll be a big deal. Just maybe like demonetize this video, so whatever. But I'm going to play it for a little while. I just want to, this is just a fan member. This is someone who's in the audience. It's not the professional video. I don't, because again, maybe I can get in less trouble if I don't show the real video. But anyway, this is what you see at a Rammstein show. So here we go. I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay. Actually, I want to show you a different one because this is not, I realize it's not the one with the footage of when the rocket goes off. I think that's really cool. So let me show you. I'll show you the official one. Hopefully I won't get in trouble. But I just want to show you this one part. I don't want to show you the whole thing, but just this one part. It's a good representation of what a concert is like. Obviously not with the lightning. So this is one of my favorite parts. He gets the crowd. He's going to get the crowd to chant, and then he sets off this. He has this contraption, Till Lindemann, on his back, and it has like these rockets in it. And he sets it off, and it's just this kind of artistry, pyrotechnic artistry. It's really interesting. And when you're there, you can like feel the heat from all this too. Like it feels kind of dangerous to a degree. So I really respect that. Right, I love it. All right. So I don't want to show more than that because I don't want to get in trouble. Like I said, with copyright, YouTube, you show something too long and get more in trouble. But anyway, amazing pyrotechnics. And so my point is that when Shelby's allegations, when she first came out with them, it was on Twitter and I guess Instagram. And at first it didn't seem like it was going to be a big deal because it was this one frankly, she seemed, even at the time, kind of loony seeming woman, and just one person saying this happened to me at Rammstein. But when it got to be like day like 3 or 4 and it hadn't died down, and there were people who were starting to like promote her stuff, promote her post, and spread the word on this. And then when Rammstein responded to it, when Rammstein put out a public statement, then I thought, okay, here we go. This is going to be, when Rammstein put out that public statement, I thought this is going to be where this whole cycle gets going. Because like I've talked about before, these Me Too scandals, it's like they all follow a similar pattern. And I guess because it's like a disease, right? Once you recognize the symptoms, then you can make a diagnosis or whatever. And it's like, oh, okay, I see these things, these signs, these like early onset of a Me Too scandal, right? The early signs, I see these symptoms here. And so I can just predict how it's going to go. And not because I'm so smart, but just because I've been paying attention. And so when it got to be day 3 or day 4, and it seemed like the story was not going away, people were talking about it more online. And then when I saw that the band had responded, I was like, yeah, this is going to be a big thing for a while. And at the time, I kind of wondered if maybe the band shouldn't have responded, because it was just Shelby's allegation. And at the time when the band responded and said, this is not true, these stories about druggings and so forth, to me, it was like unnecessarily adding fuel to the fire. That's how I perceived it at the time. It's like, okay, you've got this story, it's still really small, and it's just this one loony girl and a few people listening to her, but not a big deal. And then you're going to make this official statement as the band. This didn't happen. Well, all you're doing at that point, in my view, was drawing attention to it unnecessarily and helping it to get bigger. What I didn't know, though, is that I think now, in hindsight, I think that the band probably had some indication of some other stories that were in the pipeline, which the other stories were not credible either, right? And we've talked about them. But I think at that point, they probably knew that there was going to be more accusations and whatever. And so in that sense, then it's logical to me. It does make sense why they would have spoken out as they did. And, like I said, I could be wrong, but I really do think that in this modern media Me Too age, that and with cancel culture and everything being what it is, and social media being what it is, and so forth, mainstream media being what they are, is that you really do have to fight this stuff. And I could be wrong about that. Maybe it is true that the best thing is just to lay low and put your head down and stay in your lane and do your thing. And I could be wrong. And of course, I have a YouTube channel, and a big part of what I do is trying to draw attention to some of these cases that, or some of these perspectives that I think don't get enough attention. So obviously, I'm just like, I think lawyers in a lot of situations might advise caution. I'm going to tend to say, fight it, get out in the media, whatever, right? So who knows what's right. But I have really appreciated how Till Lindemann's lawyers, like I said, they have been really aggressive. They've been going out and doing these extensive interviews about the case, and also putting it in the larger context of cancel culture and Me Too and all that. And then also suing some of these different journalist entities like Der Spiegel and so forth, and sending out cease and desist letters and so forth to to Shelby and Kayla. Okay, so Steph is here. What up? Thank you for trying again. I felt bad earlier. I was like, oh, maybe I should have just had her come on. Oh, I can't hear you. Make sure
I did an Elaine moment.
Yes.
Apologies.
No, I do it all the time.
It's absolutely fair enough. I'm a night owl anyway, having trouble sleeping at the moment, so it's all good.
What time is it where you are?
Just past 4 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. No, I love it that you're here. And actually, if you don't mind, in another half an hour, I was going to bring my mom on, because she is a therapist, and I was going to chat with her about some stuff like some of the Depp Heard stuff and some of the other cases. And so I don't know if you like to stay on. Like, I'd be so cool if you did. I know it's late though, but
Yeah.
tell me about if you don't mind, and I know that it's a somber subject and everything, but tell me about what you did recently in relation to Captain Corey. Was that his funeral that I saw, or what were you taking part in?
Yeah, that was his funeral.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you don't
I
wanna talk.
got no, I can talk about it. So I didn't know if I was going to be invited or not. I didn't assume anything, but Pixie, like, she texted me, she was like, really want you to come. I'm like, okay. And I kind of figured that it was going to be pirate themed, but I didn't want to assume. So I was like, okay, so what's the dress code for this? And she was like, pirate as fuck. I was like, yeah, let's go.
Got it.
So
Yeah.
yeah, it was a day. It was emotionally more difficult than I thought it was going to be.
And I'm sorry for people who don't know. I always assume that everybody does, but unfortunately, tragically, one of the younger members of the Johnny Depp community, he went by the name Captain Corey. Correct me if I'm wrong about any of this, but Captain Corey, and he had a terminal illness, and he'd been sick for a while, and he had one of his final wishes, so to speak, was to have a successful YouTube channel. And so the Johnny Depp community, the Justice for Depp community, led primarily by you and Andy, got together, and others I know, but got together and really promoted this and got him his YouTube button, and he got hundreds of thousands of followers, and really, I think he had, in that way, I think he had a really joyous final set of months before this happened. But he did die recently, and so I'm sorry. Go ahead. You went to his funeral, and
yeah, so ended up going, and Ian, uncle, was there as well. I didn't know he was coming, but he came. He made the trip, which, you know, huge respect to him. He's currently in London now, exploring the sites. A couple of days ago, he was in Yorkshire. I was like, oh my goodness, you're in my part of the world. What the deuce? But yeah, he's very impressed with Yorkshire, so really happy with that. But yeah, he was there, so we kind of stuck together pretty much for the day. And we were there, and, you know, chatting and everything. And then, yeah, the horse and the carriage comes, and Corey's there. And yeah, we then did the whole, like, walked in middle of road, basically took the whole, like, town at a standstill. And it was just, I was in awe with the amount of people that were lining the streets. And they were either dressed up in pirate outfits or they were flying flag, and you had, like, going through the middle of town, like, shop owners, like, coming out, paying their respects as we were walking behind.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
wow. The Lord Mayor came out and paid his respects as we were walking behind the captain, and got to the church and had the service, and then walking again to his, you know, final place. And that's when it kind of hit me a little bit that it was real, when you were being lowered, because, you know, I don't know, I had this kind of, like, thing of, oh, somehow there'll be something and he's gonna last years. Like, I just had that inside me for some reason. But getting updates a couple of days prior from Pixie, yeah, it started to look like it wasn't going to go that way. And then the day was, like, strange because I just felt numb most of the time. So Wednesday I felt numb. I got home, I fell asleep. I was just mentally exhausted. Thursday I felt numb and I was just in autopilot really the whole time. And Friday it started to hit me. So I'm kind of, like, in a little bit of a funk at the moment.
No, I mean, you just,
But
I think you did you're explaining it beautifully. It sounds like it was somber and everything, but it was really beautiful.
really beautiful, really beautiful. The funeral directors did a wonderful job with it all. There was a picture of Captain Corey, And he's there in all his pirate regalia, and behind him is the Kraken. And it's like Captain Corey's like looking at the camera being like, yeah, I'm going to sort out this Kraken and I'll be back. Just 2 minutes and put on a couple afterwards kind of thing. It's really strange to talk about him in the past tense. If anything, I have this thing of not wanting to do that. It's like keeping him alive, keeping his legacy alive, because that's kind of like the renewed focus that I'm trying to get to at this point with the Captain Corey Foundation that's being set up.
That's amazing. That's amazing that you're participating in that.
Yeah, we're working behind the scenes of getting that set up. They came up to Andy and I, and they were like, right, okay, how do we get this set up? And I actually have experience working with charities, charity law. I was a treasurer and a trustee at one charity at one point for years. And I just turned around and I said, get yourself a solicitor, get yourself a lawyer to get this thing set up. Because setting up a charity 20 years ago ain't what it is now.
I bet. I can only imagine.
There's a lot of legalities, a lot of paperwork. You got to have a constitution. You got to have a state. There's so much involved and regulations now with it all. And so, yeah, we're in the middle of, obtaining a solicitor, specialized one for them, so that it can all be set up and we can carry on the legacy of Captain Corey. So he still exists.
You and Andy, honestly, and this is not a slight to anybody else, because I know a lot of other people were involved, but you and Andy, you really should be recognized for how big of a role you played in getting all of this to happen for Corey, because I know he would have been really disappointed, I'm sure, if he had not been able to get those YouTube viewers that he wanted so much. And it was really like you two were out there out front promoting that, and then what you've continued to do since then, and the fundraisers and the charity stuff and all of that, like it's good. That's not something that I spend my time doing, right? And so like when people talk about selflessness or whatever, like that really is like you're not getting anything out of that other than just knowing that you're doing something good. So anyway, I really respect that.
You do what's right, really, at the end of the day. And when Johnny Depp brought Captain Corey to all of our attention, it was just instinct. It was like, right, this is the right thing to do. Let's get him to 100K. And let's like show him, the best part of the internet of what we can do for him.
Right.
And that's it. It was wonderful being able to meet him in real life earlier on this year in January. I don't think all the videos have even been released yet. We did so many, spent all day with him, and we streamed, we made videos, we laughed, we joked, we played with Lego. Oh my goodness. He is so freaking amazing at Lego.
Corey, he is.
Corey. Yeah. Oh yeah. Like seriously, I'm sat there. He's playing with Lego, setting up these like box sets. In 2 seconds, he's done it and he's on to the next one. And I'm like, I'd still be on that first one in like half an hour and still not finished it.
I love hearing about that enthusiasm. Yeah, I love that.
Oh, absolute wizard it. And he loved gaming, he loved Fortnite, and he loves Nerf guns. When Pixie says, watch out when Corey's got a Nerf gun, it's true. That dude is lethal with a Nerf gun. And I remember like he had really good aim, because he'd actually like, when I was there, like aim at Pixie and get her in the backside. Like it was a thing. And then when we were filming, I didn't realize it until like the first video that we did. Like we're going towards the end, and I'm promoting getting him to like 1 million for Corey.
How many did he
And,
end up getting? How many viewers? I mean,
205.
subscribers?
205,000.
He got those 2 in just like a couple of months. Like it was
Yeah.
really fast. That was
Very
amazing.
fast.
That's great.
But
I'm sorry,
yeah.
but you were joking
No,
around with
it's
him.
all right.
Yeah.
It's okay. And so towards the end of the first video that we filmed, all of a sudden I'm promoting him, doing my thing for him. And all of a
Mhm.
sudden, like, this Nerf gun kind of appears, and he's looking at me, and he's like, "You forgetting something?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "You've got a channel too." I'm like, "Okay."
Oh.
Oh, he is one little bugger, I'm telling
I've
you.
heard some story. I've heard some stories about him from other people too, about like that the spirit that he has, like that kind of like a funny kind of sort of fighting spirit a little bit.
Very much so.
Aw.
And he is like an adult in a child's body. Very mature
Really?
beyond his years. Yeah. Very
He's
much
been
so.
through a lot, right?
Yeah. And the thing is, when you speak to Captain Corey, you're speaking to an adult.
Wow.
You really, really are. Until he
Some
then
kids are
jokes
like
about
that.
balls. But
Until it's the Nerf balls.
until it's Nerf guns or balls, and then away we go. But and did he swear like a trooper? He swears like a trooper. It is insane.
I think
I was,
that's funny. That's sweet.
I think at one point I accidentally swore, and I was like, "Oh, shiz the bed. I'm really, really sorry." And Pixie was like, "Oh, you won't even heard the half of it from Corey." I'm like, "Really?" And
Oh.
wow, were my eyes opened up that day.
Well, and you know what I love about that too is, I mean, I think that what happened to Corey, I think it just shows like what's really important in life. And I'm sure that Pixie and Corey, with what they've been through, what they went through, like they knew that that cursing was not curse words were not something to get all bent out of shape about, right? Like,
No.
because life is such a gift. And I just really, I really do respect her for helping Corey, and for, some parents, if their kids said, "Oh, I want a YouTube channel with a lot of followers, a lot of subscribers," they would have just been like, "Oh, that's cute," or whatever. But like, she really got involved with trying to help him promote that and achieve his dream. And so I respect her. And, sometimes I'll be having a depressing day or whatever, and I'd look at a picture of see like a video about him or one of his videos or whatever, and it is slightly motivating. It is, when you think, well, this little kid's facing so much more, and like he's out there taking it in, so
Living his best life.
Right.
Quite frankly, at the
That's
end
true.
of the day.
Well, I'm glad that you got to go, and hats off to Ian Runkle for doing that as well. And that's really amazing. And thanks to all of the viewers who watched and who subscribed to Corey and who donated and all of those things. And I also wanted to call attention to Steph's channel. So Steph is also the other half of Popcorn Planet. Andy was on earlier, but she also has her own channel. So there it is.
Andy was on earlier.
Glory. He was. I didn't know if you knew. He beamed in.
What we're doing?
He beamed in from an airport in Mexico on waiting for his flight. So I guess he said he had an amazing vacation. Of course, he's recently married. I didn't even know he was engaged until I saw he got married. I'm like, oh wow. But so anyway, maybe it's kind of like a second honeymoon almost. But yeah, in Mexico, they're on the way back, and yeah, we just chatted for a little while. I don't even really remember. No offense to him, really remember what, but it's always nice chat. And you two got brought up. So last weekend when I went to Maryland to go on Pop Culture Crisis, which is this new show. It's so it's owned by, or whatever you want to say, but it's like a subsidiary of Tim Pool's company. Like it's a Timcast show, but it's a fairly new show. They've only been out a year, and I don't agree with them on like everything or whatever. We got into some political disagreements at times or what have you, but like I really like their show, and I think they're really interesting and fun. But anyway, they mentioned you, and that's why I bring it up, is because I'll have to find the clip in the video. But yeah, at one point in our stream though, for some reason Popcorn Planet came up. And the two co-hosts, they said, "Oh yeah, we should try to collaborate with them sometime. Andy Signore, he's supposed to be really cool." And then I said, "Oh yeah, Andy's great." And I said, "They're both awesome over there." And they're like, "Oh, okay." So anyway, it was a nice little they initiated a nice little plug for you. But so yeah, so my mom's almost ready. So mom's going to come on in a little while, and I thought we could have fun chatting with her about some stuff. But I'm curious, what are you interested in right now the most? Are you really focused right now on Meghan Markle? I don't even know what's going on with the latest there. Is that what you're focused on more right now on your channel?
Yeah. So royal family, Meghan Markle, Prince Harry.
What's the latest with Meghan Markle that I should know? Like the last, say if I haven't been paying attention, like the last 3 weeks.
Okay.
Anything?
So the latest with Megsy is, for me,
Actually, you know what? I'm sorry. Can I bring my mom in? Because I actually want to talk about Meghan Markle, and I kind of want.
This is your channel.
I think it'd be hilarious. Okay. You babysit. Well, I don't want to be rude. You like bringing her in, but like I really think it'd be fun. So you babysit my channel for 1 minute. I'm gonna bring her in.
Okay, not a problem. So for everyone that's wondering, from Colonel Kurtz's question. So the latest with Megsy, I mean, shameless plug. Go to my channel, I'll give you the latest. But a bit of a quick rundown. So there were heavy rumors that the mockumentary from Netflix, Harry and Meghan, was going to be nominated for an Emmy. Didn't happen. Whoopsie. 3 months have passed since she was signed to the William Morris agency and had a new agent, Ari Emanuel, and nothing has been declared. Nothing has been announced in terms of any future projects. So yeah, it looks like her Hollywood dream is dying, and Prince Harry wants to come back to the UK.
So, all right. So my mom is here. I'm about to take off the headphones, and we're just gonna do the microphone and the computer. So anyway, all right. Okay. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. So mom, join in. You have to squeeze in a little bit. We have to get really close. There we go.
Mom and daughter shouldn't be this close. You should be
too close for comfort. Okay,
right.
So so my mom, Steph, by the way, this is Steph.
Hi,
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Mom, and she, as you can see, she lives across the Atlantic.
Hey up, how do?
Yeah. And oh, by the way, I think I might have overlooked a couple of people's super chats here. So let me do this really fast. Mom, you're kind of sinking there, but it's okay. I'll put this down a little bit. Okay, so Starkey Pants says, love these. Thanks. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much, Starkey Pants. And all right. These are squeaky chairs. So you have to, it's like being in a movie theater when the chairs squeak. All right. I don't think I overlooked anyone else, but if I overlooked a super chat, would you let me know? And please bother me about it until I acknowledge it. Brett, hey, what is up? So he says, I have heard of Pop Culture Crisis. Here's a super chat. Yeah, so Brett is the co-host of Pop Culture Crisis, and he is awesome, and everybody should check it out. And I'll actually link to it here as well. But yeah, so have a good night, Brett. Anytime you want, if you want to join in later tonight or tomorrow or whatever, but otherwise have a great night. And yeah, cool. So let me give people the link for that, and then we'll talk. But Steph, so my mom has degrees in counseling, and so she, basically psychology. It's pretty much like a psychology degree. And she has taught college psychology for a number of years. She was a therapist and a counselor, et cetera, right? So she has lots of credentials, right?
Okay.
And I love picking her brain about, last time she was on, we talked about Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, and I thought that was a really cool conversation. So I thought if you could catch me up, I know you just told the audience, but catch us up again on, let's say the last month or two. What do you think is the most significant? Like, what's going on with Meghan Markle? Where do you think she and Harry are at emotionally right now? Do you think that they're happy with how things are? Give me your opinion.
Oh, hell no, they're not happy with how things are. They were hoping that they'd achieve the Hollywood dream, that they would be part of the A-list, they would be included in everything, that they would be nominated for an Emmy for their mockumentary Harry and Meghan over on Netflix, because there were big major rumours swirling that they were going to be nominated for that, and it didn't happen. And so now the rumours are that they are heading for Splitsville, that they are heading for a divorce. Some people believe that they've already split, that they're not actually together anymore, that it's a loveless marriage, that they're only now together for business, and that's really it at this point. That Harry now wants to go back to the royal family, back to the UK, is regretting trying to chase a Hollywood dream that's really Meg's and not his. And Meghan's not happy with her agency, with her agent, William Morris, because it's been 3 months since she was signed with them, and nothing's been announced at all. There were rumors that she was going to be signed by Dior. That was swiftly then denied within 24 hours. There were rumors that she was then going to go back to acting and be in a role for The Bodyguard 2. That was then swiftly denied within 24 hours. It's like Team Meghan's putting out all these rumors being like, look at what's coming up, and then it's swiftly denied. And now it's a case of apparently she's had an all-out Barney argument, shouting, screaming match with her agent, being like, what the hell's going on? And with all these strikes now in Hollywood going on, their Netflix contract is definitely on the line. They had announced I can't remember now, but this series based on a Jane Austen novel that they were going to do for Netflix, that's now postponed indefinitely whilst the strikes are going on. Prince Harry had like this documentary kind of thing that he was going to do in Africa. That allegedly now is postponed because of the strikes. They lost their Spotify gig a couple of weeks back. They dropped them. They lost millions. The executive turned around and said that they were effing grifters and they were dropped because of low productivity. And there's been low productivity with the Netflix deal because all they've done is the Harry and Meghan mockumentary that was released in December, and then in January a little known series called Live to Lead that no one really watched because it was shit anyway. But yeah, in a nutshell.
Wow. So that's, I had seen several weeks ago an article somewhere that was hinting at or referencing an early article saying that they were having marriage problems. And so I had seen some reporting about the marriage thing, but what you're telling me, you're painting a picture of multiple disappointments. And so I want to ask you some questions, and then I want to kind of flip it to my mom and ask for some interpretation here of what they might be thinking. And I know you're not like a huge Meghan Markle observer, but seriously, I have some questions. So here's one thing I want to ask you.
Go on.
Steph, do you think that Meghan Markle believed that she was eventually going to have an A-list Hollywood career, that she was going to be like an A-list actress?
Hell yeah.
I think so.
Because she thought that doors were going to automatically open for her because of she's a duchess and who she's born in.
Yeah, and that she would have this instant fame and also respect as being, the Prince Harry's wife. And I think she saw herself too as being taken more seriously than she has been, like Amal Clooney, like George Clooney's wife, right? Someone who's seen as having a little more knowledge and actual credentials than she has. But so do you think that are you one of the people who thinks that she probably has a personality disorder, or are you more on the fence about that? Do you think she's a narcissist?
Hell yeah. Oh yeah. Totally uber narcissist. Yeah. There was an article that was released, I think by Politico, if I'm not mistaken, mentioning her, Kanye West, Donald Trump as uber narcissists.
Well,
oh yeah. Being locked in with those two,
I know.
Probably not a circle that she wants to be part of, but there you go.
Don't you know she loves that? Well, okay, so here's a question. Let's say that Meghan Markle is a narcissist, and Harry, look, I think we can talk about this in a moment. I think Harry has his own issues. I don't know if it's a personality disorder or developmental issues, or I don't know, whatever. But let's say that he doesn't have a personality disorder, but let's say that Meghan Markle does. She's a narcissist, all right?
So, what do you think? First of all, how much influence do you think she's exerting on him? Like, for instance, a narcissist, like, do you think she pressured him to move here? Do you think that he's being manipulated? Like, what are things like for Harry if he is married to a narcissist? What do you think that looks like?
Well, I don't know what it's like for him right now. It doesn't sound like it's too good. What she was saying, but I don't know. I could kind of see in the beginning that a narcissist, if she were one, a narcissist is really good about building people up when they want to and getting them, excited about things, and because they really buy into their image of what they're trying to promote. And I could have seen him falling for what she knew the Hollywood scene supposedly, and I could see him kind of falling for the song and dance she gave him at the beginning. But I would imagine right now he's just stunned.
And stunned in what way? Like stunned in that his life has sort of been, I'm gonna turn a little air, but stunned in that his life has sort of been taken from him in a way.
I don't know. You can address this better than I could, but I would think that he has to be kind of, where do I turn? How do you think he's going about sorting these things out right now? What would you think?
So the one thing in terms of Harry's situation, so he grew up in an environment that is highly unique and unusual, right? Part of the royal family, son to the heir of the throne, now he's son to the King of England. His life is one that is extraordinary. As part of that, and I would say this for every single member of the royal family, to certain degrees, they're all narcissists. Every single one. It's impossible for them not to be. It really, really is impossible for them not to be. So, for me, you've got Meghan Markle, uber narcissist. You got Prince Harry, who I would also argue is an uber narcissist, together. And I think they bring out the worst of each other. I think whatever Meghan is bringing out of Harry, it was already there to begin with. And Harry wanted it out. He just needed a catalyst. And that was Megxit. The thing is, though, he thought the grass was greener on the other side, I think, and left the royal family with Meghan to follow the riches and the fame and the fortune that she was talking about in America. Now that's not happened. I think he's in a state of panic. And he doesn't know what to do.
That's what I would think. He would have to be, when I said stunned, he would.
Yeah.
What a terrible dilemma.
Very much so. Because you have to.
Behind you almost, Yeah.
But you have to understand that for the majority of his life, everything was planned for him. Everything was done for him. He never really had to make major decisions. He never really had to worry about money.
Right.
Everything's paid for. Everything's dealt for. Now you've got a scenario that he can't fall back on the royal family. He doesn't have that mechanism behind him that can protect him if he fell. He falls, he's done. They're losing money left, right, and centre. They're losing deals. But they're not announcing any new deals to replace the losses of the old deals. Right. You've got a house that they bought for $14 million, a mortgage of $9 million reportedly, with maintenance costs of $4 million a year alone, let alone, living costs, her clothes, and whatever else they buy. You say that they've signed deals totaling over $140 million, which is a lot of money. I wouldn't sniff at that. When you've got a mortgage of $9 million, maintenance costs of $4 million, that's going to go like that. And again, with them losing deals and not announcing new deals that's replacing the losses, not only, I think, is he starting to struggle and panic about his relationship with Megxit, but also the money situation as well, which he's never been in that position before to even worry about any of that. You've then got the Princess Diana factor to all of this, which is, I really do think he is of that mind that he doesn't want to split up with Megxit because he doesn't want his kids to have the broken family that he had.
Sorry, the cat says hello.
Hello, cat.
Come here. Let me mute you for a second. Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna get her. So I think that doesn't she know her stuff?
She
I
does
think
seem to know
you
her
have the
stuff.
most. You have the most interesting analysis of it all. Like they should be putting you on that Good Morning Britain show and not who they have there. But let me tell you some things that you said that I especially liked. I didn't want to come out and say that I thought Harry was narcissist either because I'm not as educated in all this as you are, but I think so. I think he's got some deep-seated issues, and we could say it's a personality disorder or not, but I think he does. And I think you're exactly right that the two of them in synergy with each other, it's been some kind of a perfect storm of toxicity and codependency. And she really does, like you said, she really does have her hooks in him psychologically with the mom complex. And so what I wanted to ask you, Mom, is that, you know, Harry has made it very clear, and Princess Diana did herself before she died, that he was hers. That William, she said, William belongs to them, like the royal family and the establishment, and Harry is mine. And apparently his relationship to her, it was kind of established on this idea of him being like in her corner and her protector, and that someone that she needed to cry to and what have you. And so then she dies. He gets it in his head, even though it's not accurate, that it was the media, the paparazzi that killed her. And so he said that he has this really strong protectionist streak in him, that he wants to protect, you know, women around him. So here's my question. Like, as much as our parents matter for our decisions and our romantic relationships and all that, like, what does that do for him? Or what is that like for him? What's the dynamic that he has with Meghan now following his mom? Do you think?
Do you? I don't know. I just wonder if he's kind of transferred his what the relationship he had with his mother and how he viewed himself as a protector of his mother. If he's somehow he transferred that to Meghan,
Right.
and I would think they're just real. The two of them are really enmeshed with each other.
Yeah, they seem to be. And wouldn't that then, if she is really triggering his mom complex, so to speak, or his Oedipal complex and his issues with mom, wouldn't that make it that much more difficult for him to leave her then? Like, even if I guess my question is, even if he's feeling trapped or he's starting to wake up to the reality that maybe this woman isn't perfect like I thought, and maybe this wasn't the answer, and what the hell am I doing in California out here trying to hobnob with these movie stars and turning my back on everything? Like, isn't it still going to be so hard for him to walk away?
It is going to be really hard, but then the flip of that is, how can he stay if things don't smooth out? What is he going to do? What do you think he's going to do if things don't get better financially or whatever? What is there for them to do now?
He will never end it.
You don't think he will?
No, she will.
Oh.
And she will under a specific circumstance, in my opinion, which is this. At the moment, she needs him. She needs him. Because the only reason why people are interested, the only reason why she's getting these big bucks deals and losing him, but yeah, is because she's married to Prince Harry and bonking him, right? This is the thing. She signed to the William Morris agency on her own. It wasn't her and Harry signing to the agency. It was her. She's beginning to separately, professionally branch off.
Independent woman. Independent, yeah.
She's professionally branching off. What I think she's trying to do is she's trying to establish herself as her own separate entity away from Harry. When she starts getting the big bucks deals for herself and doesn't need Harry to attract him, that's when she's going to press that button, and that's when she's going to divorce him. Not before, but after.
So it'll be the typical narcissist. They use people up and then discard. Do you think she'll go? Okay, here's my question.
There's a history of that.
Yeah, no, for sure.
She
That's right. So she had a husband before Harry, and she dumped him, and he never came out and really talked about it. I know Tom Bauer's book, though, he told some friends.
Revenge.
What did he say about her? That she was a bitch. She was really like pushy and demanding and yelled a lot and stuff.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Princess pushy, princess bitch, whatever you want to call it, you know? She really thinks that she's well above a station and that she can speak to anyone however she likes. Valentine Lowe, he released a book called Courtiers, I think it was last year or the year before now. And he was the one that broke the story that whilst Megsy was at Buckingham Palace, that, got to say allegedly, she bullied staff to the point where they were off work sick because of stress and mental health because she caused that. And some of them quit because she was that nasty. Now, tellingly, this is a really interesting kind of point. Buckingham Palace did an internal review, internal investigation of all of this. They finished, they've got the report, but they're not releasing it to the public. Why? Well, the theory goes is that they're trying to not antagonize Harry and Meghan. But the thing is, they're still going to speak out no matter what against the royal family, because that's what's going to make them money at the moment, and that's what they need.
Yeah, it's true. That's true. So why do you think they're suppressing it? But you're saying you agree with that they are suppressing it because they don't want to antagonize Meghan, right? Because I'm sure the report says terrible things about her, I would imagine, that she's a bully.
Yeah. I think Buckingham Palace, they work in like decades and centuries, right? They're very, very calm and considered when it comes to making decisions. Yes. And making moves, right? Now, make no mistake about it, the situation between the Sussexes and Buckingham Palace is a game of like 3D chess at this point. But Buckingham Palace are playing 3D chess. The Sussexes are playing checkers. Right? They are well outmatched, right?
Yeah.
And so I think
they don't know it though. That's what's
yeah, because it's their ego that stops them from actually realizing the reality of the situation, that the more they speak out against the royal family and the British public, the more they're hated. There's 2 points to this that I want to put out. The first one is the report. I think the report is going to be leaked when they divorce, because it's going to put Megsy in a bad light, but Harry in a good light, and try and rehabilitate Harry back to the public, back to the royal family. I think that's when it's going to hit. The second thing is this, and this is something that I still think not a lot of people actually understand. So the royal family, for better or for worse, whether you're a royalist like me or you're a Republican that wants the abolition of the monarchy, don't matter. The monarchy is part of British culture, identity, and tradition. What does this mean? This means that anytime you speak out against the royal family and you try and destroy them and you try and insult them, you're not just speaking now, insulting and trying to destroy the royal family, but you're doing that also to our British culture, our tradition, who we are, our identity.
Right.
And so at that point, what that's doing is you're not just making enemies out of the royal family, but you're making enemies out of the British public as well, because you're attacking our culture, our way of life, our identity. For better or for worse, that's what's happening.
Right.
It's like how I try and explain this for the Americans is, if someone took the American flag, even though constitutionally you're allowed to do this, but still, you put it on the ground, which is a big no-no.
Yeah.
You stomp on it, you light it on fire, you do disgusting things to it. A lot of people in America have got some very visceral feelings about that. Why? Because again, the flag is tied to your identity, your national pride, your culture. Exactly the same thing as to what Megsy and Hazza are doing to the royal family. Not only that, they've basically called us all freaking racist anyway.
No, that's definitely true. That's definitely true. Did you want to add something to that?
No. So what do you think he's looking at to Meghan is his she's still going to pull everything out, or do you think he's looking to her as still the authority on how they can salvage all this? What are you thinking?
Like, does she have credibility with him?
Yeah,
That's a good question.
Is he still thinking she's going to pull this out some sort of way?
Yes, but they're both going to, because remember, to me, they're both narcissists. To me, they're both egotistical. So to me, it's a kind of like they both think that they can still pull this out of the bag. They both think that they can still turn things around. But the thing is, Harry is deluded because he hasn't been brought up into the real world.
Right.
He's only been part of, quote, the real world for the past 3 years since Megxit. Right? That's when he hasn't had the royal family to back him up. He's been out of that environment. You're going from literally Mars to Earth at this point. He's not used to it. He might think the way that the world works is similar to how the royal family world works, but that's not true.
Right.
I don't think he fully understands the ramifications of what he's done, and that it's not going to turn around for him. There's too much damage at this point that's being done. They are less popular than Prince Andrew in the last poll that I saw. I'm not saying
really? You know,
right.
Wow.
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
They're less popular than Prince Andrew.
I mean, people don't like it when you come to their country and you are perceived as benefiting greatly from your association with the prince and when being in the royal family and all that, and then you basically take what you can get from it and then turn your heel on it and say, no, never mind. And by the way, I want everybody to know that you're all racist and you're all, horrible people or whatever. I know, that's obviously not exactly what she said, but like, seriously, people don't like it. And they really don't like that kind of ungratitude. And I don't know. I definitely agree with you too. And I think that one of the hardest experiences in life, I think, is getting sucked into a relationship with a narcissist or someone who has one of those cluster B personality disorders, and the slow process of which you've gone through of waking up to that reality. But in his case, he's got a lot of money. I know that helps in some ways, but like being this public figure, he's trapped in a lot of ways. And then in the mother guilt, like you're talking about, if he's got this whole complex basically built around the idea that you can't abandon the woman in your life,
and I'm sure she plays on that, right?
Oh, yeah.
She plays on the Princess Diana card so many times. I mean, case in point, New York a couple of months back. She was there for that award that she bought, allegedly. And afterwards, what happened? Well, it was a great night, successful, whatever. But they had to turn it into a Princess Diana moment in terms of, we were involved in a near catastrophe with the other. And that obviously had shades with what happened with Princess Diana.
Yeah.
You also have situations where you look at how she's dressed and what she's doing, and that also has parallels with Princess Diana as well. She sees herself as Princess Diana, I'm telling you, and then she tries to play on that with Prince Harry. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I didn't realize what you were talking about there is when they basically faked, or there's this hoax that they were chased around for 2 hours by the paparazzi. They made it sound like there were like several near miss incidents, right? And it turns out it was much ado about nothing. But they really do seem to be drama queens. So where do you think things go from here? Like so do you think Harry will buckle down for a while and they'll tough it out? Do you think she's going to make any headway as an actress? What do you think is going to happen for her?
No.
No.
They're going to go the way of Prince Edward and Wallace and go into absolute obscurity. Give it a couple of years, and that's exactly what what's going to happen with what just the same as Wallis Simpson and Prince Edward back in the day, because ultimately, like I said before, it's already happening before our very eyes. She is splitting away from Prince Harry professionally. Like I said, it wasn't Prince Harry and Megxie that signed up to that agency. It was just Megxie on her own, which is very telling in of itself as far as I'm concerned. Once she is able to stand on her own feet, bring in the big bucks on her own, that's when she doesn't need Harry anymore. That's when she's going to press for divorce. At that point, Harry has no other choice but to go back to the UK and go back to the royal family. When that happens, the royal family can never fully trust him anymore and never fully take him back into the fold. Why? Well, one obvious answer, spare, right? And everything that he wrote in there. Any conversations that they have with him, any text messages that they have with him, they can never fully trust that he'll keep it confidential and behind the scenes anymore. So when he goes back to the UK and he goes back to the royal family, they'll treat him like Prince Andrew, sorry, brain fart there, but it's like nearly 5 o'clock in the morning, apologies. They'll treat him like Prince Andrew, as in they'll sweep him under the carpet. He's there, we know he exists, but he isn't part of, like, you know, the main show, let's say. If that makes sense.
No, it does. He's headed for complete insignificance, and I mean he's almost there, but so do you think that she will go for, this is my final question, then I'll let you go. I know it's late and Mom's getting tired of you. Do you think that she's going to go for another man immediately? Like, do you think we'll see her with a billionaire or something? Or like, how long do you think, if and when they split, then how long for her to find someone else publicly? And then who would it be? You have any ideas?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So she is not going to be with anyone that doesn't have money.
Yeah.
He's going to be a millionaire, billionaire.
Not just a million. I've seen probably over, it's got to be over, I would imagine 100 million. I think she's in that category in our next one.
Yeah. Now, who? And it's not that I'm being racial, but again, it's the Princess Diana comparisons, because I mean, that was heavily ridden as well in the documentary that we watched. If you remember, with the Harry and Meghan situation, there were so many parallels. They really tried to drum it into us. Megxie is Princess Diana 2.0, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's going to continue with that. Who did Princess Diana go out with after the divorce with the then Prince Charles? It was Dodi Al-Fayed, right?
Right.
I suspect, opinion, conspiracy theory, whatever, she's going to go for someone similar.
So a businessman or a man with a lot of money, basically.
A man with a lot of money, but of Arab descent.
Oh, someone that'll really be a finger to the, like throwing up a finger to the royal family, maybe.
Not only that, but it's continuing that Princess Diana parallel that she is, as far as I'm concerned, clearly obsessed with.
Okay. So you think that she's that messed up in the head, that she really does think she's following?
Dude, yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's apparent just in the documentary alone.
Mm-hmm.
I was laughing at it. I was like, you are not Princess Diana 2.0. They really tried to bash us over the head with that narrative. It was insane.
They did. What did you think was one of the worst parts of that documentary? Like when you watched it, what was one part you were just like, is there anything that stands out?
I suppose it's, typical because everyone goes for it, but it's there for a reason. The bit where she does that bow, that curtsy. She's on the sofa with Prince Harry, and she's talking about the first time that she's meeting the Queen, and then she kind of does this. It goes right down, and she's like mocking.
Oh, of course she was. Oh, yes,
she's mocking.
Complete contempt for the royal family and their traditions and everything.
Right. I didn't ever see that. So like right there in front of them, she did?
No.
Yes.
Well, it was on camera. It was her documentary. It was a documentary they were filming. But yes, she knew they would see it. But she was talking about how she was when she met them, even she was kind of doing it mockingly, right?
Yeah.
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 She has a lot of contempt for the royal family, and and that's a big problem. That should have been a warning sign. You know, I say as a marriage counselor or therapist, right? That's a warning sign. When she was going into this, she had she claims she didn't even know, that she didn't even Google these people, right? But she had a lot of contempt for his family. And yeah.
She wrote about them in the TIG back in like 2012 when she was talking about Princess Catherine and Prince William's wedding. There's also a picture of her when she was a teenager, literally outside of Buckingham Palace. Yeah, she knew. She knew.
It's such a bold, unnecessary lie as well to tell. I mean, because come on, everyone, and certainly almost every woman has some familiarity with the royal family. And for her to sit there as a well-connected woman who's been living in London for a bit and say, oh, I don't know who these people are. I didn't Google them. I don't really know anything about Prince Harry. It's such an obvious lie.
Yeah. But it also shows the nature of her personality to feel like she can say something that's so audacious like that.
That's true. She can get away with it.
Well, she feels like she can. I mean, it's like she's not thinking through. It's like whatever she comes up with is going to work, make sense.
Yeah, and that's part of their problem, Steph. What my mom was saying about their overconfidence, that Meghan and Harry, I guess it's rubbing off, but that Meghan really seems to think that she can do anything. If we just go out there and we just go on Oprah and we're going to just impress everybody. Like, I really think that they thought that Oprah interview was going to really change some minds. Like, look, we're so and I'm going to get out there and I'm pregnant and sympathetic and everything. And I don't think they realized what they were doing there with that interview.
Seriously, right? They accused the royal family of racism. Talk about the bit about one particular member of the royal family questioning the skin color of unborn baby Archie's skin. Then in January, Prince Harry, in his interview with Tom Bradbury, so the UK part of it, was like, oh no, we didn't accuse them of racism. It's unconscious biasness.
Yeah, they
like, seriously, you really want to do that? You really want to lie like that? That's absolute BS.
And they told, and in the Oprah interview itself, people ask me why I don't trust Meghan Markle or why I don't buy their perspective. And look, it's not a big focus of my channel. I'm not nearly as up on it as you are, for instance, but I have an opinion on her just because that Oprah interview, she lied about some stuff. And I know that other people have documented it, and like Piers Morgan made a list of like 19 things and lies that she told in that interview. But like, when I saw that, and when I saw that she and Harry were blatantly not only misrepresenting, but attacking, like going after the royal family, I'm just like, well, I don't like this woman.
I don't really know anything. Obviously, I'm sitting here and don't know much about it, but what was Oprah's problem?
She didn't have a problem. Oprah only saw dollar signs in terms of she was the one that got the first interview with since they exited the royal family.
So she wasn't really concerned with how much sense this made or credibility or anything. It was dollar signs.
Yeah, no,
hell yeah.
But I mean, she seemed to be buying it. That's the thing, is that a lot of people, not the majority, obviously, but there are a number of people who do buy this, and they think that Harry, you've encountered a lot of them, and I know there's some of them on the stream, and it's fine, but everybody can have different opinions. But some people think that Harry and Meghan are really being unjustly persecuted, and I certainly am no huge fan of the paparazzi, and I do think that the paparazzi, just in general, with lots of people, can be intrusive. But also, if you're going to cultivate and invite public interest, in our world, it comes with some photographers that you may not always want. And for them to act like they had these unique problems, and that they seems like they feel that they're suffering more than other people, and that and that Meghan feels like, oh, just the worst thing happened. I'm stuck in this absolutely awful family from hell. It's ridiculous. It just all seems crybaby.
Yeah. They do try and play the victim card a lot. The oh, woe was me card. But that doesn't fly when you're saying, oh, woe was me, in a multi-million-dollar mansion with millions of dollars in the bank, when the rest of the world is pretty much on fire at the moment and people are struggling to make their mortgage payments, to eat, to heat their house. In the UK especially, we are going through a cost of living crisis. Inflation is coming down, but you know, it's still very high at the moment. Like, people are struggling. And when you've got those two idiots turning around and saying we're victims, oh, woe is me, we're like, do one. What victims? Excuse me? Especially when, rumour has it, Megsy has Backgrid on speed dial.
She has who on speed dial?
Backgrid. It's a paparazzi group.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, no, they use paparazzi. And that was the thing, as you know very well, you know this, and you do too, I think, is that Princess Diana, she was constantly calling the paparazzi. And in fact, the reason why the press was tailing her and Dodie so much that time, during that period, is because she had called them earlier and said, I want you to cover my vacation to make this other guy jealous, you know? And so they were covering her vacation, and then she ended up hanging out with Dodie more. And so they continued that, but like, she called the paparazzi on herself. Yeah. So anyway, so yeah,
do it.
They definitely can use, the royals definitely use the paparazzi, Meghan included, when it suits their purposes. And so,
oh yeah.
Anyway, well, I'm going to let you go because I know it's late for you. Thank you so much for coming on. So everybody, notice we've got, that's your Twitter. Let me put your link up again for your YouTube. And then of course, Popcorn Planet as well. The show that you do with Andy. I think probably everybody's familiar with that. Is this your main, is this channel, is this your main Harry and Meghan channel? Or did you and Andy start a Harry and Meghan channel, or am I confused?
So Steph the Alternate originally was like pop culture films, TV series, because I really do like that stuff. Then it went into like what was trending. Then it went into the Johnny Depp business. And then I kind of found my feet with the royal family. And so that's it now. Because, you know, for people that don't know, like, when you start a YouTube channel, for a lot of us, you know, it's it takes a little while before you find your feet and before you find your niche of, you know, what you're really good at talking about and doing. And so for me, I found it, and yeah. Royal news and gossip on the daily. That's me.
No, I think you certainly have. I was just sitting here, no kidding, sitting here while we're talking and thinking like, she's really great on this royal family stuff, right? So, and it doesn't hurt, you know, that you have the kind of aggressive, you know, British accent. You can just like, all right. Well, okay, so your channel is up here. Everybody like, subscribe. And whatever, and appreciate everybody checking you out, and we'll see you later. Steph, have some rest now. Finally, go to bed.
Thank you for inviting me on, Colonel Kurtz, and lovely to meet you, Mrs. Kurtz. And enjoy the rest of your stream, and speak to you soon, love.
All right, bye. Have a good night. Bye. All right. Okay, so she's great, huh? She does know her stuff when it comes to that royal family show.
Yes. I learned a lot.
All right, so I know that the lights, it's kind of a dazzling effect there with the chandelier lamp, but we're gonna converse, and then I might redo the set in a little while.
I'm sinking fast.
I know. Well, look here though. Here's a compliment.
I stay up late at night.
Your mom is gorgeous.
Oh, thank you. That's so sweet. Well, that was worth being up for.
Isn't it? It is worth it.
I stay up late, but I become more and more like a zombie the later it gets. Whereas Kristen is very energized.
Well, I can only be energized because I know that I have like 5,000 hours left of this. So. No. I do take breaks though. Okay, so I'm not going to keep you on long, whatever. But what would you like to talk about? Are you interested in talking about some celebrity stuff? Or did you want to talk more, little time we have, about life or your challenges? What is it like to be, or you could talk about what is it like to be a senior who looks so much younger than she is?
Well, let's not talk about that. I don't think I want to talk about that. Man. I want to talk a little bit. I want you to talk about it, and I just want to kind of add to it.
Are you going to ambush me?
No, about what we talked about, Jonah Hill and all that.
Okay.
I guess the reason I kind of want to visit about that and really hear you talk about it more is because I watched the series, is that what you would call it? The episode, the series?
The document, was it a series? I think documentary, right? Or maybe it was a series. Stutz, everybody,
yes,
right?
it was more than one. It wasn't just a documentary. It was had episodes.
Okay.
That he did about his therapist, Stutz. I just happened to kind of stumble onto that one night on, it was on Netflix, I think.
I'm going to put a picture of it up, but yes, that's right. It's on Netflix. Got really good reviews.
Yeah, I don't even know how I stumbled onto that and caught my.
Wow, has 100% on Rotten Tomatoes, actually. Look at that. That is very rare. Not that that means anything. I know sometimes we don't agree with the critics, but the audience rating's high too. So before we continue, just to tell people who don't know, so Jonah Hill, his therapist, this guy named Stutz, Jonah Hill was so impressed with therapy and with his therapist that he made a documentary about him, and it was about the guy's approach to life and advice that he gives to his patients and stuff like that. And so anyway, recently Jonah Hill's gotten in the media in a little hot water. We can talk about that in a little while. But yeah, so you saw that documentary.
And quite honestly, I wouldn't even know that Jonah Hill was in a little hot water if you hadn't told me.
Yeah.
But one night I was just up and came across that, and I thought, interesting, see what this is. And I was so bowled over by this man that Jonah Hill did this this documentary series on that I text you and told you, when you have time, look at this series. I don't know if you remember it or not.
No, you did. You did. You were impressed with Stutz, not Jonah Hill, so much, but yeah, with Stutz.
Yes, that was exactly what I was impressed with, was the documentary about this man, about his techniques. And of course, that's why Jonah Hill had made this, because this man has helped him so much psychologically to growth and become healthier. And this gentleman has such an amazing repertoire of ways for a person to grow that I just found, looking at it on TV like that, some things that everybody watching could learn from. It was good practical applications and ways to think about things. And a lot of times when you go to a therapist, they don't have, I don't want to call it a bag of tricks, because it's not a bag of tricks, but they don't have such clear-cut, practical techniques to try to help a person, and that you can just sit there and listen to him talk, and you go, wow, I found myself going, wow, that is great. I would like to try to implement some of those things in my life.
So as I understand what you're saying, is that it was very practical and sort of now-oriented, change-oriented advice.
Very much so.
Not, and as much as I like this other stuff as well, but it wasn't like, let's sit around all day and talk about your parents, or, or how dark the world can be, or whatever. It's like, this is what people deal with. This is what people can do to try to help themselves.
Right. And I think he was helping Jonah find out some things about himself and do some exploration, but he also had the emphasis of, you can do this. We're going to go about trying to implement these things, help you to understand, as he was trying to help Jonah Hill work through issues or explore aspects about himself that maybe he wasn't aware of. But I was just really impressed by this man, and I was impressed by the man's philosophy of life. This man is dealing with Parkinson's disease, and he wasn't feeling sorry for himself. He was trying, he was trying to help Jonah Hill. He was not preoccupied with himself, and obviously I'm sure he has other clients that he's helping too, not just Jonah Hill, but he just had a very positive outlook, and his Parkinson's is not in the early stages.
Mm-hmm.
But even so, this man having trouble sometimes walking or with tics, he just had true grit.
Mm-hmm.
And his techniques were practical, and I just admired the man.
Mm-hmm.
And I could see why he had made a big difference, because Jonah Hill had a heart and a psyche and a mindset that he was receptive
Mm-hmm.
to what this gentleman was helping him accomplish.
Mm-hmm.
And so then you tell me that, what was the thing you told me about somehow Jonah Hill had told his girlfriend?
So just to quickly summarize for people, and what happens in a case like this too is that there's an initial story, an initial publication, a text or whatever, but then you hear other information trickling out. And so this ex-girlfriend, Jonah Hill, Jonah Hill just recently had a baby and he's engaged. And so at the same time that this woman had his child, this other lady, her name is, what is it, y'all? Is it Sarah? I'm blanking right now. I think it's Sarah. But anyway, this woman, she posted she was an ex of Jonah Hill's. She posted selectively some of these past texts between them, private messages. And in some of the messages, he's asking her that he's saying he doesn't want her to wear so much, to dress in skimpy bikinis and take so many bikini shots and hang out with shady people and big partiers, and then also hang out with have inappropriate relationships with men and what have you. And so basically, sort of out of context, these texts, to a lot of people, they look like he had a problem being controlling. Maybe he has issues with women, and he's telling this woman, not to dress. She's a surfer. He's saying, don't wear these really do these scantily clad photo shoots and hang out with guys and whatever. And but it was completely out of context. And then what's come out later, what's come out since then, I've been told, is that it turns out that these requests were part of a longer conversation that they were having, where they were each making requests of each other, and it was almost a kind of
establishing boundaries, or okay, this is where we're each coming from, and let's talk about it, and what would you like, and and
that is and I just heard something like this from Tug earlier, actually, as well. He was telling me this, and so there was a whole context that's missing, and look, there we could debate whether whether what he wants is okay or it's not, but what I don't like, and you can tell me sort of how this fits in then with what you saw with the therapy, I don't like that these texts are totally out of context, and so we're just given a few texts, a couple of which make him look kind of bad, but some of which make him look actually like really nice and considerate, and he was still giving her money even after they broke up and whatever, right? But I don't like that it's out of context, and I don't like that now everyone will jump on this bandwagon of determining that he's a misogynist and he's a controlling guy and abusive, and that he could even be canceled if something like this got out of hand. But the last thing I want to say is that some people have been saying that Jonah Hill actually took his therapy and used it to reinforce his control of the manipulation of women, because he would use therapy speak. So he would talk about, these are boundaries, these are my boundaries, or he would speak in a way that sounds like you might speak in couples therapy or counseling. He would use some of these buzzwords, but people were saying, well, actually, it turns out that he's this controlling, abusive, misogynist, or what have you, that what he's being accused of, I think unfairly. And so look, he's basically hiding behind his therapy. And so then his therapist got a lot of shit, and therapy has been getting a lot of shit in the media the last couple of weeks for basically being this thing that celebrities and narcissists hide behind. In other words, it basically just reinforces their narcissism and their abuse of others, because they're able to they're able to weaponize their therapy against their targets. So, do you have any thoughts on any of that? Did it seem like the
therapist was a real practical, down-to-earth guy, and I would say watch it on Netflix to make your own evaluation and reach your own decision about, is this guy I don't know exactly how to put into words. This man was not teaching something that could be turned into a weapon. He was just teaching, trying to help Jonah Hill grow in practical ways, work on his life, to establish boundaries in his life. And, let's say you go into therapy, and let's say that you have issues. You have issues with boundaries, maybe. You don't know how to draw boundaries. And it's one thing about this man. He did give specific techniques, and I don't mean techniques in a gimmicky way, but this is what you need to work on, Jonah. This is how, you need to implement. And so when you go into therapy, a therapist is going to help you to grow, to self-explore. And it's just natural. What are you going to do? You're going to go through therapy and you really exposed to these new great ways to think and to draw boundaries and to process. Well, of course, you're going to use that vocabulary. Why wouldn't you? What else are you going to use? If you're not going to use what the therapist, and in this case, it was very wise of him to use what this therapist was teaching him and self-exploration, because this man's great, in my opinion. And who am I? But I just was wow enough to get text you and say, look at this man. I think he could give you some real good things. He can give me some real good ideas about how to improve. And so we pick up a book and we read a book, and if that book has something good in it, I might quote from it.
Did you see? No, I totally understand, and I think that makes sense, and I think it's an unfair critique that Stutz has been getting based on the Jonah Hill stuff. Was there anything that you observed at any point in this therapy? I mean, I guess not, if you said it was so amazing, but is there anything that you would have concerns about? Anything with his everything that you've learned and read, anything that with his methodology, anything that he said to Jonah Hill in the documentary, anything that you thought was sinister or was endorsing being, controlling or a narcissist asshole?
And it wasn't even toward women.
Yeah, no, I
don't remember anything in there.
Well, and people aren't, and I don't think anyone's really suggesting that the therapist was saying misogynist things or whatever. I think one thing that, let me take it from a different approach then. So, because I think this is also an interesting question. So, the documentary was great. The therapist is great and all that. Let's say that all of that's true, which I believe, and I watched it too, and I thought it was good. Let's say that there's no issue with the therapist, and let's say that Jonah Hill, for the sake of argument, that he has some issues with being too controlling and with women, and particularly like things on like what they wear or being around men or whatever, controlling.
Right.
It's not there are people suggesting that people like that, narcissists, controlling men or whatever, that basically they take therapy and they use it. They can use it then against women, or they can use it against others. That can happen, but I think that people need to understand that the therapist, all they can go on is what their client is telling them. In other words, I don't see where it reflects badly on therapy. I think all it's showing is that if someone were were doing bad stuff, and using therapy to kind of hide behind it just shows that some people are really good at being in denial or at using whatever they can. You know, some people use
Right.
God, some people use whatever.
Right. Okay. I'm sitting there, I'm watching this, and I'm thinking from what this man is presenting or teaching or helping Jonah Hill, it is so practical that it fits me. It's not so geared to let's help Jonah Hill learn how to manipulate women. It's like I'm sitting here and as a counselor, as a therapist, I'm thinking, wow, that is so helpful. Goodness, I think I personally would like to try to implement some of those things into my life. So much so, and I think everybody should have a good therapist. You know, I have a therapist that I've gone to for years and years just to do reality checks. When I went through my divorce 20 years ago, I decided I need somebody to bounce things off of that will not be afraid to help me walk into some of those bad areas in my life and help me with them. I don't have to worry about hurting their feelings. I don't have to worry about disappointing them because I have an image. I can't tell my daughter this because I'm her mother, but I can tell my therapist. When you go to a therapist, they do have power. This man was not using power in any kind of way to manipulate or to help Jonah Hill manipulate anybody. It was just good stuff.
All right, so I believe you, and like, so establishing that, yeah, the guy is good, the therapy is good. There are situations, even apart, take stats out of it or whatever, but there are certainly situations where people can actually use therapy and they hide behind it, or they use it as a crutch, or you could go in, say to your therapist every week, and if that person never challenged your worldview really, or never fostered in you.
But this man challenges.
He does, yeah.
Oh, yes, he definitely challenged Jonah Hill.
What are some things that you remember that he challenged?
Oh, goodness, it's been months ago
no, that's
now.
okay. But there were cases where like Jonah Hill was saying, because I noticed this too, that Stutz is actually at times very aggressive with him.
Very aggressive. And I don't use bad language at all. That's something I really don't.
She doesn't. She says C-R-A-P instead of crap. C-R-A-P. Just spell it out.
And this man, this therapist, Stutz, he used some rough language. And he would get aggressive in his tone sometimes. And he would kind of use shock value in how he talked to Jonah Hill. But even though his language, I don't agree with necessarily his language, he was great.
Yeah.
He was great.
Clearly as a fan.
But I will say, yes, you can take what a therapist gives you. You can take that and you can turn it around. I guess if you're a narcissist, and you can use it to manipulate people, but we can do that with anything in life.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true.
I mean, give a narcissist anything and they can take it and use it.
Right. That's true.
So I don't see, let's say that Jonah Hill has used it to try to manipulate women. Okay, that would be Jonah Hill using it to manipulate. That wouldn't make therapy bad.
Right.
Or this man's therapy bad.
No, I agree. I agree with that. And I have noticed that there seems to be a bit of antagonism or an antagonistic attitude that a number of people have toward therapy, which I understand because like they're shitty therapists, just like there are all kinds of other people who are shitty at their professions. And also I think people have expectations for therapy that can be too high. You know, people, you're not, I mean, the Stutz guy might be amazing, and maybe you go into him and you actually do get a number of things that really help, right? But like in general, a therapist is not there to fix your life or to get you to fix your life. They're there perhaps to facilitate through you having an interaction with an unbiased observer and with an interlocutor who will kind of draw you out every week. They're there to give you a little more insight into your life than you would have had, and to help you recognize destructive patterns, try to get into more constructive patterns and whatever, but they're not miracle workers. And so, you know, I think sometimes people have this expectation that if a patient is not doing what they're supposed to, or let's say if Jonah Hill, you know, I think there's this idea of like, let's say that Jonah Hill has some control issues, which I'm not saying one way or the other. Let's say that he does, for sake of argument. And then people say, but he's been in therapy and he did this big documentary about therapy. Well, those two things are not mutually exclusive. In fact, maybe he's in therapy because he's got some deep-seated issues. And so, you know, that's, to me, it doesn't, someone being controlling doesn't imply that the therapist they're going to, or that therapy has issues necessarily.
Right. I mean, it doesn't imply that. And if Jonah Hill is using something that's pretty obviously something he got from being in therapy, if he's using it inappropriately, that's not on the therapist.
Mm-hmm.
It's like going, you have some sort of disease or chronic illness. You go to the doctor, but you end up dying. You're not going to blame them. Maybe you could in some cases blame the doctor that you died. But, you know, the doctor can only do so much.
Right.
And a therapist can only do so much.
Right.
I just was struck when you told me that that because of some action of Jonah Hill's that they've been now trying to give this man in therapy a bad rap. And I just thought that was so ironic, because when I sat down, and I've seen a lot of different
I know, we know, he loved it.
yeah, when I sat down and I'm watching that, and more and more each episode, my mouth is dropping open even more about how practical this guy is, but what a straight shooter he is, and he doesn't coddle Jonah Hill.
Right.
He wasn't grooming Jonah Hill. He wasn't grooming him, you know, to go out and how to take advantage of women.
Right.
So I just find that sad, that something that really has such good, this guy did so good. And I think in what he has developed and his ways he tries to help people, it's being blamed now that Jonah Hill is using it to manipulate a woman with.
Yeah. Well, that is what the media do. And fortunately, there's a lot of people like you and me and others out there who can watch it and have watched it and can make up their minds for themselves about that video, about that documentary series. So anyway, thanks for your perspective. I'm going to call it to a close because I need to take a little break, and I've already kept you up much later than I said I would. But everybody, this is my mom. And so, like I said, she has many years of experience in counseling and has advanced degrees in counseling and was a philosophy professor and all kinds of stuff. That's all.
Watch the Netflix movie on
all right.
Stutz.
Yeah, she likes it. Okay, so anyway, but she is going to probably be starting a YouTube channel at some point, or she's going to be working on some videos. So you'll probably hear more from her in the future. But thank you for joining.
Thank you for having me.
All right, and yeah, she really likes the Stutz show. Check it out. All right. Okay, thanks, Mom. And so everybody, you can stick around. I'm about to go off. Okay, so I need to take a break, and so we're gonna do. I do some longer breaks during the night because for all these reasons, right? So we're gonna take 20 minutes and then come back. And I'm gonna do more call in. So if there's anyone in the audience who wants to have a late night chat or come on the show, then you'll get a number of opportunities tonight, but you'll have your next one in a moment. And then I'm going to talk about some more things on that list. And also I wanted to read something to you that I think you'll think is interesting. So anyway, all of that is coming up. We'll take a 20-minute break and I will be back. Thanks, Mom. All right. See y'all.
So anyway, I wanted to talk a bit about what happened this week. I wanted to look at that. I thought it was horrifying, that horrifying news segment. And it wasn't just horrifying because shit, and people start to get pissed that you're trying to take out one of their favorite artists, one of their favorite rock stars. And so, yeah, then the tables turn, things are not quite so fun anymore. But of course, unfortunately, in a normal scenario, in a sane world, this all should have died out. She should have gotten like a couple of days of her 15 minutes of fame. You might have a few other women sort of trying to join in online or anonymously or not or whatever, but it would have died out. But what's happened now is that the media love this story so much because it fits in with so many of their prejudices and preconceptions and their agenda. And also it's a really interesting story of the downfall of Rammstein or whatever, right? Or these dangerous predators that are on a rampage throughout Europe, one concert at a time. It's a great story for them. And so they're going all in on it. And I would expect it gets worse. Unfortunately, I don't want it to. And I'm not trying to be pessimistic and I hope people fight it, but I expect it gets worse. But as someone said earlier, men do need to start fighting this stuff, and not just Rammstein and not just men who are accused, but men who, just men in general. I mean, women are tired of it too. I can tell you so many conversations that I've had. Some of you are out there, you women, we're as sick of this stuff as the men are. Like, we don't like it either. It's not good for anyone. It's not good for anyone. What's happening now with gender relations and Me Too and all of it. It's not good for anyone. So, okay, I wanted to get to the call-in part for people who might want to in just a moment. So there's a couple of things I want to do first. I want to look at a couple of Shelby's videos. And I already have these loaded into a video of mine that I've already put out. So I just want to look a little bit at this. And then I also want to look at that news report that I'm just so disgusted by. And then we'll do the call-in in a moment. So let me get this up again. Till did not touch me. He accepted. Well, then what are we talking about? Oh my God. Okay. It will always be like classic video from this whole situation that I'm about to show you right now. This accuser, Shelby, this first accuser, mixing this drink furiously, trying to prove, and I know most of you know this, okay, but to people who are new to this story, this lunatic who has changed her story now multiple times and originally seemed to be accusing Till Lindemann of drugging her and assaulting her and this was the story apparently some of you were telling me that they're still running with in Spiegel or Spiegel magazine, unfortunately. But her original story was that she thought that Till Lindemann had drugged her, maybe Joe Lutz, but they drugged her to make her a more compliant sex object. And then she had gotten a bruise. She had lost her consciousness at some point in the night and then had gotten a huge bruise. And so the implication was that Till drugged her and then assaulted her. And that's how she got that bruise. That was the implication that she was wanting to give out early on. And what happened is she got so much pushback from that, and that she kind of decided to retreat on that. And so then it became this more amorphous story of, well, you know, someone drugged me at the pre-party, and I assume since Till was doing the drinks, it must have been him. And basically it's moved to a more of like, well, these parties are unsafe. Rammstein events promote this kind of stuff. And then also that Till propositioned her for sex, and he got angry when she said no. So this was I wanted to look at this. These are a couple of her videos, and what she's trying to prove here, you all, is that she's trying to prove that when she claims that when she got her drink from Till, that it was frothy. And it was frothy because, and I've already had people on the show talk about this, and other women have been coming forward online. It was frothy because he mixes his favorite drink is tequila with Prosecco. And so, yeah, when you have that champagne in there, it's gonna get frothy, right? And so she's freaking out over the fact that her tequila drink she says was frothy, even though it had Prosecco in it. And so she's doing this kind of bizarre science experiment here. This was the other day to try to prove something, I guess. And that's one of the clips. And the clip after that is an early clip of hers when she first came out ranting about Till Lindemann.
I'm in shock. I'm actually in shock. Brand new bottle of tequila. Just opened it. I have a video of me opening it. It doesn't foam. It doesn't foam. Only whenever that GHB drug is in there mixed with drugs or alcohol, it foams.
This is the Rammstein. All right, so that was my video. I was adding the sound effects. She didn't add the crazy Twilight Zone sound effects. Okay, and then this is her sort of right after the next day or something after the concert when she was really coming out with her allegations before she sort of backtracked some of them. And this is what she was saying.
This is after Rammstein. Do not meet your idols. Fuck Rammstein. Fuck them. I swear to God, Till Lindemann is a piece of shit that wanted to fuck me.
Me! He wanted to have sex with me, and I said, no, sex is very special for me. No. Oh my God, Till Lindemann wanted to have sex with me? What?
She has and of course, all of that video from the concert and different points in the concert, like before and during, and it got dark, and she does not seem like, she seems, obnoxious and intoxicated perhaps, but she doesn't seem like out of it on GHB. And of course, the number of people have come forward saying the same thing. Ridiculous. Okay, so I want to look at, before we see if anybody wants to come on and talk, and it doesn't just have to be people who are in row Z or whatever. Anybody wants to come on and just talk about your thoughts, you can. But I want to look at this. I don't know if they're going to zap me for copyright infringement, because I'm going to take the chance because I want us all to watch this and see how ridiculous it is. But it is possible that I could get zapped for this, in which case they would shut off the stream. So if the stream gets shut off, what you want to do is you want to wait for a little while, because sometimes after like 30 seconds, it'll come back on. I had this happen once. I was playing something that was copyright. It was copyright infringement, so they blocked it. But then when I took it off, it came back on. So if it gets shut down, wait for a little while. If I don't come back on, then I'll set up a new stream. And so what you'll want to do is you'll want to just stay on my YouTube channel or on my socials or whatever, and I'll post a new link if that happens, because it could happen. But I want to watch this and then I want to talk about it. So I'm actually going to run to the bathroom, take a little break for 5 minutes while I put this on. But if you haven't seen it, try to make yourself watch it, because it is really ridiculous. And I want to talk about some things that I really hate about it. Okay. All right.
Notion has been the centerpiece of my workflow. It's quite literally an extension of my brain. I can take notes, create folders, manage tasks, projects, set goals, and build products. It's so customizable, you can tailor it to fit your team or your own needs, not to mention it's beautifully designed. From being a student to a creator and now running a small business, the world is moving digital, and remote work and remote school are becoming the norm. We need solutions for digital collaboration and organization to stay productive, especially if we're in different time zones. And this is exactly why I use Notion. Notion is an all-in-one digital workspace for your entire team or just for yourself. And the best part, it's completely free. You can sign up using the link in the description or somewhere on screen here and start taking control of your personal productivity.
Facing allegations of sexual. Now, here in Germany, the lead singer of the popular rock band Rammstein is facing allegations of sexual misconduct. Several women have told reporters they were systematically recruited for encounters with Till Lindemann at the band's concerts.
Hardcore music, provocative lyrics, over-the-top stage shows. All Rammstein trademarks that have made the band a major international presence. The new allegations claim that those concerts also served as a venue for sexual misconduct. One accuser alleges that a violent sexual encounter happened at a concert.
I had the feeling I couldn't say anything, that it hurt, or that I didn't want to, or that it's too much. I just couldn't speak. I was just too shocked.
Female fans were allegedly supplied with tickets and backstage access to encourage them to have sex with singer Till Lindemann. That's according to research by German media organizations. Multiple young women say they were asked for photos in online chat groups or at concerts. These photos were evaluated and led to invitations and allegedly to offers of alcohol and drugs. One woman says there was a whole recruitment system at work.
They just manipulate the girls so they keep coming to concerts. They keep bringing in new girls. They try to make sure no one says anything, that no one gets the idea anything's wrong with it.
Rammstein and Till Lindemann have not responded to the new allegations. The band earlier denied accusations that Lindemann used knockout drugs in another concert-related sexual encounter.
Elena Kampf is one of the journalists involved in the research for the German news outlets that uncovered the story. Welcome to DW. Tell us, what triggered your investigation?
So we started digging into these accusations after a fan named Shelby L. reported on social media last weekend that what she claims to have happened to her last week at a Rammstein concert in Vilnius, Lithuania. She voiced her suspicion that she may have been giving alcohol with the drug at a party before the show, and that she had been specifically chosen for a meetup with the musician, and that the singer had offered her alcohol and assumed that she wanted to have sex with him during a concert break, which she refused, and she claims that then the singer became very aggressive. She says she then has experienced multiple memory lapses, and this triggered numerous women to come forward on social media with similar allegations, and we wanted to know what was behind all of that.
Right. And are the facts now absolutely clear? Because some Rammstein fans have questioned what some of the women have said.
Yeah, we can't really speak to Shelby L's allegations since we did not have the chance to unravel it. And also the Lithuanian police, which we have contacted, is not willing to reveal more information. However, we spoke with more than a dozen of women who have leveled similar accusation against Rammstein lead singer Till Lindemann. And they provide an account of numerous young women apparently being recruited to have sex with him. And 2 women also spoke of sexual activities to which they had not agreed. And several of these women have made their statements as statutory declarations. In addition, we have reviewed screenshots from WhatsApp and Instagram chats, as well as other witness testimonies, which substantiate the women's claims.
Right. So there's clearly what appears to be a criminal element there if you're looking at issues of coercion or consent, but also there's just a distasteful element there of people being recruited for sex. Is the allegation that these women who were recruited systematically, allegedly for sex, is there any hint there of coercion or lack of consent?
Yes, that's what we believe. We believe that, or it comes apparent to us that, you know, many women consented to these parties, and they also may have wanted to have sex with little men, and this is fine. I mean, these are not, you know, we are not interested in non-coercive sexual relationships. That's, you know, it's private, you know, that they're private business. But it becomes apparent to us that it's exactly like the way you say that the system was designed to coerce these women into doing things that some of them were not prepared to do.
Right. Rock and roll, of course, has this long history and image of excess, including groupies and sex, drugs and alcohol. Do you think that legend now needs to be reconsidered?
I mean, indeed, excess was part and is part of this business, and it's perfectly fine if everybody consents. But I think it was about time that the MeToo movement reached the music industry, and I think what we're seeing now is just the beginning or the tip of the iceberg.
Oh, great.
Good talking to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Lena Kampf from the Süddeutsche Zeitung.
4 tickets for just $80 all in could only mean one thing. The sun is out, outdoor venues are open, and Summer's Live is happening now. Get your tickets to over 2,500 of this summer's hottest shows, like 50 Cent, Avenged Sevenfold, Counting Crows, Pentatonics, Pepe Aguilar, and more. Don't miss your chance to make this the best summer ever. 4 tickets for just $80 all in on sale now. Don't wait. Summer's Live ends August 1st. Head to livenation.com/summerslive. That's livenation.com/summerslive.
Dad, we got this.
We got this.
Let me check out something.
We got this. We got this.
Life is for living.
We got this.
Let's partner for all of it. Edward Jones.
That's just so disturbing. It's so disturbing, all of that. I want to talk about it in a minute, but let's look at their statement. So it's up on the Instagram. Okay, let's look here. Give me a second. Okay. Do we have do we have an do you know if there's an English translation anywhere? I know one of you can translate it, obviously, but do we have an English translation yet? Anybody know? In English, it's like it's like in Pulp Fiction. English, motherfucker, do you speak it? Okay. Well, if someone wants to tell me who speaks German, reads German, if you want to tell me, oh, Rasputin has. Okay, I'm sorry then. Let me find it. Where are you, Rasputin? Ah, okay, here we go. Thank you. I appreciate it. We condemn any kind of transgression and ask you do not engage in public prejudice of any kind against those who have made allegations. You have a right to your point of view. It looks like it says, oh, okay, and there's more. Okay, sorry, gotcha. Wait. Oh, wait. Okay, I'm sorry, Rasputin. Let me go back up. I didn't get all of your comments. Just a second. I started midway through. Okay. Okay. So this is the translation of the Rammstein statement. I'm sure they'll put it out in English soon too. The publications of the last few days have caused irritation and questions among the public and especially among our fans. The allegations hit us all very hard and we take them extremely seriously. We say to our fans, it is important to us that you feel comfortable and safe at our shows, in front of and behind the stage. We condemn any kind of transgression and ask you, do not engage in public prejudice of any kind against those who have made allegations. You have a right to your point of view. But we, the band, also have a right, namely not to be prejudiced either. Okay. All right. I think we get the idea from that. Of course, no translation is absolutely perfect or whatever, but that's, I think we get the point from that. Part of me wants to say right now, oh, great, they've put out a statement, good for them. I don't love the statement. I'm just telling you, like, having been down this road before many times, a number of times, like, I think a statement like this could be interpreted as weakness to a degree. Like, I understand that they feel like, again, this is where things start to get really tough, because on the one hand, I know, and I'm not saying I know from any information that I have, but I just know how these things work. I know that they are receiving, and a lot of you know too, I know that they are receiving, the band, a ton of pressure to be conciliatory, to act like, no, we're not victim blaming, and we want safe shows. We guarantee it. No, we want you to be safe. We wouldn't ever want you to feel unsafe. We're sorry if people feel unsafe. They didn't say we're sorry, but the tone of it, I understand why. I understand why they have to take that tone, but these people who are coming after them are coming for the jugular. They're coming to rip your fucking throats out. I'm talking to the band right now. And so, I mean, I don't, this statement, whatever, but I just hope you're in a dogfight. I'm speaking to the band and whatever. And I know the inclination when someone is in a fight like this is to try to be safe and conciliatory, and we're going to use, really mild language, and we want people to know we don't have any problem with the accusers, and let's all calm down and be nice and professional and all of that. But you are in a knife fight with someone who is going for your jugular right now. And so I understand this is the public strategy. I hope that there's a lot of other stuff going on and strategies to deal with this, because what I found is that being nice, like, I could be wrong, but being nice just doesn't get you anywhere in this kind of stuff. Marilyn Manson tried to be nice for 2 years, and he's finally coming out and talking, and not actually speaking, but he's got PR people now, it seems, who are starting to put out stuff, trying to get stuff out there on Evan Rachel Wood and what she's really like, and all of that. Now, I know some people don't want to talk about Manson. I get it. I can't talk about Manson yet, but I'm just saying there are stages to this thing that Rammstein is now awakening, this nightmare that they're awakening into. And I'm not trying to be dramatic here. I'm just being totally honest what I think. And what's my opinion worth? Maybe absolutely nothing. But just as someone who has been really focused on these MeToo hoaxes, and with celebrities and rock stars and Johnny Depp and Marilyn Manson and some of these others for the last 2.5 years. There are stages to this sort of waking up and this realization that you're in this nightmare, this cancellation nightmare, where people are trying to go after you. And the inclination, I think, initially is to try to be like nice and professional and not offend anybody, because you've already offended people, right? So you're not going to offend anybody else. My God. And they've got PR people right now, I'm sure, talking to them. They've got the bureaucracy of this thing that they're in, the Rammstein machine, and managers, whatever, saying they're wanting to be safe and calm it down. And I understand that, but just understand, and statement, whatever. But I just hope that Rammstein understands that these people are going for your fucking jugular, and you're in a knife fight. And I just hope you understand that. So anyway, that's my thought on that. And I'm not trying to be a downer, and I'm not saying, oh, it's a horrible statement or whatever. I mean, there's nothing, honestly, either way. It's kind of a milquetoast statement. That's the thing that's what's wrong with it, actually, is it's kind of like, but whatever. It's not me in this position. And look, I've found over the past 2.5 years of having this YouTube channel and taking a lot of heat for the stuff that I get up here and say, and for the stuff that I talk about, and the things that I say about accusers. I know that people can tell you what to do, and everybody's got an opinion. Well, you should handle your show this way, or you should respond this way, or you shouldn't do that, or this or that. But until you're actually in it, until you're actually in something, then you don't always understand, like, the pressures that come to bear. And my impression of Till Lindemann and of this whole situation and Rammstein and stuff is that they did resist taking out Row Zero. They did resist shutting down this stuff for a bit, because, you know, some people would have shut it down immediately. I'm sure they were getting advice from people in charge or whatever in the managerial bureaucratic system to stop immediately. I'm sure that as soon as Shelby came out last weekend and it was getting a little attention, that people were like, okay, we have to stop this. And so I'm sure that the band had been holding out. It's just my guess, have been holding out, and maybe Till's been holding out, but everybody reaches a wall where there's some guy in a suit or someone who's scared or whatever. And they're like, you know, no, this is what you do. And I just don't think that playbook has worked for others. And so I just would say, you know, Rammstein, be aware. Look at the people who've come before you. So anyway, okay. But they did put out a statement, and that is that. And someone let me know when the English translation is up. I really appreciate that, Rasputin, but I'm just curious to see what their final official English translation is. I have no idea. Sometimes I look into the chat and I have not been looking at the chat and I don't know what's going on. And I'll just see like a random comment and I'll throw it up here. Okay, so let me go back now and talk about what what I'm going to do now, everyone, I'm going to, and then this is the last thing before we get to the call-in. I'm going to subject you to that news segment one more time, but just to break it down sort of bit by bit and show you some parts that that I really have a problem with. Hold on one second. Okay, so I am going to play it again. Maybe not. I mean, maybe I'll go through, like, fast forward through some of it, but I am going to play it again just because here's something. Okay, let me explain, actually. Let me set this up before I move on. For those of you who don't know, for those of you who might be new to my show and wondering, do you have any credentials? You know, people really like, so this is someone was talking to me about the other day. People really get hung up on credentials. I used to do videos. I don't do them anymore because I moved on from the Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing mostly. I did cover Johnny Depp at Con recently. I thought that was interesting. But I used to do these psychoanalytic analyses of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. And I really love psychology, read a lot. I love the old school, like, Freudian stuff. And so anyway, but I would have people frequently asking me in sort of a skeptical tone, well, what are your credentials for this? You know, are you a licensed? Some people even ask me, am I a licensed therapist? And I'm like, no, I just find this stuff interesting. But when it comes to media, I actually do have credentials. So I do have a PhD in English and film studies. And I have written, like, academic stuff, you know, articles. I even have a book that nobody read, and you probably can't even find it now. It was a collection of essays on The Ring. Remember The Ring, the horror film, the girl in the TV and all of that? Well, there are a ton of Ring movies, and there were a bunch in Japan, and then there were some in America, and there was actually a whole book series, a manga series in Japan based on The Ring. Anyway, the point is, I was really interested in The Ring and what it tells us about media anxiety, because it's all about society's fear of media technology, right? Like the girl's she's in the TV, she's in the tape, and then she comes to life, and it's about sort of this anxiety that we have about the way that reality is eroding to a sort of fictional media reality. And so anyway, you see that in the film, and that is the real anxiety at the root of The Ring, is the idea that the virtual world could become real and that the barriers between reality and virtuality would be erased. And that's what we're seeing right now with MeToo and with this kind of stuff, this phenomenon. I want to talk a little philosophy. Give me 5 minutes to talk some philosophy. I promise I won't bore you. I want 5 minutes to talk some philosophy. Then we're going to look at this video and talk about it a bit, and then we'll do the call-in. So there's a famous philosopher named Baudrillard. He was a French philosopher. He died several years ago. And he came to prominence in the 80s and particularly in the 90s. And he had a number of theories about media, but basically he was interested in the way that our more natural experience of life was being distorted, increasingly distorted, by our exposure to various forms of media, whether we're talking about, you know, TV or radio. He started talking about this before the computer, but it definitely applies now in digital technology and iPhone, Facebook, and all that. And his theory was that originally people used to have an appreciation for communication as a way to transmit truth. In other words, people looked at writing as a symbolization of deeper truths, right? And so, yes, there is the word woman, but then the symbol woman, the word woman, but then there's the real thing. And in the past, it was understood that the real thing was always preferred over the fake thing or over the symbol or over the word. In other words, there was this understanding that a real woman was more interesting or more complex or more important than the word or the symbol that we use to signify her, right? And so I'll give you an example of this. Like, for instance, if you go into a bathroom that's segregated by gender, then if you look, on the bathroom door, you're going to see a picture that's meant, at least in America, I don't know how it's in Germany, but a picture that's meant to signify a woman. And so typically it'll be someone with like longer hair and a dress so that oh, this is where the women go, right? Well, in many cases, the signifier of a woman, which is the picture of a woman that, on the bathroom stall, or maybe the word woman, in many cases, that does not encompass the true complexity or depth or nature of a real woman, because a lot of women may not have long hair or wear dresses, right? So this is my point. Traditionally speaking, it has been understood that words and symbols were not a substitute for reality, that there was always a deeper reality that was more complicated and that was more important than these inadequate symbols and words that we use to try to transmit that reality. Now, what Baudrillard theorized is that over time, with a greater and greater exposure to media, this relationship between the symbol and the deeper reality would begin to come apart. And what you would find increasingly is that society would be much less interested in the deeper truth or the deeper reality, and would be much more interested in the fake symbol, the inadequate symbol, the simulation, if you will. I'd rather watch porn than have sex. I'm not saying that me personally, but this is the idea. I'd rather watch porn than have sex. The simulation is better than the reality. Yes. And this is why in The Matrix, if you've ever seen The Matrix, the book by Baudrillard, Simulations and Simulacra, it's actually referenced in The Matrix. There's a book that Neo picks up in The Matrix, and it's Baudrillard. It says it, Simulations. It's Baudrillard's book. So what they're trying to tell you here is that this movie, The Matrix, is actually all about Baudrillard, which is about, if you've seen The Matrix, the divorce between reality, material, real world, and the simulation. And so what has happened now, let me just cut to the chase, is that we are living increasingly in a kind of a simulation. And I'm not talking about a simulation in like the Platonic sense of like God created this simulation for us all to live in. I'm talking about we are all now living in a kind of increasing unreality that is generated by the media. And so it is no longer as important whether someone actually assaulted someone, or what actually happened, or if Till Lindemann is actually a bad guy, or what it's actually like to be on Rosie, or any of that. It's not about that anymore. We don't care about the truth. We don't care about the signified. We only care about the signifier. We only care about the slogans and the Instagram post and the nice 5-minute DW television news programs and all of that. We only care about the simulation. And so what Baudrillard theorized would happen is that finally you would have such a I do sometimes get tired of hearing myself speak. Oh, I need a little more light though. The lighting situation has deteriorated somehow. All right. Hello everyone. Happy next day. It is now 12:02 a.m. where I'm at, and that means that I'm going to turn into a completely different person now. That's right. Just like, what is it, werewolf? Is it midnight? Is that when werewolves change? Or I don't actually know the werewolf lore that well. Come here. I have a cat who is running around now, who's one of two cats who's very much awake. And but seriously, I appreciate the people seriously who are sticking with me. There's 107 of you. I definitely need more light. I'll have to fix that in a second. The light is not great, but I really appreciate you for sticking with me. And yes, it is now past midnight where I'm at, and my mom might be coming in and out. But here we are. And so I'm going to try to make it more fun. We're going to start with the call-in. Okay, so I'm getting a link right now for those. This is the invite link for those who want to jump in And okay, I'm gonna post this. All right, now I'm gonna go away for a couple more minutes and try to get something to improve the light situation here and get a better setup. But if you want to, you can get in the lobby. There's the link, and I'm just gonna put my avatar on for a couple of minutes. All right, I'll be right back. Thank you. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, so the lighting situation I should have I should have better considered. Okay, we have someone on the docket though. Okay, give me one more minute. Sorry. One more minute. Okay, all right, here we go. So I am so impressed that someone is just gonna jump on. Congratulations for having the courage just to jump on this, jump on this stream. So you are in. Can you hear me?
Yes, I do.
I can hear you loud and clear. So yeah, I guess don't say anything like horrible, and we'll be okay. No, like, seriously, how are you doing? And what did you want to talk about? The floor is yours.
Well, I was really impressed with you about talking about Marilyn Manson for sticking up for him. And I've been defending him too on my own YouTube channel.
Oh, really? You have a YouTube channel?
Yeah, I exposed Evan Rachel Woods for 2 years since the Nazi salute.
Interesting. Okay, what's your name?
Ezra Horace.
Ezra Forrest. Okay.
Ezra Juarez.
Juarez, yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like right in front of me where I can see. Okay. All right, YouTube. Looking you up. Okay. I think that's you.
Yeah. Sorry, my lighting's too bright.
All right. Oh, I see Rose McGowan. What Rose McGowan said about Marilyn Manson in her book. Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
I'll have to check out your stuff then. I'm sorry I have never seen it.
Yeah. I've been like pretty busy. I've been working and then uploading videos of my channel.
How long have you been interested in this?
Since a while ago, because I believe
it's been going on a while.
Yeah, I've been like, it was a whole year, I think.
Yeah, it's been going on a long time. So you're not team Evan Rachel Wood?
No, definitely not. Because the thing is that I didn't like what she said about Marilyn Manson being a Nazi. I'm not really impressed what she said about that, because she did other things that he never said about his interviews in the past. Most of the time he talks about God and Jesus. Like he's the first rock star. Jesus the first rock star, not Hitler. Hitler's not the first rock star. Yeah.
That's right. No, they have intentionally, Evan Rachel Wood and the media have intentionally twisted that around to make it seem like he was saying it was Hitler, right? No, absolutely right. Did you start off, were you a Manson fan for a while before this stuff happened?
No, I was never a Manson fan. My uncle was mostly a Manson fan. He bought the book from Long Road Out of Hell, the book. And I was a little kid. I was like 5 years old that time.
You read it? No.
Well, my uncle kind of read it. I still couldn't read that time.
Yeah. Well, did he explain it to you? I mean, like, did he tell you stories or no?
It was kind of graphic.
Yeah, that probably wouldn't be a great bedtime story. No, but so you grew up though with you had some familiarity growing up with who Manson is, but then I guess you got more interested, like me, you got a lot more interested, right? When these allegations hit?
Yes, 100%. And I used to watch Marilyn Manson Howard Stern show. My uncle was really bad with me when I was a little kid. He made me watch so much stuff I'm not supposed to.
Oh, I see. A lot of us had permissive parents back then too. Like we watch whatever. No, I hear you. So you saw him on Howard Stern when he was on Howard Stern, right?
Yes, and he was more grateful to women. But Howard Stern was like more mean and keep calling them a slut or a cunt.
That's what I've heard. And I saw, did you see when I had the guest on who was on the show, one of the Howard Stern shows with Manson? She was the blonde. Yeah.
Stephanie. That video was so old. I forgot all about that video of her in that show, meeting Marilyn Manson.
I wish that she would come on again. I've asked her to, and I don't know, she's considering it or whatever. She's awesome. But I would love to do an updated interview, because the one that we did, I mean, it was okay, but that was really an interesting story that she has, and the fact that, just like what you're saying, that Manson, that Howard Stern was the one who was being aggressive and who was saying inappropriate things and being sexual or what have you, and not Manson, that he was the opposite.
Right.
Yeah.
I used to watch Howard Stern's all his record videos, because he used to do a studio with all these women getting naked and all this stuff that he used to do with women in the past of his shows. And
he had. No, go ahead.
They were mostly all naked. He always tell them, "I'll take off your clothes in the show. It'll be amazing. You'll be so hot and sexy on that in the show. If you take all your clothes off," like something that women should not be doing on television, like it used to be in the past. I don't know why he never got canceled.
How Howard Stern.
Yeah, I'm surprised he still has his studio still, but he cannot say the appropriate things like he used to.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't watched him recently, so I didn't really watch him much even back in the day. So it's interesting to hear what you're saying. But has his show changed? Do you know if he's
Yes,
gotten more politically correct?
it has changed. He just interviews famous people like celebrities.
He's
Kim
like Larry
Kardashian.
King, kind of like
Yeah.
yeah. I don't know if you know who that is. Sorry, but like I'm just turning down the temperature in here. That's really interesting though, the stuff that you're saying, the points that you're making, and
Right.
I appreciate you for calling in. How do you feel about things right now? Like, about the situation in general, and I don't know where we're at. What do you think?
Well, the thing is that it bothers me that Evan Rachel Woods never talk about how she destroys Marilyn Manson's marriage, and that he was with Dita on that time. He was still married.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, she doesn't not taken responsibility for anything negative in relation to any of that. And
Right.
as you know, she blames it all on Manson, and she said she was being manipulated and so on and so forth. Did you see Phoenix Rising? Did you watch that?
No, but a friend recorded it. I was never into paying for HBO or anything like that.
Yeah, well, you're probably better off. No, but seriously, like it was a 2-part major documentary, and it was just filled with all of these delusions of Evan Rachel Wood and all of these baseless accusations. And I mean, yeah, the whole thing. I mean, it was crazy. The whole thing painted him as a monster, and so, well, I appreciate you calling in, and I guess before I let you go, is there anything else that you wanted to say or wanted to bring up?
I had a lot of things to say.
Okay.
About how people believe that book is kind of nonsense to me. I believe he did that for fantasy talk and about his writing of the book. I know one of the writers wrote it for him too.
Well, so he definitely had, like, I don't have any inside information on any of it, but I know that, like, when it says on a book written with someone, no matter how great a writer the person may be, when it says with someone, what that means is that ghostwriter probably wrote a significant amount of it. And the thing is, when you look at that writer, Neil, oh God, I'm blanking on his name, but the guy who wrote the game, right?
Right.
Neil Strauss. When
yes, right.
yeah. So when you look at the game, like I've read the game, and it's a really entertaining book, and it's got, Neil Strauss is a deep guy. He's got some deeper insights and stuff in there. I think he's a great writer. But when you look at it, like, it is obvious that there are things that he's making up there, or that there's manipulation going on. You're not getting a straight nonfiction book. And so, and I even say that, there's a disclaimer in A Long Hard Road Out of Hell that states that parts of it are made up. And so someone else recently described it to me as not metafiction, as God, what was the term? Now I'm blanking. As biofictive, right? Is like, it's not really a biography, but it is, but there's a lot of fiction in it. And so I just don't see how we can disentangle what's true from what is fiction in The Long Hard Road Out of Hell, particularly because, as you know, there have been people who have come out who were witnesses to different events that were supposedly described, or that this book described as supposedly happening. And they've said, absolutely, this did not happen. I was there. It didn't happen. This is a lie. Some people have been pissed about it. And so we just can't trust that book. Like, it's a really interesting, well-written work of probably a lot of truth, but also a lot of fiction, particularly, I would think, the more shocking things. Because don't you think that if you're going to make up stuff to put in a book like that, you're probably going to be making up exciting stuff, right? Like, okay, what can we do to make this better or more edgy or make me seem like scarier?
Well, back time, they always wanted to scare people and go and storybooks and all this stuff. Like, I heard a lot of graphic things instead of that book. I heard more demons and hell, like, books that scare people that will will people believe everything what the book says, even if
Mhm.
so 10 years of that book, they still will believe it.
Yep, unfortunately so. And of course, like when it was written, you know, who knew that was going to be a big problem or whatever.
Right.
Okay, let's see. Oh, I've got one person who wants to come on in a little while. So one more thing. I'm gonna give you one more shot. This is a really interesting conversation. So I'm gonna let you get one more thing in. All right. I really appreciate you because nobody has had the guts to just jump on. And so that wasn't pre-planned. I don't think. Well, Andy and Steph, but they're pros, right? So I really appreciate you. And I'm sorry I haven't looked at your channel. I don't know anything about it, but it's Eliza Juarez, right?
It's
And
Ezra.
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 Sorry, my apologies. Ezra Juarez and on YouTube. All right. And so yeah, one more thing. Tell me that you want us to think about.
Well, I'm actually happy Ashley Morgan Smedline spoke out the truth, that she said that Evan told her to lie about all this.
Yeah, I'm really surprised. I'm really happy too. Were you surprised that she did that? Did you see that coming?
I was actually praying for a miracle that it could happen one day. One of these women could speak, or someone could tell the truth. That
Mhm.
nothing, all this is not true. What Evan Rachel Wood says.
Mhm.
Right.
Mhm. Yeah, no, I was too, and it really was a miracle. And I mean, it continues to be one, and I'll always think that it is, because thanks to Ashley Morgan Smithline, no matter what happens in the future, whatever with this situation, like people will know that there was someone who was involved in these allegations,
Mhm.
who then changed and actually came out and said Evan Rachel Wood lied, and she got the rest of us to conspire and to lie. And so having that on record, it was huge. It was huge, like for history's sake. It was huge for Manson's reputation. And no matter what happens, you know, that in of itself it was a big deal. And thank you, Ashley Morgan Smithline, you know, from all of us who were hoping that someone would tell the truth about this. Anyway, thank you so much, Ezra, for coming on. People should check you out. I need to check you out. And again, I appreciate your guts getting on here, and we'll talk again.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
All right, thanks. Bye-bye. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Yeah, so the chandelier glare effect, I know that is I know it's not much fun. I'm going to see what I can do. I know you probably don't care that much, but I'm going to see what I can do to work around that. But so the video that you were looking at, I know I was getting way into the weeds with philosophy and stuff like that, but I think that I really do mean it. I think that it's almost kind of like living in the Matrix, in a way that we are living in a world of unreality, and people can see it, perceive it, I think, more and more. Now, I wanted to talk about something funny here. It is after midnight, and one of the goals that I had for this thing is to try to make it more fun in the late night, because people tuning in, of course, if you're in Europe, then it's like early morning for you, right? Maybe you're not so in the mood. But people tuning in late night, I think, want to see something maybe a little more fun. So I wanted to talk about and just kind of laugh about some things that I think are amusing about some of the cases we've been looking at. So one of the things I want to look at here is the stunt that Till Lindemann, the Rammstein, frontman who's under siege right now in the media, that he pulled at this Kit Kat club in Berlin. And of course, a number of you who've been following the Rammstein stuff closely, you already know about this, but I think it is really. Oh, I see you, Minnie. Okay, can you hold on, Minnie? A few minutes, and then I'll bring you on. Okay. Okay, yeah, hand pink waving. Okay, I see you there. Yes, I'm gonna have you. Do I want you on? I mean, I don't know. We'd have to unpack the term "want." That's complicated. I think I blocked you, actually. So you're blocked on multiple. Minnie is blocked by me on multiple platforms. And in fact, this is probably the only place where I'm still seeing your messages. So do I want you on? I don't know. But for the sake of everyone's entertainment and out of my benevolence, my munificence, I am going to, I would love to have you on. Yes. Okay. So anyway, give me like 10 minutes to do what I'm doing here, and then I'll come back to you, Minnie. All right. Okay. So this will be the first time I've ever had a guest on who I blocked, but anyway, all right, it'll be entertaining, interesting. So anyway, Lindemann, but this is what he did. So Berlin has been the center of these protests. They haven't been very honestly, they haven't been very effective nor well attended, but there have been a number of protests, and it seems like most of the consternation and activism has come from Berlin. And I was told, I didn't realize this, but I was told that Berlin has always had a reputation as being a real center of activism, particularly of like left-wing, like Antifa type activism. Anyway, so so the first night, I believe, of the concerts that they did in Berlin, Lindemann went to this sex club. It's called a sex club, the Kit Kat Club in Berlin. And this caused like a lot of consternation among a few people, a small group of people, I think. But of course, they had to make a big issue out of it. And there were like major DJs that were saying they weren't going to play at the Kit Kat Club anymore because to Lindemann, they were allowing this guy to come into the club. Oh my God. So anyway, I want to read this article because I think there's some actually kind of funny stuff in this, because what's interesting is Till Lindemann, the next night he went back again. And so I really, really respect the attitude that he seems to have, that he's not gonna listen to these people. He's gonna be dismissive, and he's gonna actually kind of ridicule them in a way. And so the fact that, he goes to the Kit Kat Club, it causes this really stupid tempest in a teapot controversy. And then what does he do the next night? 99% of other people, they would lay low. They wouldn't go out. They wouldn't want to have more articles, written about them causing, consternation at some club or whatever. But instead, he goes out again, and he goes to the same place. I mean, it is such an FU, right? That he went back. Thank you so much. She made some coffee for me. I know I need it. Okay. All right. I do. Yes, that's awesome. And would you bring me a tissue too? I'm sorry, but I'm having an allergy attack too. I don't normally get allergies, but something about coming back to East Texas maybe, or just maybe being in really close proximity to the cats. The cats normally I've got 2 cats, and they normally spend more time outside and than inside. And so they've been spending more time inside and like waking up with, both of them next to my face, which is, if you love cats, it's lovely, but also my allergies have been going crazy. Okay. So my mom just brought me coffee and tissues. Yeah, we're ready to go. No. Okay. So let's talk about this. I know Minnie Manson wants to come on. All right. But let's talk about this article. So I just think some of the stuff in this article is so ridiculous. I'm going to read through it. So it says, Berlin's Kit Kat Club has come under fire. Has come under fire for hosting Rammstein lead singer Till Lindemann, who was under investigation over allegations of sexual assault. Lindemann was seen entering the club. Here, I'll make it a little larger. Lindemann was seen entering the club without being checked by security during a party on Sunday, July 16th. This might have been his second concert in Berlin. Iva Bodul, who was DJing that night, sorry if I've mispronounced your name, was first to publicize concerns about Lindemann's presence at the sex-positive venue. Oh, yeah, it sounds real sex-positive. At the sex-positive venue via Instagram stories. Quote, unfortunately, the whole thing has a very shitty aftertaste, she wrote. I mean, first of all, what does that even mean? Shitty aftertaste? Like this is the kind of use of language that I don't like, simply because it's implying things without actually saying them. The guy has not been charged with anything. The allegations against him are not credible. And yes, he's allowed to like go places and freely. And it shouldn't be a big issue. And no, he's not going around. Obviously, he's not going around drugging all kinds of random people. Like they're insinuating that he can't go into the club because he's going to find new victims there and drug them. Okay. Thank you. So then she says, it says Kit Kat, that's the name of the club, responded to Bodul with an email that described the situation as difficult due to little being known about the case. Oh, I love that. It's a difficult situation. Quote, nothing questionable ever happened at the club, and his daughter was often there. I mean, Lindemann's daughter was often there too. I don't know what's right at this moment. I don't want to prejudice anyone. You know, at least kudos to this club for at least not giving in, because I swear some people now, maybe a lot of people would try to outright ban Lindemann, or at least would declare, yes, Lindemann is no longer welcome here. But this club didn't do that. And so while I don't think that this is like the most like the strongest, most full-hearted defense here of Lindemann or their actions, like I do appreciate that they are taking a stand and they're saying that it didn't happen, nothing happened to the club, and we don't know the truth. So you know, kudos to them. And of course, there's a translation issue with some of this too. So sometimes when things sound in English maybe a little odd, it's because of the translation. Okay, so local DJ Inca. I don't want to butcher it, but you can see the name there. Sorry. Local DJ told resident advisors she won't be accepting future bookings at Kit Kat. Quote, whoever allows Till Lindemann into a sex-positive club and justifies it afterwards because you don't know what's true completely shits on the testimonies of dozens of women against whom only the perpetrator stands, she said. You know, of course, this is something that like we saw in the Manson case. And I mean, you see this a lot when there are a number of accusers. It doesn't really matter what the quality of accusations are. Like in the case with Lindemann, we actually only have 2 people who have gone on record with their names. And one of those is Shelby, who's completely non-credible. The other is Kayla Shikes, who, well, I think is not credible, but also she didn't allege anything and didn't even meet Till. And then we have a few stories that have been reported anonymously in some of these media outlets. Some of those, I think, all of those questionable in different ways. Just like the one who said, "Oh yeah, we had consensual sex, but then I realized there was a power imbalance." You know, I guess my point is that it's real easy to throw around a number and say, "Oh, this many accusations, this many women," but actually, when you look critically at each of them falls apart. And that's something that I'm not the first one to say this. Others have been saying this too. So anyway, okay, continuing on. This DJ, argued that Lindemann's admittance made Kit Kat the antithesis of a safe space. Ooh. Quote, this just proves that Kit Kat would rather be schmoozing with a famous and powerful old white man than take the safety of their guests seriously. Yeah, so of course we have to bring up the age again. They love to do that. And then we have to bring up this white man. It's so dismissive. It's like, I mean, it really is so inversely racist. Like it really is. And I understand, you know, people have defended to me before, like why that's okay because of a history of oppression, et cetera, whatever. But I'm just saying like, it's overtly racist. And I think it's a problem. Yeah, so that's exactly right. That's why this club was allowing this mega rock star entrance into their establishment. It's just because, oh, he's this powerful white guy. Yeah, I'm sure it has nothing to do with like a history of him going there a lot. And as I said, his daughter, and a history of trust. And, you know, he's bringing them tremendous media attention by even going to their club. In fact, all of this quote unquote, you know, supposedly negative attention that they're getting, it's actually excellent. It's actually excellent attention. And in the sense that now I know about the Kit Kat Club, other people do. And so you'll probably have more people going to the Kit Kat Club now, right? So they know what they're doing, but not in some nefarious, sinister way like she's putting it, like, oh, it's just some powerful white man. But actually that they're thinking about it. And maybe in thinking about it, they realize that it's a lot of BS. Anyway, continuing on. Espresso Martina. Oh, yes. Great name. Espresso Martina, another artist who played at Kit Kat on Sunday. Notice how I haven't heard of any of these people. I've never heard of any of these people, but I tell you who I did know of before all of this. Till Lindemann. I knew that name, right? I did not know Espresso Martina, although I am having a really great coffee right now. It says Espresso Martina, another artist. Oh, let me show. I can show my face here so you can see my amazing reactions to all of this. No, I'm joking. But here's my, speaking of Espresso Martina, here's my coffee. And yes, Mini Manson, I'm still going to get to you in a little while, shortly. Espresso Martina, another artist who played at Kit Kat on Sunday, also made a statement. I can't wait to hear what Espresso Martina says. I I'm sure that whatever she says will add great clarity to this murky situation. She made a statement via Instagram stories. Of course, that's where all the sages make their grand pronouncements these days, Instagram stories. Okay, she says they'll no longer play. Oh, it's a they. Okay. I understand. Never mind. We're doing the genderless thing. Yeah, okay. I get confused. I'm sorry, I'm old. I'm like really elderly and I still get confused by the pronoun changes. They said, no offense intended, they said they'll no longer play at the club until it, quote, takes accountability for allowing Lindemann to enter without a search. So it would be interesting to see, like, I would imagine this club's policy is probably that a lot of people, particularly famous people, are allowed to enter without a search. I mean, is a search like legally mandated? Maybe this club is able, they can determine whom they want to search and who they don't. But I mean, again, just the whole thing is preposterous. The idea that Lindemann is going around and he's randomly drugging people, and you know that a club would need to search him to get all that GHB that he's just waiting to pour into some unsuspecting woman's drink. 60-year-old baby. Okay, so she says, quote, it made, or they said, quote, it made my guts. Would it not be it made our guts? But, well, anyway, never mind. It made my guts churn to hear he was there right after I played at Kit Kat myself on Sunday, quote, unquote. They told RA. So it made my guts churn to hear he was there right after I played. It's not a question of whether Lindemann is guilty or not. Oh, of course. Okay, that's incidental, right? Letting someone into a sex-positive party among accusations like this goes against all politics of what a safe space should be. I really hate this repeated term, and I don't know what it is in German. I wonder if the term is less annoying in German. But I really hate this repeated term, safe space. You know, it used to be back in the day, and again, I'm just old, I guess, but it used to be that you didn't want, this is going to really blow some people's minds. Let me just say, I might have to go up to full screen here for you to get the impact. Oh, stop. For you to get the impact. It used to be that you would go to a club because you wanted to get out of the safe space. You would go to a club because you wanted maybe a little shot of adrenaline in a way, or you wanted a kind of an edgy experience, or you wanted to like meet or talk to people in a more, you know, sexualized or altered state experience, or you just wanted to get out there and be primal and dance or whatever. But like, no one in my generation was like, let's go to safe space. Let's go to a club for a safe space. And like the people would have like laughed at that notion. And so I don't know. I get it. Like she's talking about, it's a sex club. It's like people think that, you know, anytime sex is involved, that you have to make sure that you're extra, extra safe. People don't get the wrong idea about a sex club or whatever. But like, it's just, I just think it's ridiculous in a lot of ways. Okay, continuing on. She says, oh, yes, it's not a question of whether he's guilty or not. Letting him into a sex-positive party among accusations like this goes against all politics of what a safe space should be. It shows a lack of understanding of what constitutes a safe environment for parties like this, and ultimately means that there is no regard to the safety and comfort of guests. The situation has been handled very poorly by Kit Kat. Man, doesn't this person sound like a ball of fun? This sounds like, I mean, like someone's mom, like lecturing, like this is what the environment should be when you babysit my 5-year-old or something. Oh, man. Last month, state prosecutors launched an official inquiry into allegations made by multiple women who said they were selected to have sex with Lindemann during and after shows. Among them was Shelby Lynn, who told the BBC she was spiked and, quote, groomed for sex at an after party in Lithuania in May. You know, let me just say, these journalists, they can't even keep their own stories consistent. They really can't, because what this article here is claiming is it's claiming that Shelby claims that that she was spiked and groomed at an after party. No, the claim is that it was a pre-party, and that that the grooming occurred at the pre-party and throughout the process throughout the evening. So I mean, it's just it's already getting stuff messed up here. Which, like I told you, like the Spiegel article. When I read the Spiegel article, the one paragraph, like I said, the one section, the 2 paragraphs that I know something of, like definitive about, the Marilyn Manson stuff, things alleged in there, like, were just blatantly, obviously not true. And again, like I said, some of it disproved with a simple internet search that anyone could do. Like, these journalists, they just suck. And not all of them. And if you're a good journalist and you're hearing this, I'm sorry, but I'm just saying it's the current state of your profession right now, unfortunately. So anyway, despite the allegations and a petition demanding the cancellation of Rammstein concerts, the band has continued to perform to sold-out stadiums. New allegations of sexual assault were reported on Monday after 2 women anonymously came forward with claims of sexual assault, which reportedly took place in 2002. I think this was one of these was the one against Flake, where she didn't allege any kind of assault and said it was consensual, but he should have known that she was too messed up for it, or even though she could describe it all. Like, I don't know. It's ridiculous. It's from, like she said, she's been in therapy for over 20 years. It's 20 years ago. People are coming forward with stuff 20 years ago. And they're always like, when they come forward to, quite often, they'll be like, well, we don't want to get him canceled. You know, that often comes up in some of these articles is, well, I don't want him to be canceled. And I'm not saying that he should be canceled or whatever. I'm just, I'm just putting this out here. Just putting this out here for you. I think that is so disingenuous and so unfair in a lot of ways. Okay, Lindemann has also been accused of dosing women with a date rape drug dubbed knockout drops. How safe is a space when Mr. KO Drops is allowed to hang out there? German drum and bass artist Feinsoul asked when discussing the situation. Last month, the band's management declared that while an internal inquiry into the allegations was underway, the band wouldn't be hosting any concert after parties. Berlin-based artist Megalopsy, still I have not heard of any of these people, by the way. Megalopsy told RA, this is what made Till Lindemann, not Tillman. God, they can't even get the name. Y'all, can y'all see this? I'm sorry. I know I keep harping on these things that some of them might seem trivialities, but look at this article. Look at this first line here. It says, this is what made Tillman's presence at Kit Kat. Tillman? Is he related to Till Lindemann? I mean, come on. I mean, seriously, like you're going to, and I get people can have typos sometimes, but come on. That didn't get past, that got past everyone. Nobody caught that. It's just embarrassing. Is what made Tillman's presence at Kit Kat so disturbing. The fact that he felt so comfortable going into a place considered a safe space for sexual expression is concerning. It's something we need to speak out against and address as a culture. These people, and when the way that they write, you can just imagine how they sound when they're saying this stuff. Extremely annoying. Okay, Nada Suparni Prem Nadi told RA that she's known the Kit Kat owners for 40 years. She said door security should have given Lindemann a straight no and prevented him from entering. Not so many women can tell lies, she added. Oh yeah, thanks for clarifying that for us. Some members of the clubbing community have since called for the boycott of Kit Kat. But artist Terry Hosford told RA that the situation remains a gray area until allegations are proven. The emotional response will be to boycott Kit Kat, but it's not the right response, she added. Good for her. Thank you. There's someone rational in this, Terry. Ebe Jett agreed with Hosford. He's been to the venue a few times and the door staff knew him. Right now, he stands accused, not convicted. Great. Agree with that. But one person who did not want to be named told RA that, quote, consent has been missing at Kit Kat for some time. People arrive with the wrong understanding that anything goes. There's no adequate controls in place, and people who report something often get kicked out by security because they're seen as problematic. Ozzy Ozar told RA that they were ejected from Kit Kat last August after making a complaint to security about being sexually violated. DJ Max Marlin told RA such incidents put the spotlight on a much bigger safeguarding issue in sex-positive safe spaces. They keep using this term safe spaces. I wonder what the German is. Welcoming an alleged perpetrator into a club while simultaneously touting a safer space and consent is definitely not working out. What's more dangerous is creating the illusion of it being a safe space when it isn't. Yeah, or maybe it's not an illusion. Maybe it, as it turns out, it actually really is a safe space. Okay, Minnie Manson. Here we go, Minnie. Where are you, Minnie? Okay, Minnie, actually, I think you still have the link. I'm going to repost it. But it's the same link that everybody's got. Hold on a second. Oh man, my allergies really, hold on a second, really bothering me. Okay, so I just posted it, and then you should be able to click on that mini, and you should be able to join. I guess in a moment. Okay, so what do we talk about? I have a whole list of things. I kind of I'm trying to see if I want to go for something a little bit lighter. What all was on this list? Let me look. While we're waiting for Minnie to come on, let me look at the list and remind myself some of the things that we were going to talk about. All right. Okay, I wanted to talk a bit about the Kevin Spacey thing, and then also I wanted to read an essay that someone, parts of an essay that someone posted recently about MeToo. But let me see. Let me see something, if there's something fast that'd be kind of interesting. Okay, I tell you what. Let's talk for just a bit until Minnie Manson comes on. Let's talk about the Tom Brady. This is something that I can even do in the middle of an allergy attack. Let's talk about Tom Brady and the fact that Tom Brady is moving on with Irina. Is that how you say it? Irina Shayk? Am I saying the name correctly? Someone can let me know if not. Oh, Minnie Manson said he's having trouble. That's fine. Okay, take your time. We will see you when we see you. I'm going to put the link back up. Yeah, so, oh, I see something. Wait a minute. Is it him? Okay, all right, Minnie. So, God help us. I'm bringing you on. How are you doing?
Hello. It's my birthday today.
It's your birthday. Okay, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Did you have a good birthday? Did you do something interesting?
I went to Chinatown today and had a great time. I do that every year. I'm going to go back tomorrow. Great, much fun. And I did a birthday show, which of course you knew about earlier, with Grady George. And I performed for some people. They donated. That was really great. I got a few friends in your audience there.
Yeah, you do. You do have fans.
Thank you for letting me on your show.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Well, I was going to say, I was like, oh, I think I still haven't blocked. But I just block you temporarily, and then I forget about it. I just try to shut you up basically temporarily.
I post a lot, and I'm sorry that I offended you.
Well, it's not the posting, but it's the torrent of like DMs after that. Like, I'm okay if we disagree about some stuff or whatever. It's no worries.
And Bill Cosby, and I thought maybe I offended you because they say a lot of shit about him, and he deserves a benefit of the doubt too. He was a really good comedian for a long time.
Okay, so what did you say about me and Bill Cosby though? Oh, you said, why don't I believe Bill Cosby or give him the benefit of the doubt?
I thought that you got mad because I texted you and said, why don't you defend Bill Cosby? I thought it was. So I'm glad it wasn't.
No, honestly, most of the time, like I'm just terrible about responding to texts and stuff, especially if it's not super urgent. So unfortunately, I probably just saw it and was like, huh, and then moved on. So
if you'll agree to unblock me on your phone and your Twitter and all that, I promise not to contact you unless it's something important. Or just
okay.
Hello, may I come on your show? Something like that. One text only until you respond.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. So, but now that you have the floor, you're here. What would you like? Is there something you want to talk about in particular, or what are your thoughts right now?
Well, I was wondering if somebody wanted me to perform. Yeah.
I would be open to a performance. I know sometimes you have like technical difficulties and stuff, so I can't promise that I'm gonna let you get through the whole thing. But you could show us a minute or so. We'll see.
Okay.
Take your time. Take your time.
I have a new computer here, so you can see how grainy I am compared to you. How come your video is so clear? Do you have an outside camera?
I don't even have a very good camera. Actually, mine, people complain that mine is grainy too. I need to, someone sent me a really nice camera and I'm still missing the attachment for something. And so I need to vet up because actually people complain about mine. So mine is just it's just an Apple, it's an Apple computer. It's a MacBook, like a mini MacBook.
I'm having trouble moving here. Hold on.
You're fine.
Sure. We'll get my guitar. I'll get my guitar. I won't play the whole song.
Okay. Just remember, no nudity. All right, the belly is the limit of what we need to see.
I'm not gonna take my clothes off. I would never
Okay,
do
I just want to make sure.
I am not that fucking stupid.
I
No
can't
way.
actually guarantee to any of you that you won't see.
I would not do that to you. I did it to some other people, but
I can't. I'm sorry. I don't think you all could hear much of what I was saying there. Sorry. No. So I was just I was just telling Minnie, make sure let's not have nudity.
no nudity. I'm gonna do a Marilyn Manson. I'll do some of Kill for Me. I won't do the whole thing. I'll just do, like you said, 30
Okay.
seconds. Because that song is too long. Only see ourselves and remember this. Your hotel I won't be so vacant, and I can't tell that you ain't thinking, because I take the threats, not the rest of them. Would you kill for me? I love you and I do tell you again. Would you kill for me? Don't be kissing me unless you kill for me. There you go. And I'm sorry I flubbed the line. I know it's in it.
I was gonna say, you know what? That was a big improvement from last time, and your acoustics are better. Last time I couldn't hear anything really, and that's why we had to shut it off early. But you know that song. Like you definitely do a better job with it than I would if I tried to learn it. So good job. Happy birthday to
I
you.
forgot, look at this. I have this fucking expensive microphone, and I fucking forgot that I've had it sitting there for a year.
Yeah.
Computer, and I could have plugged it in to be on your show now. Maybe I could try that now. I don't know if it'll screw anything up.
Oh, you're saying you have a different microphone that you want to try?
This microphone. Look at that. I don't even have it
okay.
sitting in the corner over there. I forgot I even had it.
Do you know a different song that you can play?
Sure.
Okay.
I know
Okay.
Awesome song, the Mephistopheles.
Okay, whatever you want to play, you can try it. If it's not good sound, I'm going to cut you off. But I want to hear it. Let's try it.
Let me plug this in and see if
Okay.
I'm mute, unplug it. I love my new computer. It's a 3-in-1 Hewlett Packard. Okay,
Yeah.
can you still hear?
I could hear that. Yeah. Oh no, I think we lost sound there.
Okay, what about now?
I hear you now. Oh.
Yes, that is a
Yes.
Yeti mic. I can't believe I forgot that was there. Let's see now. Let's give it another try here.
Okay.
A lot of times I'll use my phone to film, but this time I clicked your link and turned the sound down before I clicked it, so there wasn't double audio from the.
Okay.
That's why I was asking you to send it to the DM outside, but this works good too. All right.
Okay.
Then. I don't know if I can open up. Yeah. Oh, crap. I don't know if I can open up. I've been opening up. I don't know if I can open up another birthday present. I'm aggressive. Past is over, and the past is so pathetic. Are we better, faithful, or fake so? If they turn or faint now. How's that?
You know what? That was that was a lot better than last time. So kudos to
yeah.
you. I'm serious. No, I'm serious.
Thank you.
Hold on one second. Oh, my mom's saying good night. Good night, Mom.
Hi, Mom.
So your acoustics are definitely better. And look, I mean, you learned the song, like you're playing the song. I can hear it on that guitar.
I
And
go to
so
school in Chicago. I'm studying voice. I go alternate because they give me a scholarship. So I
Mhm.
can only take one class at a time. It's 8 weeks. All our classes are 8 weeks. So I was taking guitar. Now I'm concentrating on voice.
Mhm.
You'll notice that my voice has gotten better as well.
I actually did. To be honest with you, I seriously did. And there are sometimes, some places it's rough, honestly, but there's sometimes you hit some notes, and I was like, "Whoa, he's hitting that note." So
I take my
definite
job
improvement.
seriously. I'm an entertainer. I'm
Mhm.
proud of what I do, and I want to be the best.
Mhm.
I want to be famous.
Well, I appreciate that desire. I understand it, and yeah, we will see. We're just gonna keep going. We're gonna keep trying and see what happens, Minnie Manson.
Cool. I can come on every once in a while.
You
Maybe
can.
something.
Yeah, in between provoking me to block you, you can come on the
I'll
show.
try not to do that anymore. So I'm blocking the rest of the stuff too, please.
Yeah, I will. No
Then
worries.
I can see when you do announcements for stuff. I like to watch your show, and I miss your announcements and all.
Aw, that's very touching. All right, well, I will when I get off the stream. I'll do that. But
Don't forget though, because I have no way of getting to you to remind you except maybe leaving a note on your channel.
yeah. Well, you found me here though. You see, I don't block you on the
Thank you for
stream.
that. I'm glad you didn't do that. I don't mean to be a pain in the butt. That's just one of my unfortunates. That's probably why Marilyn Manson never contacted me. He's probably afraid I'll write him a book. I won't do it, Mr. Manson. I know better.
Well, I'm sure he's seen your performance. I'm sure he knows of you. So anyway, yeah, but I wouldn't be waiting for a response.
Yeah.
But hey, I appreciate you behaving yourself and doing a good job tonight. Seriously. So I will have you on again, and I'm gonna take you off the stream now. But you can stick around or whatever. Stay in the chat. Okay.
I put my Tyrolean hat.
I like your hat.
Wie geht es Ihnen?
All right. All right, cool. Bye, Minnie. All right. We'll see you.
Bye, my
see you later.
fans.
All right. All right. So, I mean, he actually was better. Minnie, you were better, significantly better than the last time. I think we tried